In this game with an outrageously low drop rate, countless players have to spend a whole week just to get a single chicken heart. And you? You just casually killed your first one. This is the beginning of a new BS nightmare, the chicken heart quest. To get 10 chicken hearts, countless players have to furiously slaughter thousands of chickens, spending a whole week on it, a situation that has even given rise to a gold farming industry. But you, having just entered the game without even claiming your beginner's wooden sword, charged at a rooster with your bare hands. After getting pecked all over your head, you finally managed to kill it. Just as you were about to move on to the next one, a cold, mechanical voice exploded in your head. Ding. 100% drop rate triggered. Obtained chicken heart X1. New Blue Star Group, the world's largest multinational gaming company, has developed a full sensory game called Mythic World based on mythological traditions from around the globe. The game is surreal, touted as humanity's third world, and became an instant global sensation upon launch, drawing billions of players. In the game, players can battle mythological figures like Xingtian, Sun Wukong, and even the Jade Emperor and the Buddha. Drop rates in Mythic World are extremely low. It takes others 1,000 monster kills just to get one piece of gear or item, but right from the start, Shu discovered he had a 100% drop rate, getting a drop from every single monster he killed. Other players, what's the point of even playing then? Chapter 1, 100% drop rate. Bro Bay, did you save up enough money yet? In the school cafeteria, Wuji suddenly slung an arm around Chua's shoulder from behind and asked. Chu stumbled, nearly dropping the lunch tray he was holding. He turned around and shot him a withering glance. Just enough. I worked my butt off at part-time jobs for half a year to save this up. You're not planning on asking me for a loan, are you? Seeing that his plan had been seen through, Wuji's face flushed with embarrassment, but he thick-skinnedly said, I'm only 300 short. The guys in the dorm have all agreed to tackle Mythic World together. You can't just leave your little brother hanging. Shu shook his head in exasperation. If you'd skimped a little on your hotel expenses, you wouldn't be 300 short. Despite saying this, Shu still pulled 300 out of his pocket and handed it to him. Wuji snatched the money and laughed happily. Brother Bay always looks out for me. You're like my own big brother. Wait a minute, let us go buy gear together. After lunch, the two walked out of Guangnan University's gates in high spirits. The streets were lined with advertisements for Mythic World. Mythic World, the true third world. Everything you want is right here. Join Mythic World and conquer the main city. If you're a true brother, come hack and slash me. Mythic World official announcement, slay the Dark Dragon to win a $100 million reward. Mythic World is a holographic MMORPG produced by New Blue Star, the world's leading game developer. With its ultra-realistic experience, it became an instant global sensation upon release. Within just 3 months, 1.2 billion players worldwide had joined, making it a true third world. To play this game, you must purchase a New Blue Star gaming helmet. Each one sells for a whopping 16,666 renminbi. Shu worked tirelessly at part-time jobs, saving up for half a year before finally scraping together enough money to buy this gaming helmet. Now was the time to put that money to good use. Arriving at the New Blue Star helmet store, Shu and Wuji paid for their purchase and picked it up. The moment they got their hands on it, the two rushed back to their dorm as fast as they could, unboxed it, plugged it in, and couldn't wait to log into the game. Where are Haoren and Fei? Shu asked, noticing the other two roommates were missing. They're probably at a club activity. They're never around on Saturdays. Never mind them, let us get in the game. Wuji urged excitedly as he lay on the bed and put on the headset. Shu put on his headset and entered the game. As everything went dark before his eyes, he found himself standing on a cliff. A cool mountain breeze blew, and below the cliff, mist swirled as flocks of cranes danced through the air. It was like a fairyland. It truly lived up to its reputation as Mythic World. Rumor had it that this game was crafted by blending mythological elements from various cultures, and the setting for the Huaxia region was the 9 provinces, ruled by the Jade Emperor of the Celestial Court. However, Mythic World is divided into 2 realms, the Immortal Realm and the Mortal Realm. Players start as mortals in the game. Only after cultivating martial arts and continuously leveling up can they ascend to immortality and join the ranks of the Immortals. Welcome to Mythic World. Please choose a player name. A crisp, feminine system voice rang in his ear, snapping Chu back to reality. He crouched down and touched the soil. It was cool and damp, feeling incredibly real. Truly a third-world experience in every sense. But what should he name himself? A sudden flash of inspiration struck Chu, and he typed several large characters into the box, Xiaoyao Beifeng. Name set. Do you wish to enter the game? Enter. A flash of white light, and Chu appeared in the beginner's village, dressed in a light blue cloth tunic and cloth shoes. Looking around, he saw that the bustling village was filled with players wearing almost identical outfits. It seemed quite a few new players logged in every day. Chicken hearts for sale. Essential for beginner quests. 1 tael of gold each. Hey, buddy, want some pear blossom cream? You'll get sunburned easily out here. Come on over and take a look. Freshly baked vegetarian buns, made by a professional chef, restores 5 hunger points. Listening to these street vendors' cries, Chu was certain these were players making a living in Mythic world through various trades. That's because the game's currency, silver, has a massive trading market in the real world. At the current exchange rate, 1 tael of silver is worth 1 RMB. As long as these people earn silver in the game, they can take it to the trading platform to exchange it for cash. Just as he was pondering this, Chu remembered he needed to contact Woji, but suddenly realized he hadn't agreed on a nickname with him beforehand, so he couldn't add him as a friend right now. Oh well, he'd look for him after logging out. For now, he should hurry up and kill monsters to level up and get out of the beginner's village. According to the forum guide, the first quest should be the chicken heart quest, which he could claim from the village chief. As Chu made his way toward the village chief's location, following the prompts to claim the beginner's quest, he opened his character stats panel to check his initial attributes. Player, Xiaoyao Beifeng. Level 1050. Skills, none. Attributes, Strength 3, Agility 2, Defense 1. Mana, 10 points. Hidden stat 100% drop rate. Equipment, none. Skills, none. When Chu saw his rather low strength and agility stats, he couldn't help but silently complain that the system had given him such low values. Normally, a person's strength is usually 5, but his was only 3. Was he really that weak? But when he looked at the hidden stat column, he saw that bright red number, 100%. Holy crap, what is going on here? Is this a bug? That's impossible. The game had been live for 3 months without a single reported bug. New Blue Star's servers were touted as the world's most powerful and intelligent. How could such a basic bug occur? Holy crap, that's a 100% drop rate. You have to understand that while every other aspect of Mythic world is flawless, the ridiculously low drop rates have long been a major source of frustration for countless players. The most obvious example is the beginner quests. The very first quest involves the village chief wanting to eat grilled chicken hearts, so you have to collect 10 of them. This quest alone forces the vast majority of players to spend at least a week killing over 1,000 chickens just to scrape together those 10 chicken hearts. As a result, a single chicken heart is now being scalped for 1 or 2 gold pieces, and it's often impossible to find one even at that price. And that's just the very first quest in the starting village. You can only imagine what the later quests are like. The official explanation is that they're trying to control item drop rates, reduce the impact of paying players on regular players, and narrow the gap in resource and power levels. This is nothing short of a full-scale, dimension-lowering assault on everyone. Now, when Chu saw his hidden stat, he was completely stunned. He actually started the game with a 100% drop rate. Suppressing his inner elation, Chu didn't even bother to claim his quest first. He headed straight for the chicken farm. The entire chicken farm was a vast plain, filled with players slaughtering chickens, some alone, some in groups, all wielding wooden swords they received from the village chief. But Chu hadn't even brought a wooden sword. He charged in bare-handed and began wrestling with a large rooster. Ding, you dealt 3 damage to the rooster. Ding, the rooster dealt 2 damage to you. This spectacle left the people nearby, armed with wooden swords, speechless. Is this guy out of his mind? Fighting a chicken with his bare hands? This guy, is he crazy? Tisk, TSK. I'll say, Mythic world even lets crazy people play. 3 minutes later, Chu killed the rooster, and a chicken heart dropped immediately. Holy shit, this guy's got crazy good luck. That luck is off the charts. Fools have their own kind of luck, I guess. You're telling me. Who can blame it when Mythic World's drop rates are so bizarre? 10 minutes later. After getting pecked all over the head, Chu killed another rooster, and a small white light appeared next to its corpse. Another chicken heart. Holy crap, another chicken heart. Oh my god, this guy got 2 chicken hearts from killing just 2 roosters. No way. Does killing roosters with your bare hands actually increase the drop rate? Due to Mythic World's extremely low drop rate, they never seen chicken hearts drop one after another like this. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chu quickly picked up the chicken heart and dashed back to the village. In no time, the news that killing roosters with your bare hands increased the chance of getting a chicken heart spread like wildfire throughout the chicken farm. Many people began tossing aside their wooden swords, rolling up their sleeves, and taking on the roosters. Chapter 2: The Road to Wealth. Chu dashed back to the village to accept a quest from the village elder. Village elder, I'm here to accept a quest. The village elder stroked his beard and said with a leisurely air, very well. But before you accept the quest, let me tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was a mountain. Village chief. Chu interrupted the old village chief's story in a sharp tone. According to the forum, the village chief would spend over an hour telling a pointless story before finally revealing his true motive. He just wanted to eat grilled chicken hearts. The old village chief, caught off guard by the glare, quickly forced a smile. Young man, could you bring me back 10 chicken hearts? Sure, give me the wooden sword. Chu clicked to accept the quest and held out his hand for the wooden sword. The old village chief shook his head repeatedly. You're so young, yet so impatient. You won't be able to complete this quest in less than a month anyway. Rushing 1 get you hot tofu. Chu thought to himself, how do you know it'll take me a month to complete this quest? I've got a 100% drop rate right now. After taking the wooden sword, Chu immediately rushed to the chicken farm. With this 100% drop rate, wouldn't getting 10 chicken hearts be a piece of cake? He found a secluded corner of the chicken farm where no one was around and, wielding the wooden sword that had been enhanced with 2 points of strength, set about hacking at the roosters. After a little over half an hour, Chu had collected enough chicken hearts to make 10. Looking at the 10 chicken hearts in his backpack, Chu felt a surge of secret delight. These were quest items, chicken hearts that other players would have to spend a whole month killing roosters just to gather. This was Mythic World, after all, where drop rates were abysmal. Having this 100% drop rate meant he could acquire more supplies and reap even richer rewards. It was absolutely awesome. Chu put away his wooden sword and ran back to the village. He approached the village elder once more and handed him the 10 chicken hearts. The moment the village elder laid eyes on the 10 chicken hearts, he looked at Chu in astonishment. Young man, how did you manage to do this so fast? Hurry up, hurry up. Without responding to the NPC's greeting, Chu just smiled. The village elder accepted the chicken hearts, completing the first quest in the beginner's village and earning 50 experience points plus a pair of leather boots. A golden light shone upon Chu, and he leveled up to level 2. Player Xiaoyo Beifeng. Level 2 10-200. Skills none. Attribute Strength 5, Agility 3, Defense 1. Mana 20 points. Hidden stat 100% drop rate. Equipment, wooden sword strength +2, leather boots agility +2. Skills, none. After accepting the chicken heart, the village chief began explaining the second quest. If the first quest was designed to familiarize players with basic controls, then the second quest was meant to unveil the core of power in Mythic World, skills. According to official information released by Mythic World, players can obtain skills through various means, such as looting them from defeated monsters or receiving rewards from NPCs upon completing quests. These skills also have levels. In the mortal realm, skills are divided into 5 major tiers: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, Yellow, and Human. Each tier is further subdivided into 10 ranks. The higher the level of a skill, the stronger its power, and the greater the attribute bonuses gained with each level up. Of course, the higher the skill tier, the more difficult the acquisition requirements, the lower the drop rate, and the rarer the skill becomes. Furthermore, cultivating higher tier skills requires mastering increasingly complex skill combinations. This is the skill system for the 9 provinces of the mortal realm. Above the superhumans lies the realm of immortal skills that is the true realm of mythology. In the West, these would correspond to C, B, A, S, and SS ranks, with immortal skills being SSS rank. The second task announced by the village chief was to go to the village's skill hall and find Instructor Wang to receive a skill quest from him. Upon completing the quest, one would obtain the most basic skill. This information had already been disclosed on the mythology forum, so Chu was aware of the second quest's details: to kill wild wolves in the mountains and forests to rid the villagers of a menace, and to obtain 10 wolf pelts. This quest typically required teamwork to complete and took a long time even with a party of 3 hunting the wolves. It would usually take about a month or a month and a half for all 3 to finish the quest. Chu was on his way to the skill hall when he suddenly saw people arguing in the village over 2 chicken hearts, with both sides fighting and bickering over them. "I'll offer 3 liang of gold." "I'll offer 4 liang." "You son of a bitch. Are you trying to pick a fight with me? I'm putting it out there today, I'm taking those 2 chicken hearts, no matter what. Who are you calling a son of a bitch? Watch your mouth. Don't let me run into you outside the village. If you don't have the money, stop yapping here." Chu listened in astonishment. Had the price of chicken hearts really skyrocketed this high? Due to Mythic World's extremely low drop rate, a large number of new players were stuck on their first quest and unable to complete it, leading to a very high demand for chicken hearts. As the saying goes, where there's demand, there's a market, and so a whole bunch of professional chicken slayers emerged, specializing in killing chickens to farm chicken hearts and then selling them here at the market. Because there were simply too many players, supply often couldn't keep up with demand. Chu's mind raced, and he immediately saw this as a path to riches. With a 100% drop rate, killing 1 rooster yields 1 chicken heart. If he brought those chicken hearts here to sell, wouldn't he be raking in silver by the handful? With that in mind, Chu hurried back to the chicken coop, plunged into the flock, and began his chicken slaughtering venture. After more than 5 hours, Chu's backpack was stuffed to the brim with chicken hearts, all 20 slots filled with 10 chicken hearts each, for a total of 200 chicken hearts. Plus, he even leveled up while slaughtering chickens. Beaming with joy, Chu carried his 200 chicken hearts back to the village south main square. In the trading market, he clicked to hide his identity and typed out a title. "Chicken hearts for sale, 200, in red." The red text immediately caught the attention of all nearby players. Holy crap, this guy actually has 200 chicken hearts. Oh my god, where did he get so many chicken hearts? I'll take 10, I'll pay 10 taels of gold. My Heaven Heart Guild will pay 30 taels of gold for 20 of them. Everyone step aside. How about a cash deal, bro? My Shinfeng group will pay 100,000 to buy all your chicken hearts. My Nanpu engineering company will pay 200,000, we'll take the whole lot. In an instant, the entire market became a chaotic hubbub. Almost everyone crowded around Chu, packing the area so tightly you couldn't squeeze through. Thankfully, the system's protective barrier kept them at bay. Faced with such overwhelming market demand, Chu decided to activate the system's auction mode, listing all 200 chicken hearts for everyone to bid on. Selling all 200 in a single lot immediately dashed the hopes of most individual players. They simply didn't have that much money. However, various companies and gaming guilds began placing bids. "Bro, can we do this with cash? Just give me your account info, and as soon as the trade goes through, I'll transfer the money to you right away." "No, to protect my privacy, I only accept gold." Chu flatly refused. Exchanging gold for cash on the trading platform was a relatively safe method that avoided leaking his personal information. The man immediately sent messages to various guild members, requesting gold support. Were going to bid on 200 chicken hearts. In their view, time was more precious than money. Why would anyone be foolish enough to spend over a month killing chickens when the matter could be settled with money? For a time, competition among corporations and guilds was fierce, and the final price skyrocketed from 1,000 taels of gold to 3,500 taels. At this point, many corporations and guilds had to withdraw due to insufficient gold reserves. After all, gold in Mythic world could only be obtained by killing monsters, and since the game had only been running for 3 months, no one had much gold on hand. In the end, the guild master of a guild called Heaven Heart Guild won the bid for the entire batch of 200 chicken hearts with 3,800 taels of gold. After the transaction was completed, Shu looked at the 3,800 taels of gold that had appeared in his backpack, and his heart was bursting with joy. At an exchange rate of 1 tael of silver to 1 renminbi, 1 tael of gold is worth 100 renminbi, so those 3,800 taels of gold amount to 380,000 renminbi. Chapter 3: A Mysterious Love Rival. My friend, please leave me your contact info. If you have any more chicken hearts in the future, please contact me directly. I'll buy any amount, let us be friends. The guild master of Heaven Heart Guild, whose in-game name was Heaven Sword, was a handsome, cheerful-looking young man. Shu received his friend request. Since he was a major investor, there would surely be opportunities for future collaboration. Moreover, the Heaven Heart Guild was a well-known major gaming guild in China. In the game legend, it was said to have 300,000 members and held a prominent position among large guilds. After accepting the friend request, Shu checked the time. It was almost dinner time, so he logged off, entered the trading platform, and exchanged 3,000 taels of gold. He then completed the transaction through a third-party platform to protect the information of both buyer and seller. Demand for gold on the platform was high. Within 10 seconds of listing the 3,000 taels, people were scrambling to make the trade. After deducting a 1% transaction fee to the platform, Shu's account instantly had 270,000 yuan in cash. 270,000 yuan, that was a sum Chu had never even seen before. His family had always struggled financially. His parents farmed and sold vegetables back in their hometown. To pay for his education, they borrowed a considerable amount from relatives, leaving them with over 50,000 yuan in debt, and they been living hand to mouth ever since. Now, with these 270,000 yuan, his immediate financial crisis was resolved. While it wouldn't completely transform his life, it would at least allow him to pay off all his family's debts first and give his parents a better standard of living. Chu took off his helmet. It was already completely dark outside. Wuji was still lying in bed, apparently still in the middle of a game. He walked to the door, transferred 200,000 to his mother's account, and then called her. Son, what's up? Did you miss Mom? His mother's kind and gentle laughter came through the phone. Mom, I've been working on a school project lately and made quite a bit of money. I transferred 200,000 to you. Tomorrow, pay off what our relatives owe us, and then treat Dad to a nice meal. What? How much? There was a look of astonishment on the other end of the line. Mom, it's 200,000. There was a gasp on the other end of the line, followed by the sound of Mom and Dad talking to each other. After asking numerous questions and confirming that Chu had earned the money through legitimate means, his parents finally agreed to accept it with peace of mind. We don't need that much money anyway. After paying off the debts, I'll transfer the rest back to you tomorrow. Mom and Dad are getting by just fine. We don't need that much. You have expenses in the city, and if you're running a business, you'll need even more money. Shu's heart warmed. Parents everywhere are the same in the end. They only think of their children, wanting them to have a better life, while they themselves can't even bring themselves to buy a few new clothes. Mom, no need. I still have plenty left here. It's enough. Just keep this money. From now on, you don't have to work so hard. Eat well at every meal. Alright, then I'll save it for your wedding fund. These days, the cost of finding a wife isn't cheap. You need a house and a car, and the dowry alone starts at tens of thousands, even up to 100,000. Especially in the city, the standards are sky high. Even if we have money, we shouldn't spend it recklessly. Let us be frugal, his mother said with earnest advice. Having lived a life of hardship all their lives, even with this sudden windfall, his parents still thought about saving. The good habit of frugality had become second nature to them. Seeing that his mother had agreed to take the money, Shu felt a little more at ease. He still had 70,000 yuan in his account, which was enough for his own needs. Glancing at the time, he saw it was already 7:30 p.m. Chu went to wake up Wuji. If they didn't go eat soon, the cafeteria would be closing. Just then, Li Haoran and Fei Fei returned to the dorm, so the four of them headed to the cafeteria together. As they reached the entrance, Fei Fei suddenly nudged Chu and whispered, "Look ahead, that Chen guy's coming this way." "Ha, that guy's so petty." Just because he saw Brother Bei getting a little close to the pretty girl song, he has been spreading rumors about Brother Bei everywhere, even claiming Brother Bei stole his AJ sneakers. Wuji said with a cold laugh. He is just relying on his family's money to show off in class all the time, isn't he? His shoes went missing, and he is pinning it on Brother Bei as if anyone cares. "Don't worry, Brother Bei, I've got your back," Fei whispered. Everyone in the dorm knew that Chu and Shin didn't get along, all because the teacher had assigned Chu and the class beauty, Song Nikhang, to the same study group. The two were usually seen together, and since Chen had always boasted about pursuing Song Nikhang, he naturally wasn't happy that Chu was getting too close to her. As a result, there had been a few unpleasant incidents. Chu looked in that direction and saw Chen walking toward them, accompanied by a few boys and girls. Beside Chen was a beautiful girl, tall, with a lovely face, wearing a trendy denim miniskirt and sporting a head of smooth, curly hair. She was stylish and striking, a real head-turner. This girl was Fong Tingting, the class social butterfly. "Hey, isn't that Chu and his crew, what, out looking for a meal?" As Chen's group approached, one of the girls in their class recognized Chu and said in a sarcastic tone. Wuji was really annoyed by Fong Tingting's tone and retorted sarcastically, "Ha, we really didn't check the almanac before heading out today. Fei, next time before you leave the dorm, you'd better check it first so you don't run into trouble as soon as you step out." "Kid, watch your mouth. Didn't your mom teach you how to speak?" A slender young man stepped forward and glared menacingly at Wuji. "What is it to you? Is it your place to lecture me?" Fei didn't back down either. Standing beside Wuji with a defiant look on his face, he showed no fear of his opponent. At that moment, Chen waved his hand and chuckled, "All right, Da Peng, don't stoop to their level. They lack any sense of self-awareness, don't you have any? Brother Chen's right." "I'm not going to argue with a bunch of hicks," Da Peng said sarcastically. "Who the hell are you calling a hick? You're even insulting your own ancestors. I really admire you." Wuji chuckled. When it came to banter, Wuji wasn't afraid of anyone. When it came to guts and being willing to throw down, Fei Fei was the boldest of them all. Chen snorted coldly, twirling the Rolex on his wrist as if showing it off to Chu, and said to Chu, "Chu, let me give you a piece of advice. Sometimes you just have to keep a low profile. If you don't have what it takes, don't be so reckless. Be careful not to fall into a ditch." "Exactly. Why don't you take a good, hard look at yourself? Don't even think about Song Nikhang. She is the woman my brother Chen has his eye on. I advise you to stay away from her from now on," Da Peng said threateningly. After speaking, Chen shot Da Peng a satisfied glance and motioned for the group to head upstairs to the private dining room for dinner. Chu merely smiled faintly, saying nothing. "When a dog barks at you, do you really have to bark back?" Wuji and Fei exchanged glances. Wuji hooked an arm around Chu's shoulder and said, "Brother Bei, if you really like Song Nikhang, go for it. We'll definitely back you up. No question about it. If Chen tries to pull anything on you, we'll absolutely come to your aid." Li Haoren was the calmest and most level-headed of the group. Wearing a pair of glasses, he was always composed. "Chen's no big deal. If he really dares to mess with me, I'll take care of him." Chu looked at the determined gazes of his three roommates, feeling a warm glow in his heart. He laughed and said, "What are you guys talking about? Song Nikhang and I aren't even friends. As for liking her or not, that's just Chen's wild imagination. What has it got to do with me? If he wants to go after her, let him. He is always picking fights with me. Does he really think I'm afraid of him?" Although Chu had interacted with Song Nikhang, their relationship wasn't deep. It was all just rumors spreading around class, and Chen had taken them at face value, which left Chu feeling a bit frustrated. He ended up with a love rival out of nowhere. Brother Bei, you've got guts." Wuji laughed happily. The four of them had dinner together, and after returning to the dorm, they exchanged their in-game usernames, planning to add each other as friends in the game first, at least that way they could get in touch. However, the four of them didn't spawn in the same area. Chu was in Tai Commandery, Ji Province, in the 9 provinces. Although the other three were all in Ji Province, they'd been assigned to different commanderies and counties by the system. Unless they spent some time traveling on foot, their only option would be to take a horse-drawn carriage once they reached the provincial capital of G province, but the three of them hadn't even left the beginner's village yet. Since they couldn't gather together just yet, Chu told them to finish their quests and leave the beginner's village first. Right now, the other three were still struggling to collect chicken hearts. Chicken hearts? I've got them. Just wait, I'll send them to you via in-game courier. Chu said with a smile, then put on his helmet and logged into the game. Chapter 4, Obtaining a Hidden Quest. Once in the game, Chu rushed to the chicken farm, killed a batch of roosters, collected 30 chicken hearts, and sent them to his friends via the in-game delivery system. Since in-game deliveries have a certain delay, Chu spent 10 taels of gold for expedited service, ensuring the items arrived in just 3 hours. After taking care of their problem, Chu decided to complete his skill quests first to level up and boost his strength. That way, when he went back to kill chickens, he'd be much more efficient. He'd definitely be able to take down one chicken with a single move. After arriving at the skill hall and accepting the quest from Instructor Wang, Chu headed south into the mountains, where a large pack of wild wolves roamed. There were noticeably fewer players here than at the chicken farm, and they were all grouped in parties of 3 or 5, hunting monsters together. Chu ventured in alone, found a wild wolf, and began attacking. Ding! You dealt 10 damage to the wild wolf. Ding! You dealt 10 damage to the wild wolf. It took Chu 5 minutes to kill a single wolf, as he had already reached level 3, allowing him to farm wild wolves slightly faster than a typical level 2 player. After spending an hour and killing 10 wolves, Chu obtained 10 wolf hides and 10 wolf fangs. Some players on the forum had also reported obtaining wolf fangs. This quest was also assigned by Instructor Wang, though he required 50 of them. Even 10 chicken hearts are a major hurdle for many players, and the drop rate for 10 wild wolf skins is equally low. It takes over a month to complete the quest even in a party, let alone this side quest requiring 50 wolf fangs. Virtually no one takes on this quest. Even if someone does, it'll likely just gather dust in their quest log. 50 wolf fangs? Given Mythic World's drop rates, that would probably take half a year to farm. Who would waste half a year in game on a side quest like this? For most people, this is impossible, but for a player like Chu who boasts a 100% drop rate, 50 wolf teeth aren't that hard to come by. To speed up his monster killing efficiency, Chu decided to turn in the quest first, pick up the basic skill and the iron sword, and then get back to hunting wild wolves. That way, it would go much faster. When Chu returned to Instructor Wang, he presented 10 wild wolf hides. Instructor Wang, mirroring the village elder's expression, examined the hides with a look of disbelief. After verifying them, he accepted them and handed Chu an iron sword and a copy of the Chi Cultivation Manual, a human tier, first grade skill, the lowest possible level. Upon completing the quest, a golden light shone down, and Chu leveled up to level 4. Player Xiaoyo Beifeng. Level 4 13 1000. Skill human grade, first rank skill Chi Cultivation Manual. When activated, this skill moderately increases strength and agility and boosts critical hit rate by 5%. Attribute strength 10, agility 7, defense 5. Mana 40 points. Hidden stat 100% drop rate. Equipment iron sword strength plus 5, cowhide boots agility plus 2. Skill critical strike inherent skill increases damage by 1.5x, consumes 10 mana. Chu felt a surge of joy. 2 beginner quests that might take others 2 months to complete, he finished them in just 1 day. That's the advantage of a 100% drop rate. You've collected enough wolf hides. Take this letter to Tailor Lee, he'll craft a set of leather armor for you. Good luck, young man. Train hard and rid the world of its evils. Instructor Wang encouraged him. Instructor, you must have another quest for me, right? I've got some wolf fangs here. Chu pulled out the wolf fangs. Instructor Wang's face lit up with delight as he asked, You have wolf fangs? How many? Do you have 50? Only 10. 10 is too few. I wish you could bring me 50. Ding. Do you want to accept the side quest to give Instructor Wang 50 wolf fangs? Accept. After accepting the side quest, Chu headed back into the woods. Now that he had upgraded his gear, he could take down wild wolves much faster. Back in the woods, Chu wielded his iron sword and began slaughtering wild wolves. He went from killing one every 5 minutes to one every 2 minutes. In just over an hour, Chu killed 40 wild wolves, earning 40 wolf hides and 40 wolf fangs. When he returned to Instructor Wang, the man was completely taken aback. "Young man, why are you back already? I've gathered all 50 wolf fangs. Take a look." Chu handed over the fangs. Instructor Wang stared at Chu in disbelief. After counting them and accepting the items, the quest was successfully completed. Chu felt a sense of anticipation. 50 wolf fangs, what on earth would he get in return? Since you've earned 50 wolf fangs through your own abilities, it shows you're a capable young man. I have a letter here, go deliver it to Mr. Zhang at the academy on the back mountain. Ding! Do you wish to accept the hidden quest? Chu was overjoyed. It was actually a hidden quest. Hidden quests were extremely rare in Mythic world. Players on the forum had once revealed that one of them had received a hidden quest and, upon completing it, received a yellow tier skill, shocking the entire Jijo forum. He never expected that these 50 wolf fangs were the prerequisite for unlocking this hidden quest. But this side quest was truly insane. 50 wolf fangs. Given the current skill level of players, it would be nearly impossible to complete without the help of a guild. Chu, holding 2 letters, first went to Tailorly, where he accepted a quest to collect 5 tiger tendons. The quest reward was a piece of armor, leather armor. Without hesitation, Chu rushed to Tiger Mountain. After half an hour, he defeated 5 tigers, obtained the 5 tiger tendons, and handed them over to Tailorly. After completing the quest, he received a large amount of experience and a set of leather armor, and Chu instantly leveled up. Player Xiaoyo Beifeng. Level 5, 23,000. Skill human grade first class skill, Qi refining technique. When activated, this skill moderately increases strength and agility and boosts critical hit rate by 5%. Attribute strength 15, agility 10, defense 11. Mana 50 points. Hidden stat 100% drop rate. Equipment iron sword strength plus 5, cowhide boots agility plus 2, wolfskin armor defense plus 10. Skill, critical strike inherent skill increases damage by 1.5x, consumes 10 mana. Chu looked down at the dark black leather armor he was wearing, then checked his stats. He was already starting to look the part of a hero. With stats like these in today's beginner's village, he shouldn't be too shabby. Chu took the second letter to the academy on the back mountain and found Mr. Zhang there. After reading the letter, Mr. Zhang stroked his beard and said, "Since Instructor Wang recommended you, it means you've already gained some strength. This mission concerns your future prospects. It's very dangerous and difficult. Are you confident you can complete it?" "I am." "Please tell me, Master." "Evil zombies have recently been roaming Dawang village, committing heinous acts. If you can help me eradicate these evil creatures, I will reward you handsomely." Ding! Do you wish to accept the hidden quest to eradicate the zombies and obtain 100 pieces of zombie meat? Chu looked at the amount. 100 pieces of zombie meat? If other players saw that number, they'd probably have coughed up a mouthful of blood by now. Given Mythic World's drop rates, how long would it take to kill enough zombies to get 100 pieces? But for Chu, this wasn't an impossible task. Since it was a hidden quest with a high difficulty level, he was confident the final reward would be substantial. Accept. Chapter 5, The Sword Immortal Lu Dongbin. After accepting the quest, Chu headed straight for the quest location, the zombie cavern. Zombies roamed one after another at the entrance to the cavern, their bodies covered in rotting flesh, their faces hideous, and a faint black mist emanating from them. As soon as Chu saw the zombies, he began the great task of slaughtering them. He had to complete the quest as quickly as possible. It took Chu half a day to kill them one by one, and he finally took down 99 zombies. He fought his way from the entrance all the way to the deepest part of the dungeon, leveling up once along the way. Just one more piece of zombie flesh. Chu shook the rotting flesh off his iron sword and was about to look for his next target when he suddenly spotted a zombie about 50 meters ahead, one twice the size of an ordinary zombie. Great, it's a zombie boss. He never expected to run into a zombie boss right here. According to the official information from Mythic World, defeating a boss drops equipment, weapons, skills, or even rare materials. Boss loot is definitely a must-have resource for all players. Since I've stumbled upon one, I might as well take it. Critical hit. Chu attacked the zombie king from behind, striking its vital spot and landing a critical hit that dealt over 500 damage points. After the surprise attack, the zombie king snapped out of it and lunged at Chu, claws outstretched. Chu took advantage of his higher agility than the zombie king, kiting and attacking at the same time, a common tactic for soloing bosses. What's more, Chu kept chugging health potions as he fought, downing them as if they were free, keeping his health at a safe level. If other players had seen Chu chugging health potions like that, they would surely have cursed him as a spendthrift. After all, health potions cost 50 taels of silver each. Even in the beginner's village, ordinary players could never bring themselves to use them. They'd only resort to them in dire straits, when their backs were against the wall. After more than an hour of whittling away at its health, the zombie king was beheaded with a final strike, and its head rolled onto the ground. A golden light shone down, and the boss experience allowed Chu to level up. Soon, 3 items dropped nearby. A zombie king's sword, a zombie 10,000 armor, and a piece of zombie meat. It was a set. Chu picked up the 2 pieces of equipment, overjoyed, and immediately equipped them. Player Xiaoyo Beifeng. Level 721 8000. Skill Human Tier First Class Skill Chi Refining Technique. When activated, this skill moderately increases strength and agility and boosts critical hit rate by 5%. Attribute Strength 25, Agility 20, Defense 21. Mana 70 points. Hidden Stat 100% Drop Rate. Equipment: Zombie King's Sword, Strength plus 30, inflicts persistent poison, reduces target SHP regeneration rate. Leather Boots, Agility plus 2, Zombie King's Armor, Defense plus 30, has a 10% chance to knock back the target. Skill: Critical Strike. Inherent skill increases damage by 1.5x, consumes 10 mana. After collecting the last piece of zombie meat, Chu set off to return to the Back Mountain Academy. Inside the academy, Chu handed over 100 pieces of zombie meat. After counting them, Mr. Zhang accepted them and said with satisfaction, "I didn't expect you to collect them all so quickly." "Not bad, not bad." Then a system notification appeared: "Quest complete, claim reward." First came the quest experience. The massive amount of experience immediately leveled Chu up. Here is your reward, the entry-level skill of Grandmaster Lu Dongbin of the Chuanjin sect, the foremost sword immortal under heaven and the patriarch of the sword Dao, the Chuanjin Heart Sutra. Mr. Zhang said solemnly, his voice ringing out with authority. Ding! You have obtained the Xian grade, 9th rank skill Chuanjin Heart Sutra. Do you wish to learn it? Chu's heart leapt with joy as he read the words, Mystic grade, 9th rank. This was a mystic grade skill second only to the heaven and earth grades among the heaven, earth, mystic, yellow, and human tiers, and it was even 9th rank. In other words, it was already approaching the level of an earth grade skill. Truly, this was the mythic world, and Lu Dongbin, the patriarch of the sword immortals, lived up to his reputation. If even the introductory skill was this advanced, just how formidable would the skills that followed be? So did that mean he had now inherited a part of Lu Dongbin's legacy? According to myth and legend, Lu Dongbin had originally been a Confucian scholar. Later, he encountered the immortal fire dragon, who imparted his true sword techniques to him. Only then was he able to comprehend and create his own peerless sword style, ultimately becoming the ancestor of sword immortals. This is such a huge, huge windfall, it's completely beyond Chu's wildest expectations. I thought getting a yellow rank skill or a piece of gear would be good enough, but I never imagined it would be a mystic rank, 9th grade skill. But come to think of it, 100 pieces of zombie meat for an average player, that would take at least half a year to farm, unless they had a guild as help. Even if a guild were to take over the entire zombie cave, it would probably still take a month to farm that much. It's only because I have a 100% drop rate that every zombie I kill drops a piece of zombie meat. Learn! Soon, a system notification appeared. The Complete Truth Sutra had replaced his original beginner skill, Qi Cultivation Technique. Actually, I'm a descendant of the Chuanjin disciples, but I'm no longer eligible to return to the Chuanjin sect. You, however, are. Once you leave Dawang village, I hope you'll join the Chuanjin sect and lend your support to it. That would help fulfill a long-held wish of mine, Mr. Zhang said with a wistful expression. Choose the Chuanjin sect as my class? Chu thought to himself. There must be a hidden quest chain here, one I can't afford to miss. Alright, I'll do it, sir. Chu replied with a smile. I have a jade pendant here. Once you reach the county seat of Tai County and find the Chuanjin sect, show this pendant to a Chuanjin disciple, and they will naturally make arrangements for you. Mr. Zhang took out a seemingly ordinary jade pendant. Ding! Obtain Chuanjin jade pendant quest item. Chu accepted the pendant, took his leave from Mr. Zhang, and after stepping out of the academy, checked his skill attributes. The Chuanjin Heart Sutra, an entry-level skill created by Lu Dongbin. Using this skill increases base damage by 10% and critical hit rate by 10%. Skills associated with this talent include Tiyun Zong and Chuanjin 7 Swords. Tiyun Zone instantly boosts speed, allowing you to scale walls and leap across rooftops. Agility plus 50. Skill duration 30 seconds. Cooldown 1 minute. Quanjin 7 Swords instantly boosts attack power. Each strike becomes progressively more powerful. Strength plus 50. Skill lasts 30 seconds. Cooldown 1 minute. Looking at these skills, Chu could think of only 2 words: awesome. He has now reached level 8. Once he hits level 10, he'll be able to complete the village assessment quest, leave the beginner's village, and head to the county city to find a sect for his class change. In Mythic World, players can change classes every 10 levels. After changing classes, players gain specific class attributes. For example, as a Tangmen disciple, you can learn alchemy and hidden weapons, apply poison to your weapons, and master stealth skills, making you a natural-born assassin. Chu isn't planning to change classes just yet, because he wants to take this opportunity to do one thing first: make money. He plans to head to the chicken farm first for a round of chicken heart harvesting. Chapter 6: Wholesale Chicken Hearts shocking the entire internet. With so many guilds in the game jumping on this, the supply of chicken hearts is bound to skyrocket. As time goes on, the price of chicken hearts will drop lower and lower. It's a matter of supply and demand. So Chu decides to head to the chicken farm first to kill chickens for their hearts. He can't miss this opportunity while they're still fetching a good price. Once at the chicken farm, Chu found an unoccupied rooster spawn point and worked quietly. If anyone saw that each rooster dropped a chicken heart upon being killed, it would definitely cause a huge stir. Facing a large rooster, Chu swung his sword at its head. One strike was all it took to instantly kill it. Now that Chu was level 8 and fully equipped, killing roosters was a breeze. After killing a round of chickens and filling his backpack, Chu headed back to the village to find a warehouse to store them. This cycle repeated itself over and over, and Chu devoted all his energy to the great cause of killing chickens. Meanwhile, the Heaven Heart Guild South gathering place was located on a hill on the northern outskirts of the village. Bro, when can we go to the county town to change our classes? Wolf hides are so hard to get, asked an adorable young girl, pouting. Heaven Sword affectionately ruffled her hair. She was his most cherished little sister. Soon. Right now, our main priority is helping the guild brothers complete their first quest. Once that's done, we can all help each other farm wolf hides. It'll go much faster. Bro, didn't you buy a batch already? Just go buy another one, the girl asked innocently. Those were probably surplus from someone else's guild. With Mythic World's drop rate being so low, it's not that easy to get more. Let us wait a bit. For now, let us go kill some wolves. Don't waste time, Heaven Sword said with a laugh. Boss, do you think that Kid's guild specializes in this? I've heard quite a few small guilds these days focus solely on farming chicken hearts to make money. They don't even bother with the follow-up quests anymore, a burly man beside him asked in a deep, booming voice. Heaven Sword pondered for a moment, then nodded. That's possible. But as long as he's willing to sell me chicken hearts, we're partners. Right now, quite a few of our 3,000 core guild members haven't even completed the first quest yet. If we rush out of the newbie village, we'll be easy targets for other guilds. The boss is right, the burly man nodded, his voice booming. As the sun rose, Heaven's Sword was in the midst of slaying a wolf with his iron sword when suddenly the system beeped with a new message. He opened his message panel and discovered it was actually from the person who had sold him chicken hearts before. The message contained just one simple sentence. "Do you still want chicken hearts?" Seeing this message, Heaven's Sword was overjoyed. It seemed the other party had chicken hearts to sell. He hurriedly replied, "Yes, I'll take as many as you have. The Heaven Heart Guild can handle it all." Many core members of the Heaven Heart Guild hadn't yet passed the first quest. Buying chicken hearts would save them a lot of time. "Are you sure?" The other party sent a strange question. Heaven's Sword was taken aback. What was there to be unsure about? Was the other person doubting the Heaven Heart Guild's strength? "Of course. Whatever you've got, I'll take it all. For the same batch size, I'll give you the same price. The bigger the batch, the higher the unit price I'll pay. How many do you have right now?" 3,800. "Oh, 3. What? 3,800. Heaven's Sword stared at the number in the chat window, rubbing his eyes sharply to make sure he hadn't miscounted the zeros. "You have 3,800 chicken hearts?" "Yeah, I'm on my way to the Grand Market. Just letting you know in advance, if you want them, come buy them. I'm on my way right now." Heaven's Sword closed the chat window and turned to shout at the burly man, "Mashion, go to the guild, the market, the trading platform, use every channel you can to buy as much gold as possible for me." "Huh, boss, what are you doing?" Mao Xiong asked, completely baffled. "I need to buy a massive amount of chicken hearts, and I'm in desperate need of gold." "Stop wasting time, hurry up and start searching. Money isn't an issue, I'm transferring 200 million cash to your account right now." Heaven's Sword shouted, then dashed off toward the village in a flash. "Ah, big brother, wait for me." The cute girl hurried after him. Meanwhile, Chu had already arrived at the Grand Market. It was still very crowded, but there were now several stalls selling chicken hearts, each surrounded by a dense crowd. Chu currently had a massive stockpile of chicken hearts in his warehouse, but since he could only carry a maximum of 200 at a time, he planned to sell them in batches of exactly 200 each. Chu found a small raised platform in the market, stepped up onto it, and wrote a headline in red letters. "Wholesale chicken hearts, 200 per batch, limited quantity, highest bidder wins." As soon as the red headline appeared, it immediately caught the attention of those around him. "Holy crap, someone is actually wholesaling chicken hearts here? WH Wholesale? Are you kidding me? Wholesale? That's insane. Is this for real? Unbelievable. Holy crap, isn't that the guy who sold 200 chicken hearts last time? I'll take those 200, I'll pay 2,000 taels of gold." In an instant, the entire market erupted. Countless people crowded in to watch, clicking on Chu's listing to take a look. Soon, the price for a batch of 200 soared to 3,000 taels of gold before stopping. The first batch was sold. Then the second batch was released. It sold for 3,000 taels again. Oh my god, it's already up to 400. Has he sold out? He must have sold out, right? That's 400 now. It'd take a small guild a whole week to farm that many. Seeing the commotion below, Chu decided to edit the title. "Wholesale chicken hearts, 200 per lot, only 3,800 available, highest bidder wins." 3,800? Everyone in the market gasped at the title, and the entire place erupted in excitement. Heaven Heart Guild will take 10 batches right away at the same price as last time." Heaven's Sword rushed over and shouted. Upon hearing this, Chu realized that the price from last time was 3,800 taels of gold per batch. "All right, deal." Chu replied, initiating the transaction. 10 batches, 2,000 chicken hearts and 38,000 taels of gold from Heaven's Sword. The deal was sealed. News of a single transaction involving 2,000 chicken hearts instantly went viral on the forum. Breaking news, a mysterious seller has sold 2,000 chicken hearts in one go. Selling 3,800 chicken hearts at once. Which guild is behind this mysterious seller? 38,000 taels of gold. This is the largest transaction in Jizhou to date. Jianghu Baixiashing, how does this mysterious seller have so many chicken hearts? In an instant, the entire Jizhou forum was abuzz with discussions about this incident. Some people even took screenshots of the event, while others began live streaming it. After Chu delivered the final batch of chicken hearts to Heaven Sword and the payment cleared a total of 38,000 taels of gold. Opening his backpack, Chu saw his gold balance and couldn't contain his excitement. Combined with what he had before, he now had a total of 44,800 taels of gold. That was a massive fortune. He really struck it rich this time. Before Chu could snap out of his daze, Heaven Sword immediately said, "Bro, I'm scrambling to raise gold from all sources. Could you hold off on releasing the rest of your stock for a bit?" Just as Chu was about to speak, he was suddenly interrupted by a voice. "The Heaven's Destiny Guild will take the rest. I don't have much gold, only 15,000 taels, so I hope you'll do me a favor." A burly man clad in leather armor strode over with the confident stride of a dragon and the power of a tiger, shouting loudly. Chapter 7, When the Sheep Becomes a Tiger. What? It's actually someone from the Heaven's Guild? That's a major guild, and I've heard their members are pretty ruthless. Of course they're ruthless. Their guild leader was once a man who dared to take on every guild in the world in legend. TSK. If this kid is smart, he'll just swallow his loss. If he offends the Heaven's Guild, he'll be in big trouble. For a moment, the entire crowd buzzed with speculation, but no one dared to say a single bad word about the Heaven's Guild. The looks they cast at the burly man in leather armor were filled with fear. Bald Phone, is this how the Heaven's Guild conducts itself, using brute force to intimidate people? It's an absolute laughingstock. Heaven Sword recognized this Bald Phone as a core member of the Heaven's Guild, but he couldn't stand the man's domineering manner and stepped forward to speak up for Chu. "Oh, I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be the Grand Master of the Heaven Heart Guild." "Ha, what gives you the right to accuse me of using my power to intimidate people? Business is all about mutual consent. Did I put a knife to his throat or something?" Bald Phone sneered coldly, completely unfazed by Heaven Sword's status. "Hey, kid on the stage, what do you think? My offer isn't half bad, is it? Are you willing to sell me the rest of the chicken hearts?" Bald Phone turned to Chu, his tone laced with a strange undertone of threat and intimidation. Chu snorted derisively. Did he really think he was a soft target, someone to be pushed around at will? "Bald Phone, is that right? I'll give you one word, get lost." Chu's single sentence instantly sent shockwaves through the crowd. Holy shit, this kid's got no fear of death. Daring to curse someone from the Heaven's Guild? He is practically asking to die. He is done for. The Heaven's Guild is definitely going to hunt him down until he is dead. Phone Bald's face turned pale with rage. He'd never been cursed at like this on his own turf before. "Kid, what did you say? Got the guts to say it again? Looks like you don't want to hang around here anymore." Phone Bald's expression darkened, his voice vicious. Chu gave a cold smile and said, "You want me to say it again? Then I'll throw in a few more words for you. Get the hell out of here." Upon hearing this, Heaven Sword couldn't help but look a little taken aback. He hadn't expected the seller to have such backbone. He really wasn't giving Heaven's any face at all. Still, he really admired that kind of attitude. "Kid, you're as good as dead." Phone Bald Head glared viciously at Chu before leading a group of Heaven's Guild members away. After watching them leave, Heaven Sword turned to Chu and said, "If you don't mind, could you hold on to the rest of the chicken hearts for now? I'll come back to buy them from you once I've saved up enough gold. If anyone from the Heaven's Destiny Guild tries to give you a hard time, my Heaven Heart Guild will stand up for you." Seeing how sincere he was and realizing he was a decent guy, plus both transactions had gone smoothly, Chu knew that his guildmates were waiting for the chicken hearts to complete a quest, so he smiled and said, "I can give you the chicken hearts now, just transfer the gold to me when the time comes." Heaven Sword was taken aback for a moment, then realized this was a sign of Chu's trust in him. It felt great to be trusted. "Deal. Thanks a lot, buddy." "Ha ha." Heaven Sword laughed heartily in agreement. Chu transferred all 7 remaining batches of chicken heart worth 26,600 taels of gold to him. At 3,800 taels per batch, the price was already on the high side, but Chu was satisfied with the sale. After the transaction was complete, just as Chu was about to leave the market, Heaven Sword quickly called out, "Buddy, you'd better not leave the village just yet." It was a well-meaning reminder. Chu understood what he meant, but simply smiled indifferently, turned, and walked out of the main market toward the village entrance. "Brother, why is that guy so weird? I just warned him, and now he's already leaving?" Tianxin Debao, Heaven Sword's younger sister, pouted, clearly a bit upset that Chu Han-ti heeded her advice. Heaven Sword watched Chu's retreating figure, shook his head, and chuckled, "I don't know either. Maybe he has got something up his sleeve, or perhaps the faction backing him isn't afraid of the Heaven Will Guild. But he is an interesting guy, someone worth getting to know." Tianxin Debao turned up her nose, unimpressed. In her view, strength was the only thing that mattered. Selling chicken hearts was a dead-end job, just a petty business in the game. Meanwhile, Bald Phone led a dozen or so players as they lay in wait by the road leading out of the village. "Boss, the guys have spread out. We'll see him the moment he steps out," a henchman ran over to report. Bald Phone nodded in satisfaction. "Good work. Since that kid doesn't know when to back down, he'll have to face the wrath of the Heaven Will Guild. Kill him until he is kicked out of the game. Kill him every time we see him." "Had, exactly. We've got to show him what happens when you cross the Destiny Guild. Otherwise, people will think we're pushovers," one of the underlings said menacingly. "What if he disguises himself and sneaks away?" Bald Phone snorted coldly. "We've got people stationed at every resource point around Great King Village. He might hide for a while, but can he hide forever? Boss, look, he has actually just walked right out like that." The henchman pointed toward the village entrance. There, Chu was strutting out alone, a wooden sword in hand, as if heading toward the chicken farm. Looks like he really doesn't know when to quit. Follow him." Phone Baldhead laughed coldly. Chu turned into a small grove on the side, still holding the wooden sword. Soon, Phone Baldhead and a dozen or so men followed him into the woods. Boss, this kid is really asking for it. He actually dares to head deep into the woods at save us from a crowd of onlookers," one of the henchmen laughed excitedly, like a hunter about to capture his prey. After walking several dozen meters into the woods, Phone Baldhead gave a wave of his hand, and 7 members of the Heaven Will Guild flanked him from the side, blocking Chu's path. "Kid, stop right there." Chu looked at the people blocking his path and immediately guessed they were from the Heaven Will Guild. A sinister smile played on the corner of his mouth as he stood his ground. Kid, let us see if you still dare to act cocky now. Go ahead, show me just how cocky you are." Phone Baldhead held an iron sword in his hand. He appeared to be one of the members who had completed the second quest. There were no fewer than 5 others wielding iron swords beside him, suggesting these were core members of the Destiny Guild. Chu turned his head and looked at Phone Baldhead with a half-smile. "Are you planning to surround and kill me?" "Fuck, so what if I am? I'm going to grind you down to level 1, force you to quit the game, and make sure you never leave the beginner's village for the rest of your life." Phone Baldhead laughed maliciously. "Oh? Do you think you've got what it takes?" Chu crossed his arms, saying mockingly. Seeing that Chu showed not the slightest fear, Phone Guanto's anger flared, and he said coldly, "Don't think you're some big shot just because the Heaven Heart Guild has your back. You're asking for death. Attack!" At Phone Baldhead's command, the 5 wielding iron swords and the rest with wooden swords immediately closed in. In their eyes, it would take just one swing from any one of them to cut down this kid with the wooden sword on the spot, just like a lamb led to the slaughter. Chu chuckled, "In that case, don't blame me." Bald Phone's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He had no idea where this kid got the nerve to remain so calm. Chu instantly donned the Zombie King's armor and gripped the Zombie King's sword in his hand. His entire aura changed abruptly, and wispy black mist began to rise from his gear, creating a truly eerie and terrifying sight. The members of the Heaven Will Guild were completely dumbfounded when they saw Chu suddenly transform from a novice's outfit into a figure clad in top-tier gear. Phone Bald was also left speechless with shock. What on earth was going on? Chapter 8, looted down to his underwear. Faced with this sudden turn of events, the members of the Destiny Guild didn't dare move for a moment. Don't be afraid, we outnumber him. Charge! Cut him down and loot all his gear. Fong Baldhead gritted his teeth. There was no turning back now. If he let himself be intimidated like this, he wouldn't be Fong Baldhead. Hearing this, the group charged forward in unison, preparing to overwhelm Chu with a human wave tactic. Chu let out a cold laugh in the face of absolute power. A human wave tactic was nothing but a useless strategy. Ladder Cloud Leap. Quanjin 7 Swords. Chu's speed erupted in an instant as he twisted and turned. He unleashed the Quanjin 7 Swords technique. Each strike left nearly 1,000 wounds, completely draining a person's health in an instant. This was what was known as an instant kill. One step, one sword, one life. As soon as the 7 strikes were delivered, 7 corpses lay on the ground. Having instantly killed 7 people in just a few breaths, the remaining attackers all looked at Chu with terror. Their mental defenses had crumbled. Their opponent was simply unbeatable, and advancing any further would be suicide. So they all retreated in a panic, their faces betraying their desire to flee, including Bald Fong. Bald Fong was completely dumbfounded. He never expected Chu's attack power to be this high. Every single strike was an instant kill. It was completely beyond his expectations. He turned to run, but Chu was even faster. Trying to run? You've come this far, don't even think about leaving without giving your life. Chu used the ladder cloud leap technique with blinding speed, catching up to Fong Baldhead in an instant and slicing down 3 others along the way. Fong Baldhead's vision went dark, and the next thing he knew, Chu was right in front of him. Panicked, he raised his iron sword to strike first. Chu delivered a critical hit straight to his throat, killing him instantly. Not a single remaining member of the Heaven-S Will Guild managed to escape. More than a dozen bodies lay on the ground, and soon all sorts of items began to drop. Everything that could be looted from each person's body dropped, even their simple cloth shirts and pants. Chu looked at the pile of loot on the ground and couldn't help but chuckle. So this was the effect of a 100% drop rate. While collecting the loot, Chu found some silver and gold on their bodies, but nothing else of value. Suddenly, among the loot from Bald Fong, Chu found 21,000 taels of gold and a talisman. Snake Demon Valley Talisman. This is a sealing talisman left behind by an ancient powerhouse, serving as a pass to enter Snake Demon Valley. The location of Snake Demon Valley was marked next to the talisman. It looked like a dungeon, and one that could only be entered with this talisman as a pass. This was a real treasure. Chu happily pocketed the talisman and the gold. Not only had he obtained a clue to a dungeon, but he also gained over 20,000 taels of gold. This battle had truly been worth it. That bald-headed Fong was carrying so much money and such valuable items on him. What a windfall for Chu. In one word, awesome. I bet he is crying his eyes out right now, huh? Chu whistled as he headed back to the chicken farm to continue plucking the chickens' hearts. He kept fighting until noon, when Chu finally felt hungry and logged off. Meanwhile, Fong Baldhead's respawn timer had just ended. The respawn timers for the dozen or so members of the Heaven-S Will Guild were all nearly simultaneous, and soon, a dozen or so completely naked men appeared at the respawn point. This spectacular sight immediately caught the attention of everyone nearby, who all turned to look at them in unison. Holy shit, 16 people respawning at once. How did they die? Did they take on a boss? But why are they all naked? Could they be players who escaped from a mental hospital? Ha ha. Fong Guangtou turned to look at his brothers beside him, then looked down at himself. Apart from his boxers, he had absolutely nothing left. He opened his inventory to check. It was completely empty. Even the 21,000 taels of gold in his bag were gone. Even that dungeon scroll he worked so hard to loot was gone. Everything had been looted. He was left with nothing but a pair of boxers. He was screwed. Holy shit! A piercing scream, filled with grief and rage, echoed through the respawn point. The sound startled everyone around him. Holy shit, is he really a lunatic? I'll bet 10 taels of gold he definitely is. Wait, aren't they from the Heaven-S Will Guild? Ah, I recognize him. It's Bald Fong from the Heaven-S Will Guild, the one who was just at the market. What? The Heaven S will guild got wiped out? That's huge news. Listening to the whispers around him, Bald Fong felt sick to his stomach. He lost all face. Boss, what's going on? Why are all our items gone? Did they all drop? One of his underlings asked bitterly. Bald Fong, furious, slapped him on the forehead and roared, "How the hell should I know? Hurry up and get out of here, we've lost all face." A dozen or so burly men, clad only in their underwear, emerged from the respawn point and began sprinting through the village toward the guild's gathering spot. The scene was quite a spectacle, instantly drawing a crowd of onlookers. Some even whistled at them. In no time, people were taking screenshots and recording videos to post on the forums. Fong, the boss of the Destiny Guild, and his crew mysteriously wiped out. A dozen burly men running around naked in the street. Is this a loss of humanity or a moral collapse? Exposed, Fong, the leader of the Destiny Guild, may have been wiped out by a mysterious chicken heart seller. Dozens of trending posts made it to the forum's front page, drawing a massive crowd of netizens. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind it all, Chu, was having dinner with his 3 roommates. "This helmet is truly amazing. You can even play while sleeping, and when you wake up, you don't feel the least bit tired. It's cutting-edge technology." Wuji marveled as he shoveled food into his mouth. Li Haoran pushed up his glasses and said, "It uses quantum neuron technology. The realistic sensations we feel in the game are just stimuli to different parts of our nervous system. They don't affect the rest of our bodily functions. If you combine it with the nutrient pod technology developed by New Blue Star, you could stay in the game for a whole month without eating and be just fine." "Wow, Haoran, you actually know all this? No wonder you're the top student in our dorm." Wuji praised. "Well, I've heard that a lot of guilds and companies are willing to spend money to buy these nutrition pods for their core members. As early as the first month after the server launched, quite a few top players had already gone to the county city to change their classes. They're all professional gamers. They're so awesome, plus, they're being sponsored by guilds." "Wow," Fei said enviously. Wuji patted him on the shoulder and laughed, "What can you do? They've got money to burn, and they're pro gamers. If I were in their shoes, I'd stay in there for a month straight too." Now that 3 months have passed, the county city must be packed with them. They're the top tier players leading the charge. "We can't even begin to compare." "True, we can't compare. By the way, why don't we start our own little guild just for fun? I heard you can form a guild once you leave the newbie village. Let us start one. Brother Bay can be the guild master, and I'll be the deputy," Fei suggested. "Why me? No way, the deputy position is mine." "Fei, in what way are you better than me?" Wuji immediately cut in. "I'm better than you in every way, and I've been playing longer than you, too." He. "Fine, you jerk Fei, if you've got the guts, let us settle this." Just as the two were bickering, a crisp voice suddenly rang out from nearby. "Chu, have you been playing Mythic World lately?" All 4 looked up at once. Chu saw the newcomer, a slender, graceful figure in an off-white dress, with exquisite, beautiful features that were truly stunning, especially her smile, which was as refreshing as a spring breeze. This beautiful girl was none other than the class beauty, Song Nikhang. Chapter 9, The Trial Outside the Village. "Yeah, I've only been playing for 2 days, Chu said with a smile. 2 days, how well, I thought you'd been playing for a while and could show me the ropes, Song Nikhang said with a shrug. Wuji immediately stood up and patted his chest, saying, "Miss Song, don't worry. Our brother Bay is a gaming pro. He has already leveled up to right, brother Bay, what level are you?" "Level 8. "Oh, right. In just 2 days, brother Bay is already at level 8. What? Level 8. Level 8. Holy crap, brother Bay, you're already level 8? Everyone stared at Chu in disbelief, as if they were looking at a monster. Leveling up in Mythic World isn't that hard. The real challenge lies in the quest stages. To grind levels, you just need to kill monsters to gain a lot of experience, but to boost your monster killing efficiency, you have to complete quests. And because the drop rate in Mythic World is so low, meeting the quantities required by quests isn't exactly easy, which slows down the leveling process. But they never expected Chu to reach level 8 in just 2 days. That leveling speed was like riding a rocket. Way to go, Brother Bay. Woji said excitedly, slapping Chu on the shoulder. Doesn't that mean you'll reach the county seat soon? Where are you located? Song Nikhang asked. Tai County, Jizhou. Oh, what a coincidence. I'm in Tai County too. Remember to look me up when you get to the county seat. We can team up to level up together. I'll send you my ID later. Song Nikhang laughed, waving at Chu as she turned and walked away. Watching Song Nikhang walk off into the distance, Faye leaned in and grinned mischievously. Not bad, Brother Bay. I wouldn't have guessed you'd gotten so close to the lovely Song without saying a word to us. Chu shrugged and said, we're all classmates, and she's the study group leader. It's totally normal to play games together. Don't read too much into it. Alright, we get it. No need to explain. Explaining just means you're covering something up, Woji said with a knowing look. Chu shook his head helplessly. Let them think what they want. After dinner, Chu cashed out the gold in his account, a total of over 64,000 taels. That was a massive fortune. Chu took the 64,000 taels to the trading platform to exchange them. Such a large sum quickly attracted a rush of buyers, because the trading platform was certainly no shortage of wealthy people. They needed gold to buy resources in the game and expand their influence. It seemed like they could handle any amount of gold. That's what strong market demand looks like. The 64,000 taels of gold were exchanged at a fixed rate, with the option to receive a higher amount for larger sums. In total, Chu walked away with 6.8 million renminbi. After deducting the platform's service fee, Chu still had over 6 million left in his account. In just 2 days, Chu had netted over 6 million, much faster than mining for gold. He'll wire 1 million back to his parents now that he has got money. He wants them to treat themselves a bit. They've worked hard their whole lives. They deserve to enjoy themselves every now and then. As a junior preparing for an internship, Chu had almost no classes for a while, so he could focus on gaming. As soon as he returned to his dorm, he put on his headset and logged into the game. As soon as he logged in, he received a message from Heaven Sword saying he transferred the remaining 20,000 taels of gold. Chu checked it had indeed arrived. Doing business with someone trustworthy really saves a lot of hassle. Next, he gathered up another batch of chicken hearts and notified Heaven Sword to meet him in the village for the trade. Heaven Sword arrived shortly after. Man, you've got quite a stash of chicken hearts. You must have bought them all up. Impressive. Heaven Sword praised. It wasn't easy to acquire that many chicken hearts from other players. Here are 1,000 of them, Chu said with a smile. The trade was completed quickly. Heaven Sword said, Bro, I've pretty much collected all the chicken hearts I need. I wonder if you have any way to get your hands on some wild wolf skins. As you know, wild wolf skins are required for the second quest, and that quest is all about skills. Once you have skills, you're in a whole different league from regular new players. Everyone in our guild is working on this quest right now, but the drop rate is way too low. I can get wild wolf skins. How many do you need? Chu asked. Heaven Sword was overjoyed and asked, Buddy, I'll take whatever you have. Most of the 3,000 core members of my Heaven Heart Guild are still stuck on this stage. The price is negotiable. I'll trade you 100 taels of gold for 10 wild wolf skins. If you have a large quantity, I'll pay even more. Chu's interest was piqued. That was a hefty price. It seemed Heaven Sword was indeed a wealthy patron, the kind of big shot who could casually spend hundreds of millions or even over $1 billion without batting an eye. Alright, come back here at the same time tomorrow to make the trade, Chu said. This time, Chu switched to hunting wild wolves. As more and more new players joined, the number of people selling chicken hearts had increased, causing their price to drop steadily. Now, it was the wild wolf skins' turn to skyrocket in value. Chu spent the day hunting wild wolves, leveling up once to reach level 9. He obtained over 8,000 wild wolf hides and traded them to Heaven Sword for 90,000 taels of gold. After the trade, Chu planned to complete the village exit quest first. Once he reached level 9, he could go to the village elder to accept this trial quest. If he passed the trial and reached level 10, he could head to the county seat to change his class. Chu went to the old village chief to accept the quest. This trial quest was a solo dungeon divided into 4 difficulty levels: easy, normal, hard, and hell. Clearing the dungeon meant passing the trial, and the rewards varied depending on the difficulty. Players could tackle it solo or in a party of up to 10 people. The location was the trial valley just outside the main valley. When Chu arrived, he found quite a few players there. It was practically another marketplace. More players were emerging from the light ring at the valley entrance, each looking dejected. Damn it, even the easy difficulty is this hard. Those saber-toothed tigers inside actually know how to gang up on you. Ha, you're just bad at the game. What's there to complain about? Didn't you see there are already over 300,000 people on the easy difficulty leaderboard? That means you're even worse than 300,000 people. If you're so great, why don't you go challenge hell mode and show everyone? The player retorted defiantly. Holy shit, only a little over 1,000 people have cleared hell mode. Do you think just anyone can do it? Look, the War God Legion is here, someone suddenly exclaimed. Many people in the crowd turned to look at once. A group of 10 people clad in red cloaks appeared. Their gear was the same as ordinary players, but as they walked down the road, they gave off the impression of moving as a single, unified unit. Holy crap, it really is the War God Legion. This squad is amazing. They once took down the Desert Demon and killed a major boss in Legend with just 10 people. Every single one of them is a pro player. Why are they still in the beginner's village? Shouldn't they have gone to the county town long ago? Who knows? Maybe they just started playing not long ago. The War God Legion was led by a burly man with a full beard. His face was stern, commanding respect even without raising his voice. The other 9 members all looked composed and moved in perfect unison. Bro, which difficulty should we go for? A square-jawed man standing next to the bearded one asked, looking at the 4 entrances. Let us go straight to hell mode. According to the forum posts, hell mode isn't that hard. The bearded man smiled casually. Ha, all right. We, the War God Corps, are going to be the strongest mercenary guild. Hell mode is nothing, the square-faced man declared arrogantly. The group walked toward the hell difficulty entrance. Holy shit, they're actually going straight to hell difficulty. That's definitely the God of War Corps style. Awesome. But what's that kid over there doing? A player noticed another person by the entrance who looked like he was getting ready to go in. Holy shit, that kid isn't planning to go into hell mode all by himself, is he? He is asking for trouble, someone exclaimed. The man with the bushy beard walked up behind the young man and said coldly, Kid, if you're not going in, get out of the way. Don't block the path. Chu glanced back at him, smiled slightly, and plunged straight into the light circle at the entrance. Holy shit, that kid went in. Chapter 10, Breaking the Record. The members of the War God Legion watched as Chu entered the hell difficulty portal alone, and they all couldn't help but stare in shock. Boss, is this kid crazy? Going into hell difficulty all by himself? Isn't that just asking for death, the square-faced man said in disbelief. The man with the bushy beard snorted coldly. Who cares about him? If he dies, he dies. Let us go. With that, the leader was the first to enter the hell difficulty dungeon. The players present exchanged bewildered glances. They never expected anyone would dare to tackle hell difficulty alone. In their eyes, it was no different from courting death. Tisk, TSK. That kid LL probably be dead in a matter of minutes. I doubt he'll even make it to the exit portal, one player said, shaking his head. He has probably got water in his brain. There are plenty of people like that, total idiots. I wonder if the War God Legion can break the hell difficulty record. Even though they're just a 10-person squad, they're incredibly strong, one player speculated. I think it's very possible. Their teamwork is so formidable, I bet they'll break the record. Meanwhile, as soon as Chu entered, he discovered that the dungeon was a place shrouded in a sinister aura, the air thick with a nauseating stench of decay. Clearance quest: clear the green monsters from the graveyard and defeat the Green Monster King. After the system prompted the quest, a vast open area ahead suddenly erupted with withered arms covered in green, for a massive horde of mummies crawled out from beneath the ground, creating a truly spectacular scene. No wonder it's hell difficulty. Just the sheer number of monsters like this would probably make the average player's scalp tingle, Chu thought to himself. However, such numbers meant nothing to Chu in the face of absolute power. Sheer numbers were useless. Chu cast Ladder Cloud Leap to charge into the horde of green, then unleashed the 7 swords of Chuanjin, instantly killing one green with a single strike. As the green hit the ground, a Corpse Pearl burst forth. Corpse Pearl, a crafting item with a certain chance to improve armor quality. A crafting item, no less, not bad at all. Chu fought with even greater enthusiasm. Under his sword, over 1,000 green monsters were turned into corpse orbs, until even his 50-slot expanded backpack could no longer hold them all. It seemed he'd have to find some special storage items after all, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to store all these treasures. Chu felt a bit disappointed, but having already collected hundreds of corpse pearls, he should be satisfied. Now it was time to take down the Green Monster King. Deep within the graveyard lay a small cavern, from which black mist was billowing outward. Chu looked at the entrance, knowing this must be the Green Monster King's lair. Suddenly, a roar rang out, and a 2-meter-tall monster covered in green fur burst out of the cavern. Its face was hideous, and its 2 fangs glowed with a chilling, deathly white light. Just in time. Chu bellowed, using the Ladder Cloud Leap technique. He stepped on a rock to the side, and his entire body shot toward the green beast like a cannonball. The 7 swords of Chuanjin, first sword. Chu struck at the monster's throat, hitting a vital spot and landing a critical hit. But the green monster also slammed a palm strike into Chu. Clang! A thunderous clang echoed as the green monster was knocked back. This was the knockback effect triggered by the Zombie King's armor. Chu seized the opportunity and swung his sword repeatedly. Second strike. Third strike. Fourth strike. The green monster was left completely defenseless by the combo. The final thrust dealt double damage plus a critical hit. The green monster crashed to the ground with a thud, and a golden light shone over its body. It had leveled up. On top of that, a pair of boots dropped right next to the green monster. He actually looted some gear. Light Cloud Boots, plus 55 agility, reduces the effects of slow. Great stats, and they even reduce the effects of slow if he starts running. No one will be able to catch him. Chu happily slipped on the boots and brought up the stats panel. Player Xiaoyo Beifeng. Level 10 112 30,000. Skill Shen Grade, 9th rank Skill Sutra of Utmost Sincerity, increases base damage by 10%, increases critical hit rate by 10%. Attributes Strength 53, Agility 47, Defense 39. Mana 100 points. Hidden stat 100% drop rate. Equipment, Zombie King's Sword Strength plus 30, inflicts persistent poison, reduces target SHP regeneration rate. Light Cloud Boots Agility plus 55, reduces the effects of the sluggishness debuff. Zombie King's Armor Defense plus 30, has a 10% chance to knock back the target. Skills, Cloud Leap, instantly increases speed, allowing you to run along walls and roofs. Agility plus 50 lasts 30 seconds cooldown, 1 minute. Chuanjin 7 Swords, instantly increases attack power. Each strike becomes more powerful. Strength plus 50 lasts 30 seconds cooldown, 1 minute. Chu looked at his stats and was very satisfied. These stats were already significantly higher than those posted on the forum for players of the same level. The higher the skill level, the greater the stat bonuses gained upon leveling up. Add to that the stat bonuses from equipment. Chu's gear was now among the most luxurious among players of his level. After completing the quest, Chu was about to turn and leave when suddenly the Green King vanished, leaving an item on the ground, a mask. Chu picked it up and saw that it was actually a special piece of equipment. Disguise Mask, Special Equipment. When worn, it alters the wearer's physique and appearance, making personal attributes invisible to insight-type skills and equipment. Duration, 10 minutes. These stats are pretty awesome. That means once he puts on the mask, he can disguise himself as someone else. It's practically a must-have for assassination. Chu put on the mask, and his body quickly began to change. Glancing into a nearby puddle, he saw that he had transformed into a middle-aged man in his 40s. It really is useful. Although it only lasts 10 minutes, that's more than enough. You can get a lot done in 10 minutes. Clearing out a slot, Chu placed the mask inside and headed toward the exit portal. Meanwhile, outside the valley entrance, quite a few players had yet to leave. They were all waiting for the hell difficulty leaderboard to refresh. Suddenly, the leaderboard changed and new number 1 had appeared. Time, 3 hours and 15 minutes. Holy crap, look, the hell mode leaderboard just updated. It's actually 3 hours and 15 minutes. The God of War Legion is incredible. They've broken the hell mode completion record. That's absolutely amazing. The God of War Legion really lives up to its name. Look, it looks like someone is coming out. Everyone at the valley entrance turned their gaze toward the hell difficulty exit. Very few people ever succeeded in conquering hell difficulty, so every successful run caused a stir. A figure emerged from the exit, shrouded in light and shadow, gradually becoming clearer. It was none other than Chu. Holy crap, why is it this kid? He didn't die? He actually made it out alive? That's unbelievable. Tisk, TSK. I bet he snuck out while the monsters weren't looking, huh? The crowd's gaze toward Chu carried a hint of mockery. Chu didn't care about what others thought. Keeping a low profile while raking in the cash was his style. Shortly after Chu left, the leaderboard finally refreshed. Time, 3 hours 20 minutes. Huh, that's strange. Why did the leaderboard refresh again? A player said in confusion. Right then, the War God Legion emerged from the exit. Of the original 10 members, only 5 remained, each looking utterly exhausted. Boss, we're actually in second place. That means just now, the square-faced man looked at the leaderboard and suddenly realized something, his expression changing. The man with the bushy beard's expression darkened as he said, "That means the guy who went in right before us just beat the game faster than we did." Their words instantly caused a stir among the crowd. What? So that guy actually beat the game? He didn't just run out? Holy shit, he beat hell mode all by himself. Holy shit, he broke the speedrun record all by himself. For a moment, every player present was stunned. Chapter 11, what a waste. Breaking news, breaking news. The hell difficulty speedrun record for Jijo's Great King Village has been broken. A mysterious young man cleared hell difficulty solo and even broke the speedrun record. By Shaoshang, dungeon difficulty may actually increase when playing in a party. Solo challenges might become the new trend. At that moment, in the county seat of Tai County, a man riding a ferocious tiger, clad in dark armor, and wearing an impassive expression was walking down the main street. His fierce mount and outstanding gear drew the attention of passers-by. "Guildmaster, it seems someone has broken your fastest clear record," said a man behind him, clad in red armor and carrying a long sword on his back. The man in black armor remained calm and replied indifferently, "So they broke it. Why make such a fuss?" But according to a post on the forum, it seems it was done by a single person, without a party, the man in red armor said in a low voice. Upon hearing this, the man in black armor immediately pulled on the reins and came to a halt. Interesting. This is getting interesting. See if there are any screenshots. Find this person. It would be best if I could put him to work for me. Yes, boss. Chu returned to the village and found the old village chief to turn in his assessment quest. "You're really something, young man. You actually took on hell difficulty. You'll receive the highest reward," the old village chief said with a pleased nod. In addition to a large amount of quest experience, Chu also received a pair of bracers. Bronze bracers, defense plus 11. The gear wasn't bad, better than nothing. Chu put on the bronze bracers. Since his backpack was almost full, he decided to head to the blacksmith's shop to upgrade his armor using corpse pearls. Chu made a beeline for the blacksmith's shop, where quite a few players were already waiting in line. Inside, there were 3 workstations, each staffed by a single blacksmith who could craft or upgrade weapons according to requests. Just as he was waiting in line, a frustrated voice rang out from ahead. "Damn it, he wasted another one of my corpse pearls," a young man grumbled in frustration. "Hey, you up there, hurry up. We're all waiting here," someone behind him began to urge. "What's the rush? Are you in a hurry to be reincarnated? I've got one left. This is my last one. If this doesn't work, my dad is going to smash this blacksmith's shop to pieces, the young man said angrily. I don't believe it. Why don't you try smashing one? Someone behind him taunted, making the young man's face turn beet red. He bought all 3 corpse pearls at a high price from a master. It had cost him a fortune, but he already used 2 with no results. They hadn't improved the quality of his leather armor at all. After handing the last one to the blacksmith, the young man watched the blacksmith's movements intently. After a few clang, clang, clang sounds, the corpse pearl shattered once more, and the leather armor remained exactly the same. Holy shit, it's useless again. Are you doing this on purpose, you NPC? The young man shouted angrily, but the blacksmith's expression turned cold, and the words LV99 appeared above his head. Upon seeing this, the young man shuddered all over and dared not get angry anymore. This was a level 99 NPC. A being capable of instantly killing him with a single punch. Move aside, move aside. It's our turn. Someone behind him pulled him out of the way so the group could continue on. 3 people later, it was finally Chu's turn. Young man, do you want to craft or upgrade? The blacksmith asked in a deep, booming voice. Upgrade. Crafting fee, 20 taels of gold. 10 taels per item. That's pretty expensive. Looks like this game really burns through money. I bet there'll be plenty of places to spend it once we get to the county seat. Chu paid the gold, then took out the zombie pearl, the zombie king's armor, and the bronze bracers to hand them to the blacksmith. Holy crap, another one trying to upgrade with a zombie pearl. What a waste of silver. The drop rate for upgrading defensive gear with a zombie pearl is way too low. Quite a few people behind him shook their heads. Hearing this, the young man from earlier poked his head over from the side, hoping to find some consolation in Chu's failure. After all, seeing someone else fail would make him feel a lot better. The blacksmith took the materials and began the upgrade process, working on both pieces of armor simultaneously. After a few hammer blows, both zombie orbs shattered. The upgrade had failed. Ha, I knew it wouldn't be that easy. What a waste of gold. Exactly, buddy. Don't do anything this stupid again. You might not even upgrade it even if you spend dozens of zombie orbs. If you don't have any, just get out of the way. The players behind him were buzzing with chatter, and the young man looked thoroughly pleased, grinning wickedly at Chu as he prepared to continue watching Chu make a fool of himself. Chu shook his head. It seemed the success rate wasn't very high, so he'd just have to rely on sheer volume. Increase the sample size. Chu pulled 100 zombie orbs straight out of his backpack and piled them next to the blacksmith. The zombie orbs were piled up right next to the blacksmith, reaching nearly half a person's height. This shocking sight instantly left every player in the blacksmith's shop speechless. Holy shit, a pile of corpse pearls. How could there be so many? That pile must cost a fortune. Holy shit, is this how rich people play games, so reckless and boring? The blacksmith was a bit dumbfounded too. Staring at the pile of corpse pearls beside him, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. There's plenty of material. Go ahead and use as much as you want. I'll settle the crafting fee with you later, Chu said casually. A player behind him dropped to his knees with a thud and grabbed Chu's thigh. Bro, you're really pulling off that act well. Are you looking for any underlings? I can run errands. I'm super fast. Sorry, I don't plan on taking on any underlings yet. With that, Chu kicked the man away. He let out a cry of ouch, and tumbled out the door. The blacksmith's shop fell deathly silent, with everyone staring at the hammer and the corpse orbs in the blacksmith's hands. One by one, the corpse orbs were smashed to pieces, and the pile half a person's height was dwindling at a visible pace. To the others, it looked as if gold coins were vanishing right before their eyes. That's such a waste. The lost zombie orbs are probably worth tens of thousands of taels of gold. Just as most of the zombie orbs had been consumed, a golden light suddenly flashed on the zombie king's armor. It's upgraded. Every player present gasped in amazement. They finally waited for the moment the armor would upgrade. Chu picked up the zombie king's armor and checked its stats. Zombie king's armor, defense plus 59, 15% chance to knock back. Defense increased by 29 points, and the knockback effect jumped from 10% to 15%. That's nearly a doubling of the stats. Shu put on the armor with satisfaction. The patterns on it seemed even blacker, shiny black, and gave off a terrifying aura. Holy crap, this gear is insane. If I had armor like this, I'd sell everything I own. Just like a pay-to-win player, that's the difference money makes. Inside the blacksmith's shop, players shot Chu envious, jealous, and resentful glances. Suddenly, another golden light flashed, and another piece of armor was upgraded, the bronze bracers. Finally finished forging. The blacksmith couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief as he handed the bracers back to Chu. Chu took them and examined them. Bronze bracers, defense plus 30, critical hit rate plus 5%. Not only did they add 19 points to his defense, but they also boosted his critical hit rate by 5%. This armor upgrade was quite a windfall, Chu thought to himself. That'll be 820 taels of gold in total, the blacksmith continued. Chu paid immediately and took the remaining corpse pearls. It was better to keep the leftover corpse pearls in the warehouse. If he needed them later, he could use them. There was no need to sell such items. After all, once everyone had cleared the dungeon for the village exit quest, no one could enter it again. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Chu walked out of the blacksmith's shop. After storing the corpse pearls from his backpack in the warehouse, it was time to set off for the county seat. Off to the county seat to find the Chuanjian sect for his class change. Chapter 12, The Ambush by the Heaven-S Will Guild. In the center of the beginner-s village was a teleportation array, the only passage to the county seat. Since many people completed the village exit quest every day, there was always a long line at the entrance to the array. As Chu was waiting in line, he suddenly noticed several people lurking in a corner, watching him furtively with malicious intent in their eyes. If this weren't in the village, Chu would have certainly dragged them over and tortured them mercilessly, but since he finally made it to the front of the line, he had no desire to start over. Fortunately, the teleportation array was very efficient, and it was soon Chu's turn. Standing inside the teleportation array, Chu's vision went dark for a moment, and he found himself in another place, a vast teleportation hall, the size of 4 or 5 basketball courts. Players were emerging one after another from the array and heading toward the exit. Following the crowd, Chu stepped out of the indoor space and reached the entrance, only to realize he was standing on a high platform overlooking the entire city, a massive county seat. So this must be Tai Prefecture. The streets were teeming with people, shoulder to shoulder, it was incredibly lively. Hey, buddy, new to Tai Prefecture, huh? Want a map? A shifty-eyed middle-aged man approached and asked. A map? Isn't the one the system gives you good enough? Why would I spend money on yours? Chu found this a bit strange. The middle-aged man chuckled and, adopting the air of a seasoned veteran, said, "Young man, you don't seem to understand. There are a total of 8 county towns under Tai Prefecture. Outside these towns, there are plenty of monster resource spots, but players can't just wander in there. Do you know why? What? Could there be a barrier?" The middle-aged man shook his head. "No, it's because the best resource spots around the county towns are all claimed. They're the territory of guilds and clans, and they've been taken over by their own people. If an ordinary player barges in, they might not just get killed by monsters, they'll get killed by the people guarding those resource spots." Chu nodded in understanding upon hearing this. So they've basically been seized by guilds and clans, huh? Well, there's nothing we can do about it. They're numerous, powerful, and organized. Ordinary players or small guilds and clans aren't a match for them. Of course, they've snatched up the best resources. What I'm selling here is a resource map to help you avoid wandering into the wrong spots and getting killed, the middle-aged man said. Alright, how much? I'll take one, Chu said with a smile. Young man, just 80 taels of silver. A map that had clearly been photocopied countless times was still selling for such a high price, but since Chu was carrying a large sum of money, he didn't bother haggling. After the transaction was complete, Chu unfolded the map and took a look. Sure enough, different colors marked the territories of various guilds and factions. Aside from the major guilds, the Heaven-S Will Guild, the domineering Heaven Gang, and the Heaven Heart Guild, there were also many small and medium-sized guilds, carving the resource spots into neat, square blocks. It seemed that Tai County really was like the 5 dynasties in 10 kingdoms period, a time when warlords rose up in droves and chaos reigned. With things like this, conflicts over territory were bound to be fierce. With this map, Chu would know whose territory he was entering whenever he ventured into a new area. However, his top priority right now was to complete his class change first, so he needed to find the location of the Chuanjian sect. Chu scoured the map for building locations and finally found the words Chuanjian sect in a very remote area outside the northern suburbs of Tai County, a place called Water Buffalo Mountain. What a remote location! Chu headed toward the North City gate. It was quite a long journey, so it seemed he'd need to find a mount or something when he had the chance. In Mythic world, there are mounts and spirit pets. Both can be obtained by defeating monsters that drop mount eggs or spirit pet eggs, which are then hatched and leveled up, providing players with significant assistance. Once outside the city, the number of passers-by gradually dwindled. Chu felt as though someone was staring at him from behind. He suddenly turned around and saw 3 people walking not far behind him. Upon seeing Chu turn, they feigned disinterest and looked away. Chu had noticed someone following him ever since he left the teleportation array in Dawang village, and he hadn't expected to still be tailed after arriving in Tai County. It seemed these people meant trouble. He'd have to see what they were up to. Keeping his composure, Chu continued walking toward Water Buffalo Mountain. As he passed through a grove, he cast leaping clouds to dart behind a tree, then scaled the tall tree in just a few strides. The 3 men, noticing Chu's sudden disappearance, hurried up the slope and began looking around nervously beneath the tree. Damn it, he got away. Quick, tell the others to come over. He can't have gone far in such a short time. He has already made it into the woods. That works out perfectly. Just as the 3 were talking, a voice suddenly rang out above their heads. Do you have business with me? Startled, the 3 looked up in unison. There stood Chu, arms crossed over his chest, leaning against the tree trunk with an amused expression. Xiaoyao Beifeng, you're as good as dead. You've offended the Heaven Will Guild. All that awaits you is an endless hunt. A young man in green on the left drew his broadsword and roared. Upon hearing this, Chu finally understood they were members of the Heaven Will Guild. It seemed they hadn't given up yet. Just then, a series of whistling sounds pierced the air, the sound of arrows cutting through the wind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chu saw arrows flying at him from all directions. There must have been dozens of them. A smile tugged at the corner of Chu's mouth. He leaped straight down toward the arrows, intending to take out the 3 men under the tree first. Ha, 1,000 arrows piercing your heart die, the young man in green declared confidently. But the very next second, he was completely stunned. The arrow struck Chu's body, yet they couldn't penetrate his armor. They couldn't even cause a scratch. How was this possible? The next moment, a cold gleam flashed across his throat. A single sword strike to the throat, an instant kill. Second strike. Third strike. In the brief moment he'd been tracking them, all 3 were instantly killed. Just then, a group of people appeared from all directions, led by 2 men. One was a slender, delicate-featured man with long hair tied back, and the other was Feng Baldhead, standing right beside him. To Chu's surprise, Bald Feng was now wearing a set of beast-headed armor, with a broadsword strapped to his waist. Chu thought to himself, we haven't seen each other for such a short time, and he has already upgraded his gear. It seems that with the guild backing him, he has no trouble getting equipment. Bald Feng, is this the kid who killed you? He has got some skills. The long-haired man sneered coldly, his tone laced with disdain for Fengbald. He was holding a bow, clearly an archer, and one who had successfully advanced his class. Wang Xiao, the guild master, has given orders to take him out specifically. This kid is really strange. Don't let this be a slip-up. Fengbald said in a deep voice. The long-haired man threw his head back and laughed heartily a few times, then said to Fengbald with even greater sarcasm, You think I'm you? Fengbald's face turned purple with rage, but he dared not say anything to this man, because the man held a higher position in the guild than he did. He was the captain of the Destiny Guild's archer squad and one of the guild's main combat forces. In their eyes, Chu was now a trapped tiger with no way out. Kid, if you kneel down and admit your mistake right now, I might agree to spare you a few kills. I'm not in the habit of grinding people down to level 1. But if you refuse, I'll make an exception and grind you down to level 1. The long-haired man looked down at Chu with arrogance. Chapter 13, Everything Exposed. Chu smiled faintly, drew the Zombie King's sword, and demonstrated his resolve through his actions. The long-haired man snorted coldly, "In that case, leave your life behind. Attack!" The archers surrounding him began drawing their bows, and arrows rained down on Chu like a storm. At the same time, the long-haired man drew a golden bow and instantly fired a beam of golden light. Chu's expression remained calm as he activated Cloud Leap. With the agility boost from his light cloud boots, Chu burst forward at blinding speed, dodging the barrage of arrows and charging toward Foam Baldhead with his sword drawn. How can he be so fast? Foam Baldhead froze, staring in disbelief as Chu evaded the hail of arrows. The long-haired man's expression also shifted. He hadn't expected Chu to be this fast. This speed was far greater than even that of an archer skilled in agility. An archer must never be allowed to be closed in on that as a fundamental principle of combat. The long-haired man began to move, drawing another arrow and firing as he retreated. But Bald Foam wasn't so lucky. He wasn't a fast runner and was caught by Chu, who delivered a fatal blow to his throat with a single sword strike. Blood spurted out, and Foam the Bald Man collapsed instantly, his eyes wide with rage, clearly unwilling to accept his fate. But just as Chu killed Foam the Bald Man, a faint smile curled at the corner of the long-haired man's mouth. This time, he was certain to hit his mark. The reason he hadn't warned Foam the Bald Man was to use him as bait, luring Chu into the trap so his arrow could strike Chu. Whoosh! Bang! A golden light exploded on Chu's chest. It hit that kid as good as dead. The long-haired man was overjoyed. He was extremely confident in his attack power. But the very next second, he was completely stunned because when the damage value appeared on Chu, it was only in the double digits. 29. Holy shit, what the hell is going on? The long-haired man blurted out in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could this guy's defense be so high? This was just the damage from breaking through his defense. What on earth was going on? Why was his defense so high? Chu, on the other hand, was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected this effeminate long-haired guy to break his defense. It seemed that Bao had quite a bit of firepower. Well, then, let us loot it. Taking advantage of the fact that the latter Cloud Leap effect hadn't worn off yet, Chu leaped from tree trunk to tree trunk, launching himself like a cannonball toward the long-haired man, moving several times faster than the man could move. The long-haired man's expression changed drastically. The previous look of contempt was long gone, replaced only by fear and bewilderment. Superb agility, super high defense, and this guy hasn't even class changed yet. How on earth did he pull this off? Chu wasn't going to give him another chance. As he closed in on the long-haired man, he unleashed the Quanj and Seven Swords. With a single strike, the squishy archer instantly killed the long-haired man. In the blink of an eye, Chu had instantly killed two of the Destiny Guild's top commanders, stunning the entire crowd. The remaining archers were terrified beyond belief and dared not approach any further. Some even tried to flee. Chu wasn't about to let this opportunity slip away. Since they weren't as fast as he was, he quickly hunted down and killed every archer around him one by one. Only 5 managed to escape. The rest were all instantly killed by Chu. Corpses and looted items littered the ground. These were core members of the Heaven's Will Guild archers, and they were fully equipped. Their leather armor, bows, and arrows all dropped, and even every last silver coin they carried was looted. No wonder it's a 100% drop rate. I bet they're down to just their underwear now. Chu laughed as he looked at the gear strewn across the ground. The gear all looked to be of decent quality. The bows were all ironwood bows. Ironwood bow, strength plus 15, range 300 meters, comes with the sharp effect, and has a certain chance to cause penetration. While sorting through the loot, Chu collected a total of 40 ironwood bows, along with 40 full sets of leather armor, including vests, bracers, and boots. It seemed the Destiny Guild had really spared no expense in building an elite archery squad, but now all this gear belonged to him. After collecting the valuable supplies, Chu turned his attention to the gear dropped by the long-haired man, taking special note of the golden bow capable of breaking armor. Hoi's Golden Bow, a replica of Hoi's Divine Bow, strength plus 50, comes with the skilled Golden Burst Arrow, 20% critical hit rate. This bow has really great stats. What a lucky find. As he rummaged through the other items, a small pouch suddenly caught Chu's eye. Small instant pouch, special item, expands backpack by 200 slots. Chu opened it to find it mostly filled with steel arrows. This is a great find, exactly the kind of backpack expansion item Chu had been wanting. He never expected to get it from an opponent. With this mini pouch, he could store all his loot. Chu set the golden ball from the backyard aside. He'd keep it for now. Even though he didn't need it himself, maybe one of his 3 roommates could use it. The armor dropped by the long-haired man wasn't bad either. Although Chu had no use for it, he could still sell it. Equipment drop rates in Mythic world were very low, so these items were sure to fetch a good price. Next, he checked out the gear from Bold Phone. To Chu, it was all run-of-the-mill gear, so he stuffed it all into his backpack in one go. His backpack, which he just emptied, and the small teleportation pouch were now crammed full of gear. If he tried to take out any items once he reached Water Buffalo Mountain, there wouldn't be any room left. Chu decided to head back to Tai County first to sell off these items and turn them into some gold. Chu knew only one person who could take on this much gear and was also very wealthy, Heaven Sword, the guild master of the Heaven Heart Guild. Upon returning to Tai County, he immediately contacted Heaven Sword. At that moment, Heaven Sword was already in the midst of planning to establish a guild. He was killing monsters and completing quests with a team of core members from the Heaven Heart Guild when he suddenly received the message. "Do you want some gear?" When Heaven Sword saw the message and recognized the sender as Xiaoyao Beifeng, his spirit soared. This guy never ceased to amaze him. "Yes, I'll take as much as you have." Heaven Sword replied immediately, wondering to himself, has he switched to selling gear now? 40 sets. I'll send you pictures. What? 40 sets? Heaven Sword was completely dumbfounded. Holy crap, this guy is seriously awesome. Wholesaling chicken hearts and wolf hides was one thing, those could be accumulated through group efforts, and killing those monsters wasn't that hard. But gear was a whole different story. Getting gear to drop was way harder than getting those quest items. That is exactly why demand for gear always ranks number 1 in Mythic world. For the average player, trading just 1 or 2 sets is already impressive, and here he is, looking to buy 40 sets wholesale. Chu immediately sent over some pictures showing the gear's stats and designs. When Heaven Sword saw the images, he gasped in shock, utterly astounded. "Dude, how did you get your hands on this stuff? You're not an insider at Mythic, are you? Or is wholesale your day job?" Heaven Sword asked in disbelief. "Do you want this stuff?" "Name your price," Chu replied, ignoring his question and asking instead. "I do, I'll take it all." "Dude, if you ever get more, sell it all to me. I'll definitely pay more than the market price. I'll pay 500,000 taels of gold for this batch of gear." Heaven Sword hurriedly said. With this gear, he could form an archer squad among the core members. With the support of archers' ranged attacks, both boss fights and quests would go much faster, and it would boost the overall strength of the Heaven Heart Guild. 500,000 taels of gold. Chu was overjoyed. Seeing that figure, he hadn't expected the other party to offer such a high price. If he sold it on the open market, he'd likely get only around 300,000 taels, with each set valued at roughly 10,000 taels. This price was indeed significantly higher than the market rate. It seemed the guild master of the Heaven Heart Guild was truly generous in business, someone who wasn't short on money. "All right, then. Meet me at the north gate of Tai County City for the transaction. Bring plenty of people to help load the goods." Heaven Sword gathered a dozen or so people and rushed to the north gate of Tai County City to make the deal with Chu. He paid 100,000 taels of gold up front and agreed to transfer the remainder once he collected the rest. The two had done business several times before, so Chu had no reason to worry. He gave a nod, cleared his inventory to hand everything over to Heaven Sword, and prepared to head back to Water Buffalo Mountain when suddenly, the system's wake-up bell rang. Someone was trying to wake him up. Chapter 14, Obtaining the Hidden Class Quest. Chu logged out of the game, took off his helmet, and saw his 3 roommates sitting in a circle beside him. "Brother Bay, aren't you really going to eat? You're only human, you need food to stay strong. Skipping a meal will leave you starving, Fei Fei said with a laugh. I'm starving to death. If only I had a nutrition pod, I could stay in the game for a whole month without coming out. Wuji said, rubbing his stomach. Alright, let us go eat. It's my treat today. Shu laughed. Long live Brother Bei. The 4 dorm mates rushed straight to a Hunan restaurant off campus for a hearty meal. After resting for the night, Shu logged onto the trading platform the next day to exchange his gold for RMB. Heaven Sword transferred another 200,000 taels of gold to Chu. Combined with the 100,000 taels he received earlier, the total payment had reached 300,000 taels. He also earned 80,000 taels from selling wolf pelts earlier. On top of that, after taking down the archers from the Heaven Will Guild, each of whom was filthy rich and carried several hundred to 1,000 taels on them, he looted nearly 100,000 taels in total. With over 500,000 taels of gold in his account, Shu exchanged 500,000 taels of gold on the trading platform in a single transaction. This 500,000 taels was directly converted into 58 million yuan in cash. Ding dong! His phone received a deposit notification. 55 million yuan has been credited to your account ending in 2552. Balance, 62,314,100 yuan. Seeing this massive sum, Shu was overjoyed. With the money in hand, he decided to treat everyone in the dorm to a nutrition pod. New Blue Star's top-of-the-line nutrition pods retailed for 290,000 yuan each. Shu ordered 4 units from the official website, and they were delivered right to his doorstep by noon. When Wuji and the other 2 saw the delivery staff carrying the 4 nutrition pods into the room, they were all completely baffled. Bro Bei, did you buy these? Wuji asked in astonishment. Yep. Surprised? 1 for each of you, they can sustain life for up to 3 months. Shu laughed. Holy crap, Bro Bei, I really love you. Fei rushed over, excitedly hugging Chu and trying to kiss him on the face, but luckily Chu managed to brace his chubby face. Stop it. I'm straight, I'm not into guys. Li Haoran walked over to one of the units and examined it, then suddenly exclaimed in surprise, this is the top-of-the-line nutrition pod. The official price is 290,000 yuan. What? And it's the top-of-the-line model? Wuji and Fei shouted in unison, then both turned to look at Chu. Chu chuckled, I made a little money in the game. This amount is nothing to me now. Holy crap, Brother Bei, you've become a big shot. Please sponsor us. Wuji threw his arms around Chu, gazing at him with a flirtatious look. Chu managed to break free from the 2 of them and said, alright, now that we have all the equipment and there aren't many classes lately, let us use this time to level up properly. Deal, Brother Bei. Let us start a guild. Wuji shouted, he'd been dreaming of forming a guild for ages. Sounds good, but you guys should meet up in Tai County first, Shu said with a smile. With that, the 4 of them climbed into their nutrition pods, put on their helmets, and entered Mythic World. As soon as they entered the game, Shu was walking down the streets of Tai County when he noticed quite a few people glancing at him and even whispering among themselves. But Shu paid no attention. Instead, he headed straight toward Water Buffalo Mountain. At that moment, not far away, 2 men were staring at Chu's retreating figure. TSK. I never thought this kid would nearly wipe out the Heaven Will Guild's archer squad. You really can't underestimate him, a man wearing a conical hat chuckled. It's not that he is strong, it's that the Heaven Will Guild's archer squad is just too weak. I fought them last time, and I could ve done the same, a man with short hair scoffed from beside him. The guild master intends to recruit him. This is the first time our Batian guild has ever actively recruited a player. Tisk. Now that the Heaven Will Guild has issued a bounty on his head 200,000 taels of gold, his only option is to join our Batian guild. Otherwise, he is as good as dead. He has no other choice. As they chatted, the 2 set off in pursuit toward Chu. Meanwhile, inside the Heaven Will Guild's headquarters, a man clad in a yellow robe, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, sat upright in the seat of honor, gazing down at the 2 men below who were bowing their heads in shame. The long-haired man and Feng the bald. You've really brought honor to the guild. By now, I'm afraid every player in Tai Commandery, Jijo, knows that you were nearly wiped out. What a credit to us, the man in the yellow robe said slowly, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure, the very dignity of a superior. The long-haired man hung his head in even greater shame, not daring to speak. Yao Xing, did you lose all your gear? The man in the yellow robe asked. The long-haired man's name was indeed Yao Xing. He nodded and added in a low voice, yes, everyone lost everything. Not even a tael or two of silver remains, all our gear is gone. The man in the yellow robe slammed his fist on the armrest of his chair, stood up in a rage, and pointed at him, shouting, useless. You're all useless. Not only had the Heaven Will Guild lost all face this time, but they had also lost a large amount of equipment belonging to the archer squad, equipment that the guild had spent a fortune and immense effort to fully outfit its archers with. Send men out to keep tabs on his movements, the man in the yellow robe barked, a flash of ruthlessness crossing his eyes. Yes, boss, the two men replied in unison and withdrew. Chu reached Water Buffalo Mountain and followed a mountain trail to the summit, where he saw a Taoist temple. The sign above the temple bore the three characters Chuanjian sect, though they were now faded and yellowed. Chu looked around the temple, which exuded an air of desolation and decay, and there were no other players in sight. The place was far too remote. If it weren't for the jade pendant Mr. Zhang had given him, Chu probably wouldn't have come here to change his class. He stepped forward and knocked on the door. Soon, a young Taoist disciple opened it. Why have you come here, fellow Taoist? The novice asked solemnly. Chu took out the Chuanjian jade pendant Mr. Zhang had given him and showed it to the novice. Upon receiving the pendant, the novice's expression grew serious, and he hurriedly opened the door. Please come in, fellow Taoist. It seemed this jade pendant was the key to the class change. Without it, he likely wouldn't have been able to trigger this hidden clue. Chu stepped inside, with the novice leading the way to the entrance of the temple's main hall. Master, someone has arrived bearing the Chuanjian jade pendant, the novice shouted from the doorway. Please bring him in. Chu pushed open the door and saw an elderly Taoist priest seated upright on a meditation cushion, his eyes closed in meditation. It seemed he only opened his eyes upon hearing the commotion. The old Taoist opened his eyes, glanced at Chu, and said, fellow Taoist, where did you obtain this jade pendant? Chu briefly explained how Mr. Zhang had bestowed the jade pendant upon him. The old Taoist stood up, walked over to Chu, and said, since you've been recommended, would you be willing to become a disciple of the Chuanjian sect? Ding! Do you wish to join the Chuanjian sect? Chu had come to change his class, so of course he chose yes. Very well. Here is your class change quest. You'll need 10 5-element spirit pearls and 30 crimson serpent feathers. Once you've gathered them all and handed them to me, you'll become a Chuanjian sword spirit, the old Taoist said calmly. Ding! You've unlocked the hidden class, sword spirit. Do you accept the quest? It's actually a hidden class. Chu was overjoyed. This was a hidden class, something extremely rare and hard to come by. Typically, when players go to Tai County to change their class, they choose a sect within the county such as the Huashan sect, the Woyue sect, the Tang sect, or Tianqing temple. Join the sect, become a disciple, and then acquire sect-specific skills. These are known as general classes. Any player can switch to them simply by completing the required quests. Hidden classes, on the other hand, are extremely rare. You can only obtain one by following the clues of a hidden quest. And hidden classes are usually much more powerful than the general sect classes. Chapter 15, A Bountiful Harvest of Mount Eggs. Accept. After accepting the quest, Chu stepped out of the Taoist temple and began collecting the 5-element spirit orbs. These orbs are essential for every player's class change and can only be synthesized by gathering fragments of the 5 elements attributes. The 5 elements attribute fragments can only be obtained as drops from monsters. This is the first hurdle to clearing the beginner village and changing classes. For players in a guild, obtaining these fragments is relatively easy, as members can share resources with one another or even give them to fellow guildmates for free. For ordinary players without a guild, however, they have no choice but to slowly farm them on their own. While 10 5-element spirit pearls may not seem like much, synthesizing them requires 50 fragments. Given Mythic World's drop rates, this is no easy feat. Another option is to purchase either pre-synthesized 5-element spirit pearls or the 5-element fragments themselves. but the cost of doing so is already quite high for the average player. Chu had already spotted the business opportunity here after all, his drop rate was a guaranteed 100%. With that in mind, Chu opened the map to check the monster spawn points near Tai County City and quickly zeroed in on the water attribute venomous toad. As soon as he stepped down the mountain, Chu saw two people coming toward him. Their eyes were fixed firmly on him. It seemed they were looking for him. Hee, Xiao Yao Beifeng, it's a pleasure to meet you, the man in the straw hat said with a smile as he looked at Chu. Chu was baffled. Do you need something from me? If they were here to pick a fight, Chu would be more than happy to take everything they had. Hee, must a genius always be so arrogant? You really need to be humbled a bit, the short-haired man stepped forward and chuckled, intending to take the edge off Chu's arrogance first. But he was suddenly stopped by the man in the straw hat. Aren't you afraid we're here to kill you? The Heaven-eswell Guild has put a bounty of 200,000 taels of gold on your head that's quite tempting, isn't it? Chu let out a slightly surprised "oh." The Heaven-eswell Guild was being awfully stingy. Was his life really worth only 200,000 taels? After all, he made 500,000 taels just from selling that batch of gear. If you're here to kill me, I'm more than happy to oblige, Chu said with a laugh. The man in the conical hat stared intently at Chu. For a moment, both sides fell silent, and the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. After a moment, the man in the conical hat chuckled softly, "You've got some nerve. But we're not here to kill you. We're here on behalf of the Batian gang to invite you to join our guild. I'm sure you've heard of us, haven't you?" Chu, of course, recognized the Batian gang, a massive guild centered around a group of professional players that had been extremely famous even during the Legend era, boasting immense power and, in particular, a constant stream of top-tier players. In that map he purchased, Chu had seen that the Batian gang controlled the most resource points, which was ample proof of their strength in Tai County. The man in the straw hat smiled at him. For a smart person facing a bounty from the Heaven-eswell Guild, joining a faction even more powerful than Heaven-eswell was the best choice. If the Heaven-eswell Guild wanted Chu, they'd have to weigh the potential retaliation from the Batian gang. So, the man in the straw hat was confident that Chu had no other choice. A moment later, Chu laughed and said, "I refuse." "What?" the man in the conical hat and the man with short hair exclaimed in unison, clearly taken aback. "I'm not the kind of person who joins a guild just to save my own skin. What's the Heaven-eswell Guild anyway?" "Ha ha." Chu chuckled lightly and walked away. The man with short hair flushed with embarrassment, feeling that the rejection was a blow to his pride. He tried to step forward to stop Chu, but the man in the conical hat held him back. "Why are you holding me back? Just wait until I kill him and we split the bounty." "That kid really doesn't know when to back down," the short-haired man said, somewhat annoyed. The man in the straw hat replied coldly, "Don't go. Report this to the gang leader. I'm sure he'll make the right decision. If this man can't be used by us, then we'll just have to destroy him." That's exactly what the gang leader once said. The man with short hair nodded, watching Chu's retreating figure. "Humph, an ungrateful brat. Since he can't be one of us, he is an enemy." The Batian gang was named Batian precisely because it acted with tyranny. Within the gang, most members adhered to one principle: anyone who isn't one of us is an enemy. This is the philosophy instilled by the Batian gang's leader. Following the map, Chu first arrived at the Venomous Toad resource point. This was a public resource point since the venomous toads were low-level monsters, no gang had claimed it, so anyone could come and hunt them. At this resource point, Chu collected over 100 water attribute shards, one dropped from every monster he killed. Chu successfully collected 100 of each of the subsequent wood, metal, and earth shards, leaving only the fire shards remaining. The fire attribute resource point on the map was a bit remote, marked simply with the words Blazing Horse. Chu made his way there anyway. As he neared the resource point, he sensed something peculiar about the place. It was located at the foot of a flaming mountain. Even before getting close, Chu felt a wave of heat wash over him. The air was thick with scorching heat. Just then, Chu spotted a group of people heading this way. "Hey, buddy, are you here to farm Mount Eggs too?" "Want to team up?" asked the leader, a middle-aged man wearing leather armor, as he approached to say hello. Mount Eggs? Chu immediately realized why these people were here. You didn't know? This is one of the few spots near Tai County where you can farm Mount Eggs. It's controlled by the Shengshire Guild. If you don't join a party to go in, you'll probably get the short end of the stick, the middle-aged man said in a low voice. I see. No thanks, I'll go in on my own. Thanks for the tip, Chu said, shaking his head in refusal. With that, he left the spot and headed straight for the foot of Flame Mountain. After Chu left, a young man in yellow in the party pursed his lips and said disdainfully, Bro, why did we invite him in? He seems pretty average to me. The middle-aged man tugged at the corner of his mouth, glanced back at him, and said, Average? Didn't you recognize him? This guy is on the wanted list issued by the Heaven's Destiny Guild. What? The young man in yellow was instantly dumbfounded. If we bring a master like that into our party, we won't have to worry too much about the Prosperous Era Guild patrols, the middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Upon reaching the foot of Flame Mountain, Chu saw herds of blazing fire horses, a truly spectacular sight. There must have been over 100 of them. These blazing fire horses had flames burning from all four hooves, their entire bodies were crimson, and their manes looked like burning flames. They were truly magnificent. The herd was galloping at high speed. To keep up with them, Chu had no choice but to use the ladder cloud leap technique, his burst of speed surpassing even that of the horses. Then, with a swift swing of his sword, he struck down a flame horse in a single blow, instantly startling the herd. The dead flame horse dropped a fire attribute shard and a red Mount Egg. Flame Horse Mount Egg can hatch a human grade, 9th rank flame horse. A 100% drop rate, that's amazing. While others struggle endlessly just to get a single Mount Egg, he gets one just by killing a single horse. Chu collected the loot and charged back into the herd with his sword. In addition to attacking with their flaming hooves, the flame horses could also spit massive fireballs from their mouths. Chu simply had to dodge the fireballs as best he could and finish them off while they were casting the spell. Shards fell one after another, and Mount Eggs dropped one after another. Most were human grade, 9th rank quality. A small number, about a dozen, were yellow grade, 3 were mystic grade, and 1 was earth grade, 9th rank quality. What a bountiful harvest of Mount Eggs, Chu marveled inwardly. And there are even mystic and earth grade ones. A post on the forum offered to buy an earth grade Mount Egg for a bounty of 5,000 million renminbi, a clear indication of just how precious earth grade Mount Eggs are. The higher a Mount's quality, the greater its potential for growth. As it matures, its strength increases accordingly. It was rumored that the mount ridden by Huangfu Batian, the leader of the Batian gang, was an earth-grade mount, and this rumor originated right here in Taijun City. Chu quickly cleared out most of the herd, and the remaining horses fled toward Flame Mountain. Chu picked up the Mount Egg from the ground and immediately gave chase. After chasing for a full 2 li, having already entered the vicinity of Flame Mountain, the remaining herd suddenly stopped at the top of a hill. Chu looked up and saw a purple flame horse standing atop the hill. This was the Flame Horse King. Chu's heart leapt with joy. Awesome! He stumbled upon a boss. Chapter 16, a heaven-grade Mount Egg drops. This was the level 20 boss, the Flame Horse King, a boss-level monster that was certainly much stronger than the ordinary level 15 flame horses. Chu couldn't afford to take this lightly. A boss of this level would certainly be tougher to handle than the Zombie King. The Flame Horse King proudly raised its head, exuding a regal presence. Its build was exceptionally robust, standing nearly half a head taller than an ordinary flame horse. It was strikingly handsome, truly the finest of its kind. Chu, wielding the Zombie King's sword, ran swiftly up the hill and stopped in front of the Flame Horse King. Several flame horses, seeing Chu approach, let out terrified whinnies, as if complaining to their king. The Flame Horse King took 2 paces forward, then suddenly opened its mouth and fired a purple fireball at blinding speed. Chu's pupils contracted, and he immediately activated Ladder Cloud Leap, bursting into incredible speed in an instant to sidestep the attack. The purple fireball exploded right where Chu had been standing. Astonishingly, it didn't extinguish after the blast but continued to burn. What a powerful purple fireball! If it hit a person, they'd either be blown to bits or burned alive by the sustained flames. Moreover, the speed of that purple fireball was astonishingly fast, nothing an ordinary flame horse could compare to. Far from being worried, Chu was delighted. He smiled slightly. The more powerful the boss, the more he looked forward to seeing what kind of mount egg it would drop. Quan Jin's 7 swords. Boosted by ladder cloud leap, Chu leaped high into the air and charged toward the Flame Horse King. The distance between them was short, and in the blink of an eye, Chu appeared right in front of the Flame Horse King, slashing at it with his sword. Suddenly, a golden light flashed across the Flame Horse King's body, and its originally purple hide turned a shade of purple gold. When the Zombie King's sword struck its body, it actually produced the clanging sound of blades clashing. 891. A low damage number floated out from above the Horse King's head. He broken through its defense, but the damage wasn't very high. Considering that Chu's attack power was enough to instantly kill an ordinary blazing horse in a single strike, the fact that he only dealt this much damage to the Horse King suggested that some physical mutation had enhanced its defensive capabilities. In pain, the Horse King let out a whinny and actually turned to flee. It seemed to be wary of this human who had managed to breach its defenses. Seeing it try to escape, Chu quickly gave chase. While using ladder cloud leap, Chu could catch up to the Horse King in no time, but as soon as the effect wore off, the distance between them widened immediately. And so, the man and the horse began a chase at the foot of Flame Mountain. Suddenly, 5 fire arrows appeared from in front of the Horse King, striking it with a loud boom. They knocked it to the ground, drastically reducing its health and inflicting a critical wound effect. With one leg broken, the Horse King came to a halt. Ha, it's actually the Horse King. Guys, let us take down the boss. 5 men clad in red armor emerged from the woods ahead. As they stepped out and saw Chu, their expressions all turned grim. Oh my, buy one, get one free. Killing the boss comes with a bonus, a noob who hasn't even changed classes yet. The lean-faced man leading the group, holding a red bow in his hand, looked at Chu with contempt. Brotherly, this kid dared to trespass into our Golden Age Guild's resource point. How do you think we should deal with him? A long-haired young man standing nearby chuckled. Leisha waved the bow in his hand and said, inflict a severe, disabling injury on him, then have each of us take turns peeing on his face. Give him a lesson he'll never forget. That's the fate of anyone who trespasses into the Golden Age Guild's resource point. Great idea, Brotherly, the long-haired young man roared with laughter, and the others joined in, eyeing Chu with keen interest, as if he were prey they were about to toy with. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Chu's mouth as he advanced toward them, the Zombie King's sword in hand. Leisha drew his bow and released an arrow. A streak of blazing flame shot from it like a flash of lightning. Chu used the ladder cloud leap technique to effortlessly dodge the strike, then charged forward in an instant, closing the distance between them in the blink of an eye. He is so fast, the long-haired young man exclaimed, his expression changing in shock. But no sooner had the words left his mouth than a long sword sliced through his armor and pierced his heart. One strike, one kill. What incredible attack power! Leisha was terrified. He felt he'd hit a brick wall this time and quickly retreated, trying to create some distance. But the others didn't react as quickly and were all instantly killed by Chu with a single sword strike. In the end, only Leisha remained. You can't kill me. My older brother is Li Changchun, the leader of the Shangshur Guild. If you dare kill me, the Shangshur Guild will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Leisha looked terrified, all traces of his earlier arrogance gone, as he tried to use his older brother as leverage. So what if it's the Shangshur Guild? Chu smiled, showing not a hint of fear. In Mythic world, strength reigns supreme. Might makes right. If he let him go now, would the Golden Age Guild really not seek revenge? That was simply impossible. Chu brandished his long sword, charged forward, and stood before Leisha. One strike to the throat, and he was dead in an instant. He grabbed all the gear they had dropped in one go, then continued chasing the Flame Horse King. Since the Blazing Horse King had been severely wounded and crippled, its speed was greatly reduced. It simply couldn't run fast, and Chu caught up to it in no time. Unable to flee, the Horse King had no choice but to serve as Chu's target. Chu unleashed a continuous barrage of the 7 swords of Chuanjin, and it took nearly half an hour to finally deplete the Horse King's health. With a final whinny, the Blazing Horse King finally collapsed. The massive amount of experience caused Chu to level up 2 levels at once. On the ground, besides fire attribute shards, there was also a purple egg. Chu picked up the Mount Egg. Purple Flame Horse King Egg can hatch a heaven grade, first rank Purple Flame Horse King. The Purple Flame Horse King is a descendant of the immortal beast, the Mystic Gold Heavenly Horse. Heaven grade, first rank potential. It's actually a heaven grade Mount Egg. Chu's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was a mount with heavenly grade potential. The heavenly grade is the highest rank in the mortal realm, second only to divine beasts. Ding! Do you wish to hatch it? Hatch it! Chu replied without hesitation. The Mount Egg floated into the air, then the shell cracked open. A burst of brilliant light erupted from within, and a small purple foal, about half a person's height, appeared before Chu. Player Xiaoyou Beifeng. Level 13 11 100,000. Skill Shen grade, 9th rank skill Sutra of Utmost Sincerity, increases base damage by 10%, increases critical hit rate by 10%. Attributes Strength 75, Agility 59, Defense 51. Mana 1, 300 points. Hidden stat 100% drop rate. Equipment, Zombie King's Sword Strength plus 30, inflicts persistent poison, reduces target SHP regeneration rate. Light Cloud Boots Agility plus 55, reduces the effects of the sluggishness status. Zombie King's Armor Defense plus 30, has a 10% chance to knock back enemies. Skills, Cloud Leap, instantly increases speed, allowing you to scale walls and leap over roofs. Agility plus 50 lasts 30 seconds cooldown, 1 minute. Xuanzhen 7 Swords, instantly increases attack power. Each strike becomes more powerful. Strength plus 50 lasts 30 seconds cooldown, 1 minute. Mount, Purple Flame Horse King level 1 Agility plus 200, comes with the skill Purple Flame Golden Body, which doubles defense. Exploding Purple Flame, which grants strength plus 80 and inflicts a burning effect for 1 minute, dealing 30% damage per second. Seeing the level 1 stats of the Purple Flame Horse King, Chu couldn't help but be amazed. This is only level 1 and the stats are already this high? It truly lives up to its reputation as a heaven tier mount. Chu mounted the Purple Flame Horse King and guided it forward. The Purple Flame Horse King took off at full speed, dashing like a whirlwind. Its speed was truly unmatched. Chu had already experienced it firsthand. If not for the ladder Cloud Leap, he wouldn't have had a chance to catch up to the Horse King and would have had to watch it run away helplessly. Most people wouldn't be able to catch it, let alone kill it. He never expected to end up getting such a lucky break and acquiring this heaven-grade mount. Chu was rushing back when, in the midst of his gallop, he suddenly spotted 2 groups of people engaged in battle ahead. Chapter 17, Successfully Class Changed to Sword Spirit. Among the 2 groups, Chu recognized one. It was the same group he'd encountered before entering Flame Mountain. The Shengshi Guild has gone too far. Let us take them on. Daring to come in and steal our resources? You're asking for death. The 2 sides were locked in a fierce battle. A middle-aged man wielded a massive broadsword with fierce vigor, but the Golden Age Guild outnumbered them with over 20 members and were surrounding their small 6-person squad. Although the middle-aged man fought desperately, his health was plummeting rapidly. It was down to just 1/3, and if he were hit in a vital spot, he would die without a doubt. Big brother. The long-haired young man watched in horror and rage as his older brother was surrounded by 5 opponents and pushed to the brink of death. He wanted to rush to his aid, but 2 men had already pinned him down, preventing him from coming to the rescue. You dare come to the Golden Age Guild's territory to loot resources? You're as good as dead. Seeing victory within their grasp, the Golden Age Guild members laughed arrogantly. Realizing defeat was inevitable, a look of despair crept across the middle-aged man's face. But just then, the sound of galloping hooves rang out from behind, followed by a massive purple fireball that slammed into the 3 Golden Age Guild members standing before him. Boom! It exploded with a loud bang. Although it didn't kill the 3 of them, the damage wasn't severe. It still stunned the Golden Age Guild members. Who's there? The Golden Age Guild members shouted as they froze in their tracks. The next moment, a figure appeared. A cold gleam flashed across his throat, and with a single sword strike, he was killed instantly. The middle-aged man looked up and saw that the figure's back was none other than the man he had seen before. Xiaoyou Beifeng, the man for whom the Heaven will Guild had posted a bounty of 200,000 taels of gold. Chu's sword moved with lightning speed. Every strike hit a vital spot, dealing multiplied damage. In the blink of an eye, he had instantly killed 5 members of the Golden Age Guild, and the tide of battle turned instantly. Chu's allies were greatly encouraged. Kill that bastard. Under Chu's slaughter, the Golden Age Guild's patrol was wiped out, and all the looted gear was claimed by Chu. After the battle ended, the middle-aged man walked up to Chu and respectfully clasped his hands, saying, "Thank you, Brother Northwind, for coming to our rescue. It was just a small favor." Chu waved his hand dismissively and was about to leave when the middle-aged man called out to him. "Brother Northwind, wait a moment. What else is there? See, can we join your group from now on?" the middle-aged man blurted out, looking at Chu with eager anticipation. "Why would you want to join me? Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by the Destiny Guild?" Chu chuckled. The middle-aged man said with a dejected look, "In Mythic world, solo players have always been at the very bottom of the hierarchy. All the good resources are snapped up by guilds and clans. I've thought about organizing solo players myself, but my strength is just too low. But you're different, Brother Bayfoam. I know you're incredibly powerful. You wiped out the Destiny Guild's archer squad. Rather than dragging this miserable existence out any longer, I'd rather join you, Brother Bayfoam, and have some fun. Screw the Destiny Guild. They've bullied me enough in the past, and now I'm going to take them down." Chu watched as the middle-aged man spoke with genuine passion and openness. It was clear he had a good nature. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Since they have a long-standing grudge against the Destiny Guild, why not give them a hand? Besides, I plan to start my own guild eventually, and I'll definitely need manpower. People like this would be perfect. "Alright, once I've set up my guild, you can join," Chu said with a smile. The two then added each other as friends. The middle-aged man's ID was Dawnbreaker, a name symbolizing the dawn and the birth of hope. It seemed this man had some ambition. In real life, he was a high-level executive who understood the art of management. Although he hadn't founded a guild yet, he had already gathered quite a few solo players around him. Over 100 were willing to follow him. "Brother Bayfoam, when are you planning to start a guild?" Dawnbreaker asked. "I'll start making preparations once I've changed my class," Chu replied casually. "Huh? What? Brother Bayfoam, you haven't changed your class yet?" Dawnbreaker asked in astonishment, finding it hard to believe. "He is already this powerful without even class changing yet?" "Yeah, I'm currently working on the class change quests," Chu said as he handed them some shards. The 5 elements spirit pearls were essential for class changing. With these, they'd all be able to complete their class changes smoothly. Before leaving, Chu also gave each of them a Mount Egg. Dawnbreaker looked at the Mount Egg in his hand, then watched Chu walk away. The shock he felt was beyond words. To just casually hand out precious 5 elements shards like that, and on top of that, give each of them a blazing horse Mount Egg? That's way too generous, way too extravagant. Chu headed to the location marked on the map where the Crimson Serpent birds were found. Level 20 Crimson Serpent birds had average attack power but could fly, so players who came here to hunt monsters were usually archers. But Chu, wielding a long sword, stood out like a sore thumb. What's the swordsman doing here? Does he really think he can kill a Crimson Serpent with a sword? Ha, that's hilarious. Surely no one is that stupid? It wasn't until Chu saw the Crimson Serpents flying in the sky that he realized why collecting 30 Crimson Serpent feathers, which seemed straightforward on paper, was actually an insanely difficult quest. Precisely because he was a swordsman, taking down a Crimson Serpent bird mid-air was no simple task. Killing the bird was hard enough, let alone getting it to drop a full 30 Crimson Serpent feathers. If an ordinary player were assigned this quest, they'd likely have no choice but to try buying the feathers on the market, since they couldn't fly up to fight the bird themselves. That old Taoist was way too cunning. Chu couldn't help but mutter a complaint under his breath, but this was a quest for the hidden class, the Sword Spirit. If hidden class quests were that easy to complete, they'd be practically impossible. However, the old Taoist probably didn't count on him looting a heaven-grade mount, the Purple Flame Horse King. Chu summoned the Horse King, mounted it, and, steering the horse toward the crimson serpent birds in the sky, unleashed a bursting purple flame fireball. Boom! An exploding fireball struck one of the crimson serpent birds. Under the relentless scorching of the purple flames, the bird could only roll on the ground, trying to put out the fire, but the moment it touched the ground, Chu's sharp sword was waiting to strike. This display left the archers who were leveling up there completely speechless. Holy crap, you can actually do that? Chu collected the dropped crimson serpent feathers, quickly amassing 30 of them. He then strolled away nonchalantly, leaving behind the archer players who were so stunned they couldn't close their mouths. With the quest items gathered, Chu returned to the Chuanjian sect Taoist temple on Water Buffalo Mountain. In front of the old Taoist priest, he synthesized 10 5-element spirit pearls and handed him the 30 feathers. The old Taoist priest clearly hadn't expected Chu to complete the quest that very day. He looked a bit incredulous. The goods are genuine, master. Can I change my class now? Chu asked with a smile. Well done. You may change your class now, the old Taoist priest said, stroking his beard with satisfaction. Follow me. The old Taoist led Chu into a secret chamber in the inner hall, where a statue of Lu Dongbin was enshrined. On the altar lay a jade tablet, which the old Taoist handed to Chu. This is the sword spirit tablet left behind by Lu Xianchang, the ancestor of sword immortals. He, too, was once a sword spirit, the old Taoist said solemnly. The moment Chu took the tablet. Ding! Are you sure you want to change your class to sword spirit? Yes. Congratulations! Your class change was successful. You are now officially a sword spirit. Ding! You have obtained the Earth Grade, 3rd rank skill Sword Spirit Sutra. Chapter 18, Auction of the 5 Elements Spirit Pearls. Chu's heart skipped a beat. It was actually an Earth Grade skill, and a 3rd rank one at that. Ding! You have completed the class change quest. A beam of golden light shone down upon his head. The hidden class quest granted a generous experience reward, instantly leveling Chu up by 1 level. Player, Xiao Beifeng class, Sword Spirit. Level 14 130,000. Skill, Earth Grade, 3rd rank skill Sword Spirit Heart Sutra, increases base damage by 30%, increases critical hit rate by 20%, increases damage to vital points by 300%, and increases agility by 50%. Attributes, Strength 87, Agility 68, Defense 63. Mana 1, 400 points. Hidden stat 100% drop rate. Equipment, Zombie King S Sword Strength plus 30, inflicts persistent poison, reduces target SHP regeneration rate. Light Cloud Boots Agility plus 55, reduces the effects of the sluggish status. Zombie King S Armor Defense plus 30, has a 10% chance to knock back enemies. Skills, Cloud Walking Step instantly increases speed, allows brief flight. Agility plus 150. Lasts 30 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. 13 Swords of the Sword Spirit, instantly increases attack power. Each strike becomes more powerful. Strength plus 200. Critical hit chance plus 20%. A 30% chance to inflict critical injury upon hitting a vital point. Lasts 30 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. True Spirit Sword, instant burst damage. Strength plus 580%. Critical hit rate. Critical damage increased by 300%. Mount, Purple Flame Horse King level 1. Agility plus 200 comes with the skill Purple Flame Golden Body, which doubles defense. Exploding Purple Flame, which grants strength plus 80 and inflicts a burning effect for 1 minute, dealing 30% damage per second. As expected of an Earth tier skill, these stats are truly incredible. Looking at these 3 skills, everything from agility to strength-based attacks and critical damage has undoubtedly taken a huge leap forward. The Sword Spirit Heart Sutra was personally authored by Immortal Lu. He once left these words: "This sword spirit is not that sword spirit, it refers to the spirit of controlling the sword. It is a threshold on the path to the way of the sword. The path of the sword is long and arduous. Those who follow must never slacken their efforts," the old Taoist mused. "Thank you, Master, for your guidance." The old Taoist then took a bronze token from his sleeve and handed it to Chu. "This is a memento left behind by Immortal Lu. Since you have mastered his skill, you are clearly a person of destiny. I entrust this immortal token to you. Chu accepted the bronze token, on which were inscribed 3 large characters, Lu Dongbin. The 3 characters exuded a defiant and piercing aura, as if an incredibly sharp sword were emanating from the bronze token. Lu Dongbin's immortal token, a special item that grants access to Lu Dongbin's celestial realm. Could this be the key to unlocking Lu Dongbin's true legacy? Chu felt a faint sense of anticipation and asked, "What is the purpose of this immortal token?" He hoped to get an answer from the old Taoist. But the old Taoist shook his head and said, "I don't know either." Chu had no choice but to let it go. He then bid farewell to the old Taoist, left the Taoist temple, and set out to collect more 5 elements shards to synthesize into 5 elements spirit pearls for sale. These were highly profitable, as they were essential for every player's first class change a must-have item for advancement. Just then, Chu suddenly received a message from Fei, saying they had already arrived in Tai County and were nearby, getting ready to farm shards. Chu told them not to bother farming just yet and to wait in Tai County for now. When Chu arrived at the north gate of Tai County, he saw his 3 dorm mates crouched by the roadside. "Fei!" Chu ran over and shouted happily. Hearing him, the 3 stood up. The 4 dorm mates were finally reunited in the game. "Holy crap, Brother Bei, your gear is insane." Fei punched Chu in the chest. "Brother Bei, please sponsor me." Woji flashed Chu a series of flirty winks. Li Haoran chuckled, "I can tell your gear must be top-notch." Chu took out the 5 elements spirit orbs from his backpack, a set of 10, and handed them out to the 3 of them. "You don't have to go through all that trouble farming shards anymore. Just take these and head straight to the class change quest," Chu said. Wuji stared at the 10 5 elements spirit orbs, his mouth hanging open. "Oh my god, Brother Bei, where did you get so many of these? A full set is worth 1,000 taels of gold. You might not even be able to buy them for 1,000 taels. There aren't that many fragments circulating on the market right now, let alone a full set of 10 spirit pearls. They're in such high demand that they're practically unavailable. I bet people would be scrambling for a set even if it cost 5 or 6,000 taels of gold," Fei said, rolling his eyes at him. "Alright, you guys go do your class change quests first. If you run into any difficult quests, just call me, and I'll help you get through them," Chu said with a smile. "We're not that weak. Don't worry, we can handle it on our own. We'll come to you if we get stuck," Li Haoran said, patting Chu on the shoulder. In the dorm, Li Haoran had always been the most level-headed and composed of the group. Even though he could have asked Chu for help, he chose not to. He simply wanted to prove his own strength in the game and treat Chu as a brother, not a babysitter. "Haoran's right. Let us go do the quests first." The 3 split up to tackle their respective sect class change quests. Chu knew exactly what they were thinking. This was what true brothers were supposed to be like, just like a group of adventurers scaling a mountain peak, relying only on themselves to keep climbing. A brother is someone who gives you a helping hand just when you're about to run out of strength. Next, Chu planned to gather a batch of 5 elements spirit orbs. These items fetch a high price when sold as a set, so this was a great opportunity. The drop rate in Mythic world was too low usually. It took over a month or even 2 to collect all the 5 elements fragments. While having a guild's help would speed things up considerably, it was still quite a hassle. If he could buy them as a complete set, he could immediately proceed with the class change, saving a huge amount of time and effort. Keep in mind that there is a huge gap in strength between players who VE class changed and those who haven't. Not everyone has Shen level skills like Chu, which drastically boost stats upon leveling up, along with powerful skills and high stat gear. It's precisely because of these factors that Chu can pull off one-hit kills against higher-level opponents. But most players have very ordinary gear. They're mostly wearing leather armor from the newbie village and wielding iron swords or, at best, refined steel weapons. These players need to change classes as soon as possible to obtain stronger skills and gear. Their strength will see a marked improvement after changing classes, making this a major turning point. Chu mounted the Horse King and once again followed the route he'd previously taken to collect 5 elements shards, embarking on the grand task of gathering shards to synthesize 5 elements spirit orbs. 2 days later, Chu stored the final batch of 5 elements spirit orbs in his warehouse and let out a deep sigh. He had spent the past 2 days fighting monsters and farming shards day and night and had even managed to level up by 1 level. After a thorough inventory check, he found that each set consisted of 10 5-element spirit orbs, and he had over 1,500 sets in total. Selling these 5-element spirit orbs would definitely net him a huge profit. However, before taking them to the auction, Chu first contacted Heaven Sword to tell him about this. As soon as Tianqin heard there were over 1,500 sets of 5-element spirit pearls, he was completely stunned. He quickly asked Chu to set aside 500 sets for him, offering to buy them at 1,600 taels of gold per set. He was willing to pay 800,000 taels of gold for those 500 sets. He wanted to snap up the entire lot, but he simply didn't have that much gold. If Chu were willing to accept RMB, he could have bought them all, but he knew Chu didn't want to deal in cash, so he could only watch longingly as the rest slipped away. The two were good friends, and Chu thought the price was fair, so he set aside 500 sets for him. Chu then took the remaining spirit pearls to the official auction house in Tai County City to list them. Upon arriving at the official auction house, he found it bustling with people and quite noisy. Chu found an open counter and said to the elderly man behind it, "Sir, I'd like to auction off 1,011 sets of 5-element spirit pearls." The old man was a bit hard of hearing, and with the noise in the room, he didn't seem to catch what Chu had said. He asked again, "What would you like to auction?" Chu had no choice but to raise his voice and shout at him, "Sir, I said I want to auction off 1,011 sets of 5-element spirit pearls." "Oh, so you want to auction off 1,011 sets of 5-element spirit pearls," the old man shouted back from inside. His voice was amplified by the counter's opening, and nearly everyone in the room heard it. For a moment, the entire hall fell silent, and everyone's gaze turned to Chu. Chapter 19, The entire Tai prefecture has gone crazy. The entire auction hall was plunged into a brief, deathly silence, with everyone's eyes fixed intently on Chu. After a few breaths, people began to whisper among themselves. "Did I hear that right? Old man Zhao said he is going to auction off 1,011 sets of 5-element spirit pearls? I'm not even sure I heard that right. How could there be that many 5-element spirit pearls? Even the Ba Tian gang probably hasn't collected that many. And even if they did, no sane person would put them up for sale. I just don't believe it. Pfft, how could you possibly have that many 5-element spirit pearls to sell? Do you even know how low the drop rate for 5-element spirit pearls is?" For a moment, almost none of the players around him believed that Chu had come to sell that many 5-element spirit pearls. Normally, the most they'd ever see was 3 or 5 sets, and even then, those were usually from small guilds that had disbanded. Saying he was selling 1,011 sets, who would believe that? Please deposit the items you wish to auction into the auction house's warehouse for verification, Old Man Zhao said calmly from behind the window. Chu nodded and transferred all the 5-element spirit pearls he was carrying to the auction house's warehouse. Once the auction was confirmed, the items in the warehouse could no longer be retrieved. He hadn't even finished transferring the first batch when he returned to his inventory to retrieve more, finally placing them all into the auction house's warehouse. After Old Man Zhao finished counting, he wrote out a receipt for Chu, then handed him a piece of paper and asked, "Do you want to sell them by set or in bulk? What is the reserve price, and how much should the bid increment be each time?" All of this information needed to be filled out on the slip. Chu thought for a moment. If he sold them in bulk, only large guilds or clans would be able to afford them, and he probably didn't have that much gold anyway. In the end, Chu decided to sell them as individual sets, with a reserve price of 1,000 taels of gold per set and a minimum bid increment of 100 taels of gold. This way, all players would be able to participate in the auction. After filling it out, Chu handed the slip back to Old Man Zhao. Old Man Zhao took the slip, glanced at it, and then wrote the information on a wooden plaque. 5-element spirit pearls, 10 per set, starting bid 1,000 taels of gold, minimum bid increment of 100 taels of gold, total of 1,011 sets. When the wooden plaque was hung up, all the players in the room were stunned. Many quickly opened the auction system and found this listing on Tai County's official auction platform. It was already live. Holy shit, there really are 1,011 sets of 5-element spirit pearls. OMG. Is this guy out of his mind? He's actually putting over 1,000 sets of 5 elements spirit pearls up for auction. That's absolutely insane. Damn it, it took me a whole month of grinding to collect just 5 element spirit pearls. How the hell does he have so many? Bro, do you have any more? Sell me 2 sets. Bro, sell them to me. I'll take 5 sets. I'll take 3 sets. Players from all over the hall surged toward Chu, the crowd surging and jostling. Chu realized he'd never make it out if things kept up like this. Amid the chaos, he put on a disguise mask to look like someone else and slipped out. Once he'd pushed his way out of the crowd, Chu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He would been trampled to death if he'd stayed inside. Now that he'd listed the items for auction, Chu planned to collect another 100 sets to stockpile, to be distributed to his guild members once he'd established a guild. Meanwhile, the entire Jizhou Tai Commandery forum was in an uproar, and even the main Jizhou forum was abuzz with discussion about this auction listing posted by the official auction house. Inside the Heaven Will Guild headquarters, the man in the yellow robe said to the dozen or so high-ranking guild members behind him, "You've all heard the news that 1,011 sets of 5 elements spirit pearls are up for auction, right?" "We're aware of it, Guild Master." "Should we participate in the auction?" asked a logistics manager from the group below. "Bid on them. Go gather gold and participate in the auction. Get as many as you can," the man in the yellow robe declared imperiously. "Yes, sir." Inside the Batian gang headquarters, Wangfu Batian asked a middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache, "How much funds does our gang have left?" "Gang leader, we still have 1 million taels of gold in our operational funds," replied the man with the handlebar mustache. "That's not enough. I need more right now. Go to the trading platform and buy as much as you can. Snap up every available item, even if it means driving the gold exchange rate up by 20%. Yes, gang leader. Use that money to buy fragments of the 5 elements spirit pearls. I want as many as possible. Don't worry about the cost. Bid freely." "Yes, Guild Master." Scenes like this were unfolding in guilds and clans throughout Tai County. The attention of nearly every guild, clan, and solo player in the entire region was focused on the 5 elements spirit pearls currently up for auction. Meanwhile, inside the Heaven Heart Guild, Liang Qi was rushing back to the headquarters. Upon seeing Heaven Sword sipping tea, he hurriedly said, "Hey, boss, could you please reply to my message?" As the senior member in charge of the Heaven Heart Guild's supply distribution, he had been the first to learn of the listing in the official auction house and had immediately notified Heaven Sword. However, having received no reply, he assumed Heaven Sword hadn't seen the message and had rushed over in a panic. The 5 elements spirit pearls are essential for class advancement. Right now, the more members a guild has who advanced, the stronger it becomes. This is a rare opportunity to catch up to other factions. We absolutely must bid on as many 5 elements spirit pearls as possible. That way, the Heaven Heart Guild can produce more advanced members and significantly boost its strength. This is a matter of the utmost importance. But as soon as he entered the headquarters, he saw Heaven Sword leisurely sipping tea. "Old Liang, you're here. Come, sit down. Try these fresh greens I just bought." Savoring tea in the game is a first-class pleasure, Heaven Sword said with a smile. Liang Qi exclaimed anxiously, "Oh my gosh, boss. This is no time for tea. Don't you know about the 1,011 sets of 5 elements spirit pearls?" "I know," Heaven Sword replied with a smile. "Then why aren't you rushing to bid? If another guild or faction snatches it up, their power will skyrocket, and they'll definitely pull ahead of us." Liang Qi exclaimed anxiously. Heaven Sword let out a wry laugh and said, "There's no use panicking now. I'd love to bid, but the guild is out of gold." "What? How is that possible? Didn't he only just raise 600,000 taels of gold? How could it be gone already?" Liang Qi asked in surprise. He clearly remembered that the 600,000 taels were still in the faction's warehouse yesterday. How could they have vanished in just one day? "I used it to buy 500 sets of 5 elements spirit pearls." "I was just about to tell you," Heaven Sword said with a laugh. Liang Qi was stunned and blurted out, 500 sets? 5 element spirit pearls. That's right. I still owe 200,000 taels for the goods and am scrambling to raise the money. We really don't have any spare cash left to bid now, Heaven Sword said with a smug smile. My goodness, 500 sets. Boss, how did you get your hands on them? Could it be related to this auction of 1,011 sets of 5 elements spirit pearls? Liang Qi was quick on the uptake and immediately put two and two together. The only seller capable of offloading such a massive batch of 5 elements spirit pearls at once was the auctioneer. Heaven Sword nodded and said, "That's right, I bought them from him. Besides, he is an old friend of ours." Ah, could it be that Xiaoyao Beifeng? Liang Qi gasped. You guessed it. It's definitely him. I was the first to buy those 500 sets from him. With these 500 sets, our Heaven Heart Guild is sure to secure a foothold in Tai County. Heaven Sword said with great enthusiasm, tilting his head back to take a sip of tea. Liang Qi opened the official auction system. Prices for the 5 elements spirit pearls were refreshing every second. The average price per set had already reached over 6,000 taels of gold, and the trend was still rising, with over 600,000 participants. Over 600,000 people were scrambling for 1,011 sets of 5 elements spirit pearls, and the number kept climbing. It was absolutely insane. The entire Tai County had gone wild. Chapter 20, Applying to form a guild. Just as the whole of Tai County was in an uproar over this incident, Zhu, the instigator of it all, continued to collect more 5 elements spirit pearls. In just over 3 hours, he had collected over 100 sets of 5 elements spirit pearls once again. That's the advantage of a 100% drop rate. While others might kill hundreds or even thousands of monsters without getting a single 5 elements shard, Zhu got one every time he killed a monster. After collecting over 100 sets, Zhu returned to Tai County City to meet up with Wuji and the others. When he met up with the trio again, they had all successfully changed their classes. Li Haoran had become a Tang sect disciple, receiving a refined steel dagger and some throwing weapons, while Fei had gone to Vajra Temple to become a Vajra monk, switching his weapon to an iron staff, a class with exceptionally high defense, perfectly suited for his role as a tank. As for Wuji, he had become a disciple of the Mad Blade sect, wielding a high-grade steel broadsword that looked incredibly imposing and formidable. However, their gear was rather average, especially when compared to Chu's. To upgrade their equipment, Chu took them to the warehouse, intending to swap out their gear. Haoran, here is this dagger for you. Chu picked out a black dagger and handed it to Li Haoran. This weapon had been looted from a member of the Shengshi Guild. It was called the Poison Thorn, granting plus 15 strength and dealing poison damage that lasted for 3 minutes. Wow! Li Haoran took the Poison Thorn dagger and began handling it with delight. Wuji, the 7-star blade is for you. 7-star blade, plus 20 strength, plus 10% critical hit rate, and a chance to inflict critical injury or disability. Wuji took the new blade. That's awesome, Brother Bei. I love you so much. Brother Bei, what about me? Do I get anything? Fei asked eagerly, his eyes lighting up as he watched the other two receive their new, well-suited weapons. Yes, but it's not a weapon. Polearms aren't very common, but I'll give you a set of thick earth armor. Chu chuckled, pulling out a set of grayish-yellow armor and handing it to him. Thick earth armor, defense plus 25, 20% chance to reduce damage taken. Holy crap, these stats are insane! Fei exclaimed joyfully. Even though he didn't get a new weapon, he liked the new armor even better. It was way better than leather armor. Wuji said admiringly, Brother Bei, you're amazing. How did you manage to get so much gear? Don't thank me just yet, there's more, Shu said with a smile. What? There's more? Wuji and Fei exclaimed in unison, stunned. Getting such great new gear was already incredible enough. Could he possibly have even more? These are boots, bracers, and other pieces of armor. I saved them all especially for you guys. It's a complete set. Shu took out the rest of the gear one by one, especially the red armor looted from the Shengshi Guild. Demon blood armor, defense plus 20, agility plus 10, health plus 20%. Holy shit, that's so freaking awesome. Wuji's excitement at that moment was beyond words. They immediately put on the full set of gear, looking completely transformed. Brother Bei, from now on, I'm your man. Wuji shamelessly hugged Chu. Ugh, old Zhang, you're so shameless. Fei said contemptuously, then grabbed Chua's thigh. Brother Bei, from now on, you're my real brother, I'm your little brother. Only Li Haoren remained the most composed. He sincerely thanked Chu. Though he wasn't usually one for many words, what he said came from the heart. We're all brothers here. What are you guys doing? Get up, I've got more stuff to give you, Chu said. More? Wuji and Fei spoke in unison again, staring at Chu in astonishment. Chu took out some Mount Eggs, 1 Earth grade, 8th rank, and 2 Mystic grade, 1st rank, and handed them to the three, letting them choose for themselves. Holy shit, Mount Eggs and Earth grade 1s at that. Wuji blurted out in astonishment. His voice was a bit too loud, instantly drawing the attention of nearby players, so he quickly covered his mouth. Oh my god, Fei's trembling hand reached toward the Earth grade Mount Egg, but in the end, he chose the Mystic grade 1 instead. Let us leave this Earth grade 1 for Haoren. He's better at gaming than I am, he'll get more use out of it. Wuji also smiled as he picked up the Xian grade Mount Egg and said, that's right, with great power comes great responsibility. Haoren, this Earth grade 1 is yours. If I ever get into trouble, you've got to help me. Li Haoren felt a warm glow in his heart. Seeing the sincere looks in their eyes, he didn't make a fuss and accepted the Earth grade Mount Egg. Thanks. Chu watched this scene unfold and couldn't help but feel moved. This was true brotherhood. They wouldn't abandon their friendship for any gain. Even with an immortal artifact right in front of them, they wouldn't fight over it or turn against each other. It made no difference to the others who ended up with it. True brotherhood never cares about such things. I have something else to give you guys, Chu continued. Here we go again, my heart can barely take it. Wuji said this, but his eyes were fixed on Chu with eager anticipation. Chu took a large number of corpse pearls from his inventory and handed them over. These are corpse pearls. They can be used to upgrade your armor. Although there's only a certain probability of success, at least there are plenty of them. Holy crap! Wuji and Fei exclaimed in unison once again. After spending half a day helping the three of them upgrade their armor, the four decided it was time to start preparing to form a guild. In Mythic World, players can apply to form a guild once they reach level 10, but they must complete a guild founding quest. Only by passing this quest will the system allow them to establish a guild and grant approval for a guild headquarters. Guilds are divided into 10 tiers. By passing guild advancement trials, a guild can level up, allowing it to accommodate more members and resources, and making its headquarters more fortified. Although guilds like the Ba Tian Gang and the Tian Ming Guild have large numbers of members, they are still only level 2 guilds. Their actual number of official members is not very high. The rest are not formally affiliated with the guild but are organized through other means. To apply for a guild, one must go to the Jianghu Bureau in Tai County City. Chu and his party arrived at the Jianghu Bureau, one of the many government offices in the city, which specializes in processing guild applications, granting recognition, and issuing guild formation quests. The official in charge of this matter was a scarred military commander, General Wu, an NPC who served as the city's garrison commander. There weren't many players conducting business inside the Jianghu Bureau, so Chu went straight to General Wu. General, we'd like to establish a guild, Chu said. General Wu replied solemnly, establishing a guild is a serious matter. Please pay 10,000 taels of gold first. If the guild formation quest fails, this money is non-refundable. My goodness, that much money? Wuji was taken aback. He hadn't known that establishing a guild required an upfront payment. This is essentially a fee to qualify. If anyone could establish a guild without sufficient strength, the guild headquarters would take over the entire territory of Tai County, Li Haoren explained. Ding! Do you wish to pay the fee and obtain the qualification to establish a guild? Pay. Chu confirmed the choice and handed over 10,000 taels of gold. After receiving the money, General Wu said to Chu, to establish a guild, you need a guild charter. It's guarded by monsters inside Tianmong Mountain. You must obtain the guild charter to be permitted to establish a guild, and you'll also need to collect 100 eyes from evil ghost stone sculptures. Bring the guild charter and the eyes to me. Ding! Do you wish to accept the guild establishment quest? Accept. After accepting the quest, Chu explained the details to the other three. No way, 100 eyes from the evil ghost stone sculptures? Those are level 25 monsters. And with such a low mythic world drop rate, there are only 4 of us at LL. Take us forever. Faye said dejectedly. This quest was too difficult. Only with the coordinated efforts of thousands, or even tens of thousands, of members working together to fight the monsters would it be possible to complete it in a short time. This is also a way for the system to raise the bar for founding a guild. While 100 evil ghost stone sculpture eyes is difficult, it's not actually the hardest part. The hardest part is probably the guild founding token. I've read analyses on the forum. The monsters that drop the guild founding token change randomly among the monster types on Tianmong Mountain. Without a large enough group to test different approaches, it's virtually impossible to get one, Li Haoran said in a solemn tone. Seeing the 3 of them looking so glum, Chu smiled and said, "There is no use worrying so much. Let us just go do it first and see what happens." Chapter 21, The price on Chu's head is going up. Brother Bay is right. Let us go. If it really doesn't work out, we'll just spend some money to hire people to help, Li Haoran said with a nod. Hiring help to complete quests is very common in Mythic world. There are both solo players and specialized mercenary groups such as the War God Legion, which is quite famous in Tai County City. They specialize in this kind of work, and the stronger they are, the higher their rates. This is a last resort. Haoran is always quick on his feet. Still, let us avoid spending that money if we can. I'm guessing it won't be cheap, Faye remarked. The 4 of them set off toward Tianmong Mountain. Shortly after leaving the city, as they rode through a remote stretch of wilderness, Chu suddenly sensed someone staring at his back. He turned his head and saw 2 masked figures in black leaping from tree trunk to tree trunk, moving with remarkable agility and speed. Someone is following us, Chu warned. The other 3 immediately looked back and, sure enough, spotted the 2 masked figures in black. They mean trouble, Li Haoran said with a frown. 2 little rats, what are you sneaking around behind me for? Faye, who had a short temper, snapped irritably upon hearing Li Haoran's assessment. The 2 masked figures in black stopped within 30 meters of Chu. Li Haoran's expression changed, and he shouted, "They're going to use hidden weapons." As a former Tang sect disciple, Li Haoran knew the optimal range for throwing hidden weapons. 30 meters was perfect. Sure enough, no sooner had he spoken than the 2 masked figures in black flung several silver needles straight at the 4 of them. The needles streaked through the sunlight, looking just like strands of silver thread. Moreover, these needles shot toward them without making a single sound. That was the true power of hidden weapons. Chu, however, didn't seem to mind. Standing in front of the other 3, he swung the Zombie King's sword to block the attack. 5 silver needles struck Chu's body, but none of them broke through his defense, causing him not a single scratch. "Heh, not bad defense," said one of the masked men as he stood up, folding his arms and looking down at Chu with a condescending gaze, clearly unconcerned that Chu had managed to block this silver needle attack. The man reached into the back of his waistband, pulled out a signal egg, and launched it into the sky. Soon, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from all directions. "So he was just trying to buy us time," Chu said, glancing around to see dozens of people approaching from every direction. "Who are you people? What is going on here?" Li Haoran barked at the man in black, clearly identifying him as the leader. The masked man in black removed his mask, revealing a thick beard, and laughed. "Remember this, I am Ing Sha, the Grand Master of the Secret Assassin's Pavilion. Today, I've come to claim the head of Xiaoyao Beifeng." "Oh? You're here to kill me? We had no past grievances or recent feuds. Why do you want to kill me?" Chu asked coldly. "Ha ha." Ing Sha threw his head back and laughed heartily. "Don't you know yet? Your head is worth a fortune now. The Heaven-Eswell Guild is offering a bounty of 200,000 taels for your life and your loot, while the Golden Age Guild has upped the ante to 300,000 taels for both your lives. Xiaoyao Beifeng, your head has gone up in price." So it was the Shangshi Guild that upped the ante. No wonder someone else willing to take the risk. 50,000 taels of gold is quite the temptation for you lot, Chu said with a smile, showing not a trace of nervousness. "Holy shit, Brother Bay, you've actually managed to piss off 2 major guilds at the same time. How did you pull that off? Wuji asked admiringly. Brother Bei is just that badass. He doesn't mess with ordinary folks, only the big shots, Fei said with a wry smile. 50,000 taels of gold, they're really willing to shell out that much. Even the Secret Assassins Guild is willing to get involved, and they're known as the #1 assassin organization in Taijun City, Li Haoren said, shaking his head. Kids, you can't escape now. Just hold out your heads so I can chop them off. I'll save you from dying a painful death from poison. Yingsha laughed maniacally. Chu drew the zombie king's sword and said calmly, oh, really? The head is right here. If you've got the guts, come and take it. Very well. Since you're unwilling to hand over the head voluntarily, I'll cut it off myself. Attack! Shadow Assassin waved his hand, and dozens of Secret Assassins Guild members closed in. Arrows and throwing weapons rained down from a distance, thick as rain, covering a wide area and impossible to dodge. But Chu showed no intention of dodging. Standing before the 3 of them, he swung his sword to parry their attacks, which failed to break through his defense at all. Boss, his defense is incredibly high, another man in black exclaimed in astonishment. Yingsha couldn't help but furrow his brow. After a round of attacks, in a brief moment, Chu commanded the Purple Flame Horse King, blow them to bits. Led by the Purple Flame Horse King, the 4 horses spewed fireballs in all directions. The other 3 horses were only level 1 and dealt little damage, but the Purple Flame Horse King had been constantly leveling up as Chu farmed monsters and had already reached level 11. A massive burst of purple flame exploded among the attacking crowd, instantly killing several people. The scattered flames clung to the surviving players, who were burned alive by the relentless heat. What kind of mount is this? Another man in black exclaimed in shock. A mount capable of dealing such high damage was simply terrifying. The Blazing Horse King was like a moving artillery battery, scattering the attacking members of the Secret Assassins Pavilion in all directions, breaking their formation. Chu seized this opportunity to unleash the Cloud Roaming Step, bursting into blinding speed and vanishing from his spot. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Shadow Kill. Shadow Kill's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected Chu to be this fast, and he instinctively drew his dagger to block. Clang! The sound of clashing blades rang out, and Shadow Assassin was sent flying by a single slash. Though he wasn't dead, his health plummeted rapidly. This was just a routine slash from Chu. He hadn't even used a skill yet. Chu simply wanted to test the damage of his basic attacks. Shadow Assassin managed to dodge, but the man in black standing beside him wasn't so lucky. The very next second, he was instantly killed by a sword thrust to the throat. Shadow Assassin scrambled to his feet and looked up in terror at Chu perched on the tree trunk, a thought he couldn't resist welling up inside him. This guy was faster than even an assassin like himself, and his attack power was unbelievably high. What kind of monster was he, anyway? He couldn't fight him head on, he had to run. Shadow Assassin turned and fled, giving it everything he had to push his speed to the absolute limit. But the very next second, before he'd gotten very far, a figure dropped right in front of him. It was Chu. Where do you think you're running to? Chu, holding his long sword, turned around and looked at him with a smirk. I don't kill me. The Secret Assassins Pavilion will never accept any missions involving you again. Shadow Assassin instantly lost his nerve and blurted out. It's too late for that now. I'm going to use your head to show everyone else that anyone who dares to accept this bounty to kill me will meet this fate. Chu said coldly. The next moment, a cold gleam flashed. Yingsha's eyes widened as he fell to the ground, his gaze filled with regret. He had actually provoked a ruthless killer. Chu arranged his body alongside the others, then had Fei take a few screenshots to post on the Tai County forum. Fei had a natural talent for photography. He snapped a flurry of shots from different angles, then selected the most terrifying images showing a field littered with corpses and posted them on the forum under the name Xiaoyao Beifeng. Xiaoyao Beifeng, who else wants to take on this bounty? The post featured images of the Secret Assassins Guild's wipe corpses littering the ground, a scene of utter devastation, and deaths of the most gruesome kind. As soon as this post went live, it instantly set the entire forum ablaze. Holy shit, the Secret Assassins Guild got wiped by Xiaoyao Beifeng? Breaking news, the secret assassins guild was wiped out in Tai County City. Pictures included Jianghu Beixiashing. This is a bold declaration from Xiaoyao Beifeng. How will the two major guilds respond? Chapter 22, The Rhino Boss. Jianghu Beixiashing's post was pinned and highlighted on the forum, drawing widespread attention. In fact, the name Jianghu Beixiashing does not refer to a single person. Behind it lies a professional analysis organization whose members are spread throughout Mythic world, including the West. As a result, posts and articles under this name can be found in various sections of the forum. Drawing on a wealth of information sources, their posts are highly professional and very popular among players. The post titled Jianghu Beixiashing, this is Xiaoyao Beifeng's bold declaration, how will the two major guilds respond, was pinned and featured because it analyzed Xiaoyao Beifeng's strength. The post mentions that Xiaoyao Beifeng is a sword-wielding character of an unknown class, most likely a hidden class with high attack, high agility, and high defense, and virtually no weaknesses. Most notably, his drop rate when killing other players is extremely high. In Mythic world, the drop rate for killing monsters is very low, but the drop rate for player versus player PvP kills is typically higher. Generally, when a player is killed, only 50% to 80% of their equipment and inventory resources are dropped, because the system imposes severe penalties for player death. It's not just losing one level, the equipment and valuable items they carry are what matter most. Xiaoyao Beifeng, however, boasts an exceptionally high drop rate from player kills. According to Jianghu Beixiashing's analysis, his drop rate from player kills is at least 90%. Based on this, it can be inferred that Xiaoyao Beifeng may possess a skill similar to the looting corpses ability of the Tomb Raider class, allowing him to obtain more resources from dead players, a drop rate that can also reach around 90%. The West also has similar skills, such as Dark Hand, which can be cast upon killing an enemy, allowing players to achieve a drop rate exceeding 90%, even approaching 100%. Such skills are extremely rare, and by Xiaosheng's analysis suggests that Xiaoyao Beifeng very likely possesses a similar ability. After Jianghu by Xiaosheng's analysis, players on the forum were left in awe of just how terrifying this skill is. If anyone were to go looking for trouble with Xiaoyao Beifeng, they'd have to think twice. If they were accidentally killed, wouldn't they lose all their gear? No wonder everyone killed by Xiaoyao Beifeng ends up running naked at the respawn point. Losing a level isn't a big deal, but losing gear is truly heartbreaking. In Mythic world, gear is more valuable than levels. You can level up again, but once you lose your gear, it's nearly impossible to get it back. The forums were abuzz with controversy over the wipe at the secret assassin's hall, while Chu and his 3 dorm mates were happily looting the battlefield. Among them, Li Haoran came out on top. From the gear dropped by Shadow Assassin, Li Haoran obtained a pair of high agility boots and 3 types of universal throwing weapons, including those silent silver needles. As a disciple of the Tang sect, he was perfectly suited to use these throwing weapons. After the 4 of them cleared the battlefield, they set off again for Tianmong Mountain. They encountered no more ambushes along the way. Instead, they ran into other players who, upon seeing Chu, all scurried far away. It seemed this "kill the chicken to scare the monkeys" tactic had worked quite well. With mounts, their journey was swift, and before long, the 4 arrived at the foot of Tianmong Mountain. Tianmong Mountain was not actually a single peak, but a small mountain range covering a relatively large area. The resource points marked on the map were all located at the foot of the mountain. Very few people ventured deep into the mountains because high-level monsters lurked there, and an ordinary player who encountered one would die instantly. Therefore, players coming to Tianmong Mountain to hunt monsters usually stick to the resource points on the outskirts and rarely venture deeper. Most of these resource points are occupied by guilds such as medium-sized ones like the Supreme Sect and Lingyun Gang, including 3 controlled by the Batian Gang. The remaining resource points, which hold little value, are open to solo players. Trying to find monsters in Tianmong Mountain that drop guild founding order fragments is undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack, and the fact that so many resource points are occupied by guilds adds even more complications. Let us start from south to north and check out the resource points along one side first, Chu said, pointing to one side of the mountain range. The 4 set off into the mountains and began searching through the resource points one by one. Tianmong Mountain was rich in monster resources and home to a wide variety of creatures, primarily beasts, including level 20 jade-tailed tigers and level 23 man-eating butterflies. After searching 3 resource spots, Chu had reached the foot of Tianmong Mountain. Just as they were about to continue onward, they suddenly heard a series of rumbling sounds coming from the mountain. "What's that sound?" Faye asked in confusion. "There might be a large monster running across the mountain." "Look, even the birds have been startled," Li Haoran said, pointing at the flock of birds taking flight. "Why don't we go check it out?" "It doesn't seem too far," Woji suggested. The source of the vibrations was only a few hundred meters away indeed, not far at all. The four of them set off together, abandoning their search along the mountain's base to venture deeper into the forest. When they reached the site of the vibrations, Chu saw nothing but a series of enormous footprints, as if left by a group of massive monsters just moments ago. The four approached the footprints. Faye dismounted and gestured with his arm. "Damn it, the width of these creatures' feet is as long as my arm. Just imagine how huge they must be. They've probably already run off." "Let us go, I have a bad feeling about this," Chu said, frowning. No sooner had he spoken than the rumbling suddenly resumed, seeming to appear out of nowhere, echoing all around the four of them. Then Chu witnessed an utterly astonishing sight. One after another, massive one-horned rhinos began burrowing out of the ground from all directions. "Holy crap, rhinos can burrow through the ground?" Wuji exclaimed in astonishment. Each rhino appeared to be nearly 3 meters tall, massive in build, and jet black all over like little black mountains, with only their horns a dull yellow. These are level 30 Earth rhinos, high attack, high defense, and extremely tough to deal with. "Let us get out of here." Li Haoran's expression changed drastically as he shouted, leaping onto his horse to make a break for it. The monsters were simply too high level, while they could barely handle level 25 ones. Level 30 monsters, especially Earth rhinos, were a whole different story. It was anyone's guess whether they could even break through their defenses. Chu, however, remained calm, for with the purple flame horse king by his side, their speed would definitely outpace these black rhinos. Just as the four were about to ride away, a sudden beastly bellow erupted from beneath the ground. Immediately afterward, the earth began to shake violently, the ground undulating like waves. The four felt as if they were sitting on a boat, and even the horses couldn't keep their footing. "What's going on?" Faye shouted. Boom! The ground collapsed, and the four of them tumbled down the pit through the mud. The entire descent lasted a full 10 seconds or more. By the time Chu realized what was happening and looked up, he found himself lying at the bottom of the pit. "We've fallen to the bottom of the pit," Li Haoran said in a low voice. "How could this happen? What kind of monster is down there?" Woji asked nervously. This was the first time he'd ever encountered a situation like this. Just as they were speaking, the dirt in front of them suddenly shifted, and a golden rhino horn burst through the ground. Moments later, a golden horned rhino twice the size of an ordinary black rhino appeared before them. A level 35 boss, the golden horned earth rhino. Li Haoran recognized the monster. It had appeared in the boss blueprints on the forum. "We're done for, we're going to die here. This thing has thick, tough hide and uses earth element spells. It's practically a demon." Wuji's face went pale as he said this. The other three looked grim, but only Chu remained calm, his mind racing. Chu suddenly noticed a deep gash on the golden horned rhino's leg. It was unclear what had caused the wound. "Look, its leg is injured. We still have a chance to make it out alive." Chapter 23, Acquiring a Top-Tier Weapon, the Green Leaf Sword. No sooner had Chu finished speaking than the wounded golden horned rhinoceros let out a low growl. It stared at the four of them warily, seemingly preparing to attack. "How are we supposed to escape now?" Wuji asked. "I'll draw the monster's aggro. You guys take the opportunity to climb up. Once you're up there and mounted, you can ride out," Chu said as he mounted the purple flame horse king. "No way. How can we just leave you behind and run? If we're going to die, we die together," Faye shouted, pounding his chest. The other two also drew their weapons, preparing for battle. Chu shot him a withering glance and said, "I'm fast enough on this horse king. It's slow and can't hurt me. But you two, your defense isn't high enough, you'll get killed by the skill SAOE. Hurry!" Hearing this, the three trusted in Chu's abilities and turned to crawl toward the edge of the pit. Just then, the golden-horned rhinoceros's single horn flashed with golden light, and the ground began to shake. Chu quickly ran in the opposite direction, then had the purple flame horse king unleash a burst of purple flame at the golden-horned rhinoceros. The horse king's attack dealt only minimal damage to the golden-horned rhinoceros, barely breaking through its defense, but it succeeded in drawing the creature's attention. Sure enough, the golden-horned rhinoceros turned its head toward Chu, and a massive earth spike sprouted from in front of it, hurtling toward Chu. This was the golden-horned rhinoceros's magical attack, Earth Spike. Although the horse king's attacks weren't much to speak of, his speed was absolutely impressive. He burst into a blinding sprint in an instant, dodging the earthen spike's strike. The spike slammed into the pit wall and sank right into it, a clear demonstration of this spell's power. Chu continued to attack the golden-horned rhinoceros with the horse king's bursting purple flame, firmly holding its aggro and preventing it from targeting the 3 players who were climbing out of the pit. A minute later, after seeing the 3 players successfully climb out, Chu was just about to use his floating cloud step likeness skill to follow them up. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The golden-horned rhinoceros seemed to have grown angry at being toyed with by Chu, and its single horn glowed with a golden light. Chu suddenly felt his entire body grow heavy, extremely heavy, and even with the floating cloud step, he couldn't leap upward. His movements were sluggish. This must be the legendary gravity spell. Just then, 3 earth spikes shot out from the ground, hurtling straight toward Chu. Chu quickly recalled his mount and struggled to move. Just then, the Light Cloud Boot's special ability triggered, relieving most of the sluggishness in his legs. Chu dodged repeatedly, evading 2 earth spikes, which blasted a large, pitch-black hole in the wall. He barely managed to dodge the blade of the final earth spike, but the immense impact sent him crashing into the dark hole. Chu's vision went black as he plummeted into the hole, losing nearly half his health. When he got back up, he found himself inside a cavern, lying on a shallow stretch of the underground river. It seemed the underground river had carried him here after his fall. Chu saw the messages Faye and the others had sent, replied to let them know he was safe, then stood up, summoned the Horse King, and had it breathe purple fire to illuminate the ground. A burst of purple flame illuminated the area, and Chu could make out the features of the cavern. It appeared to be an underground tomb. Inside the cavern stood a stone door, atop which was a stone plaque inscribed with the words Qingye Tomb. Chu walked over and saw that the door was covered in dust. It had clearly not been opened for countless years. Beside the stone door was a switch. Chu pressed it, and the door swung open immediately. The interior, which had been pitch black, was suddenly illuminated by candlelight. Chu stepped inside. The first thing that caught his eye was a massive statue on an altar, a handsome swordsman with arched eyebrows and starry eyes. His gaze seemed to be gazing at the stars, exuding a sharp yet gentle, scholarly air. Chu walked up to the statue. There was an altar in front of it, with no incense burning, only a sword, a green sword, sheathed in the incense burner. Ding! Hidden quest activated, the Trial of Green Leaves. What? A hidden quest triggered? Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, and the stone door behind him slammed shut. Holy crap, what is going on? Chu immediately went on high alert, ready to handle any unexpected situation. But a few seconds later, no hidden weapons came flying at him. Instead, the blue long sword on the altar emitted a low, humming vibration. Then, a translucent spirit emerged from the blue sword, a swordsman with flowing robes, though he looked different from the statue. I am Qingye. This is the remnant soul within my sword. I am a disciple of the sword immortal Li Bai. O one of destiny, if you pass this trial, you may claim this Qingye sword. If you fail, you will be trapped here for all eternity, unable to leave. Qingye's remnant soul said coldly. Chu finally realized this massive statue was none other than the sword immortal Li Bai himself. No wonder it had such a unique aura. Rumor had it that Li Bai traveled the world with nothing but a wine flask and a sword, captivating everyone with his poetry, yet few knew he was actually a mighty blue lotus sword immortal with terrifying power. If that was the case, his disciple must at least be among the very best of mortals. So what kind of trial would this be? Ding, trial activated. Trial objective, battle the remnant soul of Qingye. Defeat the remnant soul of Qingye to complete the trial. The remnant soul stepped out of the sword and walked toward Chu, conjuring a sword from thin air in his hand. His aura was initially fierce but gradually weakened, as if adjusting to match Chu's level. Since this is a trial, let us see just how strong he is. Chu thought to himself as he drew the Zombie King's sword and charged forward. Half an hour later, Chu lay on the ground, panting heavily, while Aoba's residual spirit still stood in the same spot, expressionless. This residual spirit is way too strong. Chu had just thrown everything he had at it, even using a true spirit strike, yet Aoba had blocked every attack with his sword. It felt as if all his strength had struck nothing but cotton. No, he had to find a weakness. If he gave up on the mission, he'd be trapped here and would have no choice but to delete his account and start over. Chu wasn't about to accept deleting his account and starting over, so he scrambled back to his feet and continued battling Aoba's remnant soul. 1 day later, Chu was able to hold his own against Qingye's remnant spirit for an entire hour because he discovered some combat techniques. Sometimes, brute force alone isn't enough to defeat an opponent. You have to use finesse, target vital points, and turn offense into defense. In the past, Chu had relied solely on skill advantages and raw damage in battle, with no real combat technique to speak of. But during this trial, he deeply understood the importance of combat technique. 2 days later, Chu thrust his sword at Aoba's lingering spirit, closing in on him. Aoba's lingering spirit instinctively parried, but didn't expect Chu to land a punch right on his face. By the time he reacted, the Zombie King's sword had already slashed across his throat. A single sword strike to the throat, the finishing blow. Aoba's lingering spirit dissipated and reappeared on the Aoba sword. Chosen one, you have passed your trial. Ding! You have completed the Greenleaf trial and received the quest reward, the Greenleaf sword. Then a golden light showered down, and Chu leveled up to level 15. After the remnant soul of Qingye dissipated, Chu excitedly stepped forward and drew the Qingye sword. Qingye's sword sealed, strength plus 150, agility plus 100, plus 30% critical hit rate, plus 80% armor penetration damage, passive skills Qingye combo, piercing strike. What a top tier sword! Seeing the sword's stats, Chu couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Chapter 24, You want to steal it? Chu then examined the 2 skills that came with the Greenleaf sword. Greenleaf combo launches a relentless series of attacks against a single target for 30 seconds. Skill cooldown, 60 minutes. Piercing strike, after breaking armor, allows a follow-up attack on the breached area, has a certain chance to inflict critical injury or disability, increases critical hit rate by 50%, skill cooldown, 3 minutes. Seeing these 2 skills, only 2 words came to Chu's mind: awesome. Chu swapped out the Zombie King's sword for the Aoba sword. It felt weightless in his hand, but the cold gleam emanating from the blade made its power impossible to ignore. However, this weapon was sealed. He had no idea what stats it would have once the seal was broken. In Mythic world, there were plenty of weapons in a sealed state. To break the seal, one had to find relevant quest clues and then rely on luck to stumble upon a quest that would allow the seal to be broken. Only then could the seal be lifted. Even so, this weapon is already exceptionally powerful at this stage. Weapons with 3-digit stats have never been reported on the forums. Such top-tier weapons are extremely rare. Chu found the scabbard on the offering table, took the Greenleaf sword, and left the Greenleaf tomb, returning once more to where he had awakened. If he wanted to get out, he had no choice but to retrace his steps. There was no other way. Fortunately, the underground river passage was wide enough for a person to walk through. Chu made his way upstream for a full 3 hours until he reached a natural cavern. Looking up, he finally spotted a massive gash in the cliff face. This gash had been torn open by the golden-horned rhinoceros's stone spikes. It was through this opening that he had fallen into the underground river and drifted downstream. Chu employed his drifting cloud step lightness skill. Scaling walls and leaping across rooftops was second nature to him. In the blink of an eye, he had scaled the gap, which appeared to be 30 meters high. Outside, the sun blazed fiercely. The pit was still there, and so was the wounded golden-horned rhinoceros. It lay motionless on the ground, licking its wounds. Chu could have slipped away unnoticed right then, but he didn't want to leave just like that. The boss was right in front of him, and it would be such a waste to let it go. Having made up his mind, Chu drew the green leaf sword. This sword dealt 80% armor-piercing damage and possessed a follow-up attack skill that dealt additional damage after breaking through armor. If he could breach the golden horned rhinoceros's high defense, he'd have a chance to kill it. Before the golden horned rhinoceros could react, Chu found a perfect angle, aimed at its relatively soft underbelly, and immediately activated the drifting cloud step skill, unleashing a true spirit strike. Chu turned into a blur as he charged toward the golden horned rhinoceros. The distance was short. In just 3 breaths, he was already right beside it. Only then did the golden horned rhinoceros react, instinctively turning its head to look back. But by then, Chu's sharp sword had already pierced the rhinoceros's soft underbelly, slicing open a massive wound. Seeing this, Chu was overjoyed he had successfully breached its armor. Seizing the moment, he unleashed his second move, Breaching Strike, delivering another blow to the exposed wound. This strike was even more ferocious, with the green leaf sword glowing with a blue light. Rip! The green leaf sword sank into the golden horned rhinoceros's body, tearing the wound open once more and dealing critical damage. Overcome by excruciating pain, the golden horned rhinoceros threw its head back and bellowed, its eyes bulging like copper bells, brimming with murderous intent. Its single horn emitted a golden glow, and a stone spike emerged from its abdomen, attempting to force Chu back. But Chu wasn't about to stand there idly. He executed the green leaf combo in coordination with the wandering cloud step, delivering sustained damage directly to its wound. The sudden attack interrupted its spellcasting. The 30-second combo left it defenseless since it was already severely injured and unable to stand. It was now nothing more than a high HP stationary target. After 30 seconds of relentless attacks, the golden horned rhinoceros was severely wounded, and Chu triggered the critically wounded effect. The golden horned rhinoceros let out a furious roar. Its single horn glowed with golden light, and stone spikes continued to erupt around it, even covering its abdomen, finally forcing Chu to retreat. Chu leaped far back and saw that the golden horned rhinoceros's health was down to 1/3, and it was continuing to drop while in the critically wounded state. This was his chance to take down this boss. Just as Chu was about to attack again, 2 ice arrows suddenly shot down from the top of the pit, heading straight for him and blocking his path. Someone was up there. Chu used a spatial teleport to dodge the 2 ice arrows. "Ha, what a coincidence, Xiaoyao Beifeng, we meet again." A voice grew louder as it approached. Chu looked up and saw the short-haired man from the Batian gang, one of the 2 who had invited Chu to join the gang last time. Besides him, there were 4 others, one of whom wore blue armor and held a blue bow. The chill from the arrows hadn't dissipated yet, so it seemed he was the one who had fired them. These people had suddenly intervened to stop him from killing the golden horned rhinoceros. They likely meant him no good. "What do you think you're doing?" Chu gripped his green leaf sword and faced the 5 members of the Batian gang. Tang Xun had never had a good impression of Chu, especially after Chu had bluntly rejected the Batian gang's invitation last time, a blatant slap in the face to their gang. According to the instructions of the Batian gang's leader, Huangfu Batian, if someone couldn't be brought into their ranks, they would inevitably become an enemy, and when necessary, they must be eliminated. He hadn't expected that while out hunting monsters to level up today, he'd stumble upon a strange pit and find this kid there as well. What's more, at the bottom of the pit was a level 35 boss, critically wounded and on its last legs. This was truly a golden opportunity. Taking care of this kid would let him snatch the boss for himself, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. "Hee, Xiaoyao Beifeng, don't you know this is the Batian gang's resource zone?" Tang Xun drew a long sword and laughed with a sinister smile. Chu couldn't help but chuckle. "Does it say Batian gang anywhere here? Since when does Mythic World's territory belong to your Batian gang? Did you buy the land from the developers?" Tang Xun's anger flared, and his face flushed red. "You're really sharp-tongued. You won't be walking out of here today. This huge pit is perfect for burying your corpse, and I'll go claim the bounty. As for this boss, I'll gladly take it." "What, are you trying to steal it from me?" Chu, holding the green leaf sword, walked toward him step by step, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Tang Xun let out a savage laugh. "So what if I am? You've worked hard fighting for so long. Now this boss belongs to me and your head is mine too. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his wrist, and the archers behind him began firing. One after another, ice arrows flew toward Chu. The other three drew their various weapons. One was a tank wielding a hammer, while the other two, one with a spear and the other with a broadsword, appeared to be responsible for melee damage. This 5-person squad had very clear roles. However, Chu had just acquired the green leaf sword and hadn't yet tested it in battle, so he might as well use these guys to break it in. Floating cloud step. Chu darted and weaved, dodging the arrows as he charged toward the 5 opponents. He is so fast, the archeress expression changed as he exclaimed in shock it was impossible to hit a target moving that quickly. No sooner had he spoken than Chu had already closed in on the 3 men. The first he encountered was the hammer-wielding tank, clad in thick armor. The man seemed completely unafraid of Chu's green leaf sword, intending to brace himself with his body and then land a hammer blow on Chu. But in the next instant, he was completely stunned. The green leaf sword sliced through his armor as easily as cutting through tofu, piercing straight through his heart. What? He actually broke through the defense. Tang Xun watched the scene, his expression one of utter astonishment. Chapter 25, The Kuan Earth Armor Drops. Chu withdrew the green leaf sword. The 2 warriors behind the meat shield had already closed in on him. After 2 days of battling the green leaf's residual spirit, Chu's reflexes had sharpened. He ducked to avoid the opponent's massive blade, closed the distance, and delivered a critical strike straight to the throat. The remaining spearmen watched in horror. It seemed that this man not only possessed extraordinary attack power but also exceptional combat instincts. Just as he was about to thrust his spear, Chu's sharp sword had already pierced his throat. In the blink of an eye, Chu had killed 3 men in a row, all with a single, instantaneous strike. Tang, brother Tang, is he even human? The blue-clad archer took a terrified step back, his hand trembling as he gripped his bow. Tang Xun was completely dumbfounded. These 3 were core experts of the Batian gang. And they'd been instantly killed just like that. It was simply unbelievable, yet it had all happened right before his eyes. Chu kicked the bodies aside and continued toward the remaining 2. You wanted to steal the kill, didn't you? You wanted to claim my head for the bounty, didn't you? Chu's icy voice sent a chill down the spines of the 2 men. Cold sweat broke out on Tang Xun's forehead, and he felt an urge to retreat. Since they weren't his enemies, pressing forward would be nothing more than a suicide mission, and if he were killed, he'd lose a massive amount of gear. Kid, don't get too cocky. You killed a member of the Batian gang. Get ready to face their relentless pursuit. As Tang Xun spoke, his body was already retreating rapidly, preparing to turn and use his lightness skills to climb out of the pit. The archer was even faster than him and had already made a run for it. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Chu's mouth. Trying to run? It's too late. Leave your life behind. With the effects of the wandering cloud step still active, Chu leaped into the air. In the space of a few breaths, he had already caught up to Tang Xun, thrusting his sword into his back, piercing his heart and landing a critical hit. Tang Xun was slain. The remaining archer didn't escape either. Chu caught up to him and finished him off with a single sword strike. The 5 core members of the Batian gang were wiped out. After quickly clearing the battlefield, Chu didn't even have time to check the loot. He had to take down the boss first. The golden horned rhinoceros was pinned in place by its own stone spikes and couldn't move. It tried to struggle to its feet, but the bleeding wounds on its legs and abdomen prevented it from standing. Its health was already critically low. Chu turned around and resumed his assault on the golden horned rhinoceros. 3 minutes later, under Chu's relentless attacks, the golden horned rhinoceros's health bar, no matter how thick, and its defense, no matter how strong, could no longer hold out, and it was finally slain by Chu. Ding! Golden horned earth rhinoceros slain. The golden horned earth rhino's massive body crashed to the ground and lay motionless. Killing the level 35 boss granted Chu a massive amount of experience, allowing him to level up immediately to level 16. Chu was eager to see what loot the level 35 boss would drop. There were earth attribute shards, as well as a set of earth yellow armor. Earth armor, defense plus 180, 30% chance to knock back enemies, and a skill rock solid, increases defense by 50% for 60 seconds cooldown, 60 minutes. Shu was overjoyed another piece of equipment with 3 attribute stats. He opened the stats panel. Player, Xiaoyao Beifeng class, Sword Spirit. Level, 1632 250,000. Skill, Earth Grade, 3rd rank skill, Sword Spirit Heart Sutra, increases base damage by 30%, critical hit rate by 20%, critical hit damage by 300%, and agility by 50%. Attributes Strength 102, Agility 95, Defense 91. Mana 1, 600 points. Hidden stat 100% drop rate. Equipment, Green Leaf Sword Sealed Strength plus 150, Agility plus 100, plus 30% critical hit rate, plus 80% armor penetration damage. Includes skills, Green Leaf Combo, Piercing Strike Light Cloud Boots Agility plus 55, reduces the effects of Stun Koan Earth Armor Defense plus 180, has a 30% chance to knock back. Includes skill, Rock Solid, increases defense by 50% for 60 seconds, cooldown, 60 minutes. Skills, Cloud Walking Step instantly increases speed, allows brief flight agility plus 150, lasts 30 seconds, cooldown, 1 minute. 13 Swords of the Sword Spirit, instantly increases attack power, each strike becomes progressively more powerful, strength plus 200 critical hit chance plus 20% hitting a vital point, has a 30% chance to trigger severe injury and disablement, lasts 30 seconds, cooldown, 1 minute. True Spirit Sword, instant burst damage, strength plus 500 critical hit rate, 80% critical damage increased by 300%. Mount, Purple Flame Horse King, level 1 agility plus 200, comes with the skill Purple Flame Golden Body, which doubles defense, Exploding Purple Flame, which grants strength plus 80 and inflicts a burning effect for 1 minute, dealing 30% damage per second. With 2 new pieces of equipment, Shu's stats were completely different, and both items came with equipment skills. It could be said that although Chu had only leveled up twice, his strength was already far greater than before. With this Koan Earth armor, Chu's defense was now likely higher than that of a tank warrior, and thanks to the agility granted by the Green Leaf Sword, the heavy Koan Earth armor did not hinder Chu's movements. Chu moved the corpse of the golden horned Earth Rhinoceros aside to see if anything else had dropped, and suddenly spotted a shard beneath it. It's a guild founding order shard. Chu rejoiced. He hadn't expected the shard to drop here. This quest was truly difficult. Without an organized assault, it would have been impossible to take down these rhinos. But now that the golden horned Earth Rhino was dead, the herd was leaderless. Chu planned to seize this opportunity to collect the remaining fragments of the guild founding decree. Chu climbed out of the large pit and followed the rhino tracks to find a herd of Earth Rhinos, which were wandering aimlessly. Chu drew his sharp sword and charged forward, plunging it into the Earth Rhino's body with a single strike, dealing damage. These ordinary Earth Rhinos didn't have as high defense as the golden horned Earth Rhinos, but their health pools were exceptionally deep. It took Chu over a minute to wear down the health of just one. Killing Earth Rhinoceroses yields Earth attribute shards as well as guild founding order fragments, a 100% drop rate. After more than 10 minutes, Chu had killed 10 Earth Rhinoceroses, successfully collected all 10 guild founding order fragments, and began synthesizing them. A flash of light appeared, and a complete guild founding order materialized in Chu's hand. With this item, half of the guild founding quest was complete. Chu shared the good news with them and asked them to start reaching out to some friends to see who might be willing to join the guild. He wanted them to handle the groundwork, while he would take care of the remaining quest to collect 100 evil ghost stone sculpture eyes. Li Haoran knew they wouldn't be much help, their strength wasn't quite there yet, so he agreed to take Fei and Woji to start contacting other players and lay the groundwork. Chu consulted the map and located the evil ghost stone sculpture resource point. It was in a canyon quite far from Tai County. Due to its remote location, no guild had claimed it, and generally, no one traveled that far to kill monsters and level up. The round trip alone was long enough. Fortunately, Chu had the Horse King to carry him, and galloping at full speed, he soon reached the mouth of the canyon where the evil ghost stone sculpture was located. Looking up, he saw a dark, eerie mist swirling inside the canyon. Chapter 26: The True Hero Rescues the Beauty. Upon entering the canyon, gusts of chilling wind swept through. There were no trees inside, only barren land. Deep within the canyon, a cloud of black mist shrouded the area, making it impossible to see what lay within. Monsters in such sinister areas are usually quite bizarre. As Chu was making his way deeper inside, he suddenly heard the sounds of a fight coming from within the black mist. He went to investigate and discovered a small party battling a stone statue of an evil spirit. The squad consisted of 10 members in total, and their gear looked fairly decent. There were 3 women and 7 men, positioned strategically, 3 high defense tanks at the front holding off the stone demoness attacks, 4 men flanking them to attack, and 3 women serving as ranged attackers, 2 archers and a Tangmen disciple wielding throwing weapons. "Little de Bao, your aim is spot on," a handsome man with long hair complimented her. "Of course. Little sister de Bao is really strong. And of course, it's also thanks to the great bow and arrows that young Master Chi gave her," a male spearman standing nearby chimed in. Tianqin de Bao's face flushed. Even though her arrows had clearly missed their mark, most hitting the stone demoness pedestal rather than its vital eyes, this man still had the nerve to praise her, making her feel quite embarrassed. "Hee, young Master Chi, you're always praising little sister de Bao. Look at her, she is blushing," the female assassin giggled, covering her mouth. "Little sister de Bao, don't be shy. Young Master Chi is actually a nice guy. Why don't you give it some thought?" another female archer chimed in. Tianqin de Bao rolled her eyes at the two of them. "What nonsense are you two talking about? If you keep this up, I want to team up with you to level up next time." In truth, Tianqin de Bao had never been interested in this Chi Gaoi, but he kept fawning over her every few days, sending her gifts. She turned him down many times, yet he was shameless, using his family's connection with her elders to keep trying to get close to her. She could tell what Chi Gaoi was up to, but she really didn't feel anything for him, not even a shred of affection. If it weren't for the connection between their family's elders, Tianqin de Bao would have preferred to ignore him entirely. Chi Gaoi gripped his long sword and performed a stylish sword flourish, his movements graceful as he tried to show off his charming side to Tianqin de Bao. But when he turned around, Tianqin de Bao wasn't even looking at him. "Bro Chi, this isn't working. I get the feeling the Heaven Heart Guild's young lady isn't interested in you at all," the spear warrior whispered. Chi Gaoi chuckled, clearly unfazed. "To pick up girls, you've got to be thick-skinned and ruthless, you've got to put in the work. One day, I'll definitely get her into bed. Are the supplies ready yet?" The gun warrior glanced around and, seeing that no one else was paying attention, chuckled slyly, "Everything is ready. We're just waiting for you to work your magic and play the hero to save the damsel in distress. Miss Tianqin is sure to fall for you. Hee, play your part well, and I'll make sure you're well rewarded," Chi Gaoi laughed. "Ah, working for young Master Chi is my good fortune," the gun warrior said with a sly grin. He then pulled a blackish object from his sleeve, tossed it out while everyone wasn't looking, and gave Chi Gaoi a knowing glance. After a series of battles, the evil ghost stone sculpture finally shattered into a pile of rocks on the ground, but aside from gaining experience, they didn't loot anything. "Ugh, nothing again. Why are these evil ghost stone sculptures so hard to get?" a tank warrior said, shaking his head in frustration. "Don't get impatient. We'll get them eventually," Tianqin de Bao reassured him. They had come here as a party specifically to complete a guild quest that required 10 evil ghost stone sculpture eyes. Suddenly, at that very moment, a chilling wind began to swirl around them, and 3 evil ghost stone statues appeared ahead, hurtling toward them at breakneck speed. "Ah! What is going on? How did 3 evil ghost stone statues suddenly appear?" someone cried out in alarm. "We didn't draw their aggro. Why are these evil ghost stone statues attacking us on their own? Could we have triggered some kind of mechanism?" Chi Gaoi's eyes lit up. This was exactly the effect he was after. He stepped forward, drew his long sword, and shouted, "Everyone, stay in position. So what if there are 3 of them? Watch me handle this." The evil ghost stone sculptures were massive statues with ghostly faces, each bearing a single ghostly eye on its forehead that emitted a black glow. As they drew closer, beams of black light shot from the eyes, striking the frontline tank warriors. Normally, dealing with a single evil ghost stone statue would have been a breeze for them. After all, they could take turns tanking the monster while others provided sustained damage from the flanks. But with 3 of them appearing at once, and these were level 30 monsters, even the frontline warriors couldn't keep blocking the attacks indefinitely. Before long, the evil ghost stone statues had broken through their formation, disrupting their positioning, and the 3 girls in the back row found themselves in grave danger. "Little de Bao, I'm here to save you. Shigawi burst into a red glow, leaping in front of Tianqin Debao and striking the evil ghost stone statue back with a single sword blow. But another evil ghost stone statue quickly closed in. Panicked, Tianqin Debao ran deeper into the black mist instead. The others engaged the two remaining stone statues in combat, and Shigawi took the opportunity to run toward Tianqin Debao, ready to pull off a heroic rescue. But before he could reach Tianxian Debao, he suddenly froze in his tracks, his eyes widening as he stared at the area behind her. Behind Tianxian Debao, 15 ghost-eyed statues had suddenly appeared. Damn, how come this kid's soul summoning orb is so powerful? Wasn't it supposed to summon only 2 or 3? Run! Shigawi shouted, turning and running off first without a second thought for Tianqin Debao. He was making a solo escape because there was no way he could handle so many monsters. Tianqin Debao glanced back, plopped down onto the ground, and looked toward Shigawi, who had already vanished in a flash. This guy really is unreliable. What am I supposed to do now? Tianqin Debao was on the verge of crying from panic. The others who hadn't fled were also stretched too thin. They wanted to come to his rescue but were blocked by 3 evil ghost stone sculptures. 15 evil ghost stone sculptures stood in a line before Tianqin Debao, their ghostly eyes glowing with black light. If even a single beam of that black light were to shoot out, Tianqin Debao would be reduced to dust on the spot. Ah, help me! Tianqin Debao screamed in terror, though deep down she felt a sense of despair. Just as the stone statues of evil ghosts were about to attack, Tianqin Debao closed her eyes in fear, but the next moment, she suddenly felt herself being lifted into someone's arms. When she opened her eyes again, Tianqin Debao saw a determined profile. He is so handsome. But that face looked somewhat familiar. A flash of recognition suddenly struck her mind, and she realized who it was. Ah, it's you, Xiaoyao Beifeng. Chu set her down, gave a faint smile, turned, drew the green leaf sword, and charged toward the 15 stone demon statues. Tianqin Debao watched as he moved with lightning speed. Even the black light couldn't hit him. In the blink of an eye, he had cut through the ranks of the stone demon statues. As a cold glint flashed, one by one, the statues turned to stone and crumbled to the ground. In less than a minute, all 15 stone demon statues were reduced to dust. Chu then turned back to help the others break the siege, dispatching 3 more stone demon statues in the blink of an eye. Tianqin Debao, witnessing all this, stood there with his mouth agape. This guy, he is just too amazing. And he is so cool. Chapter 27, The Skybreaker Guild is formed. After dealing with these stone statues of evil spirits, Chu approached Tianqin Debao again and chuckled, "Why didn't your brother send a few capable experts?" Chu's relationship with Heaven Sword had deepened with each business deal, so he spoke more casually in front of Tianqin Debao. Tianqin Debao's expression fell as he looked in the direction Shigawi had fled and said, "Well, he has already run off." Tianqin Debao silently resolved in his heart that from now on, he would definitely ignore that Shigawi, no exceptions. The monsters here are too high level, you guys can't handle them. You'd better leave to avoid any more trouble. Chu said as he sheathed the green leaf sword. Brother Beifeng, how about you help me level up? Please, Tianqin Debao said in a coquettish tone. She just witnessed Chu's skill slaying the evil ghost stone statues was as easy as cutting through butter. He was truly amazing. With his help, the quest would surely be completed quickly. Chu shook his head and said, "I'm not used to helping girls level up." Oh no, he actually turned me down. Tianqin Debao was a little taken aback. Was she not pretty enough? Had she lost her charm? In the past, she was the one turning down suitors. She never thought the day would come when a man would turn her down. Seeing that Chu wasn't budging, Tianqin Debao had no choice but to give up. Alright, I'll head back now. You're after the evil ghost stone statue's eyeballs, right? Chu asked with a smile. It's a guild quest, I need 10 of them. I don't even know when I'll ever finish it, Tianqin Debao said dejectedly. She intended to help her brother, but ended up not being of any help at all. I'll give you 10 of them when the time comes, Chu said with a smile, then turned and walked into the black mist. Tianqin Debao watched his back disappear into the black mist, her face flushing. She had to admit that silhouette was pretty handsome. Little DeBeo, should we keep fighting? The female archer asked. Forget it. Let us go back and settle the score with Chi Gaoi. Chu spent most of the day at the Evil Ghost Stone Sculpture resource point before finally gathering a total of 110 Evil Ghost Stone Sculpture eyes and setting off back to Tai County City. Upon returning to Tai County City, Chu first went to the official auction house, since all the 5 elements spirit pearls had already been auctioned off, and he needed to collect his winnings there. Upon entering the auction house, Chu put on his disguise mask first to avoid being recognized and causing any trouble. Chu walked up to Old Man Zhao's window. Old sir, I'm here to collect my gold. Ah, let me see. Old Man Zhao glanced at Chu and took out a jade tablet to verify his identity. Although his appearance could change, his nickname was unique. There were no duplicate nicknames in Mythic World. Alright, you auctioned off a total of 1,011 sets of 5 elements spirit pearls. The auction proceeds amounted to 9,604,500 taels of gold. After deducting fees, you're left with exactly 9,600,000 taels of gold. Old Man Zhao said slowly. But when Chu heard that number, he couldn't help but blurt out in astonishment, what? 9,600,000 taels? His voice was a bit loud, instantly drawing the attention of others. Chu tried to feign composure, but inside he was overjoyed. He quickly opened the auction system to check the average auction price. Each set had sold for a staggering 9,500 taels of gold. That was a massive sum. According to the trading platform's exchange rate, 9.6 million taels of gold could be exchanged for at least 960 million renminbi. Good heavens, over 900 million. This was a fortune Chu had never even imagined. The gold has been transferred to your inventory. Please check it, Old Man Zhao said, his expression still calm, as if he didn't care at all about such a massive sum. Chu felt he wasn't as composed as this old man, though if this had happened to anyone else, most people wouldn't have been able to stay so calm either. Chu walked out of the auction house with the massive fortune in tow and hurried to the Jianghu bureau to meet up with Li Haoran and the others. How's Brother Bei doing? Have you finished the quest yet? Wu Ji asked. Chu hadn't had a chance to tell them yet that he collected 100 eyes from the evil ghost statues. Of course I've finished. Ding! Please enter your guild name. What should we name the guild? How about using Brother Bei's name, the North Wind Guild? Woji quickly seized the opportunity to suck up. Pfft, you brown noser. If you ask me, let us call it the 10,000 Gods Guild. We're all going to become immortals and gods someday. Fei Fei said. I don't think that'll work, it's so corny. Just listen to me, Brother Bei will be our guild's gold in the signboard in the future. Using his name would be perfect. Wuji retorted. Your name isn't imposing enough. Nothing beats the Dominate Heaven Guild in terms of dominance. I'm not saying Brother Bei's nickname is bad, but it just doesn't feel right as a guild name. Yours is no good. Yours won't work. The two idiots started bickering again, and Li Haoran shook his head in exasperation. If he listened to these two, who knows how long this would drag on, so he waved his hand and said, why don't you hear my suggestion? Hee, Brother Bei, go ahead, Wuji chuckled. Chu thought for a moment, and a phrase suddenly popped into his mind, there's endless joy in battling others, and endless joy in battling the heavens. Whether in Mythic World or the real world, everyone is actually battling the heavens, battling their own fate. My fate is in my hands, not in the heavens. Then let us call it the Skybreaker Guild. Chu declared decisively. That's a great name, the two said in unison. Li Haoran's eyes sparkled as he looked at Chu. He understood the meaning behind the phrase, defying the heavens. It was a spirit of refusing to settle for mediocrity, an attitude determined to break free from the confines of heaven and earth. Chu typed Skybreaker Guild into the box. After the system verified it and confirmed the guild name was available, Chu clicked Confirm. Announcement from Tai County City, Guild number 3211. Congratulations on the official establishment of the Skybreaker Guild. Although this announcement didn't cause a stir within Tai County City, the four of them were brimming with confidence in the guild's future. Chu clenched his fist as he gazed at the words Skybreaker Guild. Someday, he was determined to make this guild's name resonate throughout the world. After selecting the name, General Wu took out a special map and placed it in front of the four of them, saying, "Now, please choose your guild headquarters from the green areas." Chapter 28, Joint Bounty from the Three Major Guilds. This was a map of Tai County. The green areas were primarily around Tai County City and the 8 county towns, while the red areas were off limits. Chu took out the map he had purchased and laid it next to the official one for comparison. He discovered that most guilds were concentrated in the south, where resource points were abundant, while the north and east had relatively few. The north was a plain with scarce resources, and the east, including the area near Pei County and the eastern flank of Tianmon Mountain, had resource points that were too high level. The monster levels in the east seem relatively high at the moment, but once the guild members level up, the resources there will be perfect for leveling. After some thought, Chu pointed to a mountain on the edge of the green zone, east of Pei County, and said, "Bright Mountain is a good spot." Further east is the Tianmong Mountain area, where the monsters are higher level, and heading south leads to a region rich in resource points also suitable for leveling. That's a good spot. The surrounding monsters are relatively high level, so it's not ideal for leveling up right now. But as time goes on and our levels rise, we'll be able to take on the level 40 monsters there, Li Haoran agreed. Then let us choose this spot, Shu said. General Wu nodded, put away the map, had someone bring a banner, and handed it to Chu, saying, "This is the guild banner. It must be planted at the guild headquarters. If the banner is destroyed, the guild will be wiped out. Please guard it carefully." Chu took the guild banner, which bore the words Skybreaker Guild. "Once you've planted the guild banner, you can begin building the guild headquarters," General Wu said. Chu bowed slightly, then took his leave, and the four of them headed straight for the guild headquarters. Upon arriving at the headquarters, Wuji looked up at the towering mountain and exclaimed, "Holy crap, this mountain is huge. Perfect. This entire mountain can be considered our base. From this vantage point, we'll have a commanding view. It's easy to defend and hard to attack." "It couldn't be more ideal," Li Haoran said with a satisfied smile. The four climbed to the summit, where they found a large open area. Chu took out the banner and planted it in the center of the clearing. Ding! Skybreaker Guild base established. Players may begin constructing the base. A system notification sounded. When they checked the system map, they saw that the guild base covered the entire mountain. The guild information displayed, Skybreaker Guild, Guild Master, Xiaoyao Beifeng. There were no other member details yet. Chu set up 3 deputy guild masters, then invited the other 3 to join the guild and appointed them as deputy guild masters, a position with authority second only to the guild master, allowing them to invite other players to join the guild. Currently, the Skybreaker Guild is a level 1 guild, capable of accepting 100 full members. It won't be able to accept 1,000 members until it levels up to a level 2 guild. The higher the guild level, the more members it can accommodate. Now Chu needed to recruit members, organize the guild structure, establish guild rules, and handle many other tasks. Li Haoran helped him with a lot of these tasks, including contacting players interested in joining the guild. Chu had already sent a message to Dawnbreaker before arriving, and he immediately replied that he would bring people over. Soon, quite a few people began gathering at the mountaintop. The group Dawnbreaker brought, including himself, numbered only 30, while only 8 of the players Li Haoran had previously invited actually showed up, fewer than expected. "It seems like there aren't that many people here," Wuji said, sounding a bit disappointed. Dawnbreaker looked somewhat embarrassed, but he walked up to Chu and whispered, "Guild Master, there were actually quite a few people willing to join the guild, but..." "But what?" Chu asked curiously. "But the 3 major guilds have issued a joint bounty on you. The reward has already reached 1 million taels of gold." "Guild Master, Haven T, you checked the forum?" Dawnbreaker said, somewhat taken aback. "What? Brother Bei has a 1 million tael bounty on his head," Fei exclaimed in shock. Dawnbreaker sighed and smiled wryly. "That's right. The Heaven Eswell Guild, the Golden Age Guild, and the Dominating Sky Gang, the 3 top-tier guilds in Tai County, issued a joint statement just yesterday, declaring a manhunt across the martial arts world with a bounty of 1 million taels of gold for killing the guild master twice. The number of people who had previously expressed interest in joining dropped by more than half instantly, and in the end, only these 30 were willing to join. Chu furrowed his brow, then opened the forum. Sure enough, he saw a trending thread on the Tai County forum. Joint statement from the Heaven S Will Guild, Golden Age Guild, and Dominating Heaven Gang. A bounty has been placed on Xiaoyao Beifeng's head. This post had already attracted hundreds of thousands of viewers and sparked heated discussions. There was also a leak from the Batian gang revealing that their leader, Huangfu Batian, planned to personally take down Chu, while elite members from the other two guilds were already devising their strategies. This was the first time the three top-tier guilds in Tai County had jointly issued a bounty, and it had already caused quite a stir on the Tai County forum. Tisk, TSK. How did Brother Bay manage to piss off the Batian guild? Now that our guild has just been founded, we've already rubbed all three major guilds the wrong way. What a feat. After reading the post, Faye actually seemed a bit nonchalant. Since things had come to this, and since the other side had already put a bounty on his head, there was only one path left, to fight them to the bitter end. Damn it all, screw them. What a load of bullshit about the big three guilds. Wuji shouted in a fit of rage. That's right. Our Skybreaker guild is named Fight the Heavens. We're not even afraid of heaven itself, let alone these guys. Li Haoren said with rare boldness. Chu smiled slightly, stepped to the front of the crowd, and shouted to the 30-odd players in front of him who wanted to join the guild, I'm sure you've all heard the three major guilds have placed a joint bounty on me, 1 million taels of gold. If you're scared, you can still back out now. Chu's gaze swept over the crowd. He saw determination on their faces. Not a single person budged. It seemed they'd all made up their minds before coming here. Guild Master, we're willing to follow you into battle. That's right. The three great guilds have gone too far. I've had enough of them. I've sworn to take them down. If I get the chance, I'd love to have a bounty on my head too, haha. A number of outspoken men began shouting in unison. Chu smiled with satisfaction. Though their numbers were small, their unity was their strength. As long as they pooled their power, they would fear no force. Li Haoren then approved their guild applications one by one, while Chu pondered the guild's organizational structure. So he held a brief meeting with Dawnbreaker and the three from his dorm. They ultimately decided to organize the guild into 3 divisions: the Assassin's Hall, responsible for intelligence gathering and covert assassination missions; the War Hall, the guild's main combat force composed of melee warriors and ranged archers; and finally, the Light Group, the guild's core elite combat unit. Dawnbreaker would oversee the guild's long-term development in personnel matters, while Li Haoren would be responsible for the guild's overall operations in the Dark Assassin's Hall. Wuji would lead the Battle Hall, and Fei would head the Ming Group. Are there any suitable candidates for Hall Masters right now? We need some mid-level leaders, Li Haoren asked Dawnbreaker. Without hesitation, Dawnbreaker smiled and replied, I actually have 2 candidates for the Dark Assassin's Hall right here, Bei Wuye and Phantom. He then went to summon the 2 of them. Bei Wuye was a level 14 Tangmen disciple who had changed classes. His gear was average, but he was proficient in using 4 types of throwing weapons. He looked quite young but was very handsome. With a hint of shyness in his smile, he seemed like a promising prospect with good potential. The other young man, named Phantom, was clad in black knight attire, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. He looked quite stern. He was also level 14 and had transferred to the Wind and Rain Tower, a school of assassination renowned throughout the martial arts world. Of the 2, Phantom was clearly the stronger. Setting management skills aside for the moment, a Hall Master must at least possess the strength to command the respect of the members. After discussion, a unanimous decision was reached to appoint Phantom as the Hall Master of the Shadow Assassins. Now that the guild had begun to take shape, Chu had to consider the members' equipment. Currently, their gear was generally outdated. After assigning them to develop their territory, Chu handed over all stored equipment in the warehouse to Dawnbreaker for management and distribution, including mount eggs and the 5 elements spirit pearls required for class changes. These items could significantly boost the guild members' strength, but Chu wasn't satisfied with that. He planned to equip them with even better gear. Chapter 29, Snake Demon Valley Unlocked. Chu was browsing the forum for information on monster spawn points that dropped gear when he suddenly came across a featured post, a tip-off revealing that elite players from the 3 major guilds had gathered in Snake Demon Valley. It seems something big was about to happen. When Chu saw the name Snake Demon Valley, he suddenly recalled the sealing talisman he de-looted from killing Bald Fong in the newbie village. Could it be that the Snake Demon Valley sealing quest had been completed by them? If that were the case, Chu was eager to check out the situation. He might be able to score some loot. Now that he already burned his bridges with the 3 major guilds, he certainly couldn't let his enemies scoop up all the rewards. With that in mind, after delegating the task of building the guild, Chu immediately set off for Snake Demon Valley. Meanwhile, on the open plain outside Snake Demon Valley, numerous tents were pitched, divided into 3 camps: the Heaven Eswell Guild, the Golden Age Guild, and the domineering Heaven Gang. Inside the Heaven S Destiny Guild camp, the person dispatched to Snake Demon Valley this time was the guild's second in command, Vice President Feng Wuchang. He was sitting in the camp drinking tea, a sealing talisman clutched in his hand. Just then, a burly middle-aged man clad in purple armor walked in through the gate. He was one of the Heaven S Destiny Guild's core elite members, Yu Luo Tianlei, a spear-wielding warrior. Lord Feng, there are only 3 hours left until the seal opens. Shouldn't we have the brothers get ready? Yu Luo Tianlei said in a deep, resonant voice. Send them a message to get ready. This time, our Heaven S Destiny Guild has 400 sealing talismans, the largest number among the 3 guilds. This operation must succeed. Failure is not an option. Feng Wuchang said in a solemn tone. Yu Luo Tianlei nodded in agreement, then asked, Sir, why are we distributing the seal talismans to the Ba Tian Gang and the Shangshi Guild? Can't we complete the mission inside on our own? Feng Wuchang put away the seal talismans, stood up, and said with his hands behind his back, This mission is no ordinary one, it's a hidden quest. According to the mission description, Snake Demon Valley is teeming with countless varieties of serpent monsters. Our guild alone simply cannot complete the hidden quest within, which is why the guild master proposed letting the Shangshi Guild and the Beisheng Gang join us to share the spoils. Moreover, this arrangement is essential for the 3 guilds to jointly issue a bounty on Xiaoyao Beifeng. I see. As expected, Chairman, you're truly far-sighted. This is a strategy that kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Yu Luo Tianlei exclaimed in admiration, but then continued, What exactly is so important about this hidden quest that it warrants such a massive operation? Feng Wuchang glanced up at Yu Luo Tianlei. This hidden quest was the most highly classified within the Heaven Eswell Guild, but with only 3 hours left before the seal was broken, he saw no reason to keep it a secret any longer. It's a hidden quest involving spirit pets. Feng Wuchang said simply. Yu Luo Tianlei's expression immediately changed, and he looked quite surprised. In Mythic world, players become eligible to obtain a spirit pet once they reach level 20. However, spirit pets are extremely rare, and combined with Mythic world's extremely low drop rate, while there are many players who have reached level 20, those who actually own a spirit pet likely number less than 1 in 10,000. Every level 20 or higher player who owns a spirit pet is undoubtedly one of the most pivotal figures in their guild. In the Destiny Guild, only the guild master, Zhao Tianming, and his core group, the members of the Destiny Squad, possess them. This alone demonstrates just how rare spirit pets are, and they also serve as a tremendously powerful asset for players. The quest mentions that there's a good chance of looting a spirit pet, but only those familiar with the specific quest know which types of monsters can drop them. So even if we bring those 2 guilds along, it's no problem. They might even help lighten the load by taking on some of the monsters, Feng Wuchang said with a smile. I bet those 2 guilds won't even realize we're using them as pawns, Yu Luo Tianlei chuckled. Let us not be too careless, though. Huangfu Batian from the Batian Gang is coming with us this time. He is a master who possesses a spirit pet. He poses the greatest threat to us in Snake Demon Valley. If he suddenly attacks us, we'll be in trouble, Feng Wuchang said, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. With Lord Jin here, that Huangfu Batian won't dare to make a move lightly, Yu Luo Tianlei said confidently. But Feng Wuchang, being a high-ranking official, wasn't as optimistic as him. After pacing back and forth, he said, have the intelligence squad keep a close eye on the Batian Gang's movements. It's better to be cautious. Once we enter, have them go ahead first to clear the way for us, and look for an opportunity to carry out the covert mission later. Yes, Lord Feng. Yu Luo Tianlei replied, turning to leave. Meanwhile, at the Beishangang camp nearby, Huangfu Beishangang was feeding his mount, a fierce tiger, when the man in the straw hat walked in, clasped his hands in a bow, and said, "Gang leader, the scouts have returned." "Any news?" Huangfu Badian asked as he continued feeding the tiger. "It seems the Tianming Guild is planning to undertake a mission inside, but no one knows exactly what it is and this is merely speculation," the man in the straw hat replied. Huangfu Badian set down the piece of meat he was holding, wiped his hands with a towel, and said, "Zhao Tianming is a shrewd man. He wouldn't give us this favor for no reason, nor is he trying to use the matter of Xiaoyao Beifeng as a bargaining chip." "What does Xiaoyao Beifeng matter?" "They must have a very important purpose for entering Snake Demon Valley." "Gang leader, then what could it be?" asked the man in the straw hat. "I don't know either. But since it's a piece of the pie, why not take it? Give the order. Once we're inside, have our spies keep a close watch on them." "I need to know where they're headed," Huangfu Badian said, tossing aside the towel, a sinister, domineering aura radiating from his brow. He believed there were only two kinds of people in the world, friends and enemies. Clearly, the Tianming Guild was a competitor, it couldn't possibly be a friend. The idea that an enemy would willingly share some of the spoils with you sounds like a fairy tale, but even in fairy tales, such things don't happen. That's why he had to come and see for himself what exactly was in Snake Demon Valley that made the Heaven-S Will Guild mobilize such a massive force, even going so far as to bring in the Badian gang and the Prosperous Era Guild. "Yes, gang leader, I'll pass the orders along right away." The man in the straw hat turned and left. 3 hours later, members of all three guilds emerged from their tents and assembled at the entrance to Snake Demon Valley. Clearly, the Heaven-S Will Guild had the largest contingent, while the other two guilds had only about 200 members each. Suddenly, the thick fog at the mouth of the valley began to ripple, as if countless waves of energy were churning within a truly spectacular sight. "The seal is about to open. Everyone, get ready, it will only remain open for 3 minutes." Feng Wuchang shouted from the front. Meanwhile, deep within the dense forest behind the three guilds, Chu was hiding in a tree, watching it all unfold. Sensing that the seal was about to open, he knew he had to find a way to blend in with the crowd. With that in mind, Chu donned a standard set of armor from the Destiny Guild's archery squad and put on a disguise mask, quickly transforming his appearance into that of another person. Chu leaped down from the tree, activated the floating cloud step, and silently crept toward the Destiny Guild's camp, passing right by one of the tents. Suddenly, just then, a voice called out to stop him. "What are you doing?" At the same moment, a passageway emerged from the thick fog in front of Snake Demon Valley. The seal had been broken, and the passageway was now open. Chapter 30, Humiliating the Three Major Guilds. A warrior from the Destiny Guild eyed Chu up and down, a look of confusion in his eyes. "I'm back to grab some supplies," Chu said with a calm smile. The more flustered he appeared now, the more likely he was to give himself away. He had to put on an Oscar-worthy performance to fool the other man. "Oh, well then, hurry up and go, the seal's already broken," the warrior snapped, giving him a glare. Chu flashed him a smile, ran toward the main group, blended in with the crowd, and followed them as they entered Snake Demon Valley. Upon stepping into the mist-shrouded passage, they first encountered a transparent barrier. Only those possessing a sealing talisman could pass through it. The talisman floated out and ignited before Chu, allowing him to enter the barrier without a hitch. Once inside, thick fog surrounded him on all sides. He couldn't make out a thing in the mist. Who knows what might happen if he ventured further in? So Chu stayed at the very back of the group, but even after walking for more than 5 minutes, he still hadn't reached the end of the dense fog, which started to make him a little nervous. After all, the disguise mask only lasted 10 minutes. Once the time ran out, Chu would reveal his true form, and if the three great guilds saw him, all hell would break loose. They would never have imagined that Xiaoyao Beifeng, the man they jointly put a bounty on, was hiding right under their noses. Time ticked away minute by minute. By the 8-minute mark, Chu was ready to draw his sword. The moment his true form was exposed, he used the floating cloud step to break out. Suddenly, the thick fog ahead began to thin, and the group quickly emerged from the foggy passage. Behind them, members of the two guilds began urging them on excitedly. Chu watched as the mask's timer ticked down second by second. Just over a minute remained. He had to seize this opportunity to break away from the group. So Chu hurried to the front of the group. Once they emerged from the fog, they were met with a vast, primeval forest where the trees blocked out the sky. This is Snake Demon Valley. Everyone, be careful. Pass the word, no one is to wander off. Clear a path to the exit so the guilds behind us can get through. Feng Wuchang, at the front of the group, ordered Yu Luo Tianlei behind him. Yes, sir. Yu Luo Tianlei turned his horse around to notify the rest of the group. Suddenly, he spotted someone heading toward the woods on the left and barked, "You kids in the front archer unit don't wander off. Anyone who disobeys will be dealt with according to guild rules." The figure suddenly stopped in his tracks but didn't turn around. "I'm talking to you. Get over here right now." Yu Luo Tianlei felt a surge of anger. He hated people who disobeyed orders the most. But just as he finished speaking, the figure actually sped up and kept walking, completely ignoring him. "This is outrageous. Stop right there." Yu Luo Tianlei, known for his fiery temper, spurred his horse forward at full speed. The commotion immediately caught the attention of others, and the two squads behind him happened to be emerging from the passageway just then, watching as Yu Luo Tianlei galloped past. Chu watched the countdown timer for the mask S duration. 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 3, 2, 1. The disguise mask S duration had expired, and the disguise was instantly lifted. Yu Luo Tianlei saw the figure ahead suddenly change shape. The standard issue archery squad armor he'd been wearing transformed into earth yellow armor. The entire person had changed. Seeing this, Yu Luo Tianlei silently realized something was wrong and guessed that the person ahead was an imposter. "It's a disguise. Guards, seize him!" Yu Luo Tianlei bellowed, accelerating even further. At the same time, Chu had already begun executing the floating cloud step. Just as he was about to leap onto a tree, when a fierce beast carved from wood in the shape of a lion burst out from a massive tree trunk ahead and pounced on Chu. Chu drew his green leaf sword and met the attack head-on, cleaving the wooden lioness head in two with a single strike. But in the very next second, countless pieces of wood transformed into tentacles that wrapped around and bound Chu's body and limbs. "What on earth is this?" Chu furrowed his brow, swung the green leaf sword in his hand to sever the tentacles, and leaped high onto the tree trunk. When he looked back, he saw a figure in a black robe not far behind him in the Heaven S Will Guild S group, clutching a large seal. Could he have been the one behind this? The moment he turned around, members of the three major guilds recognized him. "Ah, it's Xiaoyao Beifeng!" Someone cried out in surprise. In an instant, members of all three guilds began to stir with commotion. "Holy shit, this kid actually dared to infiltrate our ranks. He has got some serious guts. Damn it, he has a walking million taels of gold. I'm gonna chop him to pieces. How did he get in here? It's unbelievable. Doesn't he fear being hunted down by the three great guilds? He actually dared to walk right into our trap." The scene quickly became chaotic, with guild members one after another rubbing their hands together, itching to take action, ready to take down Chu and claim the bounty. "Xiaoyao Beifeng, you've got some nerve, daring to sneak in like this. You really don't know when to quit." Yu Luo Tianlei roared in fury. Within the Batian gang, Huangfu Batian stood with his hands behind his back, watching Chu from a distance, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "So this is Xiaoyao Beifeng? How unexpected. We just put a bounty on his head, yet he actually dares to come looking for us on his own. He has got some serious guts." "Gang leader, should we go over and help take him out?" the man in the straw hat asked in a low voice. Huangfu Batian nodded. "Go ahead. Let him see what happens to anyone who kills a member of the Batian gang. If we don't step in, the Tianming Guild will laugh at us." "Yes, sir." Over at the Shangshur Guild, the crowd was also in an uproar. Everyone was eager to chop Chu into pieces so they could claim the bounty. Nearly 1,000 people charged at Chu all at once. Before they even reached him, a barrage of throwing weapons and arrows had already rained down. Chu used the wandering cloud step to move away from his original position, but he didn't retreat because running backward would leave his back exposed to the enemy. Now there was only one option: fight his way out through a bloodbath. Chu charged headlong into the crowd, blending in with the others. This way, ranged archers couldn't T-fire within their effective range, reducing the risk of accidentally hitting their own allies. And close combat actually worked to Chu's advantage. He charged into the crowd, the Qingye sword flashing with a cold light, and in the blink of an eye, he instantly killed 4 men. But a never-ending stream of attackers continued to close in. Chu briefly leaped into the air with the floating cloud step, then kicked off a tree trunk repeatedly, charging back into the crowd once more. 13 swords of the sword spirit. As he weaved and dodged, he instantly killed 13 people. This move struck fear into the crowd for a moment. The more timid among them dared not approach Chu. At that moment, Chu radiated a chilling killing intent, like a demon emerging from hell, truly spine-chilling. But Chu knew that if this continued, he would surely be surrounded and killed. He had to find a way to escape. Suddenly, a buzzing sound rang out above his head. Chu looked up and saw a dozen or so black hornets, each about the size of a fist, circling overhead. Higher up, in the crown of a giant tree, there was actually a massive hornet's nest. Level 30 poison sting hornets. Seeing them, Chu came up with a plan. I'll give you guys a real treat. Chu scrambled up the tree trunk, while members of the 3 major guilds used their lightness skills to give chase. As he neared the venomous hornet's nest, Chu pulled out a small black sphere, the Thunder Pearl, a throwing weapon he diluted. Chu tossed the Thunder Pearl upward, and when it struck the hornet's nest, it exploded with a thunderous boom. The members of the 3 major guilds were all drawn to the sudden explosion. The next moment, amid the smoke from the blast, a deafening flapping of wings rang out, followed by countless hornets swooping down like a black cloud. This entire sequence of events unfolded in the blink of an eye. The moment Chu threw the Thunder Pearl, he had already turned and fled the scene, while the swarm of venomous sting wasps, resembling a black cloud, launched an attack on the crowd. They're level 30 venomous sting wasps. Their stings are highly toxic. Someone recognized the wasps first and shouted in terror. But before he could finish, he was engulfed by the dark cloud of venomous sting hornets and obliterated. The venomous sting hornets began attacking the crowd, stinging members of the 3 great guilds until they were thrown into chaos, suffering heavy casualties. Yu Luo Tianlei never expected such a turn of events. That brat was truly despicable. Not only did he provoke the venomous sting hornets into attacking, but he even managed to escape right in front of the 3 great guilds. This was nothing short of a slap in the face to the 3 great guilds. Chapter 31, A Bounty of Giant Python Armor. Chu entered the valley, leaped onto the crown of a large tree, and looked back to see a chorus of wails rising from the ranks of the 3 great guilds. He felt immensely pleased. How could he not be in high spirits after dealing such a crushing blow to the 3 great guilds? He then surveyed the valley. It was vast, with a steep, towering peak at its far end like a spike piercing the clouds, its summit invisible to the eye. He had no idea what kind of monsters might be here. He'd already encountered a level 30 poison sting wasp right at the valley's entrance, so the monsters here were bound to be high level. This must be a dungeon teeming with monsters. Chu was eager to see what kind of monsters lay within, and the deeper he went, the more monsters there would likely be. Chu walked a short distance forward and, by the banks of a stream, witnessed a truly breathtaking sight. On both sides of the stream, enormous pythons were slithering about. Each one was as thick as a bucket. When half their bodies were raised, they stood over 3 meters tall, with triangular heads, clearly a species of venomous python. There were actually level 35 swamp giant pythons here. The monster compendium listed this creature, but it noted that it was extremely rare. Yet here by the stream, as far as Chu could see, there were definitely no fewer than 100 of these swamp giant pythons. No wonder this place was called Snake Demon Valley. It was truly teeming with serpentine monsters, and swamp giant pythons, which were a rarity elsewhere, were everywhere here. The monster compendium provides a brief description of the swamp giant python, mentioning that it may drop a snake core, a special item that enhances the attributes of mounts and spirit pets. It's extremely precious and rare, and it also grants certain mutation effects to both mounts and spirit pets. Seeing so many swamp giant pythons now, Chu's heart leapt with joy. He drew his green leaf sword and began to approach them. These monsters rely on their venomous fangs and basic water elemental spells as their primary means of attack. Due to their massive size, they aren't very agile, and Chu spotted a lone swamp giant python. True Spirit Sword Strike. Chu suddenly charged from the side, thrusting his sword into the swamp giant python's vital spot and landing a critical hit. The swamp giant python grew furious and opened its massive jaws to bite at Chu. Using the swift cloud step to dodge the attack, Chu slashed at the python once more, but this time the sharp green leaf sword could only barely pierce its defenses. What incredible defense! Chu was somewhat surprised. It seemed he'd have to target its belly and vital spot to be effective. 13 Swords of the Sword Spirit. Chu unleashed a flurry of strikes against the swamp python's belly, slicing its soft underbelly to a bloody pulp. In agony, the python spat a stream of green venom from its gaping maw. Chu quickly retreated from the spot. The venom splashed onto the ground, instantly corroding all vegetation. The green grass turned black in an instant and dissolved into a pool of black water. It seemed this was the swamp python's water elemental spell attack. The venom was extremely potent. Chu leaped from a tree trunk, his body hurtling like a cannonball toward the swamp python's vital spot, then unleashed the green leaf combo. It took 3 strikes to pierce the swamp python's vital spot. The swamp python collapsed and died, and 3 items dropped onto the ground. Chu picked them up to inspect them. In addition to a water attribute shard, there was a snake core, and finally, a massive, blue-black python armor. He actually looted gear. It's quite rare for a common monster to drop gear. No wonder this type of monster is so scarce. Giant python armor, defense plus 58, reduces impact damage by 30%, increases knockback effect by 10%, and comes with a skill scaling. The armor grows snake scales, granting a 30% defense bonus for 60 seconds skill cooldown, 10 minutes. Seeing these stats, Chu was overjoyed. This was actually much stronger than the Zombie King's armor. These armor stats were truly impressive, on par with gear dropped by a level 25 boss. Snake Core, special item. Boosts the base stats of mounts and spirit pets, and has a certain chance to trigger a mutation in a mount or spirit pet. This Snake Core isn't bad either. Although Chu knew that a certain probability likely meant a very low chance. He'd learned this the hard way when using zombie pills to upgrade armor before. Without a certain quantity, it was truly a waste of effort. Having now dealt with one giant python, Chu turned his gaze to the hundreds of swamp pythons slithering along both banks of the stream. With a 100% drop rate, if one swamp giant python could drop these items, then the others would drop the exact same ones too. Just thinking about it got Chu pretty excited. Since that was the case, it was time to begin the Great Snake Slaying campaign. He found another swamp giant python, and 2 minutes later, it dropped the same 3 items again, and he obtained another piece of giant python armor. Then came the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. 2 days later, Chu killed the last swamp giant python and collected the 3 dropped items. He felt mentally exhausted. He'd been killing swamp giant pythons non-stop for 2 days straight, slaying a total of 118 of them. Chu had even leveled up once, reaching level 17. Opening his inventory, Chu was greeted by a sea of giant python armor. A total of 118 pieces. For an average player, killing this entire group of giant pythons might have yielded only 1 or 2 drops, but Chu had a 100% drop rate. Every swamp giant python he killed dropped gear. If other players found out, they'd probably be so furious they'd spit blood. Chu could already imagine how formidable his guild would be if its members were to don this giant python armor. Just thinking about it sent a thrill through his veins. The water attribute shards took up too much inventory space, so Chu had already discarded them all to make room for the snake cores, each one crystal clear. With just this batch of armor and snake cores, Chu felt the trip had already been well worth it. However, Chu had no intention of retreating just yet. Since the 3 major guilds had entered this dungeon, there must be some hidden secret at play. He returned to the original entrance, where the ground was in shambles and many trees had been destroyed. It seemed the 3 major guilds must have fought a fierce battle against a swarm of poison sting wasps. Following the tracks they left behind, Chu tracked them all the way. Along the way, he passed numerous monster corpses. It was clear they'd fought plenty of monsters on their journey. The tracks led deep into the valley, where, 5 li from the mountain at the end, they forked. It seemed the 3 major guilds had split into 3 different directions, parting ways right here. Chu couldn't tell which path belonged to which guild, so he just picked one at random. After all, every one of the 3 major guilds was now his enemy, so it didn't matter to him. Shu followed the middle set of tracks all the way to the foot of the mountain, where he spotted a group that had stopped there from a distance. Upon getting closer, Shu finally recognized them. This group was actually from the Batian Guild. Shu used the floating cloud step to approach silently. To prevent anyone from tailing him, he deliberately crept through the treetops, using the cover of the leaves to conceal his presence as much as possible. When he got within 30-odd meters of the group, Shu stopped. Looking down from the treetops, he saw that they seemed to be forming a battle formation, as if preparing to engage. Their gazes were all fixed intently on a pitch-black cave opening at the foot of the mountain, as if some terrifying monster might burst out from within. Chapter 32, Stealing the Batian Guild S Boss. Within the Batian Guild S group, Huangfu Batian led the way, riding a massive, fierce tiger and wielding a golden spear, a truly imposing sight. "Gang leader, that Li Mang slithered this way, this must be its lair," said the man in the straw hat as he rode up beside him. Shortly after parting ways with the Heaven S Will Guild and the Golden Age Guild, they encountered a giant red python with two fleshy growths resembling antennae protruding from its head. Once a python grows horns on its head, it transforms into a true jiao. According to legend, a jiao can spew water and breathe fire, fly through the skies, and burrow through the earth. It already possesses some of a dragon's abilities. Once a jiao survives the heavenly tribulation, it ascends to become a dragon, a true dragon. What they had just seen, however, was merely a giant red python on the verge of transforming into a jiao. Through Huangfu Batian's true spirit eye, they discovered that this monster was named Li Mang, a level 40 boss monster. A level 40 monster, and a boss at that. Anyone could tell just how great the risks involved were. But Huangfu Batian wasn't willing to just stand by and let the boss monster slip away. Bosses were rare finds to begin with, and now that he stumbled upon one that was high level yet not impossibly so, he decided to give it a try. "Go set off the monster luring smoke to force it out," Huangfu Batian ordered. "Yes, sir." The man in the straw hat then pulled a black sphere from his backpack. This was monster luring smoke. It worked wonders on monsters, was difficult to craft, and was extremely rare. But Chu recognized it at a glance. It was exactly the same as what that kid had thrown near the evil ghost stone sculpture last time. The man in the straw hat walked to the cave entrance and threw the black sphere inside with all his might. Before long, a faint black smoke began to drift out of the cave, and a foul stench filled the air. This was a scent that monsters strongly detested. Inhaling it would make them furious and frenzied. Sure enough, a massive serpent's roar soon erupted from the cavern's entrance. The man in the conical hat immediately stepped back from the opening, swung himself onto his horse, and returned to the front of the column. A moment later, a massive, bright red serpent slithered out of the cavern. Its body was even thicker than that of a swamp python, with more than half its body raised. It was estimated to be over 20 meters long. The giant python stood erect, its massive serpentine eyes gazing coldly at the crowd below, its forked tongue flickering out from time to time, brimming with murderous intent. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Huangfu Batian took 2 steps forward, pointing his golden spear at the giant python, a look of excitement on his face. "Kill it!" Huangfu Batian ordered, and the ranged archers behind him launched the first attack. The Li python, seemingly sensing the enemy's murderous intent, furiously opened its massive jaws and spat a jet of flame toward the group. Some reacted quickly and managed to dodge, while others, too slow to react, were burned alive on the spot. That single burst of flame cost the Batian gang more than 10 men. Huangfu Batian seized the opportunity to swing his spear, leaping high into the air and thrusting it into the Li Mang's vital spot. The sharp spearhead pierced through its defenses, dealing a small amount of damage. "If we can wound it, we can kill it. You all, help me keep it occupied," Huangfu Batian exclaimed excitedly. To him, it was worth it to take on as many casualties as necessary to defeat this boss. These players were all professional gamers from the Batian Guild, taking orders from Huangfu Batian. They immediately shifted their formation. The melee warriors moved to the side to attack, drawing the Li Mang's aggro, allowing Huangfu Batian to find an opening to continue his assault. At that moment, Huangfu Batian raised his hand and summoned a giant ape over 2 meters tall. The ape wore armor and held a silver staff in its hand. "Demon ape, go!" Huangfu Batian commanded. The demon ape pounded its chest, leaped high into the air, and brought the staff down hard on Li Mang's head. The immense force literally smashed Li Mang's head onto the ground. Chu, watching this scene from a short distance away, couldn't help but feel a bit awestruck. Is this Huang Fu Batian's spirit pet? It's actually pretty formidable. Huang Fu Batian let out a loud laugh and thrust his spear again. This time, a faint starlight shone from the spearhead as it pierced the Li Mang's vital point, landing a critical hit. In agony, the Li Mang opened its massive jaws and spewed a torrent of flames, burning the other members of the Batian gang until they screamed in agony, instantly wiping out more than half of them. The group, which had originally numbered over 200, was reduced to just a few dozen in an instant. Seeing that the Li Mang had gone berserk, Huang Fu Batian launched another attack, and his sharp golden spear once again severely wounded the Li Mang. The Li Mang thrashed its body wildly, its tail brutally smashing several people to death. Even the demon ape was knocked flying. After clearing the area of people, Li Mang began writhing its body and darted into the woods with a whoosh, moving at incredible speed. "Follow me!" Huang Fu Batian roared. Having fought this far, with the 40th level boss within their grasp, how could he possibly let it escape like this? The Batian Guild had paid such a heavy price this time. If they failed to kill this boss, it would truly be a case of the cost outweighing the benefit. Huang Fu Batian mounted his ferocious tiger and galloped off, with the rest of the group rushing to follow. Chu, who had been lying in wait in the shadows, seized the opportunity and hurried after them as well. Li Mang fled eastward along the foot of the mountain. That area was dense forest, and since it was already severely wounded, it wasn't running very fast. After running 2 li, the even faster giant ape swung from tree to catch up, once again smashing its club down on Li Mang's head. After taking another blow, the Li Mang, enraged, coiled its body around the demon ape. The two beasts instantly became entangled and began rolling on the ground. The demon ape was trapped tight and couldn't break free. The Li Mang frantically spewed flames onto the demon ape and bit into its flesh this time, seriously wounding the demon ape. Die! Huang Fu Batian let out a savage laugh, paying no heed to the demon ape's fate. His eyes were fixed solely on Li Mang as he thrust his spear once more into Li Mang's vital spot. The demon ape, having suffered even more severe attacks, struggled desperately to break free from Li Mang and ran to a distant spot, where it lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Huang Fu Batian didn't even glance at it. Instead, he kept his gaze fixed on the Li Mang, looking for an opportunity to launch another attack, and with another thrust, he severely wounded the Li Mang once more. But he, too, was swept away by a swipe of the Li Mang's tail, landing over 100 meters away. The Li Mang, however, could no longer stand upright. It lay panting with its jaws agape, blood streaming from its body. It appeared to be on the brink of death. Huang Fu Batian stood up from the ground. Seeing the Li Mang in such a state, he rejoiced inwardly. "You beast, meet your end." Ha ha! Just then, a figure suddenly leaped down from a tree, and a flash of cold light struck the Li Mang's vital point, successfully killing it. This unexpected turn of events happened in the blink of an eye. Huang Fu Batian's laughter cut off abruptly as he stared wide-eyed at the scene. He recognized who the sword-wielding figure was. It was none other than Xiaoyao Beifeng. No! Huang Fu Batian watched as Li Mang was killed by Xiaoyao Beifeng. The level 40 boss he'd worked so hard to severely wound, for which the Batian Guild had paid a heavy price, had actually been snatched away by Xiaoyao Beifeng in the end. He felt like dying right then and there. His rage erupted like a volcano. He wanted nothing more than to tear Xiaoyao Beifeng to shreds on the spot. Damn Xiaoyao Beifeng! Chu collected the loot dropped by Li Mang, turned to look at Huang Fu Batian, and flashed a beaming smile. Stealing a boss from Huang Fu Batian was pure bliss. Huang Fu Batian, now you can raise the bounty on my head a little higher. Chapter 33, The Slaying of Huang Fu Batian shocks Tai County. Huang Fu Batian was now fuming with rage. If his eyes could have shot fire, he would have melted Chu on the spot. To take down this level 40 boss, the Batian gang had lost more than half its members. When players are killed, they drop equipment and items from their backpacks. The losses from these players alone amounted to a huge sum. On top of that, his spirit pet, the demon ape, had just been severely wounded by the Li Mang. After investing so much effort and paying such a heavy price, only to have Chu come out on top in the end, it would be abnormal if he weren't furious. Xiao Yao Beifeng, I'm going to tear you to pieces. Huang Fu Batian laughed grimly, a laugh born of sheer rage, his fury now beyond control. Huang Fu Batian, didn't you boast that you'd kill me with your own hands? I'm right here, Chu said with a calm smile, then held out a hand, opened his palm, and hooked his index finger. Come on, then. Huang Fu Batian felt a surge of blood rise in his throat. He nearly coughed up blood from the sheer fury Chu had provoked in him. This is outrageous. Gang leader, let me take him out, the man in the straw hat said coldly, drawing his long sword and charging at Chu. But Chu met him head-on, moving far faster than the man in the straw hat. With a single sword strike to the throat, he killed him instantly. This instant kill completely intimidated the rest of the Batian gang. When they first entered Snake Demon Valley, they already witnessed Chu's immense damage output. Now, with so few of them left, they knew that facing such overwhelming power, any of them who stepped forward would be killed in an instant. Huang Fu Batian mounted his ferocious tiger and declared with a grim expression, "Let me deal with him myself." The tiger beneath him, seemingly sensing its master's killing intent, let out a long, piercing roar to the heavens. This was the earth-grade mount that echoed throughout Tai County, the proud moon tiger known for its swift movements and formidable, ferocious strength. Chu smiled faintly and summoned his mount, the Purple Flame Horse King. The Purple Flame Horse King was now level 17, the same level as Chu. The moment it appeared, it exuded an extraordinary presence, radiating the aura of a heaven-tier mount. Upon seeing the Purple Flame Horse King, Huang Fu Batian's proud moon tiger instinctively recoiled, staring at the Horse King with extreme wariness. Its earlier arrogance had completely vanished in the face of the heaven-tier mount's majesty. It began to tremble uncontrollably. It was the first time Huang Fu Batian had ever seen the proud moon tiger act this way. He cursed loudly, "What are you afraid of, you useless piece of trash? Attack!" As a mount, the proud moon tiger had no choice but to obey its master's command and charge toward Chu. Chu, however, stood his ground. He waited until the proud moon tiger was close enough before commanding the Horse King to unleash a burst of exploding purple flame. At such close range, and with the proud moon tiger charging at such high speed, it was impossible to swerve out of the way. It collided head-on with the exploding purple flames. Boom! The proud moon tiger was knocked down by the blow. The purple flames continued to burn on its body, and it could only roll frantically on the ground. Huang Fu Batian's expression changed. He hadn't expected Chu's mount to be capable of breathing fire. This was completely unexpected. He immediately used his true spirit eye to examine the Purple Flame Horse King's attributes, and his expression changed once more. This was actually a heaven-grade mount. This was something he had never imagined. He'd been too complacent from the very beginning. A heaven-grade mount. Kid, it seems you've got some skills, but you're going to die today. Huang Fu Batian immediately abandoned the proud moon tiger, grabbed his spear, and charged toward Chu. Chu also dismounted and began executing the wandering cloud step, saying calmly, "You have no spirit, pet, what is there to fear?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Chu charged forward to meet him, and the two closed in on each other at breakneck speed. A speck of golden light. True Spirit Sword. Both unleashed their most powerful attacks, but Chu, being a sword-wielding class, possessed even greater agility than Huang Fu Batian. Bolstered by the agility bonus from his equipment, the moment their weapons clashed, Chu's body flickered, and the spear pierced right through his chest. This was the combat instinct he'd learned during the Qingye residual soul trial. Huang Fu Batian's pupils suddenly contracted, and in the next instant, he felt a searing pain in his chest. A long, green sword had pierced his heart. Shatter Strike! Chu muttered under his breath. The Qingye sword flashed with green light, completely piercing through Huang Fu Batian's heart. How is this possible? Huang Fu Batian looked down in disbelief at the sword embedded in his body. Ding! You have killed the player Huang Fu Batian. The remaining members of the Batian gang, watching from a distance, witnessed this scene with their own eyes. They were all completely dumbfounded, staring at Chu in utter disbelief. In their minds, the invincible Huang Fu Batian had actually met his end at the hands of Xiao Yao Beifeng. It was simply too hard to believe. Yet the facts were right before their eyes. Huang Fu Batian was a level 26 high-attack spear warrior, a second-class professional player, while Xiao Yao Beifeng was still only a first-class player, not even level 20 yet. This was a level disparity kill that left everyone utterly stunned. Chu withdrew his long sword, and Huangfu Batian's body slumped to the ground. Seeing this, the rest of the Batian gang scattered in all directions, not even daring to think of putting up a fight. If even Huangfu Batian, the leader of the Batian gang, had died at his hands, would stepping forward now just mean handing over their gear for free? In the blink of an eye, they had all vanished without a trace. Chu went to check what good loot Huangfu Batian had dropped. With his 100% drop rate, Huangfu Batian would surely be left with nothing but his underwear when he respawned. Among the items Huangfu Batian dropped was a complete set of spear-based gear, the Zhao family set. Zhao family set, equipment belonging to Zhao Qi, a descendant of Zhao Zilong of Changshan. Zhao family golden spear, strength plus 105, plus 50% armor penetration damage, plus 20% critical hit rate, passive skill spear dragon. Zhao family armor, defense plus 102, 30% knockback effect, passive skill golden light shield. Zhao family belt, defense plus 50, agility plus 50. Zhao family leather boots, agility plus 60. Zhao family helmet, defense plus 50, reduces critical damage taken by 20%. Zhao family bracers, defense plus 45, strength plus 30. Set bonus, when the set is equipped, total defense increases by 10%, strength increases by 10%, and the set skill Zhao family spirit is activated. Looking at these equipment stats, they're truly spectacular 3-digit stat bonuses, plus set bonuses and a set skill. This set of gear is absolutely amazing. In addition to this gear, his backpack also contained 300,000 taels of gold and quite a few medicinal supplies. What caught Chua's attention most, however, was a bronze fragment inside. Prajna fragment, quest item can trigger a hidden quest. It's actually an item that triggers a hidden quest. Hidden quests are extremely rare, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I never expected Huangfu Batian to be carrying something like this on him. Then again, he probably didn't know he'd be killed, so he kept it on him to make it easier to trigger the hidden quest. But now, all of this belongs to Chu. After finishing the inventory of Huangfu Batian's belongings, Chu took out the 3 items dropped by Li Mang. Li Fire Pill can be embedded into equipment to enhance its attributes. Li Fire Belt, defense plus 80, agility plus 50, with a skill Li Fire Shield, increases defense by 10%, reduces spell damage by 50%. Li Mang's Blood, forging material. The belt's stats were impressive, and its accompanying skill was incredibly powerful, so Chu immediately equipped it. After clearing up the battlefield, Chu decided to check out the other 2 guilds, so he set off once more. 5 hours later, at the Tai County City respawn point, the man in the straw hat and Huangfu Batian appeared one after the other. The man in the straw hat was no longer wearing it, revealing a head of blonde hair, and was clad in nothing but a pair of boxers. As for Huangfu Batian, he was a celebrity in Tai County, and the moment he appeared, nearby players recognized him immediately. Holy shit, isn't that Huangfu Batian? How did he get taken out? Damn, this is huge news, Huangfu Batian got killed. The news of Huangfu Batian's death spread like wildfire, and the entire Tai County forum went into a frenzy. Chapter 34, 100% drop rate, be the first to claim it. Breaking news, Huangfu Batian, leader of the Batian gang, has been killed. The leader of the Batian gang, the number 1 gang in Tai County, has appeared at the respawn point. Live broadcast, Huangfu Batian, leader of the Batian gang, is running around naked online. The forum was flooded with news of Huangfu Batian's death, sparking a massive uproar and intense discussion among countless players. However, there was still no confirmed information on who exactly had killed him, with various theories circulating. Some claimed he was killed by Heaven Sword from the Heaven Heart Guild, while others said he was slain by a powerful member of the Shangshur Guild. Some even took the opportunity to claim they were the ones who killed him, but in the end, those players were drowned out by a flood of criticism. Just then, a post burst onto the scene, like a depth charge dropped into deep water. Jianghu Baixiashing, exclusive inside scoop, Huangfu Batian was killed by Xiaoyao Beifeng. In the post, Jianghu Baixiashing outlined the general sequence of events. All the information came from surviving members of the Batian gang, and multiple core members had confirmed the story. This news instantly set the forum ablaze, leaving players utterly astonished by Xiaoyao Beifeng's strength. After all, Wang Fu Batian had the massive Batian gang as his backing, with over 100,000 people gathering resources for him, and even thousands of training partners just to help him level up. He was never short on equipment, and with his immense wealth and influence, he spared no expense on any resource money could buy. That such a powerhouse built up by so many resources was actually taken down by a previously unknown, background-less solo player was news that anyone would find hard to believe. But precisely because of this, Xiaoyao Beifeng instantly became an idol for countless casual players, and many have already posted on the forum expressing their intention to join Chu's group. The uproar continues, but some have already begun to pay attention to the situation of the other two guilds. According to information from Jianghu Beixiaxing, the three major guilds are currently working on a quest together, and their most wanted target is right in the midst of them. What an irony! Moreover, the most crucial point is that even Huang Fu Batian has been killed. What will become of the remaining two guilds? Inside Snake Demon Valley, Chu had already tracked down the group from the Heaven S Will Guild. Since splitting up, they hadn't encountered a single monster along the way, and their route was somewhat peculiar. It seemed as though they had a map of the area and were deliberately avoiding monster spawn points. The 400-person group continued walking until they reached the foot of the mountain to the north. From this vantage point, Chu noticed that the mountain looked somewhat strange. The side was far too neat and smooth. It looked as if this entire face had been neatly cut away. The main group from the Destiny Guild stopped at the base of this side of the mountain, and quite a few of them began searching the area around the base, as if looking for something. Chu had a hunch. The fact that the Destiny Guild had deliberately avoided monster spawn points suggested they weren't here to hunt monsters and collect resources. It seemed more likely they were here to complete a quest. Soon, someone discovered something under a boulder at the base of the mountain, and Feng Wuchang from the Destiny Guild went over to investigate. Looks like this is the entrance mechanism. Step aside, everyone! Feng Wuchang exclaimed excitedly. Feng Wuchang took a square jade pendant from his backpack and inserted it into the recess at the base of the boulder. It fit perfectly. A flash of light suddenly streaked across the smooth mountain wall, seemingly releasing some kind of seal, causing the entire mountain to tremble. Boom! 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 A massive gate, 10 meters high, suddenly burst open in the mountain wall, revealing a passageway leading straight into the earth. Ha, we found it! Let us go! Feng Wuchang was thrilled and led the way inside. The 400-strong group filed in one after another, while a middle-aged man ran out from the rear and kept close behind the group. This man scanned his surroundings. It was none other than Chu, wearing a disguise mask. After following the group into the underground passage, they found it to be very long and somewhat steep. It took them nearly an hour to reach the bottom, where the terrain leveled out. During this time, once the effect of his disguise mask wore off, Chu fell far behind the group. When he saw the Heaven S Will Guild S group descend into the passage, a faint light appeared ahead at the end of the tunnel. The passage was very spacious, wide enough for 20 carriages to travel side by side, and there were many doorways on both sides that seemed to lead to the area ahead. Instead of following the group, Chu entered one of the circular arches. Sure enough, at the end of the passage was the same faint light, and it appeared to lead to a protruding platform. Just then, a commotion broke out among the Destiny Guild members. It seemed they had spotted something extraordinary. Chu hurried to the protruding platform. From there, he saw a wide open view. A vast cavern stretched out before him, as large as 10 standard soccer fields, surrounded by rock walls. On those walls, countless firefly-like monsters were fluttering through the air. This was the source of light within the cavern. It looked like a sea of twinkling stars, truly spectacular and wondrous. Chu looked down and was startled to discover he was standing on a sheer cliff 100 meters high. The ground was covered with strange, stunted fruit trees, and below were countless monsters. They were monsters with the bodies of snakes and the faces of humans. What on earth was this place? Why were there such disgusting monsters here? Could these be the so-called snake demons of Snake Demon Valley? Just then, Feng Wuchang from the Heaven S Will Guild spoke up from beside him. Down there are the level 35 monsters, the guardian snake demons. We need to kill them to loot 20 slave essences. Once you've looted them, hand them over to me immediately. Feng Wuchang shouted to the group, then began assigning tasks before splitting them into teams to climb down and slay the guardian snake demons. Chu heard that they needed 20 slave essences. He didn't know what they were for, but he knew they were definitely crucial to completing the quest. Once everyone had descended, Chu watched from above as they battled the guardian snake demons. The fight was intense, but after half an hour, they hadn't collected a single slave essence. Chu waited until they had advanced further before using his floating cloud step likeness skill to leap down. Once he reached the bottom of the cavern, Chu circled around to another direction, keeping as much distance from them as possible, then began looking for an opportunity to kill the guardian snake demon. These snake demons weren't very tall, only a little over 2 meters, but they were extremely fast. Their small stature allowed them to move with great agility, though their defense wasn't as high as that of the swamp giant python. Chu had no trouble dealing with these level 35 monsters. He quickly killed one guardian serpent demon, which dropped a slave essence. A 100% drop rate is just awesome. Even though there were more of them, their drop rate was very low. It was definitely not as fast as collecting them on his own. After a little over 10 minutes, Chu had already collected 20 slave essences. After stowing them away, Chu looked around and spotted an altar in the center of the cavern. Could that be where the slave essences are used? Chu immediately sneaked over. Lord Feng, this is the 10th one. I'm sure we'll have them all in half a day. Yu Luo Tianlei said in a buzzing voice. Hurry up! Feng Wuchang urged. He had just received a message from the guild that Huangfu Batian had been killed by Beifeng, which left him utterly stunned. He had originally thought Huangfu Batian was the greatest threat, but he never expected him to be taken down by Xiaoyao Beifeng. It seemed that Xiaoyao Beifeng was truly no pushover. This left him with a lingering sense of unease, which is why he urged Yu Luo Tianlei to speed things up. Just then, the ground suddenly began to shake. What's going on? Sir, someone has activated the mechanism at the altar. Feng Wuchang's heart sank instantly, and he thought to himself, oh no, someone beat us to it. He leaped up to look and saw a figure vanish into the pillar of light emanating from the altar. Feng Wuchang recognized that figure. It was none other than Xiaoyao Beifeng. Chapter 35, Diverting the Calamity Eastward. Damn it, when did he sneak in? Feng Wuchang shouted in a fit of rage. He'd been sneaking around for so long, hoping to complete the mission smoothly, only to have someone beat him to it. But the final mission item was still in his possession. Even if that guy had gotten inside, it would be useless to him. Feng Wuchang's face darkened, and he silently resolved to find a way to take out Xiaoyao Beifeng once he was inside. It's that brat, Xiaoyao Beifeng. Yu Luo Tianlei roared angrily. Hurry up and collect the essence first, then catch up to him as quickly as possible. Feng Wuchang said coldly. The entire Heaven will guild party went berserk, furiously attacking the guardian snake demon. Meanwhile, after Chu entered the pillar of light, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. It was pitch black all around, and when he looked down, he saw an altar exactly like the one he'd just left. Could this be a teleportation array? Chu felt it was somewhat similar to using the teleportation array from the beginner's village to Tai County. However, the carvings on this teleportation array gave off a very ancient and weathered feel. They were all depictions of primeval wilderness, as if they came from a bygone era. As Chu took a step off the altar, a faint glow suddenly flared up out of nowhere. A pillar of fire shot skyward from the center, instantly illuminating the entire space. The first thing that caught his eye was a colossal stone carving of a dragon, hundreds of meters tall, with claws outstretched and fangs bared. It looked almost alive and had an incredibly striking visual impact. The entire dragon coiled through the air, its 4 legs firmly gripping 4 towering stone pillars, each carved with scenes from the primordial era. That's a dragon. This was the first time Chu had ever seen a dragon statue in Mythic world. It was identical to the Chinese totem, only more vivid and commanding. In the hearts of the Chinese people, the dragon holds an irreplaceable status, supreme and revered. Chu stepped down from the altar. Ahead lay a cliff, atop which stood a stone bridge that passed directly beneath the giant dragon statue. The moment Chu set foot on the stone bridge and looked up slightly, he found himself face to face with the stone dragon's eyes. The dragon's eyes seemed capable of seeing through everything, piercing the soul of every person who stepped onto the bridge, watching them in silence. Chu crossed the stone bridge, looking up at the stone dragon sculpture all the while, until he reached the end of the bridge where another massive entrance lay. Beyond the entrance was a vast stone cavern, and on the opposite side of the cavern stood a colossal bronze door. This bronze door appeared to be at least 200 meters high and over 100 meters wide, its surface carved with images of birds and beasts and scenes from a primeval, untamed era. What on earth could be hidden inside? Chu's curiosity was overwhelming. He was determined to get to the bottom of it. Stepping into the cavern, the ground was littered with boulders, and the air was thick with a putrid stench. As he walked further in, Chu summoned the Horse King and used bursting purple flames to illuminate the area. Suddenly, in the glow of the flames, he spotted an enormous black clay pot. This pottery jar stood over 50 meters tall. Chu had the Horse King fire more bursting purple flames in all directions, and the sight before him left him gaping in astonishment. More than 20 identical, massive black clay pots were lined up on both sides of the cave. What on earth could be inside pots this big? Chu composed himself and continued forward. The further he went, the stronger the stench of decay became. When he reached the massive bronze door, he noticed a square indentation on it, presumably the piece needed to activate the door. Could this be the square jade artifact that the Heaven-S Will Guild used at the foot of the mountain to activate the barrier? Chu didn't have that item on him right now. Did that mean he'd have to wait for them to come and open it? Suddenly, at that very moment, flames flared up on both sides of the cave. Chu looked up and saw a massive stone coffin suspended in midair. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed from within the stone coffin. The lid slid open, and a massive figure clad in black crawled out, scaling down the stone walls of the cavern. It wasn't until it entered the candlelight that Chu could see clearly. It was actually a rotting Jiao. It must be the decaying corpse of a Jiao. This Jiao had no legs, only a pair of short horns. It had already begun to take on the form of a dragon, measuring over 20 meters in length, with a body thicker than the tree trunks outside. The Jiao looked down at Chu, suddenly opened its massive jaws, and spewed a stream of black water from its mouth. Chu commanded Ma Wang to teleport, then leaped off the horse, recalled Ma Wang, and used the wandering cloud step to leave the spot once more. In the very next moment, a thunderous roar echoed from behind him. If he'd been even a second slower, he might have been struck. Chu sprinted across the jagged rocks, glancing back to see two massive craters where the ground had been corroded away. This wasn't a suitable place to fight, Chu thought calmly. There were too many boulders here, hindering his movement, while the vast, flat passage ahead would be perfect. As he moved at full speed, Chu glanced back and saw the dragon swiftly giving chase, slithering forward at an incredible pace. After Chu darted through the entrance and continued forward, he suddenly saw the glow of numerous torches ahead. A large group of people was advancing toward him from the front. It was the Heaven-S Will Guild. Feng Wuchang was leading the way and was the first to spot Chu. Seeing Chu stop 50 meters ahead, he threw back his head and roared, laughter, "Haha, Xiaoyao Beifeng, where do you think you're running? You must know there's no way out in there, right? Now is the day you die." A sinister smile played on Chu's lips as he said, "Oh? Is that so? Are you that certain?" Feng Wuchang drew his long sword, pointed it at Chu, and said coldly, "Now we'll settle both old and new scores at once. There's only one passage here. You have absolutely no chance of escaping. Today, you're as good as dead." Yu Luo Tianlei stepped forward and shouted triumphantly, "Archers, get ready. Let him taste a hail of arrows first." Chu suddenly retreated backward, pulling back to the corner, then turned and headed back toward the cave entrance. "Give chase. Don't let him escape. Leave 100 men here to guard this spot. No matter how powerful his spells are, his mana is limited. The rest of you, follow me." Feng Wuchang barked. He led 300 men in hot pursuit. Just as they reached the spot where Chu had been standing, they suddenly heard a thunderous roar coming from inside. Immediately afterward, Chu's figure reappeared before them and the distance between them was less than 10 meters. "Haha, you've got nowhere to run now!" Feng Wuchang shouted excitedly as he charged forward with his men. But just then, a massive black shadow suddenly appeared behind Chu. In the glow of the flames, Feng Wuchang could make out the shadow-esque form. It was a dragon. Moreover, he had seen a portrait of this dragon in the quest. Level 40 boss, the Azure Dragon Ao Feng. Feng Wuchang's face suddenly paled. Shu charged into the crowd of the Heaven-S Will Guild. "I'll leave this monster to you guys," Shu said with a smile. "Ah, no, don't come over here," someone cried out, realizing just how terrifying this green dragon was. Shu instantly killed one person with a single sword strike, then used his lightness skills to leap over them from the side wall, landing behind the group. Seeing so many humans, the dragon seemed to grow even more enraged and lunged directly at the crowd. In an instant, chaos erupted, and the air was filled with non-stop screams of agony. Chapter 36, The Green Dragon Boots Drop. Boom! The green dragon Ao Feng spat out a massive mouthful of venom, which exploded among the Heaven-S Will Guild members, instantly killing dozens. "Xiaoyao Beifeng, I'll tear you to pieces." Feng Wuchang roared angrily, then shouted to the members of the Heaven-S Will Guild. "Follow my command, retreat." The black-robed man beside Feng Wuchang said in a deep voice, then summoned a humanoid tree, which was a spirit pet. This man was a level 20 plus second-class expert who also possessed a spirit pet. Tree net. A massive net woven from wood blocked the path in front of the Azure Dragon. But in the next second, the Azure Dragon's immense brute strength shattered all the trees. A jet of venom spewed toward the man in black. The man in black didn't seem particularly agile. Though the treant raised a wall of trees to block the attack, he was still knocked flying and left critically injured. But he had already bought the members of the Heaven-S Will Guild plenty of time to retreat. The Heaven-S Will Guild members were all elite guild members and professional players. After a moment of panic, they quickly regained their composure and retreated as a group. Those who didn't have time to run were swept away by the green dragon's tail. Two were swept up and devoured, including the black-robed man who had been knocked down. Lord Jinmu. Feng Wuchang's expression darkened as he watched the black-robed figure get swallowed. This was the Destiny Guild's greatest trump card, and now it was lost. In less than a minute, the Destiny Guild had suffered heavy losses. Of the original 300 men led by Feng Wuchang, only a little over 100 managed to retreat successfully, joining up with the 100 who had been trailing behind. "Where's that guy, Xiaoyao Beifeng?" Yu Luoxianli demanded angrily, scanning the area but seeing no sign of Chu. "We probably don't have time to worry about him right now. Let us focus on rescuing this green dragon first," Feng Wuchang said bitterly. Having just suffered heavy casualties, they could no longer spare anyone to deal with Chu. They needed to focus all their efforts on rescuing the boss right in front of them. If they failed to defeat it, they wouldn't be able to open the final door and thus couldn't complete the mission. The green dragon swayed its decaying body, slowly closing in on the members of the Heaven-S Will Guild. "Archers, fire! Everyone else, start assembling the siege crossbows." Feng Wuchang, a seasoned veteran, quickly issued his orders. The archers fired in unison, unleashing a hail of arrows that halted the green dragon's advance. Though the arrows didn't deal significant damage, the dragon was forced to dodge attacks aimed at its vital points and eyes. Meanwhile, a 20-person squad unpacked the siege crossbow components and began assembling them on the spot. This was the Heaven-S Will Guild's greatest asset for defeating bosses and in guild battles. These were blueprints looted by the Destiny Guild from a boss, which they then paid a fortune to have professional artisan players craft. Each one came at a hefty price. Tanks, take turns tanking the monster. Warriors, attack from the flanks. Assassins, look for opportunities to strike from the other side. Feng Wuchang continued giving orders. They had to hold off the green dragon's advance until the siege crossbows were fully assembled. Upon receiving the orders, the group took their positions and launched an attack on the green dragon. The green dragon was overwhelmed by attacks coming from all directions, but when it lashed out, it managed to take down a few players. The Destiny Guild was constantly suffering casualties. Meanwhile, Chu, sitting on the stone beam behind the green dragon, was watching the spectacle unfold. The battle was truly intense. He figured that once he returned, the Heaven-S Will Guild would surely have to raise the bounty on his head. The Heaven-S Will Guild had been running rampant for so long and was already notorious for oppressing solo players. Even if they raised the bounty even higher, skilled solo players would likely refuse the job. 10 minutes later, the melee warriors had suffered more than half their losses, with only a little over 100 remaining. "Sir, the siege crossbow is assembled." Feng Wuchang was overjoyed and immediately shouted, "Clear the front line. Fire the siege crossbow." The assembled siege crossbow stood a full 10 meters tall. It used a golden bow assembled in 3 sections, as thick as an adult S-arm, with razor-sharp arrowheads. "Draw the bows. Fire." At the command, 10 men pulled the bowstrings back in unison, drawing them all the way back before releasing them with a sudden, powerful thrust. Whoosh! A golden beam shot through the air, heading straight for the green dragon. Thud! The golden arrow instantly pierced the green dragon's body. The green dragon went berserk, opening its massive jaws and frantically spewing black venom at the members of the Heaven Will Guild. A deafening roar erupted as the Guild's melee warriors were knocked down left and right, suffering extremely heavy losses. Over 50 men fell in an instant. Whoosh! A second golden arrow struck the azure dragon once more. The 2 golden arrows pierced its body but remained lodged inside, crossing one another and finally shattering its spine. The azure dragon collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life. "Take down this boss." Feng Wuchang was overjoyed at the sight. Victory was within reach. But in the next instant, a figure suddenly appeared beside the siege crossbow. A series of green flashes instantly wiped out the 10 archers who were drawing the string. "It's Xiaoyao Beifeng," someone in the crowd shouted. Feng Wuchang turned to look and saw that Chu was already charging at the panicked archers. "Holy shit, this kid-ass trying to steal the kill." Yu Luoxianli cursed loudly, drawing his greatsword and charging at Chu. Chu spun around to meet him. His speed was even faster, and with a single sword strike to the throat, he killed him instantly. Seeing this, Feng Wuchang was completely stunned. He never expected Xiaoyao Beifeng to be this formidable. No wonder Huangfu Badian had died at his hands. Chu went on to kill over a dozen more archers, cutting through them as if no one were there. After clearing out the archers, Chu turned his attention back to Feng Wuchang to catch the thief. "Catch the king first." He'd take out Feng Wuchang first. With the speed of the Yuyun step, Chu quickly closed in on Feng Wuchang. Feng Wuchang wasn't actually that skilled. He'd become vice president mainly because of Zhao Tianming's trust in him, and because he handled matters efficiently and decisively. His reflexes weren't as quick as those of the elite members. Before he even had time to react, Chu had stabbed him through the heart with a single sword strike, killing him instantly. The remaining assassins from the Tianming Guild hurriedly fled. They had no intention of fighting Chu. With the carnage already so severe, none of them were about to charge in and die needlessly. Chu first collected the items that Feng Wuchang had dropped and found a square jade stone among them. Dragon Tomb Seal, quest item unlocks the Dragon Tomb. So this was the thing all along. Having secured it, Chu felt a surge of joy and stowed it in his backpack. Next, he had to deal with this green dragon. This green dragon was incredibly powerful. Unlike the Li Mang he defaced earlier, this was a true dragon. Even as a corpse, its strength was terrifying. But now it had been struck by 2 siege crossbows, leaving it severely wounded and on the brink of death. Chu stepped forward, pierced its vital point with the green leaf sword, and followed up with a shattering strike. Finally, he succeeded in killing it. A golden light shone down. Killing 2 level 40 bosses in quick succession allowed Chu to level up once again. He is now at level 18. Let us see what the blue dragon Ao Fong dropped. Dragon Pill, a special item that boosts the base stats of mounts and spirit pets, and has a certain chance to trigger mutations in them. It functions similarly to the Snake Core, though its effects are likely stronger. There's also a piece of equipment. Blue Dragon Boots, plus 110 agility, reduces stun effects by 20%, and grants 20% immunity to poison damage. What a haul! Another piece of equipment with triple-digit stats. Chapter 37, Acquiring an Immortal Grade Spirit Pet. The Chaos Python. Chu put on the Azure Dragon Boots, a pair of boots shimmering with green scales, and immediately felt his entire body grow lighter. He then swept the battlefield, collecting any equipment of value. The more ordinary items, which he couldn't carry, were left behind to be recycled by the system. Returning once more to the bronze door, Chu placed the square jade stone into the slot. A flash of light streaked across the bronze door, followed by the deafening sound of it swinging open. The entire cave trembled. As the bronze doors swung open, the scene beyond came into view. To Chua's surprise, it was nothing more than a thatched hut. This stark contrast took Chu by surprise. He had expected an incredibly spectacular sight, but instead found only an ordinary thatched hut. Stepping inside, Chu walked straight toward the thatched hut. Only after entering did he realize that this thatched hut was far from ordinary. Ding! You've discovered immortal rice stalks. These were the stalks used to thatch the hut. Ding! You've discovered 10,000-year-old immortal wood. This was the hut's front door. Ding! You've discovered a rainbow-colored feather. This was the rainbow-colored curtain made of feathers. Next to the thatched hut was a small pond, where 2 golden koi were swimming. Ding! You've discovered the 9 heavens divine koi. Chu gazed at everything before him and couldn't help but swallow hard. He really wanted to grab a few of these items and run. These were all immortal treasures. But when he tried to touch them, he was blocked by a mysterious force. With no other choice, Chu had to abandon that idea and focus on finding a way to open the door first. There was a square slot on the lock at the door. When he inserted the square jade stone, the wooden door of the thatched cottage swung open. Inside, there was only a table. On the table was a nest, and inside it lay a dark-colored egg that emitted a faint glow. A pearl floated above the egg. Ding! You have discovered a hidden quest. The system emitted a notification sound. At that moment, the bead glowed, and a wisp of white smoke drifted out of it, settling before Chu. The white smoke condensed, and in an instant, a fairy in flowing white robes appeared before Chu. Indeed, she was a fairy. Her skin as translucent as jade, her features exquisitely beautiful, and her demeanor ethereal. Though she stood very close, she gave off an aura of unapproachability. Chosen one, you have finally arrived here with the reverse scale. I have been waiting for tens of thousands of years, the fairy said slowly, her voice light, clear, and soothing to the ear. Who are you? I am Ao Shuang, daughter of Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East Sea, the fairy replied, her beautiful eyes fixed on Chu, mesmerizing and captivating. What? You're the daughter of the Dragon King of the East Sea? Chu was astonished. That is correct. What stands before you is my divine projection. Since you've come this far, you must undergo a trial to earn my recognition, Ao Shuang said calmly. Ding! Do you accept the trial quest? Success rewards you with the spirit pet, the chaos python. Failure means death. Another trial quest. But the reward was tempting. Just looking at that egg, Chu could tell it was extraordinary. I accept. Ao Shuang smiled faintly and said, next, 3 types of monsters will appear outside. You must obtain 10 slave essences from each. As long as you complete this within 12 shurchen, you'll pass the trial. Upon hearing this quest, Chu couldn't help but let out a strange smile and asked to confirm, are you sure? This quest is quite difficult. It's still not too late to back out now. I can make an exception and cancel your trial, Ao Shuang said, her beautiful eyes fixed on Chu. No need. Just go ahead and start. Ao Shuang waved her hand, and a commotion arose outside the door. Chu stepped out, sword in hand, to find the area swarming with guardian snake demons, at least 100 of them. Was this great immortal Ao testing his drop rate or his strength? A faint smile tugged at the corner of Chua's mouth as he charged toward the guardian snake demons. Meanwhile, in a realm of chaos, there stood a palace. Inside were 2 immortal maidens. One was Ao Shuang from earlier, and the other bore a striking resemblance to her, though she appeared less mature and more adorable. Sister, do you really think this person can complete the trial? Is it really wise to pin our clan's hopes on a human? Her younger sister, Ao Shui, asked anxiously. Ao Shuang sighed heavily. We have no other choice now. This is the only way to save our clan. We must make this dragon seed a human's spirit pet. As she spoke, a hint of sorrow crossed Ao Shuang's face. Ao Shui clenched her little fists in anger. For hundreds of thousands of years, our clan has sacrificed so much to protect this world, sealing the entrance of evil spirits, safeguarding countless living beings, only to end up like this. Ao Shuang gently stroked Ao Shui's little head and soothed her, "Don't worry. One day, I will demand justice for the Dragon Clan from the Celestial Court." Ao Shui nodded vigorously, then looked back at the mirror floating in the air and said anxiously, "Sister, what if this human can't pass the trial? Humans are just too weak, and if they can't gather as many spirit essences as possible, it means the dragon seed might fail in the future." This was exactly what Ao Shuang was worried about. Just as she was speaking, the door to the thatched hut suddenly swung open, and the person walked back in. Ao Shuang sighed and asked, "What? Are you planning to give up?" This task was indeed a bit difficult for a human. Shu smiled and pulled 10 snake demon essences out of his backpack. "The first trial is complete." "Wow, how could it be done so fast?" Ao Shui exclaimed in astonishment from the side. Even Ao Shuan was taken aback. She glanced at the time. Only 3 minutes had passed. "Very good. Now let us begin the second trial, also 10 slave essences." 3 minutes later. Chu placed the 10 souls on the table, leaving the sisters speechless for a moment. Chu was even more speechless. It seemed like the beauty had merely swapped out the monsters. This trial posed no challenge at all for him. After all, he had a 100% drop rate. "Please start the third trial." In the end, it was the same as before. Within 3 minutes, Chu brought the souls back and placed them on the table. Ao Shui's eyes widened in shock. How could a human obtain the essence so quickly? Ao Shuang, however, let a gleam of admiration flash in her eyes as she said to Chu, "Congratulations, you've passed the trial." Ding! You have passed the trial and received the trial quest reward, the Chaos Python. The light barrier enveloping the giant black egg dissipated, and Chu suddenly felt a surge of excitement. After all, this item had been kept in a thatched hut built from numerous immortal artifacts. It surely couldn't be anything but exceptional. Chu carefully cradled the giant black egg, which was about the size of an adult's head. It felt very heavy in his hands. Check attributes. Chaos Python, hatchable, first grade immortal class spirit pet, strength plus 100, agility plus 100, defense plus 100, inherent skills spirit fusion, can fuse with its master to enhance the master's attributes and grant the master the abilities of the Chaos Python dragon transformation. The Chaos Python possesses the bloodline of a divine dragon and can evolve into a dragon mastery of the 5 elements. The Chaos Python can learn 5 elements spells. Seeing these stats, Chu couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. It was actually an immortal grade spirit pet. Chapter 38, Hatching an Immortal Grade Spirit Pet. Chosen one, I hope you'll treat the Chaos Python well. One day, we will meet again. A hint of reluctance flashed in Ao Shuang's eyes, but her tone was resolute. As she finished speaking, her body dissolved into mist and dissipated, and the pearl burst open, scattering across the table. Chu composed himself and stored the Chaos Python spirit pet egg in his spirit pet space. He wasn't yet at level 20, so he couldn't hatch the spirit pet just yet. After leaving the thatched hut, Chu retraced his steps, exited the mountain, and returned to the surface. Chu planned to level up inside first. There were plenty of snake-like monsters here, and their levels were just right, so he began searching Snake Demon Valley. Soon, in a dense forest, he discovered a large green snake. It was enormous, and its 2 fangs were also green, clearly highly venomous. Thinking about checking the information on these monsters, Chu remembered an item he received from Huangfu Batian, the True Spirit Eye. True Spirit Eye allows you to view monster attributes. Level restrictions do not exceed the user's level by more than 20. In other words, as long as a monster is no more than 20 levels above your own, you can use it to check the monster's level. He used the True Spirit Eye to examine the giant green snake before him. Green Scaled Snake, level 35 common monster, specializes in neurotoxic venom attacks. The venom has corrosive and paralyzing effects. It really worked. This monster is perfect for leveling up. Shu drew the green leaf sword and was just about to kill the monster to gain experience when he suddenly received a message from Wuji. "Holy crap, Brother Bei, you took down the Heaven Will Guild. How did you find out? The forums are going crazy. Wow, your name is probably the most talked about in Tai County right now. Plus, the all-knowing just dropped a bombshell about you. Go check the forums ASAP." Chu opened the Tai County forums, and sure enough, they were flooded with posts about the Destiny Guild members all respawning at the resurrection point. Breaking news! Hundreds of Destiny Guild members have respawned at the resurrection point. Breaking news, Feng Wuchang, vice leader of the Destiny Guild, has also been killed. Xiaoyao Beifeng is so awesome he has taken down 2 major guilds in a row. Below that was a featured post, an exclusive scoop from Jianghu Beixiaxing. Jianghu Beixiaxing, exclusive scoop. Xiaoyao Beifeng isn't a solo player, he is the leader of the Skybreaker Guild. The post had just gone up, and its popularity was still soaring. Tens of thousands of people were leaving comments asking to join Chu's guild. Holy crap, my idol has a guild. I'm joining. Don't even think about it, buddy. I'm a level 16 warrior and I haven't even had my say yet. Hee hee, I'm going to find my brother Beifeng, commented someone with a cute girl-s avatar. Sweet and cute on the forum, but a scruffy guy in real life. You've given yourself away, OP. I want to join the Skybreaker Guild. Anyone willing to sponsor me? Chu was a bit surprised by the massive commotion this had caused. Just then, Li Haoran sent a message, Brother Bei, guild applications have skyrocketed. We've already got over 20,000, and tons of people have even shown up at the guild headquarters. Come up with a screening process. There are 2 basic principles for joining the guild. First, impeccable character. We can't accept just anyone at LL, ruin our reputation. That's the most important condition. Second, dedication. No casual players, professional players get priority. Shu said. Right, that's exactly what I was thinking. I'll discuss it with the others and come up with a plan. Li Haoran said excitedly. Fei also sent a message, Brother Bei, take me along next time you take on those 3 thug gangs. I've been itching to beat the crap out of them for ages. Dawnbreaker also sent a message at that moment, reporting on the progress of the guild headquarters construction. It was already taking shape, and the construction would be completed very soon. Hearing this good news, Chu felt even happier. He closed the chat window and focused on killing monsters to level up. 3 days later. After Chu killed the last green-scaled snake, a golden light shone down. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 20. He finally made it to level 20. Chu couldn't wait to pull out the Chaos Python Spirit Pet Egg. The hatch label had finally turned from gray to blue, indicating it was ready to hatch. Ding! Do you wish to hatch the Chaos Python? Hatch. Chu tapped confirm, and the Chaos Python Spirit Pet Egg suddenly floated into the air. The black egg began to emit a dark glow. Crackle, crackle. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the black eggshell, and a dark light shone through the fissures. Chu felt a surge of joy as expected of an immortal tier spirit pet. Even the spectacle of its hatching was so extraordinary. The black eggshell began to peel away, revealing a dark mass inside. Just as half the shell had fallen away, the dark mass began to move. It was the coiled body of the Chaos Python. Snap! The black eggshell fell away completely, and a black snake as thick as a baby's arm stretched out, dancing and coiling through the air. A pair of serpentine eyes darted left and right, curiously taking in the world, and it was actually quite adorable. When the Chaos Python turned its head and spotted Chu, it slowly glided over, affectionately rubbing its head against Chu's face, clearly delighted. It then coiled its body around Chu's neck, pressing its head tightly against his face. Holy crap, this little guy actually knows how to be affectionate? Chu sensed that this Chaos Python possessed a high level of sentience, a quality other monsters lacked. No wonder it's an immortal grade spirit pet. It really is in a league of its own. He opened his personal attributes to check again. Player Xiaoyao Beifeng class, Sword Spirit. Level 2012 500,000. Skill Earth grade, 3rd rank skill Sword Spirit Heart Sutra, increases base damage by 30%, critical hit rate by 20%, damage to vital points by 300%, and agility by 50%. Attribute Strength 161, Agility 152, Defense 148. Mana 2,000 points. Hidden stat 100% drop rate. Equipment, Greenleaf Sword Sealed Strength plus 150, Agility plus 100, plus 30% critical hit rate, plus 80% armor penetration damage, comes with the skills Greenleaf Combo and Piercing Strike. Green Dragon Boots agility plus 110, reduces stun effects by 20%, immune to 20% poison damage. Earth Armor defense plus 180, has a 30% chance to knock back enemies, comes with the skill Solid as a Rock, which increases defense by 50% for 60 seconds cooldown, 60 minutes. Fiery Belt defense plus 80, agility plus 50 comes with the skill Fiery Shield, increases defense by 10% and reduces spell damage by 50%. Boulder Bracers defense plus 50, strength plus 20. Skill, Floating Cloud Step instantly increases speed, allows brief flight, agility plus 150, lasts 30 seconds cooldown 1 minute. 13 Swords of the Sword Spirit, instantly increases attack power, each strike becomes progressively more powerful, strength plus 200, critical hit chance plus 20%, a 30% chance to inflict critical wound upon hitting a vital point, skill lasts 30 seconds cooldown 1 minute. True Spirit Sword, instant burst damage, strength plus 500, critical hit chance 80%, critical damage plus 300%. Mount, Purple Flame Horse King, level 1 agility plus 200, comes with the skill Purple Flame Golden Body, which doubles defense, Exploding Purple Flame, which grants strength plus 80 and inflicts a burning effect for 1 minute, dealing 30% damage per second. Spirit Pet, Chaos Python, first grade immortal class Spirit Pet, strength plus 100, agility plus 100, defense plus 100, inherent skills Spirit Fusion, confuse with its master to enhance the master's attributes and grant the Chaos Python's abilities. Dragon Transformation. The Chaos Python possesses the bloodline of a divine dragon and can evolve into a dragon, can evolve once every 10 levels, mastery of the 5 elements. The Chaos Python can learn 5 elements spells. Shu rubbed its body and laughed. You're so dark, I'll give you the nickname Xiaohei. Ha ha. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The Chaos Python seemed to be protesting, but there was nothing it could do. Chu had already renamed it. Alright, from now on, you're Xiaohei. Chapter 39, a major transformation in the guild. Come on, Xiaohei, I'll take you leveling, Shu said with a smile. Xiaohei clearly accepted the nickname and happily wrapped itself around Chu's neck. Shu found a spawn point for 2-headed pythons, intending to let Xiaohei test its skills. Xiaohei darted out and hissed at the 2-headed python. There was a huge disparity in size and level between them, yet the 2-headed python actually coiled its body up and cowered on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Holy crap, what is going on here? Could this be the legendary Dragon-S might? Xiaohei must definitely have dragon blood, otherwise, Ao Shuang, the Dragon King of the East CS consort, wouldn't he hold him in such high regard? Put. A jet of black flame shot from Xiaohei's mouth, engulfing the 2-headed python. Though the damage wasn't too severe, the black flames refused to be extinguished, causing the creature to wail in agony. Chu drew the green leaf sword and stepped forward to put the 2-headed python out of its misery. Just then, a gray mass suddenly drifted out from within the creature's body. It was a demon soul. Xiaohei excitedly rushed over and devoured the demon soul, smacking his lips as if it were a delicious treat. Suddenly, the black scales covering his body flashed with a dark light. He had leveled up to level 2, and his size had visibly increased by a full size. Seeing this, Chu was astonished. Could it be that Xiaohei grows and evolves by devouring demon souls? Could this be the dragon transformation talent? That is absolutely amazing. Just then, a 2-headed python slithered over, glaring at Xiaohei with hostility and fear in its eyes. Xiaohei, use Spirit Fusion. Shu wanted to test the skill. Xiaohei flew back and plunged straight into Chu's body. Shu could clearly feel a change in his right hand. Looking down, he saw that countless black snake scales had sprouted from it, and his fingers had turned into claws. Checking his stats, he saw that his strength had skyrocketed from 161 to 261. Holy crap, is this move really that powerful? He charged at the 2-headed python with his sword and quickly ended its life. Xiaohei flew out of Chu's body again, rushed over to devour the 2-headed python's demon soul, grew even larger, and leveled up to level 3. At this rate of growth, Xiaohei will complete its devouring evolution by level 10, and by then, it'll likely be even stronger. This is truly an immortal tier spirit pet. It's practically a god tier existence. However, he'd been in Snake Demon Valley for a bit too long. There were still many matters in the guild awaiting his decision, and his inventory was already packed with all sorts of gear. He wouldn't have room for any more loot even if he found it. Chu retraced his steps. Once he stepped out of Snake Demon Valley, the thick fog once again engulfed the area, blocking his exit. Ding, the ceiling talisman has expired. Chu checked his inventory again. Sure enough, the ceiling talisman was now useless. It seemed that to re-enter the Snake Demon Valley, he'd have to find another sealing talisman and complete the unsealing quest. But he had neither of these, only the Heaven Will Guild possessed them. Chu still didn't know what quest awaited him inside the Heaven Will Guild, but the ultimate goal was undoubtedly Xiao Hei. It was just a stroke of luck that Chu had beaten everyone to it, becoming the biggest winner. Upon returning to the guild headquarters, Chu saw city walls that had taken shape over 3 meters high with gates made of refined steel, studded with rivets and looking incredibly sturdy. Moreover, quite a few people were coming and going through the gates, making the place seem very lively. After passing through the gates, Chu found himself surrounded by various large structures. Many professional player crafters were still constructing other buildings, and there were plenty of other players on the streets. He hadn't expected the guild headquarters to undergo such a dramatic transformation in just a few days. It was truly a sight to behold. When Chu had left, this had been nothing more than a desolate mountaintop. Now it looked like a small town. It seemed that Howren and the others, along with Dawnbreaker, must have put in a tremendous amount of effort over the past few days. "Hey, buddy, do you know where the guild hall is?" someone walked up to Chu and asked. Chu turned his head and saw a group of 4. The one asking for directions was a young man with short hair, wearing dark red armor. He looked very young, with a somewhat boyish face. I don't know," Chu said with a smile, shaking his head. He'd just returned. How would he know which building was the guild hall? "Oh, I see. Are you here for the Skybreaker Guild tryouts too? By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Hong Lin, a spear warrior." "What's your name, buddy?" Hong Lin smiled and held out his hand, coming across as very friendly. He seemed like the type who could strike up a conversation with anyone. "Hello, I'm Xiao Beifeng." Chu reached out and shook his hand. "Ah, man, you're such a joker. I've never met anyone as funny as you. I might as well be the Jade Emperor myself." Hong Lin laughed heartily, and the other 3 chuckled quietly as well. Seeing that they didn't believe him, Chu could do nothing but shake his head in resignation. "Why don't you head to the guild hall too? We can chat as we walk. I'll tell you guys even more juicy details about Brother Beifeng," Hong Lin said mysteriously, instantly piquing the others' curiosity, including Chu's. Chu was actually curious to hear what juicy details he might have. As the group of 5 walked along the main road, Hong Lin began to talk non-stop, recounting what had happened in Snake Demon Valley. He told the story vividly and with great detail, though he had exaggerated every single detail to the extreme. "Do you guys know how Brother Beifeng killed Huangfu Batian?" Hong Lin teased, keeping them in suspense. The other 3 shook their heads in unison, listening as if they were at a storyteller's performance, their faces full of anticipation as they urged, "How did he kill him? Hurry up and tell us, we're dying to know." Hong Lin smiled smugly and said, "The Sword of the Void." Brother Beifeng simply swung his sword through the air, and a blade of energy sliced Huangfu Batian right in half. Upon hearing this, Chu stumbled backward and nearly spit out his saliva. This guy was telling a story, but it was way too exaggerated. Wow, that's so awesome. No wonder he's the #1 fighter in Tai County. Exactly. He is my idol. Keep going, I can't get enough of this. Yeah, hurry up and tell us." Hong Lin laughed heartily and continued, "Do you know how the more than 300 members of the Heaven Will Guild died afterward? How did they die? They were wiped out in one move by Brother Beifeng's 10,000 swords flying stars. With a single wave of his hand, Brother Beifeng summoned over 10,000 divine swords. Those swords flew like cruise missiles, leaving not a single member of the Heaven Will Guild alive." Hong Lin even mimed the slashing motion. "Wow, that's so awesome. His skills must be super powerful." The other 3 looked at him with admiration. Chu, on the other hand, was rolling his eyes and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Where on earth did he hear this made-up story? Seeing that Chu didn't seem to believe him, Hong Lin pounded his chest and said, "Dude, I'm telling you the truth. That's the story going around out there. My version is the closest to what really happened. Wait, there are other versions? Yeah, all kinds of versions are circulating on the forums. Haven T, you seen them? Hong Lin asked. Shu shook his head. He really hadn't. As the five of them talked, they walked to the end of the main road. After asking around, they finally found out where the guild building was. Just past the end, they turned left and then right. As soon as they rounded the corner, Shu saw a small square completely filled with people waiting in line, probably 3,000 or 4,000 of them. Holy crap, I thought I'd gotten here early enough, but I didn't expect there to be this many people. Hong Lin's expression fell. Chapter 40, A Feast of Gear. Are all these people here for the tryouts? Shu was a bit surprised. He'd known there'd be quite a few people, but he hadn't expected this many. Yeah, a lot of people want to join the Skybreaker Guild. Aren't you here for the tryouts too? Why even ask? Hong Lin shot Shu a look, then hurried off to the back of the line. Shu smiled, skipped the line, and walked straight ahead, intending to go inside the building to find Haoran and the others. Hey, buddy, you've got to get in line. What are you thinking? Hong Lin quickly called out to Shu. I'm just going inside to take care of something. I'm not waiting in line, Shu said with a laugh. He'd only taken 2 steps when he was stopped by a player in line ahead of him. Damn it, bro, we're all here to get things done. You've got to wait in line first, a player who had clearly just left the newbie village said, rolling his eyes at Shu. What's going on? What are you guys arguing about? Just then, a guild member walked over and asked. He suddenly spotted Shu and immediately snapped to attention, saluting, "Hello, guild master." The scene fell silent instantly, and everyone's eyes turned to Shu. Hong Lin's mouth dropped open as he stared at Shu in disbelief. He never would have imagined that this person was actually Xiaoyao Beifeng himself. And he'd just been making fun of him. Holy crap, it really is Xiaoyao Beifeng, someone in the line exclaimed upon recognizing Shu. Wow, my idol. Sign an autograph for me, idol. Brother Beifeng, I love you, a female player shrieked. Is that really Xiaoyao Beifeng? He looks so badass. No wonder he's the guy who took down Huangfu Batian. In an instant, the scene erupted into chaos. Many people rushed toward Shu, and quite a few in the crowd began shouting excitedly. Brother Beifeng. Big Brother Beifeng, take me on as your little brother. Big Brother Beifeng, from now on, I'm sticking with you. Seeing that the situation was getting out of hand, Shu immediately activated his floating cloud step, leaping high into the air and sprinting toward the guild building, using the railing as a foothold. Hong Lin stared blankly at Shu's receding figure. His likeness skills were incredibly graceful. Holy crap, he really is my big brother Beifeng. His likeness skills are incredible. Hong Lin exclaimed excitedly. The 3 people beside him immediately rolled their eyes at him, looking down on him for not even recognizing Xiaoyao Beifeng. Shu walked into the guild building, where the line of people stretched on and on. He finally received a reply to the message he'd sent to Haoran. It seemed he'd been busy just now, and they were all waiting in the 3rd floor conference room. Shu arrived at the conference room, where the others were already gathered. Brother Bei, you're finally back. I've been so swamped I haven't had a moment to breathe, but you've been taking it easy, haven't you? Li Haoran complained with a smile, though his eyes were filled with excitement. Haoran, you've done a great job. The guild headquarters is coming along nicely. Shu praised him. Money talks, we basically threw gold at this. Over 1,000 professional craftsmen, plus all these materials, it cost us over 1 million gold. Thankfully, we managed to pull it off. Now, all the guild buildings are basically complete. We modeled them after other guild setups, so we've got everything from an apothecary and a blacksmith's shop to residential areas and a guild quest hall, Li Haoran said excitedly. You've worked hard. You'll definitely get your rewards, huh? Shu said with a laugh, patting him on the shoulder. Member recruitment has already begun. We're prioritizing character over skill, with professional players getting first dibs. We've already got quite a few candidates, so I'm confident we'll fill our guild's 100-member quota soon. Once the members are confirmed, we'll equip them with mounts, Dawnbreaker reported. Hee, Wu Ji and I have been leading leveling runs. Everyone's levels have shot up recently. Fei laughed. Excellent. I've got plenty of gear here. Chankon, after you guys pick what you want, put the rest in the guild warehouse. In the future, our guild members can use guild quest points to exchange for gear. The higher the points, the better the gear. Chu said as he stood up and placed the gear on the floor, instantly filling the vast conference room. Seeing all this gear, they were all stunned. Holy crap, Brother Bei, is all this gear loot you got from those two guilds? Fei asked excitedly. That's right. They were elite guild members. The gear they were wearing wasn't half bad, Chu said with a laugh. That's awesome, Brother Bei. Wuji exclaimed in astonishment. Even Dawnbreaker couldn't help but swallow hard. This much gear, our strength is definitely going to skyrocket. With this much gear in reserve, our guild won't run short of equipment for a long time. We need to level up the guild to level 2 as soon as possible to increase the member limit, Li Haoren said, equally excited. Shu nodded. A level 1 guild's limit of 100 members was indeed very low, and they couldn't use peripheral members like other guilds did. While that would allow them to recruit many people, those individuals wouldn't be official members. They couldn't participate in guild quests, and managing them would be a huge drain on administrative resources. I have another type of gear here. Let me show you, Chu said, pulling out a set of giant python armor and handing it to them. The four of them immediately stood up to check the stats. When they saw the attributes of this armor, they couldn't help but gape in astonishment. Giant python armor, defense plus 58, reduces impact damage by 30%, increases knockback effect by 10%, comes with a skill scaling. The armor grows snake scales, granting a 30% defense bonus for 60 seconds skill cooldown, 10 minutes. The stats on this giant python armor are incredible. Although the defense value isn't particularly high, the bonus stats are already excellent. Li Haoren marveled. Holy crap, I want this set too, but I'll let Haoren have it. Fei said longingly, practically drooling. This gear is really great. Gear with stats like this is rare these days. It's way better than what the elite members of other guilds are wearing, Dawnbreaker marveled. I only have 100 sets of this giant python armor, Chu said slowly. Instantly, the conference room fell into dead silence, and the four of them stared at Chu in shock. What? Brother Bei, what did you say? How many sets? Fei scratched his ear, finding it hard to believe what he just heard. Chu held up one finger and emphasized, I said, 100 sets. Oh, 100 sets. Dawnbreaker stammered, unable to believe his ears. Holy crap, Brother Bei, where did you get all that? Wuji excitedly threw his arms around him and shouted. From dungeon runs. Take a look. Chu placed another 10 sets of giant python armor on the table, all with identical stats. 100 sets of giant python armor, plus this gear that's enough to equip an elite squad. Stats like these are top tier for players below level 20. Li Haoren exclaimed excitedly. There's one more set of gear. I hope we can allocate it through a competition using guild quest points as a reward, and also to give it to the most outstanding warrior. Whoever is the strongest gets it, Chu said solemnly. What kind of gear is it? So mysterious? Fei asked curiously. Chu put away the giant python armor and took out Huangfu Batian's complete set of gear, placing it on the table. When the four saw the set, their expressions all changed. Holy crap, this has to be Huangfu Batian's set of gear. Fei exclaimed in shock. This gear, and it's a complete set. That's just insane. Wuji was completely dumbfounded. All four of them were left speechless. Chapter 41, Naughty Kids, Naughty Parents. It took a long time for the four of them to snap out of their daze. Alright, this set of gear should belong to a capable gun-wielding warrior. I'll make arrangements for this, Li Haoren said with a sigh. Then I'll go organize this gear, register, and categorize it. Guild members can claim the gear using guild quest points. I'll go draft and finalize the rules right away, Dawnbreaker continued. During the rest of the meeting, everyone discussed matters related to the guild's development. Shu had included a clause in the guild rules stating that members were not allowed to forcibly occupy resource points. All resource points should be shared by everyone. While territorial division might benefit the guild, it would harm the feelings of the broader player community. Therefore, Shu had a very clear vision for the guild. It would be different from all other guilds, a righteous force that would not oppress other players, but one that would not allow others to bully the Skybreaker Guild either. As the meeting wrapped up, Li Haoran said, "We've been playing the game for so many days now, and we're all getting ready for the break. Otherwise, the dorm supervisor will kick us out. Let us grab a meal together before we leave." "Sure. Living on nothing but the nutrition pods makes me feel like something's missing," Faye said with a smile, licking his lips. "Alright, I'll treat everyone to a nice meal. Let us go to the Sihai restaurant," Shu suggested. The Sihai restaurant was a renowned seafood restaurant in Guang City and a local 5-star establishment. "Yay, the boss is the best!" Wu Ji cheered. After stepping out of the nutrition pods, the four of them didn't feel the slightest bit hungry. That's how powerful this high-end stuff is. Even though they weren't hungry, they still wanted to go eat something to satisfy their appetites. They hailed a cab outside the school gate and headed straight to the Sihai restaurant for a big feast. The next day, the school issued the summer break notice. On that day, students were not allowed to stay in the dorms, so everyone was preparing to leave campus either to return home or to take on summer jobs. Li Haoran, Fei, and the others were also packing up to go home. "Brother Bei, are you going back to your hometown?" Wu Ji asked, slinging his arm around Chua's shoulder. "I'll head back a bit later." "Wu Ji, aren't you planning to skip going home again and go out to have some fun?" Shu saw right through him. Wu Ji chuckled and said, "No way. What do you mean, hanging out? I've got to spend the summer with Lily. She wants to find a part-time job, and I've got to help her." Shu shook his head and laughed. "You, man, better be careful. Don't go causing a baby. Otherwise, graduation day will be the day you become a dad." Okay, I know," Wu Ji said, waving his hand. The three of them carried the nutrition pods back and agreed on a daily login time. After they all left, the dorm was empty except for Chu. He thought about how he'd have to move out once the next semester started. Maybe he should just go buy a villa to live in. He now had nearly 1 billion in his bank account. With that much money, it felt pointless to have earned it if he didn't spend it. Chu couldn't help but laugh at himself. His mindset hadn't caught up yet. Having been used to a life of poverty, he suddenly found himself with such a huge sum and didn't even know how to spend it. Chu had given his parents enough money to build a new house in their hometown and had them buy a new apartment there as well. Now, his parents were essentially retired early. However, after stopping work, they felt restless, so they opened a general store in town to keep themselves busy with some light work. With so much money left over, Chu thought he might as well buy a villa and then pick up a decent car. No sooner said than done. Chu took a taxi to Shanghai Villas, a high-end villa community in Guang City that had just opened. The area is peaceful, well-connected, and not far from the school. It's a very well-known upscale community in Guang City. The villas for sale there are all ready to move into, fully furnished and decorated, so you can move right in. They're excellent in every way, but the price is exorbitant, starting at 30 million per unit, with slightly nicer ones costing over 50 million. Moreover, he heard that the price for Shanghai No. 1 had already reached 110 million, which deterred quite a few potential buyers. The taxi pulled up at the sales center of Shanghai Villas. Parked at the entrance were all kinds of luxury cars: Lamborghinis, Ferraris, Maybachs, and more. Anyone coming here to view properties must have a net worth of at least 100 million. Chu walked up to the entrance of the sales center, where two attractive female sales representatives in black business suits stood waiting to greet him. "Hello, sir. Are you here to look at the properties?" asked the saleswoman on the left, a woman with dyed blonde hair and heavy makeup. After sizing Chu up for a few moments, Chu was dressed head to toe in cheap clothes, and seeing that he'd arrived by taxi, he didn't exactly look like someone who'd come to buy a house. "Yes, that's right. I'm here to look at the properties," Chu replied with a smile. "Sir, you really have a good eye. Please come in." A young saleswoman on the right hurriedly and politely ushered Chu inside. Chu nodded and walked into the sales center. The young woman was about to follow him when she was stopped by the blonde woman. Cece, why are you letting just anyone in? Aren't you afraid he might be here to cause trouble? Oh, Sister Fawn, why would you say that? He looks pretty friendly to me. I don't think so, Cece replied in a low voice. Ah, I knew you were new here. These days, you can't judge a book by its cover. Haven T. We had enough incidents at this sales center before. We had legal wives coming to confront mistresses, enemies seeking revenge, and even people coming in to take photos for scams. We've seen all kinds of people. Chen Fong said earnestly. Sister Fawn, is it really that serious? Cece was startled by her words. It really is that serious. Keep an eye on him, Chen Fong said in a low voice, pointing at Chu. The two followed Chu, and Chen Fong asked casually, Sir, what kind of property are you looking at? We have villas and units in different locations, and of course, the prices vary. Over on the left are the townhouses, starting at just 11 million. Would you like me to show you around? Chu had already looked at some floor plans on his way in and wasn't particularly fond of townhouses, so he said, just take me straight to the detached villas. Oh, sure. Chen Fong was taken aback for a moment, but she had no choice but to take him over. The three of them walked to the detached villa display area on the right, where a large sand table model stood in the center. From the model, they could see a large lake in the middle of the cluster of detached villas, with a mountain behind it nestled against the mountains and beside the water. The scenery looked quite nice. Just then, a well-dressed couple walked in. Chen Fong, feeling it was a waste of time to accompany Chu any longer, turned to Cece and said, You stay here and keep an eye on things. I'm going to attend to some other clients. Oh, okay, Sister Fong, Cece replied after a moment's pause. Chu was looking around intently, and Cece went to pour him a glass of water. Suddenly, a 3 or 4-year-old child ran over, jumped onto the edge of the sand table model, and tried to climb inside. Seeing this, Chu hurried over to stop him, grabbing the child's hand. If he let the child climb over, not only would the model be damaged, but the child could easily fall and get hurt. It was very dangerous. But as soon as the child climbed down, he burst into tears, plopped right back down on the ground, and started wailing. A middle-aged couple, dressed head to toe in designer labels, came jogging over. Seeing their son sitting on the ground, crying and throwing a tantrum, they asked affectionately, What's wrong, sweetheart? What happened? Mom, he's picking on me, the little boy cried, pointing at Chu. The middle-aged woman picked up her son and glanced at Chu. Seeing that he was dressed plainly, she assumed he must be a staff member there. So she glared at Chu menacingly and snapped, What kind of person are you? How dare you pick on my little treasure? Are you out of your mind? Her voice was very loud, and combined with the child's distress, it immediately drew Cece and Chen Fong over. What's going on? Chen Fong asked as she approached. How do you run this place? Why do you let just anyone come in to view the property? Look, he has made my little one cry. This is absolutely outrageous, the middle-aged woman said sharply, her thin lips curling in disdain. Exactly. Hurry up and kick him out. He's really ruining our mood for buying a house, the middle-aged man in a suit snapped coldly. Chapter 42, Buying Shanghai Number 1. Chen Fong knew this couple was a prospective buyer, a client who had already paid a deposit. If she offended them and they decided not to buy here, the loss would be enormous. So at that moment, the scales in Chen Fong's mind had already tipped. Sir, since this is your fault, please apologize to these two and then leave, Chen Fong said, turning back to address Chu. That single sentence instantly caused the atmosphere to turn icy. Chu's expression hardened as he retorted, I was just stopping that brat from climbing up to keep him from breaking things and to prevent him from getting hurt. What did I do wrong? Why should I apologize? You made my precious child cry, and you still have the nerve to argue? Apologize to my child right now, the middle-aged woman said, glaring fiercely at Chu. Chen Fong knew that no matter what the situation was, she didn't want to offend a potential client. If she let them in and lost this deal because of it, she would inevitably face disciplinary action. Go on, please apologize immediately. Chen Fong's tone was firm. She was putting on this show for the couple. The couple stood there with their chins held high, watching the spectacle unfold. Lucisi spotted the tiny footprints at the edge of the sandbox and realized Chu had been right all along. Unable to bear seeing him forced to apologize, she quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Well, you two, look, the little one isn't hurt. Why don't we just let this slide? This gentleman was only trying to be helpful. Helpful, my foot? No, I want him to apologize. And what is someone like him doing here anyway? Does he even have the money to buy a house? He must have ulterior motives, the middle-aged woman snapped. If this is how you conduct business, I'm definitely going to have to reconsider whether we should buy a house here, the middle-aged man said coldly. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's expression changed, and she hurriedly said, Sir, please don't get upset. I'll handle this right away. I'll have him escorted out so you don't have to worry about it. Security, come here. Take him out. Chen Feng shouted to the two patrolling security guards. The two guards strode over, standing on either side of Chu, and said, Please leave, sir. Don't make us use force. The couple shot a smug glance at Chu, feeling quite satisfied. Chu, however, remained calm. He had seen through the true nature of some people. Perhaps this was simply the reality of society. Who said I'm not buying a house? I'm buying Shanghai number 1. Chu said, pointing to a stunning detached villa on the scale model. Shanghai number 1 was a detached villa listed at 110 million yuan, the most expensive one in the Shanghai Villa district, and it still hadn't sold since the development launched. Upon hearing Chu's words, the room fell silent for a few seconds, followed by the middle-aged couple's loud laughter. Haha, listen to this. This kid actually wants to buy Shanghai number 1. That's hilarious. He must have escaped from a mental hospital, right? The middle-aged woman sneered. Chen Feng twitched the corner of her mouth, casting a strange look at Chu, because she felt only a lunatic could say something like that. Looking the way he does, someone who took a taxi here actually wants to buy Shanghai number 1? Are you kidding me? Sir, you're clearly here to cause trouble. Please leave. Chen Feng snapped, her voice sharp and stern, as two security guards nearby moved to restrain Chu. Suddenly, a deep, resonant voice rang out. What is going on here? How can you treat a guest like this? Chen Feng looked up and saw Yang Tianguang, the general manager of the sales center. She hurried over to explain, General Manager Yang, this man came here specifically to cause trouble, and he even made another client's child cry. Oh? Sir, is that true? Yang Tianguang turned to Lu Sisi and asked. Lu Sisi couldn't stand by and watch any longer. After a moment's hesitation, she shook her head. Chen Feng was taken aback. She hadn't expected Lu Sisi to shake her head. Wasn't this a blatant slap in the face right in front of everyone? Yang Tianguang had probably figured out what was going on. With a courteous smile, he asked Chu, Sir, you mentioned earlier that you'd like to purchase Shanghai number 1. Before finalizing the purchase, you'll need to pay a deposit of 20 million. No problem. Charge it to my card, Chu said with a smile as he pulled out his card. Yang Tianguang gave a sincere smile, motioned for Chen Feng to bring over the card reader, and then swiped the card. Beep, payment processed. Everyone else who heard the sound couldn't help but freeze in surprise. The payment had actually gone through. Chen Feng was completely dumbfounded. She hadn't expected the payment to go through. Could this man be a secret billionaire? Didn't that mean she just seriously offended him? This is the end of the road. Yang Tianguang beamed with delight. He felt he struck gold with a big client. He hurriedly said, I'm truly sorry for what happened just now, sir. My staff didn't handle it well. I'll make sure you're fully satisfied. After saying that, Yang Tianguang turned around and scolded Chen Feng. Chen Feng, your customer service skills are lacking. You're suspended for 3 months, fined 1 month's salary, and required to undergo intensive training. If you do this again, you can just pack your bags and leave. Chen Feng's face went pale. She nearly collapsed on the spot. With a punishment like this, any hope of promotion was definitely out of the question. This time, she was really done for. Sir, what do you think? Are you satisfied now? Yang Tianguang asked cautiously. Shu nodded, then turned to Lasisi and said, I'll give you the commission from this deal. I hope you always keep a pure heart. What? For me? Lasisi was stunned. This was a 110 million deal. If the transaction went through, she'd receive a commission of over $1 million. Just thinking about it filled her with excitement. This commission was truly enormous. Meanwhile, Chen Fong, who had overheard this from the side, turned pale and then green. Originally, this deal was hers to close, and that generous million-yuan commission should have been hers, but now, none of it mattered to her anymore. Shu turned around and saw the couple's faces flush red. They didn't dare meet his gaze. Anyone who could casually spend 20 million must be no ordinary person. Offending someone like that would be asking for trouble. Shu didn't bother to argue with them. He simply shook his head. This way, sir. Yang Tianguang personally escorted Shu to the viewing room, where the two watched live footage of the property and listened to the staff's explanation. After the presentation, Yang Tianguang personally drove Chu to the property for a tour. It wasn't until Chu stepped out of the car at the villa's entrance and walked inside that he realized what true luxury really meant. The villa had 3 above-ground floors and 2 basement levels. Its architectural style was simple and modern, and it featured a helipad, 2 swimming pools, a small golf course outside, and a leisure garden in the back. Watching the video earlier hadn't given him a real sense of it, but once Chu stepped inside the villa, he truly felt it, seeing and touching everything with his own eyes and hands. It was indeed a massive luxury villa worth 110 million, well worth the price. After the tour, Chu immediately paid the balance and purchased the luxury villa outright. By noon, Chu had moved his belongings from the dormitory to the villa. After settling in, he stood on the spacious balcony, gazing at the picturesque scenery outside, feeling utterly at ease. He couldn't help but think to himself, this is the joy of being wealthy. Chapter 43, Kill with Me. After unpacking, Chu went out for a meal. Just as he finished eating, he received a call from Fei. Brother Bei, log in fast. Our guys got killed by the Shengshi Guild, and Wuji is dead too. Fei's voice on the other end was low, clearly suppressing his rage. Hearing this, Chu's heart sank. What exactly happened? He asked. Damn it, Wuji led our squad to the Witch Ghost altar in the south to level up, but we unexpectedly ran into a Golden Age Guild patrol. They claimed the entire resource area belonged to them and told our guys to get lost. There is no way Wuji would back down. He started fighting them right then and there. He led his team to drive the patrol away, but the Golden Age Guild sent a massive reinforcements, including some high-level players, and they surrounded and wiped out Wuji's group. A surge of rage welled up inside Chu, and he said coldly, the Golden Age Guild is so arrogant. Just because they say it's theirs, does that make it theirs? Just you wait, I'm logging in right now. Chu immediately paid his bill and left. As soon as he returned to the villa, he logged in. Inside the guild hall, Chu saw Wuji. His face was ashen. He was demanding gear from Li Haoren, intending to charge back in. Haoren, give me gear, I can't let this slide. Wuji said through gritted teeth. Let us wait until Brother Bei gets here. Li Haoren said calmly. Chu walked over. The guild members nearby, upon seeing him, shouted, the guild master is here. Everyone's eyes turned to Chu in unison. Chu's expression was calm. He saw that Wuji was missing his armor and boots, and that the 20 guild members behind him had also had a significant amount of their gear looted. Brother Bei, the Golden Age Guild has gone too far. Wuji looked at Chu, his voice filled with resentment. Li Haoren walked over and said, the Golden Age Guild sent over 500 people to ambush and wipe them out, all guild elites. Although Wuji's group killed over 100 of them, the Golden Age Guild had high-level players above level 20, and they were accompanied by spirit pets. Wuji's group was surrounded and wiped out. Chu patted Wuji on the shoulder and said, gather these brothers and follow me. I'll avenge this for you. Wuji was so moved he was nearly in tears. One by one, the guild members behind him stood up excitedly, shouting, the guild master is mighty. Chan Kong, equip these brothers again. Chu turned back and said to Dawnbreaker. Dawnbreaker clenched his fist and exclaimed excitedly, yes, guild master. Soon, the gear of those who had been wiped out was fully restocked. Chu personally led the group as they set out from the guild headquarters, heading toward the Witch Ghost Altar. Inside the Witch Ghost Altar, over 100 members of the Prosperous Era Guild were split into several groups, fighting monsters to level up. One of these groups was fully equipped and significantly stronger than the others. Bro Faye, that battle just now was fucking awesome. I've been fed up with that Skybreaker guild for a long time. They have absolutely no sense of decorum. What do they think? That they can just take any resources they want? They don't even give a damn about our Prosperous Era Guild. A bald, burly man roared with laughter. Paluo, next time you see anyone from the Skybreaker Guild, just kill them. That's the word from my older brother. He has made it clear that the Skybreaker Guild won't be around in Tai County for much longer. Haha, Li Fei chuckled darkly. As the younger brother of Li Changchun, the leader of the Shangshur Guild, known as Xietxiong, he was privy to the inside story. That's great, Brother Fei. Someday we'll take a bunch of guys to pay them a visit at their guild headquarters. I heard they only have 100 members. We'll bring 1,000 of our own to scare the crap out of them. Hee hee. Paluo chuckled wickedly. Deal. With my brother backing us up, let us take them down. Li Fei said, waving his hand boldly. Just as the two were talking, someone suddenly ran over shouting, Brother Fei, trouble. It looks like the Skybreaker Guild is back. Upon hearing this, Li Fei ignored the monsters and grinned widely. Let us go, guys. Let us face them again and hopefully wipe them out once more. Alright, the members of the Golden Age Guild shouted with laughter. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 signal flares shot into the sky. These were the Golden Age Guild's unique flares, used to rally reinforcements. After launching the flares, Li Fei led over 100 people to meet them head-on. At the outer perimeter of the Witch Ghost Altar, he spotted the Skybreaker Guild's forces. Li Fei recognized Wuji, standing at the front of the group with a greatsword in hand. Ha, you little punk, coming back to die again, and you've only brought 20 guys? Do you really think you're some god of war, capable of taking on 100 men by yourself? Li Fei laughed wildly. The members of the Shangshur Guild behind him also burst into mocking laughter. This kid's definitely here to hand over gear again. Damn, the gear he dropped last time was pretty good. What is he bringing us this time? He is here to hand over kills. What else? My blade is sharp enough. Are the Skybreaker Guild guys out of their minds? Haha, they dare to show off with just this measly group? Wuji was so furious he was about to explode, and he prepared to go over and fight them to the death. Just then, Zhu rode out on the purple flame horse king, the purple steed, a dazzling sight. Li Fei didn't recognize him, but members of the Shangshur Guild did. It's Xiaoyao Beifeng. What? Xiaoyao Beifeng is here? It really is him. For a moment, the members of the Shangshur Guild began to panic. A man's reputation precedes him. Chu had been on a killing spree in Snake Demon Valley, even taking down Huangfu Batian, the leader of the Batian gang, and his fame had spread far and wide. Many speculated that his strength might even surpass that of Huangfu Batian. Xiaoyao Beifeng? Is that the kid who killed Huangfu Batian and my brother Jia? Li Fei finally remembered having heard about these events. Paluo's expression wasn't as relaxed as it had been a moment ago. He replied in a low voice, That's right, Brother Fei. It's that kid. He has probably got some real skills. Pfft, like I'm scared of him. Men, fire your arrows. Li Fei shouted. He just launched a signal flare, so he was confident reinforcements would arrive soon. He wasn't the least bit worried. Soon, the Shangshur Guild had formed their formation, and over a dozen archers drew their bows and fired arrows at Chu. Chu, riding the purple flame horse king, strode forward and began charging straight into the hail of arrows. Fire shield. Chu's body was instantly enveloped in a dark red light shield. The arrows striking it couldn't break through the defense at all. Exploding purple flame. The horse king opened its mouth and spewed out clusters of purple fireballs, which slammed into the crowd of the Shangshur Guild. 1, 2, 3. The purple fireballs exploded among the crowd, sending people and horses tumbling in all directions. Anyone caught in the flames would continue to burn. It took only 3 exploding purple flames to inflict heavy casualties on the Shangshur Guild's 100-strong force. "Brothers, it's time for revenge. Follow me and charge," Shu shouted, raising his green leaf sword. Every member of the Skybreaker Guild rode a blazing fire horse, and this cavalry unit charged swiftly toward the Golden Age Guild. Wuji had been waiting for this moment and shouted excitedly, "Let us wipe them out." With Chu leading the charge, he plunged into the heart of the Golden Age Guild's formation, followed closely by the others, scattering the Golden Age Guild members in all directions. Chapter 44, No Mercy. In the midst of the melee, Li Fei had already been dragged to the side by Paluo. The two managed to survive, only to witness the 100-strong force, led by Xiao Beifeng, wipe out more than half of the enemy in a single charge. Li Fei watched this scene in utter astonishment, sensing that Wu Ji's group had undergone a complete transformation. They were as hyped up as if they'd been injected with adrenaline. "Brother Fei, let us get out of here first. Once reinforcements arrive, the top-tier fighters from the kill squad will be here too," Paluo shouted loudly. The two abandoned their guildmates and tried to slip away on their own. Wuji was the first to notice the two trying to escape. He spurred his horse forward and roared furiously, "Damn it, you two aren't getting away." The two couldn't outrun the blazing horse and were quickly caught up with. One of them slashed at Paluo's back, landing a critical hit that left him severely wounded on the spot. Seeing that his first strike had succeeded, Wuji was about to deliver another blow to Li Fei's back. Suddenly, a streak of silver light shot toward him at breakneck speed. The arrow struck Wuji's shoulder blade, and the immense force knocked him right off his horse. Li Fei was overjoyed at the sight. Reinforcements had arrived. Sure enough, ahead of Li Fei stood a 500-strong contingent, the reinforcements from the Shangshur Guild. At the front of the group were two men. One wore silver armor and wielded a silver bow. He was the one who had fired that arrow moments ago. The other wore black armor and carried a pair of massive black hammers on his back. With his tiger-like eyes and untamed beard, he looked incredibly domineering. "Young Master Fei, are you all right?" the silver-armored archer rode up and asked with a smile. "Tai, you've arrived just in time. Kill them for me." Li Fei was overjoyed, as if he'd grasped a lifeline. Shangshur Tai, a member of the killing squad, the most elite unit within the Shangshur Guild, was a level 25 expert with a spirit pet. Very well, young Master Fei. You just watched the battle from the sidelines." Shangshur Tai gave a refined smile, then turned his gaze menacingly toward the Skybreaker Guild and shouted, "Form ranks." The 500-strong squad instantly formed their battle formation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shu had already helped Wuji to his feet. The battle behind them had come to an end. Over 100 members of the Shangshur Guild had been wiped out. "Leave the rest to me. I told you I'd help you redeem yourself." Shu patted Wuji on the shoulder and laughed. Wuji had been severely wounded by an arrow and could no longer fight. He could only offer a bitter smile and say, "It seems I'm not strong enough yet. I've held you back. I swear, I'll never hold you back again. I'm going to get stronger." After this experience, Wuji deeply understood the importance of strength. He didn't want to be a burden to his dorm mates. Li Haoran was sharp-witted and intelligent, capable of managing the guild's major affairs. Fei was brave and truly powerful. He trained most of the members in the Ming group. Meanwhile, Wuji had always been the one in the dorm who received the most special attention in the game, and he felt he'd been a bit of a burden all along. This time, he silently vowed to himself that he would become stronger and forge his own path. "You'll get stronger. Leave it to me now," Shu encouraged him. Wuji's eyes welled up with tears, but he nodded firmly. Shu mounted his horse and rode alone toward the 500-strong procession of the Shangshur Guild. A fierce wind whipped up a cloud of sand as Chu rode step by step toward them, exuding an overwhelming aura of murderous intent that silenced the entire crowd. Shangshur Tai recognized Chu, and a sneer curled at the corners of his mouth. "Xiao Beifeng, you're quite bold. Do you really think you can take on all 500 of us by yourself?" Chu drew the green leaf sword, his expression impassive, and pointed it at Shangshur Tai. "I'm more than enough on my own. There is no room for negotiation." I can't wait to see just how capable you are." Shangshur Tai beckoned with a wave of his hand. "Come out. A massive yellow falcon materialized out of thin air, circling above his head and letting out a lone, piercing cry. It's a spirit pet. Sure enough, he's a master above level 20. Shu had already anticipated this. Surely the burly, dark-skinned man standing beside him was also a master above level 20. Die! Shengshi Tai drew his bow and knocked an arrow. A silver streak appeared out of thin air and shot toward Shu. Shu immediately recalled his Horse King, activated the Cloud Roaming Step, and darted toward the Shengshi Guild. The arrow missed its mark. I'll see just how many arrows you can dodge. 7 stars in a row. Shengshi Tai fired 7 arrows in rapid succession, sealing off Chu's position. But Chu's wandering cloud step allowed him to briefly walk on air. He leaped high into the air, dodging every arrow, and had already positioned himself in front of the Shengshi Guild S group. Black Bear, come out. The burly man summoned a black bear over 2 meters tall, then drew the 2 massive hammers from his back and charged forward. Just as he was closing in, Shu summoned Xiaohei. The Chaos Python, possessing dragon blood, displayed its majesty the moment it appeared, causing the massive black bear to freeze in its tracks. This was his chance. Shu seized this split-second opportunity and unleashed the true spirit sword, piercing the black bear's throat and instantly killing it. Ah, no! The burly man's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he watched his spirit pet fall in battle. Once a spirit pet dies in battle, it cannot be revived, just like a monster. After the giant black bear died, its demonic soul emerged and was absorbed by Xiaohei, who leveled up once more, reaching level 4. The burly black man furiously swung his twin hammers at Shu. Though his strikes appeared powerful, his movements were sluggish. In the world of martial arts, nothing beats speed. Shu, with his superior agility, unleashed the green leaf combo, delivering over a dozen strikes against the burly man in just over 10 seconds, shattering his defenses. Shatter Strike. On the wounds he inflicted, Shu activated Shatter Strike, dealing explosive damage. Splatter! The green leaf sword pierced through the burly man's defenses, piercing his heart and finishing him off. All of this unfolded in just over 10 seconds. Shengshi Tai's body trembled. He had assumed the burly man wouldn't lose, but never expected that it would be him who died instead. It was completely beyond his expectations. Shu collected all the loot dropped by the burly man, then turned to Shengshi Tai and smiled. Now it's your turn. Shengshi Tai's heart sank. The ease he felt moments ago was completely gone. He Kongxing was a member of the Shengshi Guild's assassination squad, with strength on par with his own, yet he had been killed by Xiao Beifeng. Just how powerful was this Xiao Beifeng? Charge! All of you, charge! Shengshi Tai shouted loudly, and all the Shengshi Guild's melee warriors charged forward, a full 400 or more. Shu charged into the crowd, instantly killing one with a single sword strike. At that moment, Shengshi Tai paid no heed to the fact that there were still Shengshi Guild members inside. He intended to use them to tie up the enemy so he could take aim. An arrow tore through the air, piercing 2 of his own men and instantly killing him, but when it struck Shu, the silver streak instantly turned into a flash of light and dissipated, causing not a single scratch to Shu. How could this be? How is it possible that it didn't break his defense? Shengshi Tai exclaimed in shock. Shu let out a faint smile. This was spirit fusion. In addition to the sturdy Kuan earth armor on his chest, he was protected by the python scales formed by Xiaohei. Shu had no intention of wasting time with these guild members. He refreshed his floating cloud step skill once more, leaping over their heads and charging toward Shengshi Tai like a cannonball. Thud! A single sword strike to the throat instantly killed the fragile archer. Shengshi Tai collapsed with a look of utter shock on his face, dropping all his equipment. The consecutive instant kills of 2 top commanders sent shockwaves through the entire arena. Every member of the Shengshi Guild stared at Shu in terror, as if they were facing a god of death. An unrivaled god of death. Chapter 45, Intercepting the Hidden Quest. Shu surveyed the members of the Shengshi Guild and took a step forward. Hundreds of Shengshi Guild members retreated in unison. Shu took another step forward. The crowd retreated again. At that moment, Shu exuded an aura of a lone warrior holding the pass against 1,000, an aura that intimidated the entire crowd. Glancing around, Shu spotted Li Fei in the crowd, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Li Fei suddenly realized he was locked in a stare with Chu. He froze for a moment, his body instinctively recoiling. Chu lunged forward in the space of a few breaths. He instantly killed the 3 men in front of Li Fei, then pressed the green leaf sword against Li Fei's neck. What are you doing? My brother is Li Changchun of the Shichong clan. If you dare kill me, my brother will never let you off the hook. Li Fei said in a trembling voice, his bravado masking his inner fear. Chu smiled faintly. Someone said the same thing last time. That must have been your brother. But in the end, he still died by my hand. With a flick of his wrist, Chu swept the sword across, killing Li Fei in an instant. The remaining members were all deeply shocked, yet none dared to step forward. The Golden Age Guild, is it? Today, you'll pay the price. Chu charged into the crowd like a tiger among sheep, each sword strike claiming a life. Chu slaughtered his way through the crowd, shattering their psychological defenses and sending them scattering in all directions. Dozens of corpses littered the ground, along with a pile of equipment. Brother Bei, you're awesome. Wuji exclaimed excitedly. The spectacle had truly set his blood boiling. Guild Master, you're awesome, the crowd behind him shouted in unison, their eyes filled with reverence as they looked at Chu. This was a true powerhouse, the very soul of the Skybreaker Guild. Alright, let us clean up the battlefield, Chu said with a smile as he sheathed the green leaf sword. Yes. Chu opened his backpack to inspect the items dropped by the 2 level 20 experts. Neither of their weapons had particularly impressive stats, both had around 80 strength, and as for armor, aside from the black-clad giant S set, which was somewhat better, the rest was fairly average. Of course, in Chu's eyes, even average stats meant at least 40. Gear with stats below 40 was basically beneath his notice. Suddenly, 2 parchment scrolls caught Chu's attention. He opened the first parchment scroll. Request from the Witch Ghost Tribe, hidden quest. Please slay 200 shadow ghost skeletons within a 100-meter radius of the Witch Ghost altar. Quest completed. Escort the Great Ghost Shaman quest, hidden quest. Please escort the Tribe's Great Ghost Shaman to Dragon's Den Mountain to confront the Tribe's curse. If the Great Ghost Shaman dies, the quest fails. Quest not completed. It's actually a hidden quest. Chu was overjoyed. The Prosperous Era Guild had come here to clear the area this time, and they even sent 2 expert leaders, all for the sake of this hidden quest. Moreover, they must have rushed over to provide backup right after completing their first mission. Little did they expect that halfway through this one, he'd intercept them. Truly, divine retribution is swift and sure. Chu told Wuji to head back first. He planned to tackle this hidden quest on his own. Hidden quests are usually extremely dangerous, and since their strength wasn't sufficient yet, going in would only put them at risk. Following the clues in the quest, Chu found the Witch Ghost Tribe, a small village where every building was black, and an eerie atmosphere permeated the air. As Chu walked into the village, he noticed that all the residents were completely shrouded in black cloaks, their faces covered. Upon seeing him, they fearfully avoided him, unwilling to make contact. Chu approached a villager who was repairing a door to inquire about the Great Ghost Shaman's whereabouts. The man instinctively kept his distance from Chu, but still pointed him in the right direction to the 2-story earthen building at the very end of the village. Chu found the building and knocked on the door. "Who is there?" a very aged voice called from inside. Soon, an old man wearing a cloak opened the door. Only his eyes were visible, the rest of his body was completely shrouded in the black cloak. "You must be the Tribe's Great Ghost Shaman. I'm here on a mission to escort you to Demon Dragon Mountain," Chu explained his purpose. "You? Weren't there's supposed to be a lot of people? How come it's just you now?" the Great Ghost Shaman asked in confusion. "Heh, I'm more than enough," Chu chuckled. The Grand Shaman was skeptical. "All right, come in. I'll explain the mission to you." Chu stepped inside. The room was very Spartan. "I need someone to escort me to Magic Dragon Mountain. I must lift the tribe's 1,000-year-old curse. Once the task is complete, I'll give your tribe the heirloom treasure as a token of my gratitude," the Great Ghost Shaman said, his voice trembling slightly. "What kind of curse?" Chu asked curiously. The Great Ghost Shaman sighed heavily and, with trembling hands, slowly lifted his mask. What appeared before Chu's eyes was an incredibly hideous, festering face. Except for his eyes, the rest of his face had rotted beyond recognition, so much so that one could hardly make out any of his facial features. Our tribe was cursed by the demon dragon. Everyone has become like this. Our entire bodies are rotting away. This physical torment will accompany us for the rest of our lives. We rot but do not die. It is torture while still alive, the great ghost shaman said, then put his mask back on. Some cannot bear it and choose to take their own lives. Our tribe is dwindling in the end, only the people in this village remain. Shu was both astonished and sympathetic. After all, such suffering was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. I will do my utmost to complete the mission of escorting you to Demon Dragon Mountain, Shu said solemnly. The great ghost shaman nodded, then smiled. Let us go. With the great ghost shaman leading the way, the two returned to the ghost shaman altar. Along the way, they encountered several skeleton monsters, all of which Chu killed with a single strike. His outstanding strength earned him the great ghost shaman's respect. No wonder you dared to take on such a mission alone. You truly have what it takes, the great ghost shaman praised. Shu smiled faintly. The great witch ghost stepped onto the ancient altar, looked around, and said with emotion, "This entire area used to belong to my witch ghost tribe." Shu followed his gaze and indeed saw some crumbling ruins on the ground, but that was all as far as the eye could see. There was nothing but desolation. I'm going to activate the altar, the great ghost shaman said, muttering an eerie incantation under his breath. Moments later, the ancient altar glowed with a black light. Shu felt the ground tremble beneath his feet, then everything went black. When the light returned, he found himself in a different place. This must be a teleportation array as well. Sure enough, as soon as they were teleported, the great ghost shaman walked over and lit an oil lamp. Soon, one after another, lamps began to glow on both sides. Only then did Chu see clearly that they were in a massive cave, with a long passageway stretching out from beneath the altar, lined with oil lamps on both walls. Follow me. The entrance to Demon Dragon Mountain is inside, said the great ghost shaman as he led the way. After passing through the passageway, the two walked through several caves in succession, seemingly entering the interior of Demon Dragon Mountain. But after walking for quite some time, Chu noticed something odd. Why were there no monsters here? Moreover, if there really were no monsters, why was there even such a thing as an escort mission? Chu suddenly felt that something was off about this whole situation. Chapter 46, 100% drop rate, belts galore. Are there really monsters here? Why haven't I seen a single one? Chu asked the great ghost shaman directly. The great ghost shaman chuckled, "Young man, are you eager to encounter monsters? Look, there they are up ahead." With that, the two walked into a massive cave. The air inside was extremely humid, though it was unclear where the moisture was coming from. As soon as they stepped inside, they noticed numerous strange openings in the cave walls, all of them quite large, with no way to tell where they led. Could there be rat monsters in here? Just as he was thinking this, a stone door suddenly appeared behind them for no apparent reason, blocking their retreat. Then, a rustling sound came from all the openings, and soon Chu saw what was living inside them. They were giant lizards. Chu immediately used his true spirit eye to check their information. Cave giant lizard, level 40 monster, prefers to live in dark, damp underground areas. A level 40 monster, of all things. It wasn't that Chu had never killed a level 40 monster before, but this was the first time he'd seen a lizard this huge, as big as a large yellow cow. Judging by their solid muscles, they were likely quite strong, and with those sharp teeth, their primary attack method was probably biting. "Young man, it's up to you now." The great ghost shaman immediately ducked behind Chu. "No problem, watch this," Chu said with a smile. There were probably over 100 level 40 giant lizards in the entire cave. Chu summoned the Horse King and had it guard the great ghost shaman's side. As long as the Horse King was there, no giant lizard could launch a surprise attack. Besides, these creatures seemed incredibly strong, but they weren't exactly the brightest. "Xiao Hei, spirit fusion!" Chu shouted. Xiao Hei burrowed into his body, mutating Chu's right hand. Chu drew the green leaf sword and charged at the giant lizards. True to their status as level 40 monsters, these giant lizards had thick, tough skin. Their defense was even higher than that of the golden horned rhinoceros, and immense strength. With a single swipe, the ground would tremble 3 times. They were in a league of their own compared to ordinary monsters. Fortunately, thanks to Xiao Hei's spirit fusion bonus, Chu was now practically a half-orc. His strength attribute had increased by 130, allowing him to break through these lizards' defenses, though it would take some effort. After slaying one giant lizard, it dropped attribute shards and a belt. It actually dropped equipment. Could these creatures be rare monsters, just like the swamp giant python? Chu picked up the belt to check its stats. Giant lizard belt, defense plus 40, strength plus 30, passive skill brute strength, temporarily increases strength by plus 50 for 60 seconds cooldown, 60 minutes. Not a bad piece of gear. Although the base stats aren't high, with this passive skill, it's still a decent piece of equipment. With a 100% drop rate, these cave monitor lizards had now become nothing more than pieces of gear in Chu's eyes. Chu charged at the monitor lizards once more. One after another, they fell, dropping monitor lizard belts. Meanwhile, Xiao Hei's level kept skyrocketing. This time, he had his fill in the spirit fusion state. All those demon souls were drawn into Chu's body by Xiao Hei, though ultimately, they were devoured by him. After Chu had slain over 100 giant lizards, he released Xiao Hei from the spirit fusion state. Xiao Hei had already reached level 9 and was on the verge of maxing out his experience. At level 9, Xiao Hei had grown to over 5 meters tall, with a body as thick as an adult's thigh. Compared to before, it had lost some of its cuteness but gained a more imposing presence. Chu checked its stats. Spirit Pet, Chaos Python Immortal Grade First Class Spirit Pet, Strength plus 188, Agility plus 179, Defense plus 195, Special Skills Spirit Fusion, confuse with its master to enhance the master's attributes and gain the Chaos Python's abilities. Dragon Transformation. The Chaos Python possesses the bloodline of a divine dragon and can evolve into a dragon. Can evolve once every 10 levels. Mastery of the 5 elements. The Chaos Python can learn 5 element spells. Seeing these stats, Chu couldn't help but gasp. It truly lived up to its reputation as an immortal tier spirit pet. At only level 9, its stats were already this formidable. What a surprise! He then checked the number of giant lizard belts in his inventory. Chu counted them. There were a total of 113. This was a massive haul. With this batch of belts, the Skybreaker Guild members' stats were about to get another huge boost. The remaining giant lizards had fled back into their lair and dared not come out. Chu couldn't be bothered to chase them down, so he turned to call the Great Ghost Shaman to continue on. But when he looked back, he saw only the purple flame horse king. There was no sign of the Great Ghost Shaman at all. Chu ran over and saw the Great Ghost Shaman's clothes on the ground, along with numerous bloodstains. Oh no, could the Great Ghost Witch have met with some misfortune? But why didn't the Horse King warn him? Logically speaking, even if a boss monster had appeared, the Horse King's alertness would have definitely picked up on it. Could it be that something strange had happened? This cave exudes an eerie atmosphere everywhere. The Great Ghost Witch's disappearance was like a fog of mystery, weighing heavily on his mind. Regardless, Chu had to find the Great Ghost Shaman first. He followed the trail of blood and, sure enough, came upon the exit of a massive passageway. The passageway was also strewn with the Great Ghost Shaman's blood. Chu hurried after the trail, and when he emerged, he found himself in another cavern, but one of even greater scale. And what was truly breathtaking was the colossal tree standing within this cavern. That's right, a giant tree. It stood over 100 meters tall, with a trunk so thick it would take 20 people to encircle it. Its roots were exposed on the ground, tangled and intertwined, and its canopy was thick with foliage. The cavern was well lit, thanks entirely to a massive brazier on the opposite side of the tree. It looked just like a miniature volcanic crater. Such a scene felt truly magical. Chu refocused his mind. The most important thing now was to find the Great Ghost Shaman. Chu continued following the blood trail toward the tree, walking all the way to the base of its roots, where he finally discovered the Great Ghost Shaman lying unconscious on the ground. And to his surprise, there was a lizard with tiny wings right beside the Great Ghost Shaman. The lizard had just torn off a chunk of flesh from the Great Ghost Shaman and was eating it, its mouth covered in blood. Holy crap, could the Great Ghost Shaman have been bitten to death by this little creature? If he is dead, doesn't that mean his mission has failed? Shu used the floating cloud step to dash over, drew his sword, and instantly killed the little winged lizard. Ding! You have slain a dark dragon hatchling. A notification suddenly sounded from the system, startling Chu. Was this little lizard actually a dark dragon hatchling? Xiao He had actually appeared on his own to devour the demon soul and seemed to be enjoying it quite a bit. Better check on the great ghost shaman first. If he really was dead, this mission would truly be a failure. Shu went over to check the great ghost shaman's pulse and, finding him still alive, breathed a sigh of relief. Great ghost shaman, wake up! Shu shook the great ghost shaman's body, but then thought if he didn't wake up after having a chunk of flesh torn off just now, how could he possibly wake up now? Yet, just then, the great ghost shaman actually came to. What happened to me? The great ghost shaman asked in confusion. He suddenly touched the skin on his back and realized he was bleeding. Don't you feel any pain? Shu asked curiously. The great ghost shaman gave an eerie smile. Since my entire body is covered in festering sores, I used a potion to block out the sensation of pain. From now on, I'll never feel pain again. What a ruthless guy! Shu couldn't help but admire him. Suddenly, the entire cave began to shake and tremble as a massive black shadow swept over their heads. Shu looked up and his pupils contracted involuntarily. A colossal lizard dragon was perched on a tree trunk, its dragon eyes glaring at Shu with intense fury. Shu immediately pulled out his true spirit eye to check the monster's stats. Dark magic dragon severely wounded, level 40 boss, a monster from the depths of hell. Holy crap, it's actually a Western monster. Chapter 47, Devouring Evolution: The Dark Magic Dragon. Although this dark magic dragon appeared to be just a level 40 boss, Shu noticed the severely wounded status on its attributes. If a monster in this condition was still level 40, wouldn't it be even stronger at full strength? This monster's original level must have been well over 40. It felt significantly stronger than the Li Jiao he defaced before. It's finally here, the great ghost shaman exclaimed as he stood up, his voice trembling with excitement. He seemed to have been eagerly anticipating the arrival of this dark magic dragon. A bolt of insight suddenly struck Chu's mind, and all his doubts cleared up at once. You deliberately lured me here to get me to kill the dark magic dragoness young. It was your true objective all along. Shu turned and glared coldly at the great ghost, which now he understood everything. So it had all been a trap set by this old man. I didn't expect you to be so clever, but it's too late now. You've killed the dark dragoness young. It will attack only you, and as for me, I'll soon obtain its power. The great ghost witch laughed sinisterly. From the very beginning, the escort mission was a ruse. Your injury and disappearance were fake too. You had me kill the dark dragoness young to draw the dark dragoness wrath. What exactly are you trying to do? Shu demanded coldly. What the witch ghost tribe suffers isn't a curse at all. It's because my ancestor, the great ghost witch, cast a secret sacrificial ritual on them. The goal was to heal this demon dragon, then transform into it myself to obtain the dark demon dragoness supreme bloodline and power. But it all failed. And I, the 302nd generation great ghost shaman, have already discovered the secret ritual to reverse it. I will use you as a sacrifice so that I may transform into the demon dragon. You killed the dark dragoness cub, now brace yourself for its endless wrath, As the great ghost shaman spoke, his body suddenly floated upward, soaring toward the treetop of the giant tree, where he began chanting a spell. Soon, strange symbols appeared beneath his feet, as if he were setting up a magical formation. Shu's heart sank. He activated the wandering cloud step, preparing to take out this old man first. But the moment he moved, the dark dragon which had been perched on the giant tree suddenly swooped down. Its hideously ferocious head charged straight at Shu, its massive jaws snapping open in an attempt to bite him. True spirit strike. Shu dodged the dragoness headbutt, spun mid-air, and thrust his sword toward the dark dragoness neck. Clang! The green leaf sword barely pierced its defenses, but even this most powerful strike only left a minor scratch on the dark magic dragon. Its defense is truly insane. Shu's strength and armor-piercing stats were already high enough, far surpassing those of players at his level, and even capable of piercing the scales of a green dragon, yet he could only inflict minor damage on this dark magic dragon. The dark magic dragon spat a jet of flames from its mouth. Shu dodged immediately, and the tree roots behind him ignited, turning into a sea of fire. The dark magic dragon continued its assault, and Shu could only rely on his agility to evade its attacks for a time. The two remained locked in a stalemate. More than 3 minutes passed when a wisp of black mist suddenly rose from the tree trunk. "Ha, my formation is complete. Young man, your time has come," the great ghost shaman cackled shrilly. Shu looked up and saw a black formation descending from the void, landing on the dark magic dragon before sinking into its body. "Dark magic dragon, soul fusion," the great ghost shaman screamed, and his body suddenly fell from the tree trunk. The dark magic dragon suddenly fell silent and closed its eyes. Shu was on high alert, ready to respond to any unexpected situation. The next second, the dark magic dragon opened its eyes again. Those dragon eyes seemed particularly lively, as if it had gained sentience. Suddenly, the dark magic dragon stood up from the ground, walking upright, just like a human, then looked at its own claws and roared excitedly. It seemed the old man's plan had succeeded. He had transformed into this monster, becoming a dark magic dragon. Puff! The dark magic dragon spat out another burst of flames, aiming it at Shu. Shu leaped onto a tree trunk and summoned Xiaohei. It seemed he was going to give it his all now. As soon as Xiaohei appeared before the dark magic dragon, an overwhelming aura suddenly radiated from his body. The dark demon dragon looked at Xiaohei in terror, its body involuntarily shrinking back. Seeing this, Shu was taken aback. He hadn't expected this dark demon dragon to actually be afraid of Xiaohei. "Ha, you're nothing but a lizard with wings. In the presence of a true dragon blood, what right do you have to call yourself a dragon?" Shu said coldly. It seemed Xiaohei held absolute dominance over them. The dark demon dragon let out a frantic shriek, clearly refusing to believe that Xiaohei was a dragonborn, but its body's instinctive fear prevented it from launching any attack. "Great ghost shaman, you've been scheming your whole life, but it seems you've miscalculated this time," Shu roared. "Xiaohei, spirit fusion." The massive Xiaohei plunged into Chu's body. Now at level 9, Xiaohei instantly mutated Chu's arms, transforming them into 2 dragon claws. As Xiaohei's level increased, the extent of his spirit fusion mutation on Shu grew stronger. Attribute boost: strength plus 188, agility plus 179, defense plus 195. At that moment, Shu felt his entire body brimming with power. Lifting the green leaf sword, Shu charged at the dark magic dragon. 13 Swords of the Sword Spirit. Green Leaf Combo. Under Xiaohei's overwhelming pressure, the dark magic dragon's movements slowed, while Chu's agility skyrocketed. He launched a frenzied barrage of attacks at the dragon's abdomen and neck, dealing massive damage and landing a string of critical hits. The dark magic dragon tried to swat at Chu with its claws, but its movements were far too sluggish, allowing Chu to dodge with ease. After more than 30 minutes of relentless attacks, the dark magic dragon's health plummeted rapidly. Shattering Strike. Shu unleashed a shattering strike on its neck and its wounded vital points, dealing massive damage. The dark dragon threw its head back in fury and let out a startled roar, then crashed heavily to the ground, on the verge of death. Shu walked up to the dark dragon and said coldly, "You thought you had obtained supreme power, but you know nothing of true power." With that, Shu delivered the final blow to the dark magic dragon. Ding! You have slain the dark magic dragon. An enormous demon soul drifted out of the dark magic dragon's body. Xiaohei immediately emerged from Chu's body, opened its massive jaws, and devoured the dark magic dragon's demon soul in a single gulp. Xiaohei's level rose with the dark magic dragon's death. After devouring the demon soul, Xiaohei began to evolve. Xiaohei's body suddenly swelled to several times its original size, reaching nearly 10 meters in length, with a girth thicker than a large water vat, and radiating a black glow all over. Suddenly, Xiaohei threw back his head and roared, and 2 short horns sprouted from the top of his head. Ding! Your spirit pet, the Chaos Python, has successfully evolved into the Dark Magic Serpent. Shu was overjoyed the evolution had succeeded. The black glow on Xiaohei's body faded as he floated encircled in the air, his body radiating an even more intense dragon aura. This was the Dark Magic Dragon. Chu immediately checked Xiao Hei's stats after the evolution. Spirit Pet, Dark Magic Dragon, 2nd grade Immortal Class Spirit Pet, Level 10, Strength plus 286, Agility plus 298, Defense plus 287, Inherent Skills Spirit Fusion, can fuse with its master to enhance the master's attributes, possesses the abilities of the Chaos Python Dragon transformation. The Dark Magic Dragon possesses the bloodline of a divine dragon and can evolve into a dragon. Can evolve once every 10 levels. Mastery of the 5 elements of the Dark Magic Serpent. Can learn 5 element spells and is proficient in dark element spells. It can cast innate dark element spells. Chu looked at these stats and couldn't help but gape in astonishment. These stats are incredibly powerful. They've nearly doubled. And its rank has actually gone up too. It had grown from the original Immortal Grade 1st rank to Immortal Grade 2nd rank. And most importantly, it had mastered dark elemental spells and could cast innate dark elemental spells. Chu's excitement at that moment was beyond words. With such a spirit pet, his strength would increase dramatically. Chapter 48, Acquiring the Top-Tier Dark Magic Dragon Set. Xiao Hei, Spirit Fusion. Xiao Hei's massive body began to twist and turn. After circling twice in the air, it flew toward Chu, transformed into a black streak of light, and burrowed into Chu's body. Instantly, Chu felt a surge of immense power welling up inside him. Black light erupted from his hands, his fingers elongated, transforming into a pair of black claws. Black scales spread from his wrists up his arms in the blink of an eye, and they hadn't stopped yet. In the blink of an eye, the scales covered his entire body, extending all the way up to his neck. Chu could feel the formidable defense the scales provided. This was the true might of a 2nd grade Immortal Class Spirit Pet. He activated the attribute boost available in Spirit Fusion mode once more. Attribute boost: Strength plus 286, Agility plus 298, Defense plus 287. Capable of casting innate dark element spells. He could actually cast his innate dark elemental spells. Chu was overjoyed. He spread his arms wide, extended a finger, and pointed it at a distant rock wall. With a mere thought, a beam of black light coalesced at his fingertip, shot forth, and slammed directly into the rock wall. After the dust settled, a massive hole had instantly appeared in the solid rock. What a powerful dark elemental spell! Chu then opened his left hand and, with a thought, attempted to release fire. Soon, a ball of black flame coalesced in the palm of his hand. In an instant, it grew to the size of a human head and blazed fiercely. He hurled the ball of black flame at the distant wall. Boom! A thunderous explosion blasted a crater 1 meter in diameter into the rock wall. That power is truly overwhelming. Chu realized this was the new ability Xiao Hei had evolved into. As long as he entered the spirit fusion state with Xiao Hei, he could wield his innate dark magic. In other words, he could now be considered a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts. It's important to note that this is extremely rare. There had once been a post on the Jizhou forum about someone who was a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts, unparalleled in strength, capable of taking on a level 40 boss single-handedly. On the Jizhou forum, there had been no more than a handful of such dual cultivators, which shows just how rare this is. Chu entered the spirit fusion state and let Xiao Hei out to roam a bit. Xiao Hei happily fluttered about the space, clearly overjoyed. Next, Chu was going to see what gear this dark magic dragon would drop. Under the dark magic dragon's wings lay 7 items. When Chu walked closer to take a look, he was instantly stunned. 6 of them were pieces of equipment, and upon closer inspection, they turned out to be a complete set. Dark Magic Dragon Helmet, Defense plus 85, Strength plus 75, plus 30% magic resistance, 30% critical hit avoidance. Dark Dragon Armor, Defense plus 260, 50% chance to knock back enemies, comes with the skill Dragon Shield, which increases skill damage by 30% and boosts spell resistance by 20%, and comes with the skilled Dragon Guardian, which increases defense by 60% for 60 seconds cooldown, 60 minutes. Dark Dragon Boots, Agility plus 150, reduces slow effects by 30%, and grants immunity to 20% of poison damage. Dark Dragon Bracers, Defense plus 150, Strength plus 110. Dark Dragon Belt, Defense plus 230, Agility plus 100, comes with the Flying Dragon skill, allowing you to briefly fly for 10 seconds. Set bonus, increases defense by 20% and agility by 20%. The set also grants the Fiery Passion skill, which increases critical hit chance by 50% for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 60 minutes. This set bonus is truly incredible. Every piece except the helmet provides triple-digit stat bonuses, many exceeding 200. The stats are nearly double those of his previous gear. Shu put on the set and looked down. The entire outfit formed a seamless whole, offering solid defense. It looked heavy and substantial, but when he actually moved his arms and legs, he could barely feel its weight. This set is truly top tier. With this set, Shu's combat power has risen to a whole new level. Shu then picked up the last item dropped by the dark magic dragon, a scroll. It was inscribed with what appeared to be characters from another language, and a faint black mist emanated from it, suggesting it contained immense energy. Scroll of the Secret Realm of Magic Dragon Mountain. Quest item triggers a hidden quest. It's actually an item that triggers a hidden quest. Shu's heart leapt with joy as he stowed the scroll in his backpack. He'd keep these items on hand if he ever came across relevant information in the future. He might be able to trigger this hidden quest. After organizing his backpack, Shu retraced his steps and used the reverse teleportation array to return to the Witch Ghost Altar. As soon as he returned to the Witch Ghost Altar, Shu recalled what the Grand Witch Ghost had said earlier, that upon completing the quest, he would be given the Tribe's heirloom. But now that the quest had vanished, he didn't know if the heirloom was still there. With that in mind, Shu decided to investigate the Witch Ghost tribe. At that moment, 3 people were walking through the tribe, heading straight for the Grand Witch Ghost's residence. They approached and knocked on the door. When no one answered, one of them drew a red longsword and shattered the wooden door with a single strike, only to discover that the Grand Witch was no longer there. He has gone. Xiaoyao Beifeng must have intercepted the quest, the man with the red sword said indifferently. Damn, Xiaoyao Beifeng, a long-haired man in black armor growled through clenched teeth. Brother Chen, Meng Yuan, shouldn't we go after Xiaoyao Beifeng now? Unless we kill him, how can our Shangshi guild command anyone's respect? A short-haired man wielding a sword said hatefully. The guild master has already ordered that Xiaoyao Beifeng must be killed, otherwise, he wouldn't have sent me out, Wang Chen said expressionlessly. With Brother Chen on the case, that kid is as good as dead. Meng Yuan laughed confidently. Wang Chen, widely recognized as a prodigy within the Shangshi Guild's assassination squad, was a martial artist in real life, so his combat talent was exceptionally high. He had always been a focus of special training under the guildmaster, Xiaqiong Li Changchun. Xiaqiong had once said that Wang Chen was the most likely candidate to become the next leader of the assassination squad. With a level as high as 28, a full set of high-level gear, and the hidden class of Bloodsword Master, he fought like a madman. Of course. Just having Brother Chen step in is a huge honor for Xiaoyao Beifeng, Taoiju flattered. Wang Chen wasn't interested in his horse and said, "Let us go. Have the guild brothers scout around to find out where Xiaoyao Beifeng is. Kill him, I still have a quest to complete." Yes, Brother Chen. I'll notify the brothers right away. The 3 of them walked back, and as they went, Taoiju sent out an announcement to the guild. Seeking Xiaoyao Beifeng's location. If anyone knows where he is, notify me immediately. Just as he was sending the message, he suddenly felt Wang Chen beside him come to a halt. What's wrong, Brother Chen? Taoiju asked in confusion, but saw that Wang Chen was staring straight ahead. Following Wang Chen's gaze, they saw a figure clad entirely in black armor approaching them from the distance. The helmet was a half-face type, with a visor that could be raised or lowered to cover the face. As the figure drew nearer, Taoiju got a clear look at his gear. It wasn't a hodgepodge of pieces, but a full set. Who was this person, and how did he come to possess a complete set of gear? After all, such sets were extremely rare. Even the Shangshi Guild didn't have more than 10 of them. Brother Chen, should we loot this set of gear from him? Meng Yuan stared at the set, his desire getting the better of him. He licked his lips as he asked. Chapter 49, One-Hit Kill, 100% Gear Drop. Shu was walking toward the Horde village when he suddenly spotted 3 players ahead. There weren't any monsters in this area. Why were people even here? But no matter who they were or what they were doing here, Chu didn't care. Right now, he was focused on the Horde's ancestral treasure and wanted to check the great ghost shaman's house for any clues. Just as he was about to pass by the three of them, one of them suddenly stepped in front of Chu. "Hey, you there, kid, stop right there. Which guild are you from?" Meng Yuan blocked Chu's path, sizing him up with an arrogant expression, a flash of greed crossing his eyes. This set of gear was perfectly matched, engraved with dragon patterns. It clearly wasn't ordinary. Once he found out Chu's background, if he didn't have any major backers or powerful factions behind him, this set of gear would be changing hands. Chu turned his head to glance at him and said calmly, "Who are you, and why are you blocking my path?" Meng Yuan's expression turned cold as he snapped, "Kid, I'm asking you a question. What kind of attitude is that?" Chu shook his head. "Who I am is none of your business. The road is wide open, we can each go our separate ways." Seeing that the man in front of him was a bit of a thorn in their side, Taoiju walked over to Meng Yuan's side. After sizing Chu up from head to toe, he said, "This is the territory of our Shangshi guild. You're not a member of our guild, how dare you come in here? Kid, you've got some nerve. Shangshi guild?" Chu glanced at the three of them. So they were from the Shangshi guild. No wonder they acted so arrogantly. They actually claimed this area as their own territory. "Where does it say this place belongs to your Shangshi guild?" "I don't see it," Chu said with a light chuckle. "Kid, what do you mean by that? Are you saying you don't take our Shangshi guild seriously?" Meng Yuan said coldly, though inwardly he was delighted. This was the perfect excuse to take this kid out and loot his gear. Chu shook his head and laughed. "Didn't you understand what I said? What gives the Shangshi guild the right to just mark off a piece of land and claim it as their own? If I were to mark off a piece of land right in the middle of your guild's headquarters, would that mean your territory belongs to me too?" This was the first time Taoiju had encountered a player who didn't take the Shangshi guild seriously. After all, the Shangshi guild was one of the three major guilds in Tai County. "Kid, in Mythic world, might makes right. I say this is ours, so it's ours. Do you have a problem with that?" Taoiju snapped. "Of course I have a problem, a huge one, at that. If might makes right and the survival of the fittest is your creed, then what's the difference between you and a beast?" Chu said coldly. "What? You dare insult us? You're as good as dead, kid." Meng Yuan drew his spear and pointed it at Chu, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. The atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. "I really don't like it when people point weapons at me. Put that away now, and I won't hold it against you," Chu said calmly. Upon hearing this, Taoiju and Meng Yuan burst out laughing, as if they'd heard the funniest joke ever. "Meng Yuan, did you hear that? This kid actually dares to say he won't hold it against us." "Oh my, I'm so scared," Taoiju said with a laugh, patting his chest. Meng Yuan also sneered, "Kid, have you lost your mind? Looks like you won't learn your lesson until you're in a coffin. Come out, Black Panther." A muscular Black Panther, as tall as a man, materialized out of thin air. Though not particularly large, it looked incredibly agile. The moment it appeared, it circled Chu as if it had found its prey, sniffing the air, but then suddenly took a step back, as if it had sensed some danger. Meng Yuan furrowed his brow. What was going on with this leopard today? Just as Meng Yuan was about to order the black leopard to attack the kid in front of him, Taoiju suddenly pulled him back. "It looks like we got news about Xiaoyao Beifeng." "What? Where is he?" "Someone reported seeing Xiaoyao Beifeng on Tianmeng Mountain," Taoiju said with a smile. "Excellent. Once I've dealt with this kid, we'll go find Xiaoyao Beifeng and take him out." Meng Yuan sneered. Chu overheard their conversation and caught the gist of it. It seemed these three were looking for him, and they intended to kill him. It seemed these three were from the Shangshi guild, sent to cause him trouble. What a small world. He happened to be right in front of them. "Ha, alright, Meng Yuan, let us get this over with quickly. We can't waste too much time. It'd be a hassle if that kid disappears again," Taoiju said. Chu smiled faintly. "You don't need to look any further. I know where the Xiaoyao Beifeng you're looking for is. What? You know? Kid, don't even think about trying to fool me, you'll die an even more miserable death, Meng Yuan threatened. Chu drew the green leaf sword and continued to smile. If you're looking for Xiaoyao Beifeng, he is right in front of you. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Chu struck first, unleashing the true spirit sword at point-blank range. Splash! It all happened in an instant. The sword struck its mark with a fluid, seamless motion, a single stroke that pierced Meng Yuan's heart. You! Just as Meng Yuan realized what was happening, his health bar was instantly drained to 0. He collapsed dead, dropping his gear. He struck without warning. It was completely unexpected. And Meng Yuan had actually been one shot. Neither Taoiju nor Wang Chen had time to react. What they found even more unbelievable was that Meng Yuan was a level 26, second-class professional player with decent gear. How could he have been one shot? This was simply too hard to believe. Chu lifted the visor of his helmet, revealing his face, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Taoiju had seen Chu's face before and recognized him immediately. It really is you, Xiaoyao Beifeng. He never expected the person he was looking for to just show up right under his nose. I'm right here in front of you. What do you want with me? To bring me gear? Taoiju immediately drew his long sword and summoned a massive bat. Xiaoyao Beifeng, you've come to hell of no return of your own accord, you're asking for death. As he spoke, Taoiju unleashed a sword beam that shot straight toward Chu at blinding speed. At such close range, he knew Xiaoyao Beifeng would be unable to dodge it. At the same time, the giant bat lunged at Chu, bearing a row of green fangs that were clearly laced with a potent venom. Demon Dragon Guardian. A black light shield instantly appeared before Chu, completely blocking both attacks. Thanks to the Dark Demon Dragon set's high defense stats, combined with the boost from the Demon Dragon Guardian skill, Chu's defense skyrocketed in an instant. 13 Swords of the Sword Spirit. Chu's Qingye sword whirled through the air, instantly killing Taoijian with a single strike. Equipment scattered all over the ground. Wang Chen stood by, stunned. Another instant kill. Wang Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of dread, but his pride as a prodigy wouldn't allow him to back down, so he unleashed his most powerful strike. Bloodshed in all directions. His red sword left a trail of afterimages. Though it appeared to be a single strike, he had actually thrust 10 times. Boom! The red longsword pierced through the Dragon Guardian shield, striking Chu right in the heart. Die! Wang Chen's expression was grim. This move was his trump card, once invincible. But the next moment, he was completely dumbfounded. Because he discovered that his sword couldn't even pierce this kid's defense. It only dealt a little over 300 damage. Holy shit, is his defense really that high? Wang Chen was terrified. Chu turned his head, a faint smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Is that your strongest attack? No sooner had Chu finished speaking than he executed the drifting cloud step, instantly appearing right in front of Wang Chen. With a flick of his wrist, his sword swept across Wang Chen's neck, dealing explosive damage in an instant. Another instant kill. Equipment scattered all over the ground. Chu looked at the floor covered in gear and supplies. That's 100% equipment drop rate. Chapter 50, The Treasure of the Witch Ghost Tribe's Legacy. As Chu inventoried his loot, he took special notice of the red sword only to discover it was part of a complete set of gear. The Red Lotus set. Red Lotus sword, strength plus 182, plus 30% armor penetration, with the skill Red Lotus Blossom, which unleashes 7 sword strikes, each dealing 10% increased damage and granting a 10% critical hit bonus. Furthermore, the Red Lotus armor, bracers, and other defensive gear all had defense stats above 150, and the set skill, Red Lotus Blossom, boosted all attributes by 10%. This set of gear could certainly be considered top tier. Chu happily accepted the equipment. In the future, these high-quality items would be listed in the guild as rewards. Members with strong abilities could exchange them for guild quest points. The best would go to the most deserving. After clearing the battlefield, Chu headed back to the Great Ghost Shaman's house. As soon as he reached the entrance, he noticed the front door had been violently smashed, likely the work of those 3 members of the Prosperous Era Guild. Chu stepped inside. The light was dim, but he could barely make out the scene within. The furniture in the living room was very simple, a square table in the center, flanked by only 4 chairs, along with some crude, dilapidated cabinets and wooden shelves. It seemed the old man lived a very frugal life. After circling the living room, Chu found nothing suspicious. He searched the other rooms but came up empty-handed. He went upstairs to check, but the 2 bedrooms also contained nothing worth noting. Everything was so Spartan, extremely so, with hardly a single superfluous item. This left Chu standing in the middle of the second-floor hallway, deep in thought. Given his status as the tribe's Grand Shaman, there should have been some records or artifacts passed down through the generations of Grand Shamans, or at the very least, some special items or ritual implements used by the Grand Shaman. Yet, across these 2 floors, Chu Henti found a single item related to the Great Ghost Shaman. The house seemed as though it were inhabited not by the tribe's Great Ghost Shaman, but by an ordinary commoner. Even an ordinary commoner would have a few personal favorites, but everything on these 2 floors consisted solely of daily necessities, not a single superfluous item. This was precisely what struck Chu as so strange. Could there be a hidden compartment or secret room somewhere? This old man kept his personal life and work strictly separate. There must be another space where he studies the Great Ghost Shaman's magic, or where he stores items related to the Great Ghost Shaman. With this in mind, Chu began searching even more thoroughly, going through each room one by one and even tapping on the walls to see if there were any hollow spots inside. He eventually reached the bedroom on the 1st floor. The room was somewhat dim, so Chu went to pull back the bamboo curtain by the bed to get a clearer view of the room. But when he pulled back the bamboo curtain, he discovered that behind it was not a window, it was actually a painting. Chu immediately sensed something was off. It seemed the old man had intended to hide the painting so no one would notice it, yet instead of putting it away, he deconcealed it behind the bamboo curtain. There was only one explanation: he likely needed to see the painting frequently. If he stored it away, he'd have to take it out and unroll it every time, and repeatedly rolling it up and unrolling it would inevitably damage the artwork. So he simply hung the painting right next to his bed, but not wanting anyone to see it, he added a bamboo curtain. To the average person, it looked just like a window. No one would ever suspect there was a painting behind the curtain. This old man was incredibly meticulous. Chu took a closer look at the painting and discovered it depicted a eerie scene. On a high mountain, a deity with 3 faces sat majestically atop the clouds, while at the foot of the mountain, countless people clad in black cloaks knelt before him in worship. Moreover, in front of these figures in black cloaks stood many people bound to wooden stakes. As the cloaked figures stood nearby, wielding knives to slash at them, some were drenched in blood, while others held a human heart in their hands. The scene was truly eerie. Who exactly were these figures in black cloaks? And who was this deity with 3 human faces? Moreover, why were they tying people to wooden stakes to torture them and even ripping out their hearts? What cruelty! Chu seemed to sense that this great ghost shaman harbored countless secrets and mysteries. The painting itself was quite ordinary and unremarkable, but Chu felt that its subject matter was extraordinary, though he wasn't yet sure what it was meant to convey. Could it be a ritual? Using people as sacrifices, ripping out their hearts to offer to this 3-faced deity? That would be far too twisted. Chu took the painting, intending to study it later. Just as he took it down, he discovered a secret compartment behind it, a relatively large gap in the center of the wall that was easy to miss if you weren't looking closely. But there was a clear fingerprint on the compartment, suggesting it had been opened frequently. Chu pressed his finger against the black fingerprint mark. Suddenly, a small drawer popped open, revealing a large bronze key that looked rather antique. This type of key was different from those used in the current mythic world, and since it was made of bronze, a material favored by ancient people. Chu took the key out of the drawer. What kind of lock would this key open? If he were that old man and wanted to hide something large enough for a person to move around inside, the most likely place would be the basement. So Chu began tapping around the bedroom. The floor was made of wooden planks, and suddenly, in the corner by the bed, he heard a hollow sound. Above this spot stood a small cabinet, and at its base were deep gouges, clear signs it had been moved frequently, scraping the floorboards. Chu immediately moved the cabinet aside, and sure enough, a section of floorboard was revealed. Beneath the cabinet was a pull ring designed to lift the board. Pulling the ring up lifted the entire floorboard, and Chu saw a pitch-black passageway. It must lead to an underground space. Finally found it. Chu picked up the oil lamp from the hall, crawled down the passage, and quickly reached the bottom. Looking ahead, he saw a long tunnel. Continuing down the tunnel, Chu came to a bronze door with a lock, a very old-fashioned one at that. Chu inserted the bronze key, unlocked the door, and the interior suddenly opened up, revealing a massive circular room. In the center of this circular room stood a miniature altar about as tall as a person, atop which lay something that looked like a bead. As he drew closer, Chu realized it wasn't a bead at all, but an eyeball. Yes, a human eyeball with a purple, agonized, star-shaped pupil that was eerily alluring and exuded an aura of evil. What on earth was this? Ding! You have discovered the heirloom of the Witch Ghost tribe, the Eye of the Witch Ghost. Chu picked it up and checked its attributes. Eye of the Witch Ghost, the divine eye left behind by the Witch Ghost god. Strength plus 230, defense plus 1, agility plus 1. Comes with the insight skill, allowing the user to perceive all things. The gaze of the Witch Ghost god has a deterrent effect on monsters and has a 50% chance to trigger soul loss, causing the target to enter a brief state of disorientation and cease all actions. Upon seeing the attributes of the Eye of the Witch Ghost, Chu couldn't help but feel overjoyed. This item is even more powerful than the true spirit eye. The 230 strength bonus alone is enough to rival a top-tier weapon, and the attached skills are incredibly useful. The insight skill should allow him to see monsters of higher levels than himself and even other items without the true spirit eye's restriction to level 20 or below. Moreover, the second skill, Witch Ghost Goddess Gaze, is an incredibly valuable support skill. It has a deterrent effect and a 50% chance to trigger the soul-shattering effect. It's practically a monster-esque nemesis. Chapter 51, Unlocking the Epic Hidden Quest. Shocking Jizhou. Having obtained the treasured heirloom of the Witch Ghost tribe, Chu's heart swelled with joy. He stowed the Witch Ghost Eye in his backpack and looked around to see what else was there. On the left side of the circular room stood a bookshelf and a desk, covered with various ancient texts and jars and vials. It looked like a place where the great Witch Ghost conducted his research. Chu walked up to the desk, where he found some written records. After reading the information, he couldn't help but feel astonished. The papers contained excerpts of various information, likely compiled and organized by the great ghost shaman. The very first line on the page read 3 characters, Heavenly Ghost Clan. What kind of clan was this? Below that were excerpts detailing dark magic spells and creatures, including information on the dark magic dragon. It seemed this grand ghost shaman had been planning this for quite some time. But what was his purpose in seeking the power of the dark magic dragon? The third piece of information concerned the origins of the Witch Ghost god. This deity was a Western deity, so why had it appeared in Jizhou, China? The records describe the Witch Ghost god as a 3-faced, 6-legged dark elemental deity from the underworld, possessing supreme power and boundless capabilities, who suddenly vanished 10,000 years ago. The fourth piece of information was about the Immortal Dungeon. The information that the great ghost shaman ultimately focused his investigation on was the Immortal Dungeon. There are very few records regarding this part. Rumor has it that tens of thousands of young immortals once fought a battle there, resulting in the fall of countless immortals and gods. Its exact location is unknown, but by utilizing the Eye of the Witch Ghost god and Shi Yong's secret techniques, although he was unable to pinpoint the exact location, he had already established a connection with a monster in another place. However, he was still missing one crucial condition, a massive source of dark power to serve as a catalyst. It was only then that Chu realized why the old Grand Witch had been so obsessed with obtaining the power of the Dark Dragon. Perhaps there was a connection between all of this. What did he need this power for? Was he trying to find the Witch Ghost god? Was he actually a member of the Heavenly Ghost Clan? Chu hadn't expected that what he thought was just a simple hidden quest would lead to so much information, and it was all so confusing. Turning his attention back to the bottles and jars, Chu used the Witch Ghost Eye insight skill. Purple Orchid Potion, special item attracts monsters. Demon Heart Potion, special item confuses monsters. A wide variety of potions, each with different effects, primarily designed to affect monsters. Without hesitation, Chu stuffed all of them into his backpack. He then surveyed the rest of the circular room and suddenly noticed another door in one corner. This one was unlocked. Chu opened the door and discovered a passageway beyond. Carrying the oil lamp, he walked about 100 meters and arrived at a large stone chamber. In the center of the chamber stood a massive altar, surrounded by lit candles. The altar's surface was completely covered with engraved runes. Could this be the altar the great ghost shaman used to communicate with another realm? Chu wondered silently. Stepping onto the altar, Chu noticed a recess that appeared designed to hold an object. Judging by its size and shape, and combining that with the information he gathered earlier, this was likely where the eye of the ghost shaman was meant to be placed. Chu pondered for a moment and decided to give it a try. Having come this far, there was no turning back. This might just be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He took the witch ghost eye out of his backpack and placed it in the recess. According to the information he gathered, activating it required a massive surge of dark magic. Xiao He was a dark dragon, capable of using innate dark elemental spells. Perhaps he could give it a try. Xiao He, come out. A dragoness roar echoed as Xiao He emerged from the spirit pet space. His massive body hovered above the altar, circling left and right as if awaiting Chu's orders. Xiao He, try channeling your dark elemental power into this altar's formation, Chu said. Xiao He let out a soft growl to indicate he understood. Then he opened his massive jaws toward the formation on the altar, and a stream of black light surged from his mouth, flowing ceaselessly into the formation. Hum! The altar's formation suddenly burst into a brilliant black light, which then converged on the witch ghost's eye, causing it to shine brilliantly. Descend! An ancient, weathered voice echoed endlessly through the space, as if coming from a distant realm. Ding! You have triggered the epic hidden quest, explore the immortal dungeon. You have been teleported to Yin Ghost Mountain. Within the borders of Jizhou, 100 portals to Yin Ghost Mountain will appear. The Shadow Ghost army is about to flood into the human realm. Killing Shadow Ghosts will grant you tomb vouchers. Within Shadow Ghost Mountain, there are 9 teleportation arrays leading to the immortal dungeon. Only those holding tomb vouchers are eligible to enter the immortal dungeon. Upon hearing this system message, Chu couldn't help but be taken aback. An epic hidden quest, of all things. This was the first time such a thing had been heard of since Mythic World launched, and he had actually triggered it himself. The system prompt repeated itself 3 times, and after the 3rd repetition, the system suddenly emitted a ding sound. Announcement for the Jizhou region: player Xiaoyao Beifeng has activated an epic hidden quest to explore the immortal dungeon. The entrance to the immortal dungeon is located within Yingui Mountain. However, effective immediately, the Yingui army within Yingui Mountain is about to descend upon Jizhou. There are a total of 100 passageways through which the Yingui will invade the human realm, wreaking havoc and causing widespread suffering. Players can obtain tomb vouchers by defeating Yin ghosts. Only players holding tomb vouchers are eligible to enter the immortal dungeon. The system knows that important things must be said 3 times. This system announcement appeared before every player in the Jizhou region at that moment, and in an instant, the entire region erupted with excitement. The Jizhou forum was flooded with posts about this system update. Big news, big news. An epic hidden quest has begun. Who is Xiaoyao Beifeng? How can he be so awesome? Could it be that our great Jizhou is about to rise to prominence in Huaxia? The Shangtian Guild is recruiting in droves to fight the Yin ghosts. Let us head to the immortal dungeon together. Calling all solo players, come join us to keep each other warm. Fangteng Group is recruiting players en masse to fight the Yin ghosts. Bonuses for outstanding performance. At that very moment, the name Xiaoyao Beifeng spread throughout all of Jizhou. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Imperial Court Guild in Ming Commandery, one of the 9 commanderies of Jizhou, a man clad in a bright yellow dragon robe held a dragon-shaped sword, pointing it at the crowd below the high platform. This hidden quest to explore the immortal dungeon is sure to hold countless great opportunities. Immediately rally all your forces to slay the Yin ghosts and loot tomb vouchers. Yes, sir. In Dong Commandery, one of the 9 commanderies of Ji Province, at the headquarters of the Holy Spirit Alliance, a middle-aged man clad in the Swallowing Heaven Beast armor set, wielding a golden spear, and riding the ancient mythical beast Tangzhu, shouted to over 10,000 people, "Victory in this epic hidden quest will surely be ours. Everyone, heed my command, set out and slay the shadow ghosts. In Tai Commandery, Li Changchun, known as Evil Jade, of the Prosperous Era Guild emerged from the dungeon and ordered the members of his kill squad behind him, mobilize all available forces. At any cost, secure as many tomb vouchers as possible. Yes, Guild Master. Xia Chong. Li Changchun looked up at the horizon, a cold smile curving his lips. Xiaoyao Beifeng, you've triggered the epic hidden quest. What a tremendous favor you've done us. But I'm still going to take your life. Inside the Batian gang, Huangfu Batian smashed the table in front of him to pieces with a single punch. Xiaoyao Beifeng, I will offer your head as a sacrifice to the heavens and kill you back to level 0. Everyone, heed my command, rally all guild members and be the first to wipe out the Yin Ghost Army to loot tomb vouchers. Inside the Tianming Guild, Zhao Tianming rode a white tiger, a descendant of the ancient divine beast, the white tiger, known as the Xintian White Tiger. He stepped out of the guild headquarters and addressed the senior members before him. At any cost, I want the tomb voucher. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable air of authority. Yes, Guild Master. At that moment, every guild in Jizhou, whether large, medium, or small, and even countless solo players, were in a complete frenzy. Countless people began searching for the passage leading to the 100-strong Yin Ghost Army, sharpening their blades in anticipation. Inside the Skybreaker Guild, Li Haoren, Fei, and Wuji exchanged glances, their expressions filled with utter astonishment. A moment later, the three shouted in unison, "Holy shit, Brother Bei has really stirred up a huge commotion." Chapter 52, Chu's return. All eyes are on him. An unprecedented storm was brewing in Jizhou, yet the instigator of this storm remained inside the great ghost shaman's underground altar. This was because the shaman's eye on the altar projected a map, a landscape divided into multiple continents, resembling numerous islands scattered across the ocean, with landmark locations marked on each landmass. Chu captured a screenshot of the map. It might prove useful for the mission. Soon, the black light surrounding the altar gradually faded, and the surroundings returned to normal. Chu recalled Xiao He to his spirit pet space and returned to the surface. Just as he stepped out of the tribal village, he received a message from Li Haoren. Brother Bei, the Ba Tian gang has come to cause trouble. There are quite a few of them, I estimate over 2,000. Upon seeing the message, Chu furrowed his brow and said, I'm heading back right away. Hold the line. For the Ba Tian gang to bring such a large force here at this moment, could he be planning to launch a war to wipe out our gang? It seems the lesson I taught him wasn't enough. Since he has taken the initiative to provoke us, Chu isn't one to show mercy. Chu summoned his mount, the purple flame horse king, swung himself onto its back, and immediately ordered the horse king to race back to the guild headquarters at top speed. At that moment, at the foot of Mount Guangming, thousands of players were gathering, all core members of the Ba Tian gang, representing half of the gang's core forces. The other half had already set out to search for the Yin Ghost Army, and the one leading the assault on the Skybreaker Guild this time was Huangfu Ba Tian. Today, I will bring back Xiaoyao Beifeng's head to consecrate our banner. Huangfu Batian stood at the front of the ranks and shouted to the guild members present. Ever since news spread that Huangfu Batian had been killed by Chu, the Batian Guild's standing in Tai County had been severely compromised, and its reputation as the #1 guild in Tai County was already teetering on the brink. Not long after the system announcement that Chu had unlocked a hidden quest, players throughout Ji Prefecture now knew the name Xiaoyao Beifeng. Huangfu Batian intended to seize this moment to launch a campaign to wipe out the guild, first, to avenge Chu's death, and second, to use this opportunity to re-establish the Batian Guild's prestige. At this moment, in addition to members of the Batian gang, the foot of Bright Mountain was crowded with players who had come from afar just to watch the spectacle or who hoped to join the Skybreaker Guild, and their numbers far exceeded those of the Batian gang. Moreover, there were quite a few game journalists among them. Mythic World, this ultra-realistic MMORPG, already boasts over 2 billion daily active users and is rapidly approaching 3 billion, having undeniably become the world's #1 game. With such a massive user base and level of popularity, the media is always present. This time, among the onlookers was Yang Chanxian, a reporter from the Mythic game channel, the news outlet with the largest audience. Fei Qi, make sure to shoot from multiple angles later. We absolutely have to capture the guild battle well this time, Yang Chanxian instructed the cameraman by her side, Fei Qi. Ah, Sister Yang, weren't we here to interview the player Xiaoyao Beifeng? Why are we filming this? Fei Qi said with a grimace. Filming guild battles was the most dangerous and grueling task. If they stayed too far away, they wouldn't get any good footage, but if they got too close, they'd easily be killed by mistake, and the chances of that happening were extremely high. Are you kidding? The Skybreaker Guild is exactly the guild that Xiaoyao Beifeng belongs to. This is part of the interview material, too. It's rare for something this big to happen on the Jizhou server. Xiaoyao Beifeng has triggered an epic hidden quest. We have to seize this opportunity to do a special feature. Xiaoyao Beifeng's feuds in the virtual world are also great material, Yang Shanshan said confidently. She always held herself to the highest standards in her work. Right now, almost every player in Jizhou is going crazy trying to find the Shadow Ghost army. Why don't we interview those people first? I heard that Xiaoyao Beifeng isn't even at the guild headquarters, Fei Qi asked tentatively, as he really didn't want to film a guild battle. It was just too dangerous. No way. I have to interview him today. I need to find out how he triggered the hidden quest that's the root of this whole thing. Who knows, we might even uncover some explosive details about the quest, Yang Shanshan said. Alright, I'll follow the organization's orders. Fei Qi said helplessly. Seeing that the Batian guild members were preparing to launch their attack, he hurried over to get a close-up shot, praying he wouldn't get accidentally killed in the crossfire. The Skybreaker Guild's army of over 2,000 set out, preparing to climb the mountain and launch their attack. The Skybreaker Guild had over 2,000 members, while the Skybreaker Guild was only a level 1 guild with just 100 official members. However, over 1,000 players had volunteered to join this defensive battle, all of them eager to join the Skybreaker Guild and all motivated by their admiration for Chu, including the 4 from Honlin's group. Are you really volunteering to help the Skybreaker Guild? Li Haoran's expression was grave as he looked out at the more than 1,000 people present. Previously, over 4,000 had come to sign up for the selection process, but when word spread that the Batian gang was about to attack, they scattered like birds and beasts, leaving only this group of over 1,000. We're willing to fight for the Skybreaker Guild, someone in the crowd shouted. Honglin shouted, that's right. Since Brother Beifeng is my elder brother, how could I, as his younger brother, stand idly by when he is in trouble? His words were met with a resounding chorus of agreement from the crowd, as they voluntarily requested to go into battle and fight the Batian gang. Li Haoran was deeply moved. Only those who were truly willing to stay when faced with adversity were the ones he could truly rely on. In reality, many players had joined not only because of Chua's fame and abilities, but also because the Skybreaker Guild offered extremely generous benefits, providing equipment and mounts to full members, and allowing them to obtain even better gear as long as they had enough quest points. Many had come for these perks, and as soon as the Batian gang launched such a massive campaign to wipe out the guild, they all fled. Li Haoran disliked and looked down upon these opportunists the most. Seeing the indignant resolve of those who stayed, Li Haoran's heart swelled with warmth. He said, alright, since you've chosen to stay here today, come register with me later. When the Skybreaker Guild levels up, that will be the day you officially join the guild. Great, the crowd cheered. With Li Haoran's promise, they were effectively exempt from the selection trials. The Batian gang launched their attack. As the defending force, the Skybreaker Guild deliberately narrowed the main thoroughfare, allowing only 10 people to walk side by side through the passage. The Skybreaker Guild's elite Ming group secured the city gates, while the rest took their positions on the city walls, ready for battle. Huangfu Batian drew a purple spear and shouted toward the Skybreaker Guild's gates, charge! Break through the city! Cut down their banner! Annihilate the Skybreaker Guild! Over 2,000 members of the Batian gang charged forward, their battle cries shaking the heavens, and the two sides soon clashed. The Batian gang members were generally better equipped than average players, but they were no match for the full members of the Skybreaker Guild, who had received multiple batches of equipment support from Chu, especially since all full members were outfitted with giant python armor. The Skybreaker Guild did not have the numerical advantage. Although the city gates remained intact, the battle was extremely fierce. Standing inside the city, Li Haoran knew that although his guild members were better equipped than their opponents, they couldn't hold out against such overwhelming numbers. They certainly wouldn't last much longer. Was the newly established Skybreaker Guild really going to be destroyed? Li Haoran refused to accept this. Fei and Wuji were even more determined. Both had already joined the fray to fight. Suddenly, at that very moment, nearly 10,000 players watching from the foot of the mountain let out a collective gasp. It's Xiaoyao Beifeng. Xiaoyao Beifeng is back. Huangfu Batian turned to look and saw a figure galloping toward them on a purple horse, wielding a long green sword and radiating a fierce killing intent. At that moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on Chu, the center of attention. Yang Qianshan couldn't help but let her eyes light up. To dare charge alone into a force of thousands, could that really be achieved by sheer courage alone? Chapter 53, instantly defeating Huangfu Batian, stunning the entire crowd. Yang Qianshan switched to screen recording mode, aiming the camera at Chu as he raced toward Bright Mountain. Was he really planning to storm the mountain all by himself? The onlookers couldn't help but murmur among themselves, holding their breath for Chu. Holy crap, Xiaoyao Beifeng is way too bold. Didn't he bring any reinforcements? All by himself? How could he possibly save the Skybreaker Guild from this crisis? The Batian Guild is the largest guild in Tai County, with countless experts. I heard that only the core members came this time. With so many experts, the Skybreaker Guild's downfall is imminent. Everyone watching felt that the Skybreaker Guild might already be beyond hope this time. Yang Qianshan couldn't help but shake her head. It seemed this interview might have to be conducted outside the respawn point. Huangfu Batian stared at Chu, who had already reached the foot of the mountain. A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he shouted, "Follow me, let us take care of Xiaoyao Beifeng." Ever since he was killed by Xiaoyao Beifeng, Huangfu Batian's strength had been called into question, and even the prestige of the Batian Guild had been shaken. This time, he was determined to reclaim everything. Huangfu Batian led over 100 core members as they raced down the mountain, a vast and imposing force, while before them stood only a solitary figure. Chu drew the green leaf sword, his expression calm. He showed not the slightest fear of the charge from over 100 men. Instead, he stepped forward to meet them. "Come out, demon ape." Huangfu Batian summoned his spirit pet, the demon ape, which charged toward Chu. Just as the two sides were about to collide, Chu raised his sword. "Xiao He, it's your turn to shine." Xiao He was summoned, his massive form hovering above Chu's head. His aura was majestic, like a demon dragon descended from the heavens. His 10-meter-tall body was truly awe-inspiring. Roar! Seeing someone ahead intent on killing Chu, Xiao He let out an angry roar to the heavens, the deafening sound echoing in all directions. The horses and mounts of the Batian gang seemed to have seen a ghost. They suddenly came to a screeching halt and stared at Xiao He with utter fear, causing the scene to descend into chaos in an instant. All these horses were overwhelmed by Xiao He's aura, becoming extremely terrified and agitated. The onlookers, upon seeing Xiao He appear, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. It's actually a dragon snake. It's already grown horns on its head. It's about to transform into a dragon. Holy crap, Xiaoyao Beifeng actually has a dragon snake as a spirit pet? That is so freaking awesome. And this dragon snake is a dark element spirit pet. How terrifying. Is this Xiaoyao Beifeng's secret weapon? No wonder he dared to face 1,000 soldiers all by himself. Yang Qianshan was also taken aback by Xiao He's appearance. She had interviewed many powerful figures across the counties of Jizhou, but she had never seen anyone keep a dragon snake as a spirit pet. She had always thought that obtaining the egg of such a spirit pet was incredibly difficult. The odds might not even be 1 in 10 million. This Xiaoyao Beifeng is incredibly powerful. Even Huangfu Batian's mighty tiger was pacing restlessly, too afraid to advance, cowering before Xiao He. "Damn it, put your mounts away. Kill them!" Huangfu Batian shouted. The members of the Batian gang sheathed their mounts and charged on foot toward Chu. Among them, 5 had summoned different spirit pets. They were the Batian gang's experts above level 20. "Xiao He, show them what you've got." Chu laughed. Xiao He opened its massive jaws, and a jet of black flame shot out, engulfing the charging members of the Batian gang. Some reacted quickly and dodged, but those who didn't were all hit and burned to death on the spot. Those with slightly higher defense who survived the initial blast were eventually scorched to death by the black flame's sustained damage. After the flames subsided, Xiao He let out another dragoness roar. A massive number of ice arrows coalesced in the sky and rained down upon the Ba Tian gang members, dealing area of effect damage. How can it use ice magic too? The onlookers gasped in unison. Isn't it a dark elemental dragon? Why does it have ice magic as well? Could it be dual elemental? That's way too overpowered. Before they could finish speaking, Xiao He let out another dragoness roar, causing stone spikes to burst from the ground, knocking over everyone near Chu. It actually knows earth element spells too? What on earth is this dragon? How can a dark element creature also use spells of other elements? This dragon is truly terrifying. Holy crap, that's incredible. This dragon is worth 1,000 soldiers. Xiaoyao Beifeng actually owns such a powerful dragon that's just incredible. Huangfu Batian's face paled. The demon ape dared not approach and hesitated in panic, unable to move forward. Demon ape, attack! At his master's command, the demon ape steeled itself and charged forward, an iron staff appearing in its hand as it prepared to strike Xiao He. Chu immediately leaped high from his horse's back, using the equipment skill Flying Dragon to briefly soar through the air, allowing him to clear the stone spikes on the ground. He then activated the skill of the Dark Magic Dragon said Bloodthirst, which increased critical hit chance by 50%. True Spirit Sword. With the stacked skill bonuses, Chu's strike was incredibly powerful. As man and ape clashed mid-air, Chu dodged the demon ape's iron staff and thrust his sword through the demon ape's throat, dealing a fatal blow. The demon ape's eyes widened in shock. The spark of life vanished from its gaze, and it crashed to the ground. A single sword strike instantly killed Huangfu Batian's spirit pet, the demon ape. This strike stunned the entire crowd, causing countless people to gasp in astonishment. Holy crap, that damage is insane. Xiaoyao Beifeng can actually fly? Has he already reached level 40 and class changed? Xiaoyao Beifeng's sword strike was absolutely devastating. Yang Shanshan couldn't help but get excited either. She frantically sent screenshots to Chu. That strike was simply too powerful. Huangfu Batian stared at the scene in utter disbelief. This demon ape had once fought Li Jiao, and even Li Jiao hadn't been able to kill it with a single blow yet. Now it had been instantly slain by Xiaoyao Beifeng with a single strike. Chu turned, sword in hand, and looked at Huangfu Batian. His gaze was sharp and piercing, like a drawn sword. Huangfu Batian, you will pay the price for your actions today. His words were filled with murderous intent, and Huangfu Batian couldn't help but take a step back. For the first time in his life, he actually felt a hint of fear toward another person. No sooner had Chu finished speaking than he commanded Xiao He to begin the spirit fusion. Xiao He let out a cry and surged into Chu's body. In an instant, Chu's body began to transform, with black scales sprouting from his arms and torso. This eerie scene stunned the entire crowd. Holy shit! Can he actually fuse with a spirit pet? Is he about to turn into a dragon man? That skill is way too amazing. Is he going to boost the attributes of Carefree North Wind? Oh my god, his arms have turned into dragon claws. Yang Shanshan had never seen a skill where a spirit pet fused with its master before. This skill must be innate to this dragon. It was clearly designed to enhance the master's strength and defense. After completing the spirit fusion, Chu charged toward Huangfu Batian. More than 50 people stood in his path, but with the floating cloud step activated, Chu's immense damage claimed the life of one Batian gang member with every strike. 10 steps, 10 kills, 100 meters, no one left standing. In just over 10 breaths, Chu had slaughtered all 50 plus opponents. His next target was Huangfu Batian. The distance between them closed in an instant. Huangfu Batian raised his purple spear. A purple glow instantly enveloped him, fusing man and weapon as he thrust toward Chu. But Chu was even more agile. Using the wandering cloud step, he leaped into the air, paused briefly, and dodged the spear. As they passed each other, a green sword beam sliced across Huangfu Batian's neck. The next moment, Huangfu Batian's body crashed to the ground. Countless people witnessed this scene, and the arena instantly fell silent. After a long moment of silence, the crowd erupted in a roar of astonishment. The leader of the Batian gang, Huangfu Batian, had once again been killed by Chu in an instant, right before everyone's eyes. Chapter 54, Leave None Alive. That damage, I just can't wrap my head around it. Huangfu Batian is, after all, a level 27 expert, and his gear is definitely the best the Skybreaker Guild has to offer. And yet he was instantly killed with a single sword strike. That sword strike was simply unbelievable. Xiaoyao Beifeng is amazing. I'm joining the Skybreaker Guild with Xiaoyao Beifeng on board. The Skybreaker Guild's future growth is boundless. Xiaoyao Beifeng is simply too powerful. Combined with a spirit pet like that, no one can stand in his way. The news of Huangfu Batian's death spread like wildfire. Players who had been live streaming on the forum immediately posted the news, including video footage, instantly setting the Tai County forum ablaze. Chu mounted his purple flame horse king and raced up the mountain. With Huangfu Batian's death, the Batian Guild's morale plummeted, making it much easier for the Skybreaker Guild to defend their guild headquarters. Just then, a massive contingent suddenly appeared at the foot of the mountain. As far as the eye could see, the ranks were densely packed, estimated to number no fewer than 5,000. Who was that? Could they be here to cause trouble for the Skybreaker Guild too? As the group drew closer, the players could finally make out the banner flying at the front, bearing the 4 large characters, Heaven Heart Guild. It's actually a contingent from the Heaven Heart Guild. Holy crap, that's Heaven Sword leading them. The Heaven Heart Guild has always been building its influence quietly. I never expected them to be able to mobilize this many fighters. Could the Heaven Heart Guild be here to provide support? I've heard Heaven Sword and Xiaoyao Beifeng are on good terms. Holy crap, Xiaoyao Beifeng really has a lot of clout. Although Heaven Sword had never been particularly well known, he had always maintained a solid foundation, boasting 3,000 core members, all professional gamers. These 3,000 formed his main combat force, though there were, of course, even more peripheral members. Chu received a message from Heaven Sword. Bro, I'm here to help you. Chu's heart warmed. He hadn't expected Heaven Sword to come to his aid on his own initiative. After numerous transactions, the two had maintained a good relationship, and Heaven Sword genuinely regarded Chu as a friend. Even if Chu hadn't asked for his help, he would have stepped in on his own. With over 5,000 players, their force was immense. They charged straight toward the mountain, attacking the Batian gang from behind. Seeing that reinforcements had arrived more than double their own numbers and finding themselves caught in a pincer movement, the morale of the Batian gang's 2,000 plus members collapsed instantly. They began to scatter in all directions, with no thought left for attacking the city. Seeing this, Li Haoran was overjoyed and ordered, "Break out and chase down the Batian gang." The guild members and other players inside the guild headquarters, who had been seething with anger, surged out of the city and began hacking and slashing at the Batian gang members in a frenzy. Li Haoran, Fei, and Woji also fought their way through the chaos to join up with Chu. "Brother Bei, you're awesome." Fei knocked out an enemy with 2 swings of his staff and approached Chu. "If you'd been any later, I'm afraid there would be been nothing left but ruins," Li Haoran said with a shake of his head and a smile. Woji had already switched to a new set of gear by then, and dispatching Batian gang members was now a breeze for him. His strength had clearly improved significantly. Brother Bei took down Huangfu Batian with a single sword strike. That's fucking insane, Woji laughed, a newfound confidence shining in his eyes. "Great job, guys. I'm sure no one will dare to mess with our Skybreaker Guild again." Chu laughed. This battle was all about making a name for himself. Only by letting others know he wasn't someone to mess with would he avoid a lot of trouble. "From now on, if anyone goes after the Skybreaker Guild, my Heaven Heart Guild will be the first to object." Heaven Sword rode up to Chu on a purple leopard, a smile on his face. "Bro, I've brought the guys. You tell us what to do next. You're in charge." Heaven Sword said with a hearty laugh. Chu looked at the Batian guild members scattering in all directions and said, "Leave not a single one alive." "Ah, great. That's exactly the kind of attitude I like from a buddy, straightforward and no nonsense. Men, seal off every path down the mountain. Don't let a single member of the Skybreaker Guild get away." "Yes, Guild Master." A dozen or so high-ranking guild members behind him responded in unison, each rushing off to carry out the orders. "Thanks for the backup, Guild Master Heaven Heart. We're grateful. I'll thank you properly once I'm done killing these guys, Faye said briskly. He was a straightforward guy, and Heaven Sword's style really suited him. With that, he turned and gave chase. Wooji didn't want to be outdone, so he followed close behind. Old Sue, how about we have a contest to see who can kill more? Fine, Wooji. I want to go easy on you, just wait and see how you lose. Pfft, who was afraid of whom? Wooji smiled confidently and spurred his horse to overtake him. For a time, the entire Mount Guangming echoed with the deafening sounds of battle as members of the Skybreaker Guild and Heaven Heart Guild jointly hunted down the fleeing members of the Batian gang. Meanwhile, the Heaven Heart Guild had already set up a defensive line at the foot of the mountain, determined not to let a single Batian gang member escape. Chu also joined the mop-up operation. No one was his match. The Batian gang members saw Chu as if they'd seen the devil himself, with no will whatsoever to put up a fight. This massive gang battle, involving thousands of people, lasted a full 3 hours before it ended. Over 2,000 Batian gang members were killed, not a single one survived. The Batian gang is finished this time. They've certainly been dealt a crushing blow. They'll have to relinquish their title as the top gang in Tai County. Huangfu Batian underestimated Xiaoyao Beifeng's strength, and he likely never imagined that Heaven Sword would bring so many people to support Xiaoyao Beifeng. That's the only way they could have wiped out every single member of the Batian gang without leaving a single one behind. The fact that Heaven Sword was willing to mobilize such a massive force to help Xiaoyao Beifeng shows their relationship is no ordinary one. By stepping in this time, Heaven Sword is likely sending a clear signal to everyone else: anyone who dares to mess with the Skybreaker Guild is picking a fight with him. The crowd gathered at the foot of the mountain buzzed with discussion. Seeing that the battle had ended, Yang Xianxian quickly sent a message to the cameraman, Fei Qi, "Where the hell did you run off to? Hurry back." "Sis Yang, I'm already at the respawn point in Tai County City." It seemed he'd been killed by mistake after all. "Alright, then I'll go conduct the interview myself. I can't miss this opportunity," Yang Xianxian said, and began making her way up the mountain. By this time, every guild in Tai County had learned the outcome of the guild war. It had ended with a victory for the Skybreaker Guild and the deaths of over 2,000 members of the Batian gang. The news that over 2,000 members of the Batian gang had been killed with only one survivor exploded like a depth charge among the guilds of Tai County. Many were commenting that Xiaoyao Beifeng was truly a ruthless bastard. Over 2,000 people, killed just like that. It would be best to avoid any friction with the Skybreaker Guild in the future. Who knows, such a tragedy might befall them next. Meanwhile, over at the Shangshur Guild, Xie Xiongli Changchun was receiving a steady stream of detailed reports. After reading them, he stood up from his seat and gazed at the twilight on the horizon. "Guild Master, should we secretly lend a hand to Huangfu Batian?" asked a high-ranking member. Earlier, the three major guilds had agreed on a bounty for Xiaoyao Beifeng. It could be said they had formed a sort of alliance, as all three regarded Xiaoyao Beifeng as a common enemy. "No need. The Batian gang is finished from now on. Get ready to take over their resource points," Xie Xiongli Changchun said calmly. The senior member was taken aback for a moment, but instantly understood the chairman's meaning. The Batian gang was no longer worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as the Shangshur Guild. Huangfu Batian is nothing but a fool. People hailed him as the #1 gang in Tai County, and he actually took pride in it. "What an arrogant jerk," Xie Xiongli Changchun said with a cold smile. Chapter 55, I didn't see a thing. Yang Xianxian was feeling frustrated. She had been waiting at the guild headquarters for half an hour, but that Xiaoyao Beifeng still hadn't replied to her message. She was now pacing back and forth in the hallway on the second floor of the guild building, feeling a bit annoyed. After all, she was a reporter for Myth Channel. If other players knew they could be interviewed by Myth Channel, they'd rush over no matter how busy they were. After all, the show she hosted reached players all across Jizhou. The fact that Xiaoyao Beifeng hadn't been the first to come out and greet her was a total lack of respect. Just then, a guild member walked by, and Yang Xianxian stopped him and asked, "Handsome guy, is your guild master going to reply? I've been waiting here for over half an hour." The guild member glanced at Yang Xianxian, recognizing her as a Myth Channel reporter, but replied flatly, "The guild just went through a major battle. There are a lot of matters for the guild master to handle, so I don't think he has time right now." If you can't wait, you might as well head back. What's this all about? Doesn't he even know about our myth channel? Your guildmaster sure has some nerve, Yang Chanshan said, a bit annoyed. Hearing this, the guild members' expressions immediately darkened. In their eyes, the guildmaster was their god. How could they let others speak ill of him? What kind of attitude is that for a reporter? Just because the guildmaster is busy, does that mean he has to give you an interview? What kind of twisted logic is that? What's wrong with Myth Channel? Are you the celestial court or something? The guild member fired back without hesitation, then snorted coldly, turned on his heel, and walked away, ignoring her completely. You! Yang Shanshan was so furious she couldn't even speak, and could only suppress her anger. At that moment, Chu had just finished a meeting with Dawnbreaker, Li Haoren, and the rest of the guild leadership, where they divided up the loot from this battle. Although the Skybreaker Guild had won this time, quite a few guild members had died in loss levels. Chu instructed Li Haoren to prioritize restoring the guild's combat strength before setting out to hunt down the Yin Ghost Army. As the group walked and chatted, a woman suddenly appeared before them, blocking Chu's path alone. They all froze for a moment, immediately casting strange glances at Chu. Xiaoyao Beifeng, have you been avoiding me on purpose? Yang Qianshan glared at Chu and demanded. As soon as she said this, the four people behind her exchanged knowing glances and let out a long, drawn-out "oh." Chu was completely baffled. Where had this woman come from? He hadn't even started building a harem yet. Brother Bei, why didn't you tell us guys about this? That's really unbro-like. Wuji chuckled wickedly as he slapped Chu on the shoulder. Exactly, Brother Bei. When did you two meet? You actually kept this a secret from us. Fei sneered. Li Haoren shook his head and sighed. Hey, Brother Bei, that's not right of you. Aren't you treating us like outsiders? Chu. Xiaoyao Beifeng, do you have a minute right now? I only need 10 minutes. Yang Shanshan didn't notice the expressions on their faces. Instead, she fixed her gaze on Chu. Dawnbreaker was taken aback. 10 minutes? That can't be possible. It's got to be at least half an hour, at my level. Is Brother Bei really weaker than me? I don't believe it, Wuji said, shaking his head. No way. Brother Bei is so strong and imposing it'd take at least an hour, right? How could 10 minutes be enough? Fei said with a lecherous grin. Chu. Right now, Chu really wanted to smash these three idiots' heads in. He had no idea what was going on inside their heads. Was it a sewer or something? How disgusting. Li Haoren stepped in to smooth things over. Alright, this is Brother Bei's business. Why are you guys butting in? Stop being such a third wheel. At first, Chu was actually quite pleased to hear the first half of that, but the last sentence nearly made him spit out a mouthful of blood. What are you guys talking about? I don't even know her, Chu explained helplessly. Aha, right, Brother Bei doesn't know her, we all get it. Let us be on our way. Wuji grinned wickedly and led the group away. Before leaving, Wuji even turned back to Chu and said, Brother Bei, we're in no rush, so take your time. Chu. 2 minutes later, Chu was sitting in the conference room, with Yang Shanshan sitting directly across from him. It wasn't until he was introduced that Chu remembered someone had come to report before the meeting that a reporter from the Myth Channel wanted to interview him. Mr. Xiaoyao Beifeng, it's an honor to interview you. This interview is primarily about the hidden quests related to the financial conglomerates, Yang Shanshan said with a serious expression, though there wasn't a trace of genuine honor in her tone. It was merely a polite opening. What do you want to ask? How did you unlock this epic hidden quest? Could you walk me through the entire process? Yang Chanshan asked. Chu thought to himself, the whole process was a bit strange, and it involved information about the great ghost shaman. This matter had to remain confidential. How could he possibly reveal it? Is that what you want to ask? Then I have nothing to say. This is a secret, Chu shook his head in refusal. Yang Shanshan was taken aback. This was the first time she'd ever been turned down during an interview. Was this guy being too blunt? Is there anything else you'd like to ask? Yang Shanshan was momentarily at a loss for words. She did come here specifically to ask that question. If he wouldn't even answer that, the rest of the interview was pointless. If not, I'll be on my way. Until we meet again, Chu said with a smile, and as he spoke, he started to get up to leave. But Yang Shanshan suddenly ran to the door and blocked Chu's path, her eyes burning as she said, "Mr. Xiaoyao Beifeng, are you trying to avoid my interview? Is this just an excuse you made up on the spot?" Chu was taken aback. He thought this beautiful woman in front of him was quite calculating, but he wasn't that bored. There was no way he was going to tell her such a secret. "Miss Shanshan, I really can't comment on that. Please don't block my way," Chu said as he went to open the door. Suddenly, Yang Shanshan instinctively grabbed Chu's wrist, but her foot caught on the doorframe, causing her to stumble backward. Chu acted quickly, wrapping an arm around her waist, and in an instant, the two were pressed close together. But just then, the door suddenly swung open. Li Haoran and Wu Ji, apparently needing Chu urgently, walked in without knocking and caught Chu with one arm around Yang Shanshan in a pose that was as suggestive as it was blatant. The atmosphere instantly became incredibly awkward. "Ah, sorry, I didn't see a thing," Li Haoran said, quickly turning away. "Ah, I didn't see a thing either." Wu Ji covered his eyes with both hands, but the gap between his fingers made it clear he was still watching. Chu quickly set Yang Shanshan down, cleared his throat, and said, "Well, what did you two need me for?" Li Haoran turned around, hesitated for a moment, and asked, "Brother Bei, why don't you go handle your business first? I can come back in an hour, no, 2 hours. Even though this is urgent, I know your business is important too." "Chu, stop beating around the bush. If it's urgent, then get on with it." Chu turned to Yang Shanshan and said, "Ms. Reporter, I've got something to take care of. Let us call it a day on the interview." With that, Chu walked out. Li Haoran and Wu Ji exchanged puzzled glances at Yang Shanshan before immediately following him. Yang Shanshan's face flushed slightly. She hadn't quite recovered from their earlier physical contact yet. But this was the first time anyone had ever turned down her interview request. "Fine then, Xiaoyao Beifeng, I want to let this go." Chapter 56, 100% drop rate on tomb vouchers. "Brother Bei, what's your relationship with that beauty?" Wu Ji asked in a low voice, slinging his arm around Chu's shoulder. Chu rolled his eyes at him and said, "There's absolutely no relationship. Don't let your imagination run wild. Go ahead, what's the urgent matter?" Li Haoran said, "Over 80 ghost passages have now been discovered across Jizhou. We know of 6 in Taijun alone, but they've already been taken over by other guilds. The Tianming and Shengshi guilds have mobilized over 100,000 players for this quest and secured 2 of the passages. The rest are also swarming with small and medium-sized guilds and a massive number of players. If we don't take action now, we won't even get a taste of the spoils. Yeah, players all over Jizhou have gone crazy hunting shadow ghosts. Even big companies are hiring mercenary teams to do it. At the resource spots where the shadow ghost hordes spawn, there are massive brawls happening every minute, all to snag the shadow ghost monster resources. Everyone has gone mad," Wu Ji said, shaking his head. Li Haoran sighed, "There's nothing we can do. It's all because Brother Bei stirred up such a huge fuss. An epic hidden quest, no less, and an immortal dungeon at that. Zhanghu Beixiaxing analyzed in a post that there might be immortal artifacts, immortal skills, or even immortal tier spirit pets inside. Any single one of these items appearing in Jizhou would cause an earthquake, let alone a secret location like this. Everyone wants it, so of course they're fighting tooth and nail over it. There are even corporate groups willing to spend 1 million to buy a single tomb voucher." Chu pondered for a moment before saying, "You guys don't need to get involved in this mess. If a free-for-all breaks out, we won't have the upper hand. There'll probably be over 100,000 people at each resource point. Our 100-strong group would be just a drop in the bucket." "You're right. Our guild is still only a level 1 guild, and we don't accept peripheral members. Getting involved would put us at a disadvantage." "Brother Bei makes a good point," Li Haoran nodded in agreement. "So we're not going to the immortal dungeon? The tomb voucher is the entry ticket," Wu Ji said with a hint of regret. Of course we're going to look for the tomb voucher, but I'll go on my own. I can act without any reservations, and regular players can't stop me. If I bring guild members along, it'll actually make things more complicated. Shu said with a smile. After making the decision, Shu set off for the Shadow Ghost Army resource point where solo players gathered, located near Shangshan in Tai County. He heard that over 100,000 solo players and small guilds had already gathered there, fighting fiercely over resources. Even before reaching Elephant Mountain, Shu could see a steady stream of players heading that way. It wasn't until he arrived at Elephant Mountain that Shu realized just how massive the Shadow Ghost Army truly was. Standing atop a hillside and gazing into the distance, he saw an eerie dark cloud appear in the sky. Beneath it, a suffocating aura of darkness permeated the air, enveloping an area within a 10-li radius. Players were battling a vast horde of shadow ghosts. It was like a battlefield. Just imagine it, over 100,000 players in this area, battling the Een ghosts, beast-like monsters, humanoid skeletons, and all manner of eerie Een ghosts. This was the battlefield where the human army clashed with the Een ghost army, and it was a massive one at that. The system notification states the mission duration is only 10 days, meaning that in 10 days, these legions of Een ghosts will retreat. Only those in possession of a tomb voucher can pass through the Een ghost passage to reach Een ghost mountain, and then use the 9 passages there to teleport to the immortal dungeon. Time is tight, and everyone is racing against the clock, doing their best to loot tomb vouchers. Shu sheathed the Horse King and stepped into this vast battlefield. No sooner had he stepped inside than a bizarre, two-headed, four-legged monster suddenly spawned right beside Shu. But in the next instant, countless archers and players surged forward, surrounding the monster and hacking it to pieces. Holy shit, nothing again. This tomb voucher drop rate is way too low. Yeah, it's even lower than the drop rate for regular monsters. This is driving me crazy. Damn it, my party has already killed over 30 of these, and I haven't even seen what a tomb voucher looks like. After slaying the shadow ghost monsters, these players couldn't help but complain. But complaints aside, the moment they spotted another shadow ghost, they charged in to hack and slash at it as if they encountered their father's murderer. It was absolutely insane, the kind of madness Chu had only ever seen at the chicken farm in the newbie village. Chu didn't linger on the outskirts but headed straight for the heart of the battlefield. The deeper he went, the higher the monsters' levels became and the fewer players there were. Most of those present were teams and guilds, moving in large groups, usually 100-person squads, and Chu even spotted small guild groups numbering 500 or 600. All along the way, there were plenty of teams engaged in fierce battles fighting over monster resources, or sometimes because a tomb voucher had dropped, and someone, green with envy, had started a brawl. It was utter chaos. Chu, on the other hand, was traveling alone, which actually made him less conspicuous. After venturing another 2 li deeper, the number of groups decreased, and monster resources became more plentiful because the shadow ghosts here were level 40. Most groups couldn't handle clusters of level 40 shadow ghost monsters, only larger parties could take them down. Chu found a corner and spotted over 30 level 40 shadow ghost skeletons ahead. This was the perfect spot. Chu summoned Xiaohei, performed a spirit fusion, activated bloodthirst mode, and charged in. Chu had already defeated level 40 bosses, so these ordinary monsters were no challenge. He quickly took down the first shadow ghost skeleton. In addition to gaining experience, a yellow talisman dropped from the ground, covered in airy symbols. This was the tomb voucher. Having a 100% drop rate was pure bliss. While others might kill dozens of monsters without getting one, Chu got one just by killing a single monster. Tomb voucher, quest item. Possessing this talisman grants access to the immortal dungeon. Chu pocketed the talisman and charged at the other shadow ghost monsters. 3 days later, Chu dealt the final blow to a tiger skeleton with a single sword strike, and another tomb voucher dropped to the ground. After picking up the voucher, Chu opened his backpack, which was already crammed full of them, a total of 650. He only collected 650 in 3 days, not because Chu was slow, but because other guilds were also hunting monsters, and it took time for them to respawn. 650 is still too few. I'll keep hunting for a few more days, Chu thought to himself. If other players had heard Chu say that, they would have been so shocked they'd have spat blood and died. Many had gone 3 days without getting a single one, yet Chu still thought 650 weren't enough. Day 8. Chu sat on a rock to rest for a moment, then opened his backpack again to count them, a total of 3,250. With only 2 days left until the quest ended, he had more than enough tomb vouchers. Skybreaker Guild only needs a little over 100, I'll sell the rest. As Chu was heading back, he suddenly spotted a lone shadow ghost monster at the edge of the forest ahead, a centaur skeleton. Perfect opportunity to take it out while I'm on my way. Chu drew his green leaf sword, charged forward, and quickly dispatched the centaur skeleton, which dropped a tomb voucher on the ground. Just as Chu was picking up the voucher, over 200 people suddenly burst out from behind the woods, all glaring at him menacingly. "Hey, kid up ahead! Hand over that voucher you just got." Chapter 57, Come at me if you want to die. Chu looked at the crowd. From their greedy stares, he knew exactly what they were up to, nothing more than murder and robbery. "What if I say no?" Chu said coldly. The leader of the group stepped forward, a man with a scar across his face. He glared viciously at Chu. "Ha, kid, haven't you heard of the Evil Valley?" As he spoke, the scar-faced man drew a massive sword, the threat plain for all to see. "I haven't heard of it, actually. Is it some kind of mental hospital?" Chu chuckled. "You're a cocky little punk. Let me tell you, standing right in front of you is the leader of Evil Valley, Mad Blade Big Brother. If you hand over the tomb voucher without a fight, we might spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless." A scholar swordsman standing beside the scar-faced man stepped forward and barked. "Oh? I'm not giving it to you. If you've got the guts, come and take it yourselves," Chu said with a smile as he drew his green leaf sword. "Boss, this kid seems to have some skills." "Are we really going to fight him?" the scholar swordsman asked in a low voice. Anyone capable of taking down a level 40 in Ghost single-handedly was definitely no ordinary player. The scar-faced man turned and glared at him, saying, "We've been fighting here for 8 days, 8 whole days, and we haven't seen a single talisman. This damn kid drops one the moment he starts fighting. What a fucking stroke of luck. If I don't get that tomb voucher, how the hell am I supposed to get into the immortal dungeon?" Seeing the resolute look on his face and glancing once more at Chu, the scholar swordsman hesitated. "But boss, I get the feeling this kid won't be easy to deal with. His gear doesn't look like that of an ordinary player either. I'm worried." "Old who? You're really getting younger with age, aren't you? Since when did you get so timid? Where's the spirit you had back in the day when you chase people down and hack away at them for 8 whole streets?" Scarface demanded. The scholar swordsman's face flushed red, and he laughed awkwardly. "The longer you've been in the underworld, the more timid you get. I just want to be a little more cautious." Scarface glanced at Chu and said dismissively, "That kid's all alone. No matter how good he is, how good could he really be? I've got plenty of brothers. Even if we each spit on him, we could drown him." Seeing that the scar-faced man's mind was made up, the scholar swordsman said no more, knowing it was useless to try to dissuade him. For the past 8 days, he'd been searching for a tomb voucher like a madman, but his luck had been absolutely terrible. He hadn't managed to get a single one. Now that he'd finally laid eyes on one, he was determined to have it. "Once I get my hands on that tomb voucher, grab a few immortal artifacts from the immortal dungeon, and learn an immortal skill, I'll be unstoppable. By then, our Valley of Villains will be the #1 gang in Tai County." Scarface had already begun daydreaming about the future. He then turned back to Chu and barked, "Kid, I'm giving you one last chance. Be a good boy and hand it over willingly. No need to give me a chance. Seriously, you can choose a one-on-one fight or a brawl, take your pick," Chu said with a smile. "You're one cocky little bastard. Fine, I'll make it a one-on-one fight. You take on all of us by yourself. Brothers, attack." Scarface snarled with a savage grin. At his command, over 200 gang members behind him charged forward, with assassins and ranged attackers already launching their assaults. Demon Dragon Shield. A dark glow flared from his body, forming a translucent black shield. The arrows and throwing weapons struck the shield but couldn't break through it at all. Chu charged forward wielding the green leaf sword, like a tiger among sheep. He activated his bloodthirsty state to boost critical hits, and with every strike, he instantly killed a member of the Valley of Villains gang. In just over 10 seconds, Shu had already killed more than 20 of them. "Boss, his defense is way too high, we can't break through at all." "Holy shit, what kind of defense is this? Even my armor-piercing arrows can't penetrate his light shield." Every member of the Valley of Villains' face fell as they realized their opponent was alone, yet he showed no fear of being surrounded, thanks to his absurdly high defense. And his damage output was surprisingly high, too. Scarface's expression also darkened, but now that the fight had begun, there was no turning back. If he backed down now, how could he ever show his face to the guild members again? "I'll handle this." Scarface raised his massive sword, leaped high into the air, and then slashed out a beam of light. The beam carved a deep furrow into the ground as it shot toward Chu. Boom! The beam struck Chu, exploding instantly and sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Scarface's heart leapt with joy. He had complete confidence in his full moon slash. It was his signature finishing move. Anyone hit by it would either die or be severely injured. As the dust gradually cleared, a black figure emerged from the haze. Scarface's heart sank instantly. When he looked at Chu again, he saw that Chu was unscathed, not even the black light shield had been broken. Scarface was dumbfounded. Could it be that his most powerful move couldn't even break through a simple shield? Just how strong was his defense, then? Chu brushed the dust off his clothes and chuckled. That move wasn't half bad, but you won't get a second chance to use it. Floating cloud step. Chu's figure darted forward at lightning speed, appearing right in front of the scar-faced man in the blink of an eye. Swoosh! The green leaf sword pierced the scar-faced man's heart as easily as if it were tofu. It landed a critical hit and dealt fatal damage, an instant kill. The scar-faced man's eyes widened, still filled with disbelief. All the members of Villainous Valley witnessed this strike and froze in their tracks. For a moment, the entire scene fell deathly silent as they all stared at Chu with terror in their eyes. Chu withdrew the green leaf sword and charged back into the crowd. This time, bolstered by the floating cloud step, his movements were even faster. As the sword's glow flickered, he slaughtered over 30 people in just a dozen seconds. Chu kicked the corpse hanging from the green leaf sword aside and swept his icy gaze across the crowd. "If you want to die, go ahead and come at me." Chu's icy voice was laced with murderous intent. The psychological defenses of the Valley of Villains members completely collapsed. No one dared to take another step forward, and they were even retreating steadily. One man, one sword, a force that struck fear into the hearts of all. The scholar swordsman already knew that even if they all threw themselves at him, they wouldn't stand a chance. They'd just be offering themselves up as easy prey. In fact, from the moment he first laid eyes on this man, the scholar swordsman had sensed he was no ordinary opponent. He'd even tried to get his boss at the start, but the boss had already lost his rationality in his pursuit of the tomb voucher. That was ultimately what led to the current situation. Valley of Villains had suffered devastating losses. "Everyone, retreat immediately," the scholar swordsman shouted, then turned and ran. The remaining members of Evil Valley also took off at full speed, terrified that Chu would give chase. However, Chu had absolutely no interest in chasing them down. Their gear wasn't even worth his attention, so there was no point in wasting his energy on a pursuit. He had more important matters to attend to now, distributing and handling this batch of tomb vouchers. Chu summoned the purple flame horse king, mounted it, and began racing back to the guild headquarters at full speed. Along the way, Chu saw numerous parties engaged in fierce battles, all fighting over the tomb vouchers. Even solo players were banding together to take on guilds. By the time he reached his destination, Chu had witnessed over 100 large-scale battles. It seemed as though many had been driven mad by greed. The temptation of the immortal dungeon was simply too great for them. Perhaps it was a chance to change their destinies, and no one was willing to hold back. Chapter 58, Wholesale Tomb Vouchers. Jijo is in an uproar. Upon returning to the guild headquarters, Chu immediately called a meeting. In the meeting room, Chu smiled at the four of them and said, "Today, I have an important announcement to make." "What is it?" "Did you get a girlfriend?" Wuji blurted out. "Is it that beauty from last time? Or Song Nikhang?" Fei pressed. Shu, what are you two thinking about? Stop interrupting, let Brother Bei speak. Li Haoran shot them a withering glance. For this immortal dungeon run, every single member of our Skybreaker guild can go. As Chu spoke, he took out 120 tomb vouchers and placed them on the table. Holy crap, that many tomb vouchers! Wuji stared at the folded talismans on the table, his eyes wide with astonishment. OMG, Brother Bei, where did you get so many of these? They're incredibly hard to drop, and a single one is already going for over 5 million RMB on the market. Fei was also stunned, as if what lay before him wasn't a stack of vouchers but a mountain of cash. Dawnbreaker immediately picked up the vouchers and exclaimed in amazement, a whopping 120 of them. My goodness, I've never heard of any guild having this many. Chu chuckled, these vouchers are more than enough for our Skybreaker guild's own use. We'll give the extras to our reserve members as rewards and perks. The probationary members were the thousands who had stood by the Skybreaker guild through thick and thin, helping to defend it. Moreover, in recent days, even more people had actively participated in the Skybreaker guild's selection trials, bringing the number of probationary members to over 3,000. These were all people Dawnbreaker had handpicked through his challenges. Character was their top priority. They would form the foundation of the future Skybreaker guild, and Dawnbreaker had even gone out of his way to provide them with additional benefits in the form of equipment. Once the guild levels up, these individuals will become full members. Until they are officially admitted, they are strictly prohibited from using the Skybreaker guild's name in public. Therefore, Dawnbreaker commissioned artisans to craft a batch of identity tags designed to be worn at the waist, signifying their status as official members. I'm sure the members will be thrilled to receive the tomb vouchers. Dawnbreaker laughed heartily. Ha, with these scrolls, I'll be able to enter the immortal dungeon too. If I manage to get an immortal skill, wouldn't that mark the beginning of my rise to the top? Wuji began to daydream. Fei suddenly poured cold water on his enthusiasm. Pfft, do you think immortal skills are a dime a dozen in there? All right, you two, stop bickering. This is important, we need to make arrangements. We'll have to summon all the guild members and probationary members back when the time comes, Li Haoran said. After distributing 120 vouchers, Chu still had 3,131 tomb vouchers on him. With so many, he was definitely going to sell them. However, Chu first sent a message to Heaven Sword before heading to Tai County City. At that moment, Heaven Sword was in a Shadow Ghost passageway, leading a core team of 3,000 members in fighting Shadow Ghosts to loot talismans. Over the past 8 days, they had only looted 32 talismans, and this was a 3,000-strong team, all core members, who had been fighting for a full 8 days. Those 32 talismans weren't nearly enough for the Heaven Heart Guild, he needed way more. Just then, he suddenly received a message from Chu. He tapped to open it, and the contents left him completely speechless. I've got over 3,000 tomb vouchers here. Want some? Holy shit! 3 over 3,000. Heaven Sword was completely dumbfounded, standing frozen in place. Yeah, over 3,000. Let us meet in Tai County City to trade, Chu said. I'll be right there. Bro, you've really got my back. Heaven Sword was deeply grateful, knowing that Chu had gone out of his way to notify him first. That was already a huge favor. Heaven Sword mounted his horse and called out to Vice President Tianxin Tingjing, you keep an eye on things here. I'm heading to Tai County City, it's urgent. Seeing the urgency on his face as if he wanted to sprout wings and fly there right then and there, Tianxin Tingjing wondered what on earth could be so urgent. Boss, what's the rush? Tianxin Tingjing asked curiously. I'm going to buy a batch of tomb vouchers. Heaven Sword replied, summoning his mount, the purple leopard. Bro, I'm coming too. Killing monsters is so boring. Tianxin Debao ran up, looking at Heaven Sword with eager eyes. All right. Come with me. In an instant, the two rode off on their mounts, leaving the dust behind. 3 hours later, Heaven Sword arrived at the agreed-upon northern gate of Tai County City as fast as he could. In a secluded corner, Heaven Sword spotted Chu and his face immediately lit up with joy. Man, you're seriously awesome, you actually managed to get your hands on so many tomb vouchers. Chu pulled out a stack from his backpack and asked, How many do you want this time? I'll take 300. I'll buy them from you at 7 million per voucher. Heaven's Sword exclaimed excitedly. Just 300 more would be enough. They'd be a formidable force when they headed to the Immortal Dungeon. 7 million renminbi each, 300 vouchers, that's 2.1 billion renminbi. However, Shu still didn't accept that price. In the end, he sold them to him for 5 million renminbi each as a token of appreciation for when he had stepped in to help the Skybreaker Guild last time. Heaven's Sword said gratefully, "Bro, I'm definitely keeping you as a friend. From now on, anyone who dares to mess with you is messing with my Heaven Heart Guild." Heaven's Sword quickly arranged for the funds to be transferred to Chu's account on the trading platform. Since the supply of gold was limited and couldn't meet the massive demand, the platform had introduced cash transactions. After deducting platform fees, the funds were transferred directly to Chu's account. This method ensured the security of both parties' information. Soon, Chu received a total of over 1.4 billion in cash. Another huge sum of money. After completing the transaction with Heaven's Sword, Chu still had 2,831 tomb vouchers remaining. He decided to auction off the rest, so he rushed to the official auction house and found Old Man Zhao again. "Old sir, I'd like to auction off these tomb vouchers. The starting bid is 50,000 taels of gold per voucher, with a minimum bid increment of 1,000 taels. There are 2,830 vouchers in total." After going through the necessary procedures, Old Man Zhao listed the items for auction. "Hey, there's a new listing," a player noticed. "Whoa, they're actually auctioning off tomb vouchers." "What? Someone's auctioning tomb vouchers? Oh my god, and there are 2,830 of them. Holy shit, who the hell has that many tomb vouchers to auction off? This is huge. I'm bidding 6 million to snag one. Don't you dare try to outbid me. Screw you, I'll bid 6.5 million. In an instant, the entire auction house erupted. Players across the entire Jizhou region noticed the newly listed auction item, and when they saw the quantity of 2,830, they were all stunned. Inside the Holy Spirit Alliance, the man riding the Hall Pillar Beast immediately shouted, "Get me a massive amount of gold, we're bidding on those tomb vouchers." In the Sheng Tian Guild, Xiaqiong Li Changchun, upon seeing this auction listing, joined the bidding without hesitation and shouted to the others, "Go! Hurry to the trading platform and buy up as much gold as you can." In the Tianming Guild, Zhao Tianming ordered gold to be gathered by any means necessary, even raising the exchange rate on the trading platform by 10% to secure it. In an instant, players throughout Ji province were in an uproar. Whether major guilds or large conglomerates, they all rushed to join the bidding war. Securing a tomb voucher meant obtaining a ticket to the Immortal Dungeon. The immortal skills, divine artifacts, and divine pets within were so alluring they could drive anyone mad. Chapter 59, Raking in 30 billion. Yang Shanshan was swamped with work at the moment. She had to compile the news coverage on this tomb voucher auction before noon, and the transaction data was still fluctuating by the minute. Sis Yang, the average auction price has already skyrocketed to 75,000 taels of gold per voucher. The highest bid record keeps getting broken. One player just snagged one for 98,000. The number of bidders has already exceeded 30,000, and the number of viewers has surpassed 300,000. Oh my goodness, it seems like every wealthy player in the entire Jizhou region has joined in. The starting bid for the tomb voucher alone was enough to deter players from the lower and middle tiers. Now it's all the wealthy players bidding. As the news reports came in one after another, Yang Shanshan immediately updated the news and forwarded it to the Myth Channel's Jizhou Media Center, which was live streaming the event, so they could release the report to the public. Just then, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline burst into our office. "Shanshan, why haven't you reported the daily gold exchange data from the trading platform yet?" "Huh? What's the matter, team leader Su?" Yang Shanshan asked, surprised and puzzled. Su Guangwei slammed his fist on the desk and said gravely, "The daily exchange figures on the trading platform are breaking records right now. They've already surpassed 1 billion. "Wow, that high?" Yang Shanshan asked, taken aback. "It's all because of this tomb voucher auction. It's caused a gold shortage on the trading platform, driving up the gold exchange rate. It's already risen by 10%. Why haven't you reported on this?" Go check the information and send the updated report to the media center as soon as possible. Team leader Sue urged. Oh, okay, I'll look into it right away. Yang Qianxian quickly turned on her computer and logged into the trading platform. The platform data showed the real-time exchange rate and transaction volume. Sure enough, daily transactions had already exceeded 1 billion, and the figure was still climbing rapidly. The exchange rate had indeed risen significantly. Just an auction for an immortal burial in a single region Jizhou could actually have such a massive impact. Just then, a transaction suddenly popped up on the trading platform: 1 million taels of gold. My goodness, 1 million taels. Suddenly, another transaction popped up: another 1 million taels of gold. Someone was actually dumping gold. At the current gold exchange rate, which was already 10% higher than before, players who had stockpiled large amounts of gold would certainly choose to sell it off at this moment. Suddenly, another 1 million taels of gold transaction went through. There's actually more. 1 million taels of gold, at the current exchange rate, is worth at least 110 million in cash. Who on earth is this person? How could they possibly have such a massive gold reserve? Could they be a speculator specializing in gold trading? But under normal circumstances, as the game progresses, the total gold supply inevitably increases, causing the exchange rate for cash to drop. If the amount of gold becomes too high, the exchange price will definitely fall. Yet at this very moment, the wealthy in Jizhou are auctioning off tomb vouchers like mad. Even many major investors and second-generation tycoons are sparing no expense, pouring hundreds of millions into the auction. Just then, another person rushed in, shouting, "Sister Yang, the Jizhou forum is going crazy. It's flooded with posts about this tomb voucher auction." Yang Qianxian opened the forum and saw that, sure enough, the entire screen was filled with news about the tomb voucher auction. Even Zhanghu Beixiaxing had posted 3 articles in a row. Zhanghu Beixiaxing, Jizhou's frenzy over tomb vouchers. The reasons behind it give us much to ponder. Zhanghu Beixiaxing, who on earth dropped all these tomb vouchers? Zhanghu Beixiaxing, this is a high-stakes gamble for the wealthy, betting on the opportunities in the immortal dungeon. The winner will soar to new heights. Not a single one has sold at the starting bid of 50,000 taels, yet prices have already skyrocketed to 98,000. I'm crying tears of envy. There really are so many wealthy people in our great Jizhou. Breaking news: a rich second-generation heir sold his luxury car to join the bidding. Countless players on the Jizhou forum are also closely monitoring the auction data in real time. The total transaction volume has already reached 9 million taels of gold. Yang Qianxian sensed that things were really heating up, with the transaction volume accelerating rapidly. She immediately stepped out of her office and noticed that the auction data was already projected onto the screen inside. Sis Yang, the total transaction amount has already surpassed 10 million taels of gold, and it's still skyrocketing. The staff member monitoring the data couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This auction is truly insane. 10 million? Yang Qianxian had only just stepped out of the doorway had the figure soared from 9 million to 10 million in just a dozen or so seconds? That's way too fast. Sis Yang, the number of tomb vouchers is decreasing, and prices are generally rising. The average price has now reached 100,000 taels per voucher. Has the price of gold on the trading market gone up? Pull up the data. Yang Qianxian asked anxiously. The projection screen then switched, and the figure that appeared left everyone completely dumbfounded. 3 billion. Quick, send me the image. I need to compile it and send it to the media center. Yang Qianxian was a bit dazed. It wasn't even noon yet, and the trading volume was already double the daily average. From her desk, Yang Qianxian compiled information from various sources, organized it into a news release, and sent it to the media center. After finishing all this, Yang Qianxian suddenly thought of something and reopened the trading platform to check for large-scale gold transactions. Sure enough, 3 more transactions of 1 million taels of gold each had been completed. As soon as this large batch of gold appeared, it was immediately snapped up. A possibility had just crossed Yang Qianxian's mind. Could it be that the person exchanging such a large amount of gold was the very same seller of the tomb vouchers? It was quite possible. If there were a shortage of gold on the market, auctions couldn't proceed. So, he was making a profit in gold on one side, then cashing it out to increase the circulation of gold in the trading market. It also explains why he had such a massive amount of gold, because it all came from previous completed transactions. At this realization, Yang Shanshan was deeply shaken, because this meant the person wasn't just profiting from the tomb vouchers themselves, but also from the 10% increase in the gold exchange rate. Originally, exchanging 1 liang of gold cost 100 cash. Now, the exchange rate had risen to 111 cash per liang of gold. If he sold off that entire batch of tomb vouchers, it would likely set a new record for the highest single-day transaction volume since Mythic World first launched. Who exactly was this person? At that moment, Chu, the mastermind behind this unprecedented transaction, was busy continuing to sell gold. He selected the per-auction settlement mode at the official auction house. Unlike the previous settlement method, this mode incurs a higher official fee of full 10 points. But he had no other choice. If he didn't choose this per-auction settlement mode, there simply wouldn't be enough gold on the market. Then, even if many people wanted to buy, they wouldn't be able to participate in the auction due to a lack of gold. So Chu had no choice but to list gold for sale on the trading platform in batches of 1 million after each settlement. Guilds and financial conglomerates in Jizhou would inevitably snap them up immediately, spending real money to buy gold so they could participate in the in-game auction. Only through constant circulation could the auction continue. The entire auction lasted from morning until 3 p.m., when the 2,830 tomb vouchers were finally snapped up. Chu logged out of the game and immediately opened his bank account to check his balance. A string of numbers appeared before Chu's eyes, causing him to gasp in shock. 31.8 billion yuan. Chapter 60, is that enough for you? 30 billion and 1.8 billion, what an astronomical figure for the average person. Most people might not even earn 1% of that amount in their entire lifetime. And right at this very moment, that figure was sitting right there in Chu's account, as real as it gets. Staring at the numbers, Chu was speechless for a long time. Once he regained his composure, he quietly walked out of the room to the villa's large balcony and lit a cigarette. Watching the sun gradually sink below the horizon, after finishing his cigarette, Chu felt an overwhelming urge to shout out loud. It felt just like winning the lottery, incredible, yet incredibly exhilarating. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a notification. He opened it to find a flood of news articles popping up, all about this auction. Mythic World's Jizhou region set a new record today for the highest auction amount since the server launched, far surpassing Yenzhou's 13 billion. Shocking. The big spenders in Mythic World are truly out of control. UC Shock Department. A single auction is expected to fetch over 30 billion. This industry is even more profitable than antiques. Tengshuan Daily News. Mythic Channel's Jizhou District reports, today's auction is expected to reach a staggering 30 billion. The entire Jizhou forum is abuzz. Everyone is discussing this event, which has made Jizhou famous once and for all. Even the usually silent Mythic World officials have issued an announcement regarding this matter, while the game's marketing agency is using it to generate hype and attract more players to the game to make money. Mythic World now has over 4 billion players, meaning nearly half the world's population is playing the game. Chu couldn't help but marvel, only a platform of this scale could support such massive trading volume. If a single region like Jizhou could generate this much trade, just imagine how staggering the volume would be on a global scale. After transferring some more money to his parents, Chu logged back into the game. Tomorrow was the day the Yin ghosts would retreat, and after that, no more tomb vouchers would drop. Once the Yin Ghost Passage opened, players holding tomb vouchers could pass through it to enter Yin Ghost Mountain, and then use the teleportation array there to enter the Immortal Dungeon. Chu wanted to use the rest of the day to boost the Horse King's stats. He had obtained a snake core from a swamp python in Snake Demon Valley earlier, as well as a Jiao pill after slaying the green dragon. These items could enhance the stats of mounts or spirit pets and had a certain chance of causing mutations. However, administering these items can only be done at the Spirit Beast Hall, where specialized Spirit Beast Masters are stationed. To consume the snake core and dragon essence and achieve the desired effect, one must work with a Spirit Beast Master to personally inscribe the array and combine it with other potions. Chu headed straight for the Spirit Beast Hall in Tai County City. The place was always bustling with activity, as most players came here to buy provisions or supplies like saddles for their mounts and spirit pets, The Spirit Beast Hall covered a vast area even with over 1,000 people inside. It didn't feel crowded. Inside were all kinds of mounts, mostly horses, with a small number of exotic beasts such as two-trunked elephants and golden-maned lions. Chu looked around and noticed that the counter dedicated to enhancing mounts and spirit pets was surprisingly empty, so he stepped forward to inquire. "Hello, I'd like to enhance my mount. What do I need?" Seated behind the counter was a middle-aged spirit beast master named Lushan. As the most experienced spirit beast master in Tai County, he was responsible for the most difficult mount and spirit pet enhancement tasks. However, since there weren't many items available for enhancing mounts and spirit pets, few people came to have them enhanced, so his work was quite leisurely. He was leisurely sipping his tea when he heard someone speak up. Realizing a customer had arrived, he quickly stood up with a smile, sized up the young man in front of him, and said, "Enhancing mounts and spirit pets requires special enhancement items. Do you have any?" Chu took a snake core from his backpack and handed it to him, saying, "Yes, I do. See if this will work." Lushan took the snake core and examined it closely. His expression changed, and he exclaimed in surprise, "It's actually a rare swamp giant python snake core. You managed to find such a monster. I thought they were extinct. This can definitely enhance the attributes of a mount or spirit pet. Are you looking to enhance a mount or a spirit pet?" Chu summoned the purple flame horse king and said, "Enhance the mount." As soon as Lushan saw this group of tall, majestic purple flame horse kings, his hand trembled, and he nearly dropped the snake core he was holding. It's actually the purple flame horse king. A heaven-grade mount. He immediately used a skill to check its stats. Purple Flame Horse King, level 20, strength plus 232, agility plus 421, defense plus 189. Passive skill, Purple Flame Golden Body doubles defense. Bursting Purple Flame inflicts a burning effect for 1 minute, dealing 30% damage per second. What incredible stats! His voice was loud, and combined with the Purple Flame Horse King's grand entrance, it instantly caused a stir among the other mounts, prompting many players to turn their heads and look. What a magnificent horse! Look, its 4 hooves are even ablaze with purple flames. It must be an extraordinary beast. It kind of looks like a blazing horse. Could this be a variant of the blazing horse? For a moment, nearby players buzzed with discussion, offering their opinions on the Purple Flame Horse King. Lushan hadn't seen a heaven-grade mount in a long time, and seeing one again left him momentarily mesmerized. Then, he exclaimed excitedly, "Come on, quick, let the horse in. Have it step onto the enhancement array." Being able to enhance a heaven-grade mount would be a huge boost to his spirit beast master skill. His proficiency would surely skyrocket. He opened the gate and let the purple flame horse enter the enhancement array. Seeing this, the other players gasped in hushed astonishment. He is actually going to enhance a mount? Did he loot a special enhancement item? The drop rate for that stuff is way too low. It's pure luck just to get one. Tisk, TSK. Damn it, why haven't I ever looted one? After the purple flame horse entered the formation, Lushan first collected the fee from Chu. Pay up first 1,000 taels of gold per enhancement. Holy shit, does this old guy charge that much? This is for enhancing attributes. Since you're healing your mount, the fee is indeed steep. Seeing someone about to enhance their mount attracted quite a crowd of players to gather around and watch. 1,000 taels of gold wasn't too much for Chu right now, so he handed them over immediately. After collecting the money, Lushan immediately set about mixing the potion. Once it was ready, he first gave it to the purple flame horse to drink, then had the purple flame horse king swallow the snake core. "I'm about to cast the enhancement array," Lushan said with a solemn expression. Enhanced attributes are random. It's uncertain how much each attribute will increase, sometimes by 1 or 2 points, other times by 5 or 6. Moreover, whether the enhancement boosts strength, agility, or defense is also random. If the enhanced attributes are high, his skill proficiency will also increase significantly. So he felt a tinge of anticipation. Lushan crouched on the ground, pressing both hands onto the formation. The formation then glowed with white light, and the purple flame horse king's body also began to glow white. The purple flame horse let out an excited low whinny, clearly feeling very comfortable. 3 seconds later, the enhancement ended. The Purple Flame Horse King's stats showed that its original defense had increased from 189 to 190, meaning it had only gained a single point of enhancement. Lushan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. It was the first time he'd ever achieved an enhancement that only increased stats by 1 point. What a waste of such a high-quality snake core. Lushan said regretfully to Chu, "Young man, it's a shame this enhancement only increased the stats by 1 point. Just one snake core, that's really too little. Otherwise, I could have achieved even higher stats." The other players couldn't help but shake their heads in regret. A mere 1 point increase in stats made hardly any difference. It was a waste of precious materials. Chu smiled slightly, then took out 110 snake cores from his backpack and placed them in front of Lushan. "It's okay. Take a look at these 110 snake cores. Is that enough?" Lushan. The players. Chapter 61, The Horse King's Evolution. Purple Emperor Dragon Horse. A collective gasp echoed around the room, and everyone's gaze focused on the 110 snake cores on the table. Wait, that's so many enhancement items. Holy crap, how could there be this many enhancement items? Could these be the legendary snake cores? Snake cores? Are these the ones dropped by the swamp python? Someone did drop some once, but there were only a handful. Lushan grabbed 2 handfuls of snake cores with trembling hands, his expression filled with excitement. So many snake cores. Chu was worried that if Lushan passed out from holding his breath, there'd be no one left to help with the enhancement, so he said, "Old master, please help me enhance my mount first." Gold isn't a problem. Alright. Lushan began mixing the potions again, following the same steps as before, then activated the formation. Once, +2 defense. Twice, +1 strength. 3 times, +5 defense. He repeated this process exactly 110 times, and Chu paid him 110,000 taels of gold. After using the very last snake core, Lushan closed his eyes and saw that his enhancement skill was nearly maxed out. He then opened his eyes again to check the Purple Flame Horse King's stats. Purple Flame Horse King, level 20, strength +332, agility +450, defense +289. Special skill, Purple Flame Golden Body doubles defense. Exploding Purple Flame inflicts continuous burn damage for 1 minute, dealing 30% of the target's HP as burn damage per second. That's a total increase of 229 points across all attributes. Young man, the enhancement is complete. Your mount's stats have increased by 229 points. It's just a shame it didn't mutate, Lushan said. Although such a significant stat boost was already excellent, the fact that over 100 snake cores hadn't triggered a mutation left him slightly disappointed. Chu checked the Purple Flame Horse King's stats and nodded with great satisfaction. These stats far surpassed those of any other mount at the same level. The onlookers had gathered in layers upon layers, and upon hearing that the stats had increased by 229 points, they couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Over 200 stat points. That's equivalent to a stat boost of more than 10 levels. This horse must be incredibly powerful. I wonder what its quality is. Could it be a legendary Earth-grade mount? I'll bet 100 taels of gold it's definitely Earth-grade. Just look at that regal bearing. It couldn't possibly have that kind of appearance if it weren't Earth-grade. Does using higher quality enhancement items increase the chance of evolutionary mutation? Chu asked. Lushan nodded and said, "That's right. Items like Jiao Dan and Long Dan, or top-grade immortal herbs, all have a relatively high probability of causing evolutionary mutations. However, these items are extremely rare. You hardly ever come across them in everyday life." Chu went, then took out the Jiaodan he'd obtained from slaying the green Jiao from his backpack. "So, this Jiaodan should work, right?" Lushan's eyes widened as he looked at it. Lushan. The other players? The room fell into an eerie silence. Lushan gasped for breath, his face flushed crimson. He staggered back 2 steps and leaned against the table, but his eyes remained fixed on the Jiaodan. "You have a Jiao pill too?" The onlookers couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. "Is this the legendary Jiao pill? Holy crap, did he actually slay a Jiao dragon? Who the hell is this guy, anyway?" How does he have so many rare enhancement items? Did he find the Jiao Dragon-S treasure? Hee hee, not many, just one, Shu chuckled. The rest of the Lihua Jiao Dan were for enhancing equipment. Just one? Lu Shan was stunned to hear him use the word just, especially with such a hint of regret. After all, most players could never even find a Jiao monster, let alone slay a powerful Jiao dragon. Having even one of these would be cause for quiet celebration. And yet this young man standing before him still wasn't he satisfied? Give it to me. I'll give it a try. It's been a long time since I'd used a dragon pill to enhance my mount. I'll need to concoct a more potent potion to unlock this dragon pill's full potential. Lu Shan took a deep breath, trying to calm his excitement. Shu handed him the dragon pill, and he turned to brew the potion, all eyes from the other players now fixed on him. After preparing the potion, Lu Shan fed it to the purple flame horse king, then gave it the dragon pill to swallow. He reactivated the formation, and a white light flashed. The purple flame horse king's body glowed white in response, just as it had in the previous 111 instances. Has it failed again? Lu Shan's expression darkened. The next moment, a sudden, unexpected change occurred. The purple flame horse king's body burst into brilliant white light, and an overwhelming aura erupted from it as a beam of purple light shot from its eyes. It raised its front hooves and let out a loud neigh, as if some power were taking effect within its body. The very next second, the purple hue on the purple flame horse king's body turned darker, and rows of purple scales began to grow from its body. Its head, for hooves, and body in the blink of an eye, they had completely covered its entire form. Moreover, 2 horns had actually sprouted from the horse king's head, horns just like those of a dragon. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the sudden transformation unfolding before them. It's evolved! It's evolved! Lu Shan excitedly jumped to his feet, and then a golden light bathed him as his skill leveled up to master tier. Shu opened the Horse King's stats panel. Its name had now changed to Purple Emperor Dragon Horse. The Purple Flame Horse King had successfully evolved into the Purple Emperor Dragon Horse. Purple Emperor Dragon Horse, Heaven Rank 5, Level 20. Strength plus 350, Agility plus 480, Defense plus 320. Passive skills: Purple Emperor Golden Body doubles defense for 60 seconds, 60-minute cooldown. Purple Emperor Blaze inflicts 40% burn damage per second for 60 seconds. Its potential has risen from Heaven Rank 1 to Heaven Rank 5, a 4-rank jump. A Heaven Rank 5 Purple Emperor Dragon Horse. Lu Shan excitedly stroked the dragon horse's body, as if caressing a precious treasure. But when his words reached the ears of the surrounding players, the entire scene instantly erupted in chaos. What? A mount that's actually advanced to Heaven Rank 5. Is this the Purple Emperor Dragon Horse? Doesn't that mean it carries dragon blood? Oh my god, if I had a mount like that, I'd even be willing to delete my account and start over. Heaven tier. And Heaven tier, 5th grade, at that. There's probably not a single mount like this in all of Tai County. The onlookers glared at the mount's owner, Shu, with eyes brimming with envy and jealousy. If their gazes could turn into blades, Shu would likely have been pierced by 10,000 of them by now. The Purple Emperor Dragon steed excitedly stepped down from the formation, pushed open the fence with its head, and ran toward Shu, affectionately nuzzling his face with its head. Ha, alright. I know you're happy. The evolution was a success. You've gotten even stronger, Shu said with satisfaction. The Purple Imperial Dragon Horse threw its head back and let out an excited neigh. Its dark purple scales shimmered, the purple flames on its 4 hooves burned even brighter, and its body had become even more streamlined. As soon as it displayed its majestic form, it instantly captured the attention of countless players, and quite a few female horses in the arena even responded with their own neighs. Chapter 62, Instantly Defeating the Holy Spirit Alliance's Elite. To avoid a commotion, Shu stowed the dragon horse in his mount space, left the Spirit Beast Hall, and returned to the guild headquarters. There, he discussed arrangements with Li Haoren for after the Yin Ghost Passage opened at noon the next day, instructing guild members to update their gear and ensure they were at peak combat strength before setting out for Yin Ghost Mountain. After arranging all the necessary matters, Shu logged out of the game, enjoyed a hearty meal, and got a good night's sleep to recharge his energy. Early the next morning at 9 a.m., Shu logged back into the game and found that Dawnbreaker, Li Haoran, and the others were already prepared. Including them, a total of 120 people were participating in this hidden quest. Each player rode a flame horse, a trademark of the Skybreaker Guild, and the entire group wore giant python armor and giant lizard belts, giving them a largely uniform appearance. With such powerful gear bonuses, the combat strength of this group of over 120 players generally surpassed that of the core members of most guilds. Take the former Batian gang, for example. Their failed assault was largely due to the Skybreaker Guild's superior equipment. Seeing their high morale, Shu was very satisfied and gave the order, "Let us go head to the Ghost Passage." "Yes, Guild Master." Shu led the group out. Dawnbreaker did not accompany them. He needed to stay behind to handle other guild affairs, while Heaven Sword had dispatched 2,000 guild members to provide backup and prevent surprise attacks from other factions. The group quickly reached the entrance to the Shadow Ghost Passage at Shangshan. Along the way, they encountered many other players heading in that direction, some in guilds, others solo, but the largest groups numbered no more than 20 or 30. No one else led a 100-strong group like Chu. Since tomb vouchers were extremely rare drops, only those possessing them were eligible to enter, and only large guilds had 100 or more of them. So when Chu's party passed by these players, they inevitably drew the attention of everyone around them. The Ghost Passage was a vast area shrouded in black mist. It had once been the route taken by the Ghost army to invade the human realm, but now that the army had retreated, Chu and his group simply had to wait outside the thick fog for the system notification that the passage was open. At exactly 12 o'clock noon, the system issued the notification right on time. Epic Hidden Quest: Explore the Immortal Dungeon. To all players in Jizhou, the Shadow Ghost Passage has opened. Players in possession of burial immortal talismans may enter the passage. A passage about 100 meters wide suddenly appeared in the thick fog. Shu gave the order to move out, and the entire Skybreaker Guild rode their horses inside. Upon entering the passage, talismans floated in front of each person and suddenly burst into flames. The group smoothly passed through the translucent light barrier ahead, while players without talismans who tried to enter were blocked outside, forced to watch the others go in with envy. After passing through the light barrier, they entered a pitch-black area. Chu's vision flickered, and he found himself on a mountain ridge. When he looked back at his surroundings, there wasn't a single person in sight. It seemed that entering the passage teleported people to different locations. Standing on the ridge, Chu could see an immense mountain range stretching out before him, as far as the eye could see. Could this be Ingui Mountain? It was much larger than he'd imagined. The entire area was essentially a single, extremely long, massive mountain range. Soon, Li Haoran sent a message, "Brother Bei, where are you?" "I'm not sure either. It seems we were all scattered to different locations after entering. You guys be careful." "Got it." Fei and Zhang Wu also sent messages one after another. From their respective locations, each of them saw a different part of Ghost Mountain. The mountain range was vast, and without a map, it would be extremely difficult for them to find each other. They could only hope to meet at one of the 9 teleportation arrays on Ghost Mountain. Chu mounted his purple Emperor Dragon horse and rode toward Ghost Mountain. Arriving at the shore of a large lake at the foot of Ghost Mountain, Chu saw a battle unfolding ahead. A massive blue bird circled overhead, while below, a long-haired man clad in blue armor and wielding a blue halberd fought 3 opponents, with a dozen or so onlookers gathered nearby. The long-haired man unleashed a blue beam of light, striking one of them and slicing him to death on the spot. His body was then sealed away. The other 2 men's expressions darkened at the sight. Just then, the giant blue bird overhead spat out 2 icicles, severely wounding both men one by one, before the long-haired man delivered the finishing blows to kill them. "Ha, nothing special. Who else wants to pass through here?" the long-haired man laughed arrogantly. The dozen or so players in front of them exchanged glances, none daring to step forward. "You're so domineering. You didn't open this path, why can't we pass?" a man wielding a sword shouted defiantly from the crowd. Whoosh! The giant blue bird in the sky spat out a barrage of ice spears, piercing the sword-wielding man who had just spoken and killing him instantly. The 2 players fighting alongside him were also caught in the blast and suffered severe injuries. Everyone who witnessed this scene was horrified. Anyone else have a problem with that? In Mythic world, strength is everything. The long-haired man's hair fluttered in the wind as he spoke with unbridled arrogance. Not a single one of the dozen or so players dared to say another word. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Since you're so domineering and believe strength is everything, why don't you just get lost right now?" Hearing this, the long-haired man flew into a rage. "Who is talking? Hiding in the shadows like that, come out here." Suddenly, a purple figure leapt over the heads of the dozen or so people and landed right in front of him. When the long-haired man saw the purple dragon horse Chu was riding, his pupils contracted. Wow, what a formidable beast! What kind of master has arrived? But the other side has the giant icebird, and this man is Su Feng, a master from the Holy Spirit Alliance, the largest gang in Dongjun. Will he even stand a chance? Ha, excellent. Another one looking to die. That horse isn't half bad. If you hand it over to me, I'll spare your life. A flash of greed crossed Su Feng's eyes. A beast like this is truly rare, it must have tremendous potential for growth. Chu said calmly, "If you step aside, I'll spare your life." Ha, how arrogant. You're asking for death. Su Feng commanded the Xianbing bird to fire another ice spear. Demon Dragon Shield. A black light flashed before Chu. The ice spear struck the demon dragon shield but failed to break through its defense, having no effect on Chu whatsoever. How could this be? Su Feng watched the scene with some astonishment. He knew full well the attack power of his mystic ice bird, yet it hadn't even broken through the opponent's defense. Come out, Xiao Hei. Take out this little bird, and the demon soul is yours. A black dragon's silhouette appeared, circling above Chu's head. Xiao Hei's entrance caused the onlookers to gasp in astonishment. It's a dark elemental dragon. Xiao Hei let out a roar and charged at the mystic icebird. The bird was terrified and tried to flee, but it wasn't as fast as Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei caught up and struck the bird's back with a tail swipe, instantly reducing it to a pulp. The demon soul drifted out and was swallowed whole by Xiao Hei. Still not satisfied, it smacked its lips. Su Feng stared in disbelief. His spirit pet had actually been killed in an instant. Chu drew the green leaf sword and charged forward with a floating cloud step. True Spirit Sword Strike. The long-haired man activated his skill, covering his entire body in a layer of solid ice to boost his defense. Crack! But this layer of ice couldn't withstand Chu's True Spirit Sword Strike. The blade pierced straight through his heart. One-hit kill. Su Feng opened his eyes in disbelief as he collapsed to the ground, his equipment dropping all over the place. The dozen or so players behind him stared in utter astonishment. Su Feng, a renowned expert of the Holy Spirit Alliance, had actually been one-hit killed by this man. Just who was he? Chu planned to recall Xiao Hei after the battle and head back to Ghost Mountain. This guy is so strong. Yeah, he actually one-shot him. Su Feng was one-shot just like that. A dozen or so players watched Chu's receding figure, left somewhat dumbfounded. Meanwhile, on the other side, 15 members of the Holy Spirit Alliance had already gathered. After all, the Alliance had brought over 800 people this time. At their head stood the Alliance leader of the Holy Spirit Alliance, a man named Dan Sanxing, riding the beast of the Hall of Pillars and clad in the Swallowing Heaven beast set. Report, Alliance leader. Su Feng has been killed, someone suddenly reported. Who killed him? Dan Sanxing asked calmly. We don't know. It was a player riding a dragon horse and wielding a dark elemental dragon. Pass the word, any member of the Holy Spirit Alliance who encounters this person must kill him without mercy. Chapter 63, The Sky Ladder of Ghost Mountain. Chu saw that quite a few people were already making their way along the mountainside and felt he was falling behind. Clearly, some had been in the mountains from the moment they logged in, while he had to travel all the way there, losing a lot of time in the process. By the time Chu reached the mountainside, half a day had passed, and the sky was gradually darkening. Just then, a dazzling beam of light suddenly flared up from the mountaintop ahead. Hurry! It looks like someone has successfully teleported away. Wow, that fast? That's probably one of the 9 teleportation points up there. Let us go. People along the way began to exclaim in surprise. Shu urged his dragon steed to speed up, but it still took him over an hour to reach the mountaintop, during which time the beam of light had flashed many times. When Shu finally reached the summit, he discovered that quite a few people had already gathered there. At a rough estimate, there were probably as many as 3,000. If this was the average for the 9 teleportation arrays, it meant that at least 20,000 people had arrived from all over Jizhou. Because there were so many people, Shu stowed away his dragon steed and walked into the crowd. He saw a jade staircase in the center of the mountaintop, leading straight upward. It was over 20 meters wide, and there were already quite a few people on it. The staircase extended all the way into the sky, or a formation was floating above. "Hey, what is going on here?" Shu asked a sword class player standing next to him. "There's a giant steel over there. Take a look and you'll understand." The sword class player gestured toward a massive stone steel standing to the right ahead, with text inscribed at the very top. "The Een Ghost Mountain Celestial Stairway Teleportation Array. Those who can climb these 100 gravity-enhanced steps may enter the teleportation array. The higher you climb, the greater the gravity. The faster you reach the top, the more powerful the teleportation, and the closer you get to the center of the immortal dungeon." So those were the rules. If he climbed as fast as possible, wouldn't he reach the center in no time? The largest landmass in the center of the map caught his attention. Although there were passages connecting the various landmasses, it was clearly better to be closer to the center. That larger area likely held even more secrets. Below the steel, a list of over 30 recorded times was displayed. The current record was 19 minutes and 3 seconds. The typical time is around 3 hours. Everyone who has made it this far is an elite player from Ji province. Even they take 3 hours to climb these 100 level stairs, which just goes to show how formidable these gravity stairs really are. Shu returned to the foot of the stairs, just as he was about to start climbing, when suddenly someone shouted from behind him, "Move aside, kid. Our guild leader is going up." Shu turned around and saw a group of players wearing matching red armor, led by a middle-aged man with a square face clad in orange armor. It seemed these people were members of a guild. "I'm talking to you, what are you standing there for?" one of the guild members glared at Shu. Shu snorted coldly and was about to step forward to confront him when someone suddenly grabbed his arm. "Dude, don't be impulsive. They're from the Blood Slaughter Gang of Ming County. That's their leader, Yan Wushuang. That guild is incredibly powerful. Li is known for killing without batting an eye. Don't mess with them," a young man with short hair hurriedly whispered. Just as Chu was being held back by the young man, the Blood Slaughter Gang members had already reached the foot of the stairs. A gasp rippled through the crowd. Yan Wushuan, the leader of the Blood Slaughter Gang, is about to challenge the gravity stairs. He is definitely going to make it into the top 20-minute rankings. He is widely recognized as a top-tier player in Ming County. Rumor has it that Yan Wushuan has already reached level 30. I wonder if that is true. Holy crap, level 30? In Mythic world, leveling up gets harder the higher you go. How could he be that high already? He might already be a third transformation character. Really? Holy crap, that is way too strong. Plus, I heard his spirit pet, the Blood Demon, is a heaven-tier spirit pet. There were quite a few players from Ming County in the crowd, buzzing with discussion. Players from other counties couldn't help but turn their heads upon hearing this, and some even began inquiring about the Blood Slaughter Gang. This made the players from Ming County feel incredibly proud. Heh, Ming County has more top-tier players than just these. It's just that Yan Wushuang is more famous. But based on his strength, he should be able to score under 20 points. That is not true. The quality of our top players in Ming County is simply much higher than in other counties. The remarks from some Ming County players immediately provoked players from other counties, sparking a verbal altercation. However, no one came to blows, because the Blood Slaughter Gang was right there. If a fight really broke out, players from other counties knew they'd be at a disadvantage. Suddenly, after Yan Wushuang stepped onto the first step, his speed surged dramatically. With a single flash, he was already past the 20th step. What incredible speed! Doesn't he feel the effects of gravity at all? Holy crap, running up at that speed? That is insane. A stir of commotion swept through the crowd. Ha, the guild master is awesome. The guild master is the best. The guild masteress probably going to finish in under 20 minutes. The members of the Blood Slaughter Guild were brimming with confidence in Yan Wushuang and were highly confident he could finish in under 20 minutes. Chu looked up and saw that the man named Yan Wushuang began to slow down gradually as he reached the 50th step. By the 60th step, he was practically walking. By the 80th step, Yan Wushuang's ascent had become very slow, though he was still moving much faster than the other players struggling beside him. "It's been 10 minutes, someone from the Blood Slaughter gang shouted, watching Yan Wushuang climb the steps with anticipation. By the time he reached the 90th step, Yan Wushuang's pace had slowed even further. Suddenly, he let out a loud roar, and a beam of bloodlight burst from his body, causing his speed to pick up slightly. The 99th step. It's been 18 minutes. With a mighty roar, Yan Wushuang's bloodlight flared even brighter as he took his final step onto the 100th step and entered the teleportation array. 18 minutes and 30 seconds. The gang leader has broken the record. The Blood Slaughter gang erupted in cheers. Sure enough, the time display on the stone steel updated once more, with the top time now showing 18 minutes and 30 seconds. The crowd grew even more boisterous. Truly worthy of the Blood Slaughter gang's leader. So strong. While everyone else is still struggling to move, he actually walked all the way up. That pressure is terrifying. I found it incredibly difficult just to reach the 60th step. I couldn't make it past the 50th step. It felt like my body had become incredibly heavy. I could barely move forward. Hearing these comments, Chu immediately gained a basic understanding of the gravity staircase. Bro, if you're not confident, you'd better skip it. The gravity gets stronger the higher you go. If your stats aren't high enough where you don't have special skills, you could easily be crushed to death by the gravity, the short-haired young man whispered in Chua's ear. No sooner had he finished speaking than there was a sudden boom on the staircase. A player let out an agonized scream as he was pinned to the stairs by the gravity, his health bar plummeting rapidly until he was crushed to death in an instant. You saw that, right? If you're not strong enough, why don't we team up? We can help each other out. Our chances of making it to the top will be much better, the short-haired young man said with a smile, extending an invitation. Xiao Tian, let us not team up with him. I'm afraid he'll hold us back. A gaunt-faced man in the group turned and glared at the short-haired young man. The short-haired young man gave Chu an apologetic smile and scratched his head. Chu smiled faintly and said, "No thanks, I can make it up on my own." Chapter 64, Breaking the Record, reaching level 100 on the ladder in 1 minute. The gaunt-faced man shook his head and sneered, "This kid is really full of himself. Going up alone will end just like that guy did. Brother, how many young people these days aren't arrogant? They don't even know their own limits." "Oh well, let us just sit back and enjoy the show," a short man standing nearby chuckled. "How can you guys talk about him behind his back like that?" The short-haired young man was clearly upset. "Heh, Xiao Tian, I'm only giving you a hand because you're a Mingjun player like me. If you're unhappy, you're free to leave the party," Yuzhen said coldly. The short-haired young man named Xiao Tian flushed red and shouted, "Fine, I'll leave then." With that, he voluntarily left the party, parting ways with the group to continue searching for a target. Suddenly, he spotted a small party consisting of a girl and 2 male players. Seeing that the girl was quite pretty, he was about to walk over to strike up a conversation and ask if they wanted to team up to go up. But just then, she suddenly ran over to the guy from earlier and called out, "Brother Beifeng." Chu heard someone call his name and turned around. To his surprise, it was Heaven Sword's younger sister, Tianxin Debao. "Why are you here too?" Chu asked, somewhat taken aback. Most hidden quests were already dangerous enough. Chu didn't believe this epic hidden quest would be free of powerful monsters. Tianxin Debao pouted and said, "I just wanted to check out the Immortal Dungeon, too. I begged my brother to give me a tomb voucher, thinking that as long as I stuck with him, I'd be fine. But who knew I'd get separated from him as soon as we walked in?" Chu shook his head and laughed. "You, always acting on a whim. If you die here, your brother won't be able to help you. But isn't Big Brother Beifeng here for me? Last time you gave my brother 300 tomb vouchers. I know you're really skilled since my brother isn't here, can I tag along with you? Tianqin Debao said, looking at Chu with eager anticipation. Her big eyes fluttered, making her look so pitiful and vulnerable that it made one want to hold her close and comfort her. Chu was actually a bit taken aback by her beauty. He hadn't really noticed her before, but now that they were standing so close, he could see clearly that this little girl was indeed very pretty. Alright, I'll take you up there in a bit. But if I'm not mistaken, this teleportation array is probably just like the entrance to the passageway. Once we reach the immortal dungeon, we'll be scattered. Think it through carefully, Chu said. Brother Beifong is so kind. I'll be careful on my own once I get to the immortal dungeon. Tianqin Debao spun happily in circles, her big, watery eyes crinkling into crescent moons as she smiled. Little sister Debao, who is this guy? Do you know him? A handsome young man walked over, wearing armor engraved with a fiery phoenix, clearly no ordinary piece. The young man shot Chu a hostile glare. Mr. Huofeng, this is brother Beifong Xiaoyao Beifong, a big brother who has been very kind to me. We can go up together later. Tianqin Debao laughed, then whispered to Chu, explaining that this was a teammate who'd asked to join her party after she arrived here. Huofeng felt extremely annoyed upon hearing Tianqin Debao refer to the young man before him so affectionately as brother Beifong. Go up together? I'm not dragging dead weight alone. He can't join our party. What if this kid holds us all back? Huofeng said, flatly refusing. How can you talk to brother Beifong like that? Fine then, I'm leaving the party. I'll team up with brother Beifong. Tianqin Debao declared. Little sister Debao, you'd better think this through. Our big brother Huofeng is a renowned young master in Ming County. He is absolutely certain he can make it to the top. Are you really going to give this up? One of Huofeng's underlings said in a sarcastic tone. Huofeng's expression darkened. He finally found a target to flirt with, only to have this kid snatch her away. If that kid gets pinned down up there, I won't save any of you. Little Debao, you'd better think this through, Firewind said coldly. Tianqin Debao wrapped her arm around Chu's and said, I've made up my mind, I'm going with brother Northwind. Ever since she witnessed Chu's skills, Tianqin Debao had never doubted his abilities. Well, you're on your own then. Huofeng said angrily, flinging his arm away and walking off. One of his henchmen followed him and whispered, Brother Huofeng, don't get so worked up. That kid's definitely going to die up there. Let us just sit back and enjoy the show. Even if he doesn't die, it'll be incredibly difficult for him to make it up there with Tianqin Debao in tow. When they get stuck up there, you have to come to their rescue anyway? Upon hearing this, Huofeng felt a surge of satisfaction. Chu said to Tianqin Debao, alright, we're heading up. Going up right now? How are we going to get up there? Tianqin Debao asked in confusion. Suddenly, Chu scooped her up in his arms and said, hold on tight, don't fall. Tianqin Debao's face instantly flushed crimson, her heart racing. As she gazed at Chu's determined profile, her resolve suddenly wavered. But just then, Chu activated his floating cloud step and sprinted toward the stairs. Whoa, look! Someone else's going up and he is carrying a girl. Holy crap, who is that? He is so badass. He is actually trying to carry someone up? That is asking for trouble. TSK, can't he pick a better time to hit on a girl? Oh my god, he is so fast. As they were talking, they saw Chu sprint up 20 steps in just a few breaths. Brother Huofeng, look! They're already up there, the younger guy shouted. Huofeng looked up and saw that Chu had already sprinted up 40 steps. His expression suddenly changed, that was incredibly fast. Chu, carrying Tianqin Debao up the gravity stairs, quickly caught the attention of the others. Holy shit, he is already at the 60th step in just 30 seconds. The gaunt-faced man who had spoken earlier also saw this, and his expression shifted. His face was filled with astonishment. How could he be this fast? He is already at the 70th step. Why hasn't his speed slowed down yet? It's only been 40 seconds. He is bound to slow down once he hits the 80th step. A sword-wielding player who was slowly climbing the stairs suddenly felt someone sprinting past him. He looked up. Holy shit, oh my god, am I hallucinating? Chu felt the weight of gravity pressing down on his entire body, and it was the weight of two people. Xiao Hei, come out. Spirit fusion. Xiao Hei appeared above his head, then immediately burrowed back into Chu's body, greatly boosting his strength. Flying Dragon. Chu activated his equipment skill, and his speed suddenly skyrocketed. The players watching this scene from the bottom of the stairs were all left speechless. Holy shit, he actually summoned a dragon. His speed is even faster now that he has hit level 80. God, is this even human? He is already at the 90th step, and it's only taken 50 seconds. Just 5 more levels to go. 3 more steps. He has reached the top. Holy shit, it's been exactly 1 minute. The scene instantly erupted into chaos as countless players surged forward, staring in disbelief at Chu, who had already reached the top. They simply couldn't believe it. He actually climbed the 100-level gravity staircase in just 1 minute. Just then, the stone tablet updated with the completion time, and an astonishing number appeared at the top of the list. Time, 1 minute. Chapter 65, Harvesting the Blood of the Spirit Ape. Everyone stared at the number, then looked at Chu, who was standing in the teleportation array at the end of the stairs, their eyes filled with sheer horror. Is that even human? Firewind's sidekick muttered dazedly, his face ashen. Firewind had long since lost his earlier air of arrogance. All that remained was fear. Just moments ago, he'd been taunting this master right to his face. Some players wondered if the latter's functionality had malfunctioned. Scholar Chu had sprinted all the way up only to be crushed to death on the spot. Only then did they realize it wasn't that the ladder was too weak, but that the person was too strong. By this time, Chu had already arrived at another location. Night had fallen, and the sky was studded with stars. The Milky Way stretched across the night sky like a dazzling ribbon. Chu leaped into the canopy of a giant tree and stood there, gazing into the distance. Beyond the mountains, he could see a massive crater as if it had been struck by a powerful blow, or left behind by a meteorite impact. That was the center point on the map, the location of the immortal crater. Although the map was rather rough, all the major locations were marked, and since Chu had reached the top of the sky ladder at breakneck speed, the immortal pit couldn't be far away. Chu had no intention of letting this opportunity slip by and headed straight for the immortal pit. After traveling non-stop all night, by morning Chu had only covered half the distance. Ahead lay a massive cliff, with a river plunging over its edge to form a colossal waterfall. Chu walked to the edge of the cliff and discovered that it actually led into a valley basin. The cliff dropped nearly 1,000 meters. Looking down, he could see the dense forest within the valley in its entirety. To reach the immortal pit, he would need to cross this valley and exit at the other end, otherwise, he'd have to take a very long detour. Chu used his lightness skills to leap off the cliff, quickly reaching the bottom and entering the dense forest. Only after landing did Chu sense that something was amiss. With such a dense forest here, why were there no birds or animals? There wasn't a single sound in the dense forest. It was eerily quiet, which made the situation feel very strange. Suddenly, a beast's roar echoed from not far away, reverberating through the valley, yet it failed to startle any other animals. This place seemed like a no man's land devoid of life. Huge footsteps rapidly approached Chu. He leaped onto a tree and looked ahead, spotting a monster with a monkey-like head charging straight toward him. It was enormous, probably nearly 20 meters tall. Chu pulled out the witch ghost eye to investigate. Earth Spirit Ape, an ancient beast, in its growth stage, level 45. It has keen hearing and prefers quiet. It was actually a level 45 boss monster, and this creature was still only in its growth stage. If it reached adulthood, wouldn't it become an incredibly powerful demon beast at level 60 or 70? No wonder there were no other birds or beasts here. It seemed the Earth Spirit Ape had hunted them all to extinction. It could hear even the slightest sound. It must have heard him when he just landed using his lightness skills. Did this thing have superhuman hearing? Chu drew the green leaf sword, preparing to fight. The Earth Spirit Ape approached Chu, its eyes fixed intently on him, its face contorted with rage, clearly regarding Chu as an intruder on its territory. The atmosphere grew incredibly tense in an instant. Chu stared back at it, ready to react instantly at the slightest sign of an attack. The Earth Spirit Ape bared its teeth and growled at Chu, then casually uprooted a giant tree and used it as a club-like weapon. What incredible strength! Seeing this, Chu couldn't help but marvel at its strength. It was somewhat similar to that of a Vajra. The Earth Spirit Ape swung the giant tree and lashed out at Chu with blinding speed. Chu activated the Flying Dragon technique, briefly soaring through the air to the left. The giant tree in the Earth Spirit Ape's hand slammed into the ground beside him with a thunderous crash, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the sky. Since you're so inconsiderate, I'll put an end to your life. Chu activated the Demon Dragon Shield and summoned Xiaohei. Roar! As soon as Xiaohei appeared, it exuded a majestic and domineering aura, radiating a powerful dragoness might. The moment the Earth Spirit Ape laid eyes on Xiaohei, a look of wariness flashed in its eyes, but it clearly didn't cower like other monsters truly befitting an ancient beast. Xiaohei cast an Earth Attribute spell, causing stone pillars to rise from the ground, trapping the Earth Spirit Ape firmly in place. Then, it spat a jet of black flame from its mouth, setting the Earth Spirit Ape ablaze. The Earth Spirit Ape roared in obvious fury, and an earth-yellow light shroud appeared around it, forming a protective shield. The black flame struck the earth-yellow shield but, surprisingly, didn't shatter it immediately. It was blocked. What a powerful shield! This creature's Earth Attribute spells are formidable too. By this point, Chu had already circled around to its rear and was casting True Spirit Sword at its back. Chu's entire body turned into a blur as the green leaf sword pierced the Earth Spirit Ape's back. Its powerful armor-piercing ability instantly tore through its defenses and sank deep into its body. Shatter Strike. Following the armor-piercing attack, he used Shatter Strike to deal secondary damage to the wound. Splatter! The green leaf sword sank deep into the Earth Spirit Ape's body, dealing massive damage. But the Earth Spirit Ape had an incredibly high health pool. This single strike was nowhere near enough to take it down instantly. A monster of this caliber simply couldn't be one shot. Green leaf combo. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chu unleashed a barrage of attacks on the Earth Spirit Ape's back. With Xiaohei casting spells to distract it from the front and Chu launching a frenzied assault from behind, the Earth Spirit Ape was suddenly caught in a pincer attack. The Earth Spirit Ape let out a mighty roar. Its body glowed crimson, and its eyes turned blood red. It seemed to have entered a berserk state. Once a monster enters a berserk state, its attack power skyrockets. Boom! The Earth Spirit Ape used brute force to break free from Xiaohei's stone cage and swatted at Chu with a single paw. Wandering Cloud Step. Chu's speed skyrocketed instantly, allowing him to dodge the blow. Xiaohei, Spirit Fusion. Xiaohei flew into Chu's body, instantly completing the transformation into a half-dragon. Chu's hands turned into dragon claws, and with his right hand gripping his sword, he charged at the Earth Spirit Ape. With Xiaohei's attribute bonuses, Chu's stats skyrocketed. After stabbing the Earth Spirit Ape once, he swiped with his left hand, his sharp claws effortlessly tearing through the Earth Spirit Ape's flesh. With his speed advantage, the Earth Spirit Ape, despite its massive size, couldn't match Chu's speed no matter how fast it moved. Chu employed hit-and-run tactics, steadily chipping away at the Earth Spirit Ape's health. 10 minutes later, Chu unleashed the 13th sword of the Sword Spirit, launching a series of attacks against the Earth Spirit Ape. The final strike, with its escalating damage and critical hit, finally finished it off. The Earth Spirit Ape's massive body crashed to the ground. Chu let out a heavy sigh, ended his spirit fusion state, and stored Xiaohei in his spirit pet space. He then went to check what loot this level 45 boss monster had dropped. Earth Spirit Staff, Strength plus 245, plus 30% critical hit rate, inflicts a stun effect on attacks. Comes with the skill Heaven Shaking Strike, Strength plus 120, has a chance to cripple the target, deals area damage within a 50-meter radius. These weapon stats are truly impressive. Chu couldn't help but marvel, but this weapon wasn't one he could use himself. However, Fei could use it, so he saved it for him. With this weapon, Fei's strength would surely skyrocket. Earth Spirit Orb, special item, can be socketed into equipment, granting plus 230 defense and 10% immunity to Earth Elemental spell damage. Seeing these stats, Chu couldn't help but gasp in delight. Once he returned to Tai County City, he would definitely socket it into the dark dragon armor. This kind of item was extremely rare, something money couldn't buy. And finally, the last item, Spirit Ape's Blood. Chapter 66, Slicing Through the Sword Testing Stone. Spirit Ape Blood, a hidden quest item containing the bloodline of the monkey ancestor. When Chu saw these stats, he gasped in astonishment. A hidden quest item. This might even be more valuable than the equipment. Not only had he obtained the equipment this time, but he also leveled up. Chu was now at level 22. After collecting all 3 items, Chu set off once more. Just as he stepped out of the valley, an extremely bizarre mountain suddenly appeared before him. It looked somewhat like a giant bamboo shoot, soaring high into the clouds. What kind of mountain is this? It looks as if someone had deliberately carved it into this shape. Who could possess such power? To carve a mountain into this shape as easily as sharpening a pencil. I suppose only an immortal could do that. Shu walked to the foot of the mountain when a system notification suddenly appeared. Ding! You have entered a hidden quest location. Do you wish to proceed? A hidden quest? What triggered it? Shu opened his backpack and saw the immortal token glowing faintly. This was the Lu Dongbin immortal token the old Taoist had given him when he changed his class. It was said to unlock Lu Dongbin's immortal abode. Could this be the place? Chu looked up at the mountain, shaved down to the shape of a pencil tip, and was overjoyed. He never expected to finally discover Lu Dongbin's immortal abode in the immortal dungeon. Enter. After tapping to confirm, Chu headed straight for the base of the mountain. When he reached the foot of the mountain, Chu saw no entrance and couldn't find any mechanism to get inside. Could it be that Lu Dongbin's immortal abode wasn't inside the mountain? Chu had been operating under a preconceived notion since immortal abodes are usually built inside mountains. There must be an entrance, but after searching the area, he found nothing. At that moment, Chu realized he needed to shift his thinking. Could the immortal abode be built on top of the mountain, right there amidst the mist and clouds on the summit? Chu decided to go up and take a look. The mountain was extremely steep, but that was no challenge for him with his lightness skills and high agility. This was nothing he couldn't handle. Chu activated the cloud gliding step and sprinted upward, moving as if on level ground the entire way. Meanwhile, deep within the mountain, 2 white-bearded old men were playing a game of Go. Beyond the lines on the board lay a scene depicting Chu himself racing up the mountain. Number 2, here comes another youngster, heh, said a bald, white-bearded old man in a white robe with a smile. Let him come. Over the past 1,000 years, many have come here, but what good has it done? The other old man, with snow-white hair and clad in a black robe, sighed helplessly, shook his head in frustration, and clearly couldn't muster any interest. That's right. We've been playing chess here for 1,000 years now. Who knows how long we'll keep at it? When will this ever end? The white-robed old man said self-deprecatingly. Laughing? You still have the energy to laugh? It's dead boring here. I'm not nearly that patient. The old man in the black robe simply stopped playing and flung his hand aside. Hurry up and make your move. We'll have to go meet that young man soon, the old man in the white robe urged with a smile. It's still up in the air whether he'll even make it in. If he can't open the stone gate, he's out of luck. The old man in the black robe shook his head. Meanwhile, Chu had already run to the mountaintop, where he found a vast, empty platform devoid of any structures. Is the immortal abode really here? Chu stepped inside to find nothing but a massive stone in the center. The stone stood nearly 10 meters tall, pitch black all over, its material unknown. Carved into the stone were 3 large characters, sword testing stone. Beneath the 3 characters was a line of smaller text. A single sword strike carves 3 inches. The true essence of the way of the sword is revealed. What did this phrase mean? If taken literally, did it mean that by leaving a 3-inch mark on this sword testing stone, one could then see its true nature? If that was indeed the case, Chu was eager to give it a try. Leaving a 3-inch mark on the stone shouldn't be too difficult, right? With that in mind, Chu drew the green leaf sword and casually slashed at the sword testing stone, leaving only a 1 cun deep gash. But almost immediately, the boulder seemed to repair itself, swiftly healing the sword mark and returning to its original state. At that moment, deep within the mountain, the black-robed and white-robed elders were watching Chua's sword test through the chessboard. When they saw that Chu had left only a 1 cun deep gash, both of them shook their heads in unison. "Looks like it's a bust again. This 1-1T even make it through the gate," said the old man in black, utterly disappointed. The old man in white smiled consolingly. "Well, at worst, we'll just play Go for another 1,000 years. Immortal Lu instructed us to stay here, and if we fail to complete the task, we'll have to remain here until a suitable successor appears. But this task is just too grueling. I'm really bored even playing chess with you isn't fun anymore," the old man in black complained, revealing a strong desire to get out. Suddenly, the chessboard shook slightly, as if affected by some force. Both men's gazes quickly fixed on the center of the board, and as they looked through it, their eyes widened in astonishment. This. At the mountaintop, Xiao He circled above Chua's head while he rode the purple imperial dragon horse. Xiao He, spirit fusion. Xiao He let out a howl and flew into Chua's body, completing the transformation. Bloodlust mode. With the boost from Bloodlust mode, his critical hit rate increased. With the attribute bonuses from Xiao He and the dragon horse, Chu had now reached his peak stat potential. He intended to see just how deep a mark his strongest sword strike would leave on the sword testing stone. True Spirit Sword Strike. This was Chua's most powerful attack. The entire mountaintop trembled, and the green leaf sword emitted a soft chirp. Crack! Chu brought his sword down from above, slicing into the sword testing stone, causing the entire stone to tremble violently. Whoosh! With a single swing, Chu split the sword testing stone right down the middle. The entire 10-meter-tall sword testing stone crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar. The two old men inside the mountain witnessed this scene and were both left speechless. "Ah, my sword testing stone," the old man in the black robe wailed. This was the sword testing stone he had forged inside the mountain. Though it was a simple creation, it should have been sufficient to withstand ordinary mortals. But seeing this now, the old man in the black robe couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache, yet alongside that pain was even greater surprise at Chua's prowess. "He actually split the sword testing stone in half," the white-robed elder said in astonishment. This was the first time in 1,000 years that such a thing had happened. In the past, many had carved 3 inches deep, some even reaching 7 or 9 inches, but no one had ever split the sword testing stone in two. "This guy is truly a prodigy," the old man in the black robe exclaimed excitedly, having completely forgotten about the sword testing stone. "He split the sword testing stone without triggering the formation. Let us go open the door for him. Hopefully, this young man will give us a different kind of surprise this time," the old man in the white robe said with a smile. "It's been 1,000 years. I've had enough of this. Hurry up and set me free." The old man in black robes looked at Chu with excitement, as if he spotted a glimmer of hope. "Right, for now, it's just a glimmer." The two turned and walked away. But after Chu had sliced through the sword testing stone, he didn't notice any reaction. Wasn't it supposed to reveal its true nature? Why wasn't there even the slightest sign of activity? Had he misinterpreted the meaning of the inscription? Chu couldn't help but wonder if he made a mistake. Just as he was about to leave in search of other clues, a door suddenly rose from the ground, its interior bathed in brilliant light. Chapter 67, Passing the Trial in an Instant, Astonishing the Immortals and Spirits. It was a wooden door, looking very rustic. There were no carvings or decorations on it. It was quite simple, making it hard to believe this was the entrance to an immortal's mansion. Nevertheless, Chu stepped inside. After passing through the glow, he found himself in a place that felt like a hidden paradise. A quiet path stretched ahead, leading to a mansion in the distance. Peach blossoms bloomed on both sides of the path, birds sang from the branches, and flocks of butterflies fluttered among the flowers. Ding! You've discovered a 10,000-year-old peach tree. Ding! You've discovered a 5-colored divine butterfly. Ding! You've discovered a divine bird of immortality. Chu realized that this was truly a fairyland. As Chu walked along this quiet path, he suddenly sensed that something was a bit off. The light seemed strange. None of these objects cast shadows on the opposite side, and nothing left a shadow behind it. Was as if light filled the entire space, yet it all seemed so natural. Shu looked up and saw that above him were not the sky, white clouds, or the sun, but a thick fog he couldn't see what lay beyond it. This phenomenon was truly magical. Shu walked to the end of the path, arriving at the entrance to the mansion, when the system issued a notification. Ding! You have entered Lu Dongbin's immortal mansion. So this really was Lu Dongbin's immortal mansion after all. Shu's heart leapt with joy. It seemed he had come to the right place. But how was he supposed to get inside? Shu walked up to the entrance and knocked on the door with the door knocker. Before long, an aged voice called out from within, "Come in." The door suddenly swung open. Shu stepped inside and saw two elderly men standing there, waiting for him. One was dressed in a black robe, and the other in a white one. The white-robed elder looked at him calmly, while the black-robed elder's face showed a hint of anticipation. "Young man, you've finally arrived. Welcome to Immortal Lu's abode," the white-robed elder said with a gentle smile. Shu stepped forward, bowed his hands in respect, and asked, "May I ask your names, sirs?" "I am White Elder." "I am Old Man Hay." Shu couldn't help but pause for a moment. These two names were indeed very simple and straightforward. Old Man Bai laughed, "Young man, you are the 315th mortal to arrive here in the past 1,000 years. If you can pass Immortal Lu's trial, you will receive his legacy." 315? Doesn't that mean the previous 314 people all failed? Shu couldn't help but wonder at this zero pass rate. "Follow me and you'll find out," He Wang said impatiently, leading the way. The three of them walked down the corridor to another door. Upon passing through it, Shu suddenly found himself inside a cavern. The cavern was flanked by a cliff, and inside lay darkness stretching as far as the eye could see. On the other side of the cavern stood a stone bridge, leading to a massive circular platform at its center. The old man in black led Shu to the foot of the stone bridge. At the edge of the bridge hung a plaque covered with a dense array of names, though all of them had turned gray. The old man in black pointed to the names and said, "There are a total of 314 names here. As you can see, they've all turned gray because those people have already died down there." As he spoke, the old man in black pointed toward the endless darkness at the bottom of the cliff. "Below? What is down there?" Shu asked. The white-robed old man explained, "Do you know why this place is called the Immortal Dungeon? It's because so many immortals are buried here. Originally, the entire Immortal Dungeon was just a corner of the mortal realm. Tens of thousands of years ago, a mysterious tribe of celestial demons arrived here, bringing endless calamity to the living beings of this land. Countless dark spirits emerged from a strange, shadowy realm, and the land was ravaged. Later, the celestial court issued an edict, and the Jade Emperor commanded all immortals to go forth and vanquish the demons. A great battle between immortals and demons raged here. The fighting lasted for a very, very long time, shaking the heavens and splitting the earth. Countless immortals perished here, paying a terrible price. Ultimately, they sealed the portal through which the Een ghosts had breached the barrier, but many Een ghosts remained hidden right here underground. They were later discovered by Immortal Lu, who buried them beneath the earth, ensuring they could never emerge and would suffer eternal torment in the fires of karma. "I never expected there to be such a deep background to this," Shu reflected, recalling the information from the great ghost shaman which had mentioned the Heavenly Ghost Clan. What truth was hidden within all of this? For now, Shu had no way of knowing, but completing the mission took priority. "Are you saying that Master Lu Dongbin's trial is down there?" Shu asked. The black old man nodded and said, "That's right. The trial you must undertake, young man, is to retrieve 10 Een ghost pearls from down there and bring them back to us. Master Lu has set up a formation that can only be activated with 10 Een ghost pearls. Although the two of us have lived a long time, we cannot go down there. This is a special trial set by Master Lu." The White Elder said, "It's very dangerous down there. You need to think this through carefully. You might die. It's not easy to obtain Een ghost pearls from Een ghosts. They're very rare." Ding. "Do you accept Master Lu Dongbin's trial quest?" Shu tugged at the corner of his mouth. Was this quest really that difficult? Of course, for the average player, obtaining 10 Een ghost orbs would likely require slaying 1,000 or even tens of thousands of Een ghosts. But for someone like him with a 100% drop rate, wasn't it as easy as eating a meal? I accept. The white old man was taken aback. He hadn't expected Chu to agree so readily, without even a moment's hesitation. The black old man was delighted. "Haha, well done, young man. It's all up to you now." The white old man said to Chu, "We'll send you down shortly. If you complete the quest, you can return the way you came, but if you venture too deep into the Een ghost zone, you probably won't be able to turn back." Chu nodded. "Yeah, I get it. Take me down." The two led Chu to a cylindrical pillar topped with a formation. After they activated it together, a flash of white light appeared, and Chu vanished from where he stood. Black old man rubbed his palms, feeling both nervous and excited. He'd never been this excited before. This was the first time Chu had ever stood on the sword testing stone and actually cut through it. "I really don't know if that kid will be able to pass the trial," Black old man exclaimed. White old man let out a heavy sigh. "The Een ghosts down there are very powerful, not something ordinary mortals can handle. The chances of him making it back up might be very slim." Once Chu arrived below, he discovered green flames burning on the ground, with Een ghosts, mostly skeletal ones, roaming outside the flames. Chu took out the witch ghost eye to check the monster's attributes. Een ghost tormented by the flames of karma, level 40. The burning of these flames gives rise to a special item, the Een ghost pearl. Chu stepped out of the formation and noticed there were very few Een ghosts at first, but the deeper he went, the more there were. If he kept venturing further, he'd likely never survive this vast horde of Een ghost monsters. No wonder all 314 people above had died. If one were to venture deeper just for the Een ghost pearls, the chances of survival would be far too slim. No wonder they all died. Fortunately, there were already 10 Een ghost monsters in the initial section. Chu drew the green leaf sword and charged at them. Just then, the white old man and the black old man brought over the tea set. If no one emerged within 2 days, they'd likely be gone for good. "How much time has passed now?" the black old man asked, sounding somewhat impatient. 3 minutes, the white old man replied with a smile. "Don't worry. We've waited 1,000 years already, waiting another 1,001 tea phase us." The two had just filled their cups with warm tea and were about to take a sip. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared, and Chu returned to the surface, materializing right in front of them. "Put." The two spit out their tea. "How did you get out? Did you give up?" the white old man asked, quickly wiping his mouth. "No, I just came up after completing the mission." As he spoke, Chu spread his hands wide, revealing 10 Een ghost pearls. "What?" Chapter 68, Transcending to Sword Lord. The two old men stared wide-eyed at the 10 Een ghost pearls in Chu's hands, as if they'd seen a ghost. The black old man snatched them up and examined them closely. They really are Een ghost pearls. The white elder also took one to examine it closely. He found nothing amiss either. They were genuine Een ghost pearls. How did you manage to collect 10 Een ghost pearls so quickly? Did you actually fight your way into the deepest part of the underworld cavern?" the black elder asked in astonishment. The white elder shook his head. "That's impossible. If you were to fight your way in, it would take far more than 3 minutes." Black old man's heart raced. For the first time in 1,000 years, someone had completed this deadly mission, which meant he was one step closer to liberation. "Ha, excellent. You've done very well, young man. Follow me, I'll take you to unlock Elder Lu's secret cultivation site," Black old man said, taking the Een ghost pearl from Chu's hand and returning to the other side of the stone bridge. Chu thought to himself, with his 100% drop rate, 1 drop per kill, this mission was a breeze for him. Of course he'd finish it quickly. The three returned to the entrance of the cave they'd just entered, then walked to the right until they reached a massive bronze door. Black old man and white old man cast a spell together, placing the 10 Een ghost pearls into the 10 slots on the bronze door, then activated the formation. Soon, the massive bronze door creaked open with a creak, creak, creak. Inside was another cavern, but as soon as Chu stepped inside, he noticed that the walls and floor were all made of a strange type of jade, and he could faintly sense mist swirling within. Taking a deep breath of the air inside, Chu felt a wave of comfort wash over his entire body. This is where immortal Lu practices. The spiritual energy here is incredibly dense. He meditates on this cushion every day, explained the white-haired elder. Then where is immortal Lu's legacy? Chu looked around. The place was completely empty, with nothing in sight. That all depends on your fate, the white old man said with a smile. The immortal once said that those with the right destiny who enter here will receive his legacy. We don't know how to obtain it either, and we can't stay here too long. We need to leave immediately. With that, the two old men turned and left. When Chu looked back, they had already run far away, and the massive bronze doors slammed shut with a loud bang. What the hell are those two old men up to? Chu couldn't help but think to himself, sensing that things weren't as simple as they seemed. Outside, the black and white elders stood at the entrance. The black elder pressed his palms together and murmured, "May the Buddha Tathagata protect him, may Guanyin protect him, let this kid receive the legacy." The white-robed elder poured cold water on his hopes, saying, "Master Lu's legacy isn't that easy to obtain. He once said that the trial merely requires reaching a certain threshold of strength, but whether one can inherit his swordway depends on a crucial insight. If one cannot grasp the essence of the swordway and forge their own path, they will not be able to receive the legacy." "How long does it take to grasp the way of the sword?" asked the black elder. "At the shortest, a single instant; at the longest, several thousand years, tens of thousands of years, or perhaps forever," said the white elder calmly. "What? That long? Why didn't the immortal master tell me?" The black elder's expression darkened. "It's your own fault for being so restless and running all over the place. A crucial part of grasping the way is insight, and no one can predict when that insight will come," said the white old man. The black old man slapped his forehead in regret. "That's it, then. I can see that kid has some power, but he doesn't seem like someone with high insight at all. If he never comes out, I just have to wait forever." "We'll just have to leave it to fate," said the white old man, walking away leisurely with his hands behind his back. Inside the bronze door, Chu searched the area but found no traces of any formations or traps. So, imitating the posture Lu Dongbin might have adopted while meditating and cultivating, he sat cross-legged on the meditation cushion. Suddenly, the cushion emitted a glow, and a middle-aged man dressed in a Confucian scholar's robe, with a treasure sword strapped to his back, appeared before Chu. The man had a face as fair as jade, and his eyes faintly revealed a sharp intensity. Chu looked closely. With such an ethereal, otherworldly air, could this really be Lu Dongbin, the legendary progenitor of the Sword Immortals? "O one of destiny, you have finally arrived. I am Lu Dongbin." Lu Dongbin stood proudly with his hands behind his back, his spine as straight as a dragon's, his aura reaching the heavens. Chu couldn't help but think to himself, indeed, he is the progenitor of the Sword Immortals. His presence is truly extraordinary. Since fate has brought you here, if you can comprehend your own path of the sword, you shall receive my legacy. I once learned the way of the sword from the true immortal fire dragon, using his teachings as a foundation to forge my own path. Since you have arrived here, you must have mastered my sword spirit heart sutra to enter my path. Yet there are countless paths of the sword. Only by forging your own path can you ultimately achieve perfection," Lu Dongbin said. "But if I'm receiving your legacy, why do you still want me to forge my own path?" Chu asked in confusion. Lu Dongbin chuckled softly and said, "My legacy is merely the surface of the way of the sword. The true way of the sword lies within your heart. Having your own path does not conflict with which skill you use. A skill is like a tool, what matters is the kind of person who wields it." Chu suddenly understood, "So what do I need to do?" "Attain enlightenment. When you realize your own path, you will receive the legacy," Lu Dongbin said. Ding! "Do you accept Lu Dongbin's trial?" "I accept." Chu let out an "oh," stood up from the meditation cushion, drew the green leaf sword, and slashed at Lu Dongbin. Lu Dongbin's expression changed. Hey, why did you suddenly attack, you brat? This is my way of the sword. If a man stands in my way, I'll kill him. If a Buddha stands in my way, I'll kill him. If a god stands in my way, I'll kill him." Chu roared with laughter and continued to chase after Lu Dongbin, slashing at him. "Haha, interesting. Then I'll have a go at you. Lu Dongbin's long sword transformed into 10,000 beams of swordlight, surging toward Chu. Chu's pupils contracted as he executed the drifting cloud step to move out of the way. Ha, not bad lightness skills. Lu Dongbin's movements grew even faster. He turned into a wisp of green smoke right where he stood and reappeared behind Chu. What a powerful skill! Chu executed the flying dragon technique, soaring into the air to dodge the sword strike. There's a restriction in this secret chamber. My strength is on par with yours, but defeating me won't be an easy task, Lu Dongbin said with a smile, exuding an air of immortal grace. A sudden thought struck Chu, and he asked, "Are you sure you're on par with my current strength?" That's correct. I set this restriction myself, and the form before you is merely a fragment of my true self, Lu Dongbin explained. That's good. Come out, Xiaohei Spirit Fusion. Chu flashed a slight smile. Xiaohei's massive form instantly appeared above Chu's head. Lu Dongbin looked at Xiaohei with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Your spirit pet is impressive, but it still can't defeat me. Xiaohei burrowed into Chu's body, and Chu instantly transformed. His arms turned into dragon claws, and his stats skyrocketed. It was actually spirit fusion. Lu Dongbin was momentarily taken aback. After spirit fusion, the hostess' strength increased dramatically. It was nothing like his original power. Ah, Immortal Lu, take this. After transforming, Chu charged at Lu Dongbin. With his attributes greatly enhanced, Chu's agility far surpassed Lu Dongbin's, and he quickly struck Lu Dongbin with a sword thrust. However, aside from his clothes being torn to shreds, Lu Dongbin's body suffered no harm. Half an hour later, Lu Dongbin stood in the corner, his clothes in tatters. If it weren't for his body forged from divine lotus root, he would likely have been riddled with wounds long ago. But now, his clothes had been slashed to shreds by the kid in front of him, making him look like a beggar. He was merely a fragment of his true self, and had set up a restriction to match the strength of whoever came here. Yet he never imagined that this kid would be harboring a water dragon and that he could actually fuse with it, transforming into a half-dragon and greatly increasing his power. How could he possibly win against this? Meanwhile, Chu, who was in a spirit fusion state with Xiaohei, extended his black claw and said to Lu Dongbin, "So, what do you think? Is my sword art up to par?" Alright. I'll pass the legacy on to you." Lu Dongbin gave a wry smile. He never expected to run into such an eccentric fellow. Lu Dongbin walked over to the meditation cushion, sliced it open with his sword, revealed a jade token inside, and handed it to Chu. Ding! You have passed Lu Dongbin's trial and obtained his legacy. Ding! Are you sure you want to change your class to the hidden class, Sword Lord? It was indeed a hidden class. Chu was overjoyed. Confirm. Ding! Congratulations on successfully changing your class to Sword Lord. Ding! You have obtained the Immortal Tier, 3rd grade skill Sword Lord's Heart Sutra. Chapter 69, The Transformation of Attributes. It's actually an Immortal Tier, 3rd grade skill. Ding! You have completed the class change quest. A beam of golden light shone down, and Chu leveled up again, reaching level 23. He opened his personal attributes. Player, Xiaoyao Beifeng class, Sword Lord. Level 23 102 1,200,000. Skill, Heaven Grade, 3rd rank skill Sword Lord's Heart Sutra, increases base damage by 50%, increases critical hit rate by 30%, increases damage to vital points by 500%, and increases agility by 50%. Attributes: Strength 289, Agility 213, Defense 209. Mana 2, 300 points. Hidden stat 100% drop rate. Equipment: Dark Dragon Helmet, Defense plus 85, Strength plus 75, plus 30% magic resistance, 30% critical hit damage reduction. Dark Dragon Armor, Defense plus 260, 50% chance to knock back enemies, comes with the Dragon Shield skill, which increases skill damage by 30% and increases magic resistance by 20%, and comes with the Dragon Guardian skill, which increases defense by 60% for 60 seconds cooldown, 60 minutes. Dark Dragon Boots, Agility plus 150, reduces slow effects by 30%, and grants immunity to 20% of poison damage. Dark Dragon Bracers, Defense plus 150, Strength plus 110. Dark Dragon Belt, Defense plus 230, Agility plus 100, comes with the Flying Dragon's skill, allowing you to briefly soar through the air for 10 seconds. Set bonus, increases defense by 20% and agility by 20%. The set includes the Fiery Passion skill, which increases critical hit chance by 50% for 10 seconds. Skill cooldown, 60 minutes. Skill, Soaring Through the Void instantly increases speed and allows you to briefly walk on air. Agility plus 300 lasts 30 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. 9 Swords of the Immortal Slayer, instantly increases attack power. Each strike becomes progressively more powerful. Strength plus 300, critical hit rate plus 20%. Hitting a vital point has a 30% chance to inflict critical wounds and disable. Skill lasts 30 seconds. Cooldown 1 minute. 10,000 Swords Converges 1, instant burst damage. Strength plus 500, critical hit rate plus 80%, critical damage plus 500%. Sword Beam, instantly unleashes a sword beam within a 200-meter radius. Strength plus 300, critical hit rate plus 30%. Skill cooldown, 2 seconds. Mount Purple Emperor Dragon Steed, Heaven Grade 5th rank, Level 20, Strength plus 350, Agility plus 480, Defense plus 320, Bonus skills, Purple Emperor Golden Body doubles defense for 60 seconds, cooldown 60 minutes. Purple Emperor Blaze inflicts a burning effect for 60 seconds, dealing 40% damage per second. Spirit Pet, Dark Magic Serpent Immortal Grade, 2nd rank. Spirit Pet, Level 18, Strength plus 339, Agility plus 325, Defense plus 351, Inherent skills, Spirit Fusion, can fuse with its master to enhance the master's attributes. Possesses the Chaos Python ability Dragon Transformation. The Dark Magic Serpent possesses the bloodline of a divine dragon and can evolve into a dragon. Can evolve once every 10 levels. Mastery of the 5 elements. The Dark Magic Serpent can learn 5 elements spells and is proficient in dark element spells. It can cast innate dark element spells. Chu couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the attributes of the skill and the skill's built-in abilities. As expected of an immortal skill, these abilities are simply incredible. Chu's skill attributes could be described as a complete transformation. The second-class Sword Lord class is indeed formidable. Moreover, all second-class advanced professions possess a semi-ranged skill such as the Blade Wind or Spear Glow he'd seen earlier, which undoubtedly compensates for the slight shortcoming of insufficient melee attack range. More importantly, this skill's cooldown is only 2 seconds. You have already received my legacy, and there are some things I need to tell you in advance, Lu Dongbin said suddenly, his expression turning very grave. What is it? Lu Dongbin said in a deep voice, in the not-too-distant future, the 3 realms will face a great calamity. We need your strength to help the sentient beings of the 3 realms weather this crisis together, otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. What kind of catastrophe? Chu was also affected by the gravity of the moment. Lu Dongbin shook his head and said, the specifics are not yet clear, but it may be related to the Heavenly Ghost Clan. You must grow stronger before the catastrophe strikes, otherwise, you won't survive it. Seeing Lu Dongbin's grim expression, Chu realized it must be a major event, perhaps something the system had deliberately designed. Lu Dongbin seemed to see through Chu's confusion and merely chuckled lightly. You're not from this world, but if this world is destroyed, your world will be next. Hearing this, Chu's heart gave a sudden jolt, and he looked at Lu Dongbin in shock. What did he mean by that? Why did he say it would be our turn? Was he referring to the human realm in the mythic world, or the real world, Earth? At that moment, Chu suddenly felt as if he'd been plunged into an ice cave. An inexplicable chill swept through his entire body. Immortal Lu, could you please explain that a bit more clearly? Chu hurriedly pressed. I'll tell you. No sooner had Lu Dongbin begun speaking than he suddenly vanished into thin air, disappearing right before Chu's eyes. Silence returned to the secret chamber, with only the sound of Chu's frantic heartbeat remaining. Lu Dongbin's sudden words left Chu feeling somewhat bewildered. It was as if he had peeled back a corner of a vast fog, yet he couldn't make out what lay beyond that corner. Lu Dongbin's words were simply too bizarre, so bizarre they were hard to comprehend. What exactly did he mean by that place? Chu couldn't figure it out right away, so he decided to stop thinking about it for the time being. In any case, improving his strength was the most important thing. If a great calamity were to strike, strength would be his only safeguard. After completing his class change, Shu discovered a switch for the bronze door under the meditation cushion. He pressed the switch, and the bronze door swung open. Meanwhile, the white old man and the black old man were drinking tea and playing chess, seated right inside the stone cave he had just entered. They had been playing this game for 10 years and still hadn't finished it. "Why are you taking so long? Just make your move wherever you're supposed to," urged the Black Elder, knowing that his older brother was very busy with the game. After placing one piece, it would likely take him a year or two to make the next move. Don't rush. The guy hasn't even come out yet anyway, so there's no point in getting impatient," the White Elder said with a calm smile. "I just have a feeling that young man is hopeless." "Hey, looks like we're going to be stuck here for a very, very long time," the Black Elder said somewhat dejectedly. He didn't have high hopes for Chu's aptitude after all. The way of the sword wasn't something one could grasp so easily. It depends on his destiny. "Come, have some tea," the White Elder said, shaking his head as he refilled the Black Elder's cup. Just as the two took a sip, a voice suddenly rang out. "Are you two taking it so easy?" Hearing this voice, both men's eyes widened in shock. Put! The tea in their mouths sprayed all over each other's faces, but they didn't even bother to wipe it off as they both turned to look in the direction of the voice. There stood Chu, smiling brightly at them. How did you get out here?" the white old man asked in astonishment. "I've already received the skill inheritance." Chu waved his hands and chuckled lightly. "What?" the two old men blurted out in unison, staring at Chu with utter astonishment. "It's true." Chu drew the green leaf sword and instantly unleashed a sword beam. The sword glowed bright green as the beam shot out, striking the mountainside and leaving a deep gash. This was the hallmark of a second-class profession. The two old men. Chapter 70, Boss, let me handle this. I'm free at last. An aged voice shouted with overwhelming excitement, the sound echoing through the mountain. Black old man excitedly grabbed Chu's hands and said, "Young man, I really can't thank you enough." Seeing how worked up he was, Chu felt as if he might pass out. He quickly said, "Old man, don't get so worked up. This is a good thing. If you really want to thank me, just give me a few immortal artifacts. I don't need many." "Immortal artifacts? I've got them. Black old man laughed heartily. Chu's heart skipped a beat as he rubbed his hands together. Then the black old man continued, "But I can't get my hands on them. Immortal Master Lu left a restriction here. All we have left are the immortal spirits guarding this place. Once we complete our mission, we'll be able to leave here and regain our freedom. After that, this place will be sealed forever. No one will be able to open it unless Immortal Master Lu comes in person to unlock it." Chu. Half an hour later, Chu had returned to the mountaintop, then descended and continued toward the immortal pit. Riding the dragon horse, he encountered quite a few groups of high-level monsters along the way, which gave Xiaohei a hearty feast and even allowed him to level up once, reaching level 19. After a full day of stop-and-go travel, Chu finally approached the outer perimeter of the immortal pit. Chu spotted a three-tailed demon fox ahead. He dismounted to approach it when he suddenly sensed someone staring at him from behind. Chu spun around and fired an instant-cast sword beam straight toward his back. Boom! The sword beam pierced through 3 giant trees in succession, slicing them clean in half. "Oh my, boss, it's us!" A light, delicate female voice rang out, and 3 people, 2 men and a woman, stepped out from beside the fallen giant tree. Chu recognized them immediately: Phantom, the head of the Skybreaker Guild's Shadow Assassins Division. The other 2 were high-ranking members of the Skybreaker Guild's Open Division, a couple named Yanchen and Yuqian. Both possessed exceptional strength and worked together seamlessly, which was why they'd been selected for the Open Division. "We almost got one shot by the boss just now," Phantom said, his mouth twitching slightly. Chu gave a dry laugh and said, "What are you guys doing here?" Yuqian smiled sweetly and said, "Boss, we just happened to run into Brother Phantom. We were doing a class change quest when we inexplicably stepped into a teleportation array, and when we came out, we found ourselves here." Chu took out the Witch Ghost Eye to check the 3's stats. Phantom, level 21, class, Magic Assassin. Yanchen, level 21, class, Spirit Swordsman. Yuqian, level 21, class, Trap Master. They were all hidden classes. Not bad. Looks like you've had quite a bit of luck here too. Chu praised them. Hee hee, it's all thanks to the burial immortal talismans the boss gave us. That's how we got this opportunity. Both of us successfully changed classes here and gained heaven tier skills. Yu Qian said proudly. Thanks, boss. Yan Shen, who had remained silent the whole time, couldn't help but speak up to thank him, though he quickly returned to his usual self, looking as cold as ice. Chu shook his head and smiled. This guy was incredibly powerful and handsome, but he was rarely seen smiling. He was a bit like a human ice block. That works out perfectly. Let us head over to the immortal pit together. It's the very center of the entire immortal dungeon. Shu said. The group of four set off together and soon reached the outer edge of the immortal pit. As they approached this massive pit, Shu realized just how vast it was. Looking from one edge to the other, the horizon was already out of sight. No wonder the pit looked so enormous from a distance. The entire immortal pit resembled a sphere that had been cut in half. Looking down from the rim, the cliff drop was nearly 500 meters. The pit was overgrown with trees, resembling a lush, primeval forest. Boss, a group is coming our way. Phantom suddenly said, glancing eastward. There, also on the rim of the pit, a group of over 50 people was rushing toward them. They seem to be heading straight for us. Yan Shen immediately drew his weapon and said coldly, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. As the group drew closer, a man riding a massive black elephant and wielding twin axes stepped forward from their ranks. So it's Xiaoyao Beifeng. What a coincidence! The middle-aged man wielding the twin axes recognized Chu and sneered. Song Tong had originally been heading to this immortal pit at the request of Guildmaster Zhao Tianming, but he never expected to run into the Tianming Guild's long-standing archenemy, Xiaoyao Beifeng, right here. He decided to change his plan, kill Xiaoyao Beifeng first, then rejoin the Guildmaster. Which guild are you from? Yu Qian snapped. Haha, this little missy sure has a temper. Listen up, we're from the Tianming Guild. A man wielding a spear stepped forward from the group and shouted. So you're from the Tianming Guild? What, are you looking for a fight? Chu stepped forward, giving them a cold stare. Song Tong let out a sinister laugh and said, Xiaoyao Beifeng, since you've run into us, consider yourself unlucky. This is perfect. I can present your head to our guild master as proof of my service and show you the consequences of crossing the Heaven Will Guild. Chu's feud with the Heaven Will Guild dated back to the days of Fengguantou. The guild still had a bounty on his head, urging anyone to eliminate him without delay. If you've got what it takes, go ahead and come get it. Chu drew his green leaf sword and said calmly. Ha, Brother Song doesn't need to lift a finger to kill you. Brother Song, let me take care of them, the man wielding the spear mocked. Zhao Qing, don't think you'll get the bounty all to yourself. I want a share of Xiaoyao Beifeng's head too. A slender man dressed as an assassin stepped forward and laughed. Song Tong had confidence in both of them. They were core members of the Heaven Will Guild's second-class masters. Xiaoyao Beifeng, do you dare come out and fight me? Zhao Qing mounted a black leopard and stepped out from the center of the group, intent on a one-on-one duel with Chu. Just as Chu was about to step forward to meet him, Yan Shen raised his sword and said, Boss, let me handle this. With that, Yan Shen leaped into the air using his lightness skills and charged toward Zhao Qing. Haha, here comes another suicide mission. You little weaklings from the Skybreaker Guild. Zhao Qing roared with laughter, then slapped his black leopard and charged head-on toward Yan Shen. Water sever. Yan Shen's cold voice rang out. Suddenly, his long sword flashed with silver light, and an arcing blade of energy slashed toward Zhao Qing. Seeing this, Zhao Qing's expression hardened. He unleashed a spear beam, and the two powerful forces collided, exploding in midair. Boom! A cloud of dust erupted from the ground. Zhao Qing charged into the dust, thrusting his long spear toward Yan Shen, its tip glowing with a spear beam. But in the next instant, Yan Shen suddenly vanished from his sight. Where was he? Just as Zhao Qing was scanning the area for Yan Shen, a sharp whine of a sword rang out overhead, and a blade plunged into the back of his head. Zhao Qing's eyes widened in disbelief as he collapsed to the ground, filled with resentment. How could this be? How could he lose to someone from the Skybreaker Guild? Song Tong was also taken aback by this turn of events. He hadn't expected the Skybreaker Guild to harbor such a skilled fighter. The entire crowd fell silent. Chu was somewhat surprised as well. It seemed Yan Chen's skills were quite powerful after all, and the fact that the Skybreaker Guild had such a skilled fighter filled Chu with great satisfaction. His goal was to build the Skybreaker Guild into the #1 guild in the land, and the members of the guild absolutely had to be strong enough. The scrawny assassin who had been boasting just moments ago immediately backed away. Damn it, if the guild members are this strong, how could the Xiaoyao Beifeng be anyone to mess with? Chapter 71, First Battle After Class Change shocking the world. Song Tong knew there was no turning back now. If he backed down, he'd surely be mocked by everyone back at the guild, especially since his side had the advantage of numbers. After sending a message to Guild Master Zhao Tianming, he raised his axe and shouted, "Everyone, follow my orders. Kill them. Take Xiaoyao Beifeng's head and claim the bounty." The entire Tianming guild roared in unison and charged toward Chu. Chu drew his green leaf sword and met them head-on, while Phantom and Yanchen, showing not the slightest fear, stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Just as the two sides were about to engage in battle, a group of people was crouching in the woods. These were players from other county cities who had just arrived, including members of the Blood Slaughter Gang and Wufeng. Yan Wushuang of the Blood Slaughter Gang stood atop the treetops, watching the battle with his hands behind his back, flanked by Qi Yulin, another expert from the Blood Slaughter Gang. "Boss, that's the kid who broke your record earlier," Qi Yulin said, pointing at Chu. "Those guys from the Heaven S Will Gang are no match for him," Yan Wushuang said calmly. "What? How is that possible? The Heaven S Will Gang has so many members it seems impossible for them to lose," Qi Yulin said, sounding a bit skeptical. Yan Wushuang gave a cold laugh. "In the face of a true master, no matter how many there are, they're nothing more than a flock of sheep. We need to keep an eye on him, he might be our next rival." Seeing how decisive Yan Wushuang sounded, Qi Yulin didn't press the matter further. He simply watched quietly, noting down Chu's moves. The moment the two sides clashed, Yu Qian cast an ice-based trap spell, causing countless icicles to rain down from above. A massive earthen wall also rose to block their path, forcing them to split up. Meanwhile, Chu instantly unleashed a sword beam, instantly killing one person, then used Treading the Void to charge into the crowd. Every single sword strike was enough to kill someone instantly. Song Tong's expression changed. He hadn't expected Chu's damage output to be so high. "Form a formation. Activate the formation," Song Tong commanded. Soon, many people pulled bronze blocks from their backpacks and inserted them into their equipment. A translucent blue light barrier descended from the sky, crackling with sparks. "It's actually the Flash of Thunder formation. I never expected Little Tai County to have something like this. Looks like that kid's trapped. This formation is incredibly powerful, there's no escaping it," Qi Yulin exclaimed in shock. "This formation isn't impossible to break," Yan Wushuang said, shaking her head. At that moment, Chu and his three companions were all trapped within the formation. Yan Chen stood guard beside his girlfriend. Yu Qian, should anyone approach, he would kill them without mercy. Meanwhile, the Phantom skill proved incredibly effective, allowing them to conceal their movements and occasionally emerge to deliver fatal blows to members of the Heaven S Will Guild, like hunters in the dark. Seeing this, Chu remained completely unfazed. He summoned Xiao He, who unleashed a burst of black flame, instantly incinerating three of them and leaving a massive wall of fire on the ground. "Xiao He, Spirit Fusion!" Chu roared, and Xiao He flew back into his body. Chu's arms began to mutate, transforming into dragon claws. The members of the Heaven S Destiny Guild who witnessed this eerie scene were all taken aback. Yan Wushuang furrowed her brows and said, "Spirit fusion? He actually has a spirit pet capable of spirit fusion." His tone betrayed his astonishment. Even in Ming County, there were some high-level players whose spirit pets could undergo spirit fusion. The greatest benefit of a spirit fusion-capable spirit pet was that it could enhance its master's overall attributes, as the pet's attributes could be transferred to the master. This caused the master's attributes to skyrocket, making all players with spirit fusion spirit pets exceptionally powerful. 10,000 swords converge into one. The green-leaf sword in Chu's hand emitted thousands upon thousands of sword shadows, which instantly coalesced into a single sword. A brilliant green glow erupted as Chu briefly soared through the air, thrusting his sword toward the flash of thunder formation barrier. Boom! The strike was utterly devastating. The barrier was forcibly cleaved in two, causing the entire ground to shake. Soon, the formation barrier was shattered, vanishing completely. Everyone's gaze was fixed on his expression, their eyes filled with shock. How is this possible? Song Tong's face turned pale. They had tested this formation many times before, yet it had never been broken. Just how high were this man's power attributes? He had shattered the formation barrier with a single sword strike. So powerful. Seeing this, Shi Yulin couldn't help but exclaim in awe. That single sword strike was terrifyingly powerful. Yan Wushuang frowned, seemingly assessing Chu's strength in her mind. With the barrier gone, Chu charged into the crowd like a tiger among sheep. Although this group was well equipped and comprised of professional players, not a single one was a true master worthy of the name. Did they really think they could surround and kill him like this? The members of the Heaven Will Guild were far too naive. As Chu continued his slaughter, nearly all 50+ people were killed or wounded. Only a mere 2 managed to escape back to Song Tong's side. They stared at Chu with terror in their eyes. They already knew in their hearts that they were no match for him. Chu, alone with his sword, left the ground littered with corpses. Phantom Hand had claimed 6 lives, while Yen Shen had killed 4 all assassins. Those assassins had been plotting to take out Yu Qian, the ranged spellcaster, but Yen Shen had thwarted them all. Song Tong's face was pale as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Come forth, Jade Ancient Beast!" A spirit pet as massive as a small mountain was summoned by Song Tong. This monster stood over 100 meters tall, somewhat resembling a frog, but with a dog-like head. That's the Ancient Beast, the Jade Ancient Beast. Shi Yulin, who had seen much in his life, never expected to encounter an ancient beast here. A true ancient beast doesn't look like that. That one probably just has some of its bloodline. Still, the fact that he was able to find it is truly rare. This monster is very powerful, Yan Wushuang said. The summoning of this massive spirit pet startled the group hiding under the tree as well. It was simply enormous. Huafeng had a spirit pet of his own, but he'd never seen one this big. Jade Ancient Beast, devour him! Song Tong roared. This was his trump card. The Jade Ancient Beast possessed boundless strength. Chu looked at the clumsy creature with a calm expression and soared into the air once more. 9 swords of slaying immortals. First sword. A brilliant sword beam flashed, and with a single strike of his Chu Qingye sword, Chu severed one of the Jade Ancient Beast's legs. The Jade Ancient Beast frantically lashed out at Chu with its claws. But with his overwhelming advantage in agility and speed, Chu dodged every single one of these attacks. Second sword. This sword thrust pierced the Jade Ancient Beast's heart. The Jade Ancient Beast instantly collapsed to the ground. Third sword. The sword beam grew more intense with each strike. This one cleaved through the Jade Ancient Beast's head. Ah, no, my Jade Ancient Beast. Song Tong's face turned deathly pale as he stared at the scene in disbelief. He had spent a tremendous amount of effort to obtain this spirit pet, and now it had actually died right here. The onlookers were all stunned and amazed. A massive monster had been slain by this man in just 3 strikes. His attack power was simply too overwhelming. What an incredible series of 3 strikes. Yan Wushuang furrowed his brow even deeper. It seemed this man would be a tough opponent. My goodness, the damage from those 3 strikes is simply mind-boggling. The first strike likely dealt over 10,000 damage to the Jade Ancient Beast, but starting with the second strike, critical hits and crippling effects kicked in. That's just insane. The third strike was just the finishing blow, yet it dealt nearly a third more damage than the first, wiping out 13,000 health points in an instant. Shi Yulin exclaimed in awe. Chu looked at the last 3 remaining and smiled faintly. If you're out of moves, then I'll send you to the afterlife. Phantom watched from behind, wide-eyed, and muttered, Boss, you're so strong. Chapter 72, The Slaying of Zhao Tianming. Song Tong felt utterly defeated at that moment. Even the Jade Ancient Beast had fallen at his hands. Deep down, he knew he had no chance of winning. Chu approached step by step. In an attempt to save his mount, Sung Tong hurriedly recalled it, but in his panic, he plopped down onto the ground and was subsequently helped up by two others. The three stared in terror at Chu as he closed in, with not a shred of will to resist left in their hearts. "Weren't you just trying to take my head?" Chu leaped forward and struck down the two men beside Sung Tong with two swift sword strokes. "Don't come any closer. I'm a senior elder of the Tianming Guild. If I die, the guild will never let you off the hook." Sung Tong's face was ashen, but the very next second, the Qingye's sword was pressed against his throat. "You've all put a bounty on my head, what more is there to say?" Chu said coldly. Suddenly, the ground shook as a cavalry force of over 100 riders rushed in. The leader wore yellow armor and rode a fierce tiger with wings, yet its face was not that of a tiger. It lacked the king's mark on its forehead, and its tail was unusually long. This was Zhao Tianming, the leader of the Tianming Guild. Upon seeing Zhao Tianming's mount, Yan Wushuang's expression changed involuntarily, and he said in a deep voice, "It's actually a descendant of the Qiangqi, one of the four great mythical beasts of ancient times." "A descendant of the Qiangqi?" Qi Yulin couldn't help but gasp. According to legend, the Qiangqi was born from the resentment left behind by the ancient immortal Gongdong after his death. It had wings on its back, feasted on living humans, and possessed an incredibly brutal temperament, yet it was also incredibly powerful. And this descendant of the Qiangqi had inherited most of the Qiangqi's characteristics. Zhao Tianming arrived in front of Chu, and the Qiangqi beneath him roared wildly at Chu. "What a commanding presence!" Huafeng looked at the imposing Zhao Tianming, a hint of jealousy welling up in his heart. "Xiaoyao Beifeng, stop! Let him go!" Zhao Tianming's expression was stern, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. It was both a threat and a warning. "Clan leader, boss." Sung Tong, as if he found a lifeline, turned around and exclaimed in delight. "With the guild master here, this kid is as good as dead." Chu looked at the mount of the Qiangqi descendant, and Xiao He inside his body began to stir restlessly. Wasn't it enough for Xiao He to have just devoured the demon soul of the Yugu beast? Was he now setting his sights on this Qiangqi descendant as well? Chu raised his head and said with a smile, "Who do you think you are?" "What? Kid, what did you say? Show some respect when speaking to our guild master." "How dare you, Xiaoyao Beifeng? You're as good as dead. Fuck, I'm gonna kill you." The members of the Tianming Guild began shouting and cursing in unison. Only Zhao Tianming kept a stern expression, glaring coldly at Chu as if to intimidate him. But Chu seemed to ignore his murderous glare. With a swift swing of the green leaf sword in his hand, he killed Sung Tong right in front of Zhao Tianming. In an instant, the Tianming Guild erupted in an uproar, and members drew their weapons, ready to kill Chu. Zhao Tianming's eyelid twitched as he said to Chu, "You will pay the price for your actions, Xiaoyao Beifeng. I will take you down with my own hands." With that, Zhao Tianming waved his hand, and the ranks parted on either side of him. He then rode forward on the descendant of Qiangqi and approached Chu. "Come forth, Wangji." Zhao Tianming summoned a gigantic monster over 10 meters tall, somewhat wolf-like, but with a head covered in barbs, a creature that looked utterly malevolent. "That's the ancient beast Wangji," Qi Yulin exclaimed in astonishment. "This man is very strong," Yan Wushuang said calmly, her gaze fixed on Zhao Tianming. The Tianming Guild is one of the top guilds in Tai County, with extremely abundant resources and a large membership. Zhao Tianming is also one of the top experts in Tai County. Rumor has it he has never lost a game since the game launched, Qi Yulin said. He had conducted a thorough investigation before coming and was deeply impressed by Zhao Tianming. "Never lost?" Yan Wushuang asked, seeking confirmation. "That's right, no record of him ever being killed," Qi Yulin replied. "Looks like we're in for a show," Yan Wushuang chuckled softly. "Xiaoyao Beifeng, prepare to die." Zhao Tianming leaped down from the descendant of Qiangqi and, with a wave of his hand, commanded the Huangji to spew a stream of foul-smelling venom at Chu. Chu's expression remained calm as he shifted to the left, dodging the venomous attack. A large crater was immediately corroded into the ground, and the fumes wafting from it were, to everyone's surprise, highly toxic. Seeing that the Huangji had missed, Zhao Tianming clearly realized that Chu possessed exceptionally high agility. Huangji, Spirit Fusion. The Huangji's form rapidly shrank, then plunged into Zhao Tianming's body, while spines sprouted from the back of his head, giving him an eerie appearance. It can actually fuse with a spirit too. Qi Yulin was somewhat incredulous. He hadn't expected yet another spirit pet capable of spirit fusion. The onlookers didn't understand what was happening, but they could clearly sense the change in Zhao Tianming. He had become even stronger. Xiaoyao Beifeng, you escaped my sword today. Zhao Tianming's aura surged as he gripped a black sword and charged toward Chu at blinding speed. Huaning furrowed his brow, a hint of concern flitting through his mind. But to everyone's surprise, Chu remained motionless, yet Zhao Tianming had already reached him. Could he be afraid? A thought flashed through Huofeng's mind. But in the next instant, Chu's figure suddenly vanished right in front of Zhao Tianming. Zhao Tianming frowned, scanned his surroundings, and saw no sign of Chu. He then looked up abruptly and, sure enough, saw Chu floating there in midair. Sword beam. Whoosh! A sword beam shot toward Zhao Tianming. Zhao Tianming met it with a black sword beam of his own. The two collided and exploded in midair. He is actually still up there. Has he already reached level 30, third transformation? Can he fly through the air? Qi Yulin exclaimed in astonishment as he watched Chu still floating in the sky. Yan Wushuang couldn't help but frown as well. Another sword beam struck toward Zhao Tianming. This time, Zhao Tianming had no choice but to dodge. But at that very moment, Chu seemed to seize an opportunity. His figure plummeted rapidly from the sky, reaching Zhao Tianming's side in the blink of an eye. 10,000 swords converge. Instantly, millions of sword shadows appeared before Zhao Tianming's eyes, and his expression changed drastically. The next moment, Chu's green leaf sword pierced his chest. Thud! The green leaf sword pierced right through Zhao Tianming's heart. Zhao Tianming was killed with a single strike. The entire arena fell silent instantly, and everyone's gaze turned to the two of them, seeing that Chu's sword had pierced right through Zhao Tianming's heart. Zhao Tianming's eyes widened, his face contorted with resentment as he glared at Chu with the ferocity of a man-eating beast. But in the end, he still collapsed. The guild master has been killed. Members of the Tianming guild watched the scene in disbelief. In their eyes, the invincible Zhao Tianming had just fallen at the hands of Xiaoyao Beifeng. Yan Wushuang's eyes widened suddenly, that sword strike so powerful. Qi Yulin was completely dumbfounded. The Huangji was an ancient beast, renowned for its high attack and defense, and yet it had been instantly killed by a single sword strike. What? His attack must be incredibly high. My god! Qi Yulin exclaimed in shock. It was a critical hit, combined with the critical damage doubling effect. Yan Wushuang speculated. This is the difference in skills and in strength. The first two sword beams were just feints. His plan was to find an opening and then finish him off with a single strike. His thinking is incredibly meticulous and decisive. Qi Yulin had never seen Yan Wushuang praise anyone so highly before. Oh, with Zhao Tianming slain, Huang Ji was forced to break out of his spirit fusion state, bursting from within his body and reverting to his true form. Meanwhile, Xiao He seemed to be in a frenzy, so Chu decided to let him out. Xiao He shot forward and pounced on Huang Ji. As soon as Huang Ji saw it was a dragon, he was overcome with terror. Xiao He pinned him tightly with his body, then spat a mouthful of black flames right into his face, burning Huang Ji alive before swallowing his demonic soul in one gulp. Xiao He smacked his lips and turned his gaze toward Zhao Tianming's mounted descendant of the Qiangqi. Chapter 73, Hidden Quest: The Tomb of the Spirit Emperor. What an incredible dragon! Holy shit, it just instantly killed Huang Ji. This spirit pet is seriously fucking awesome. Feng Hua swallowed hard, recalling how he de-offended this man earlier, and was filled with dread. Even the descendant of Qiangqi couldn't help but show fear in front of Xiao He and was about to turn and run. But Xiao He was faster. He flew over and cast an ice spell, instantly freezing the Qiangqi descendant's legs. The Qiangqi descendant let out a furious roar, causing the ground to tremble as massive boulders surged up from the earth, radiating immense power. But this move was merely an attempt to buy time to escape. Xiao He, however, was even faster. He descended from the sky and unleashed a torrent of black flames onto the descendant of the Qiangqi, burning it alive. Xiao He then swallowed the descendant's demon soul in one gulp, belched contentedly, and saw his experience points soar. Silence fell over the entire scene, and the members of the Heaven Will Guild were all ashen-faced. This dragon is too terrifying, someone said, swallowing hard. Chu collected all of Zhao Tianming's belongings. In addition to his equipment, there were also some weapon forging materials. Suddenly, Chu discovered a sword-shaped token, the Spirit Emperor's token. Spirit Emperor's token, a special item serving as a pass to enter the Spirit Emperor's tomb. Could this be a token for a hidden quest? But now wasn't the time to deal with Zhao Tianming's gear. He'd handle the Heaven Will Guild members first. He'd already killed Zhao Tianming. How could he possibly let the Heaven Will Guild members off so easily? Mercy toward enemies is cruelty toward oneself. Wielding the green leaf sword, Chu turned to the couple, Phantom and Yen Shen, and ordered, "Kill." The three obeyed and followed Chu as he charged at the Tianming Guild members. Xiao He was also extremely excited and rushed into the fray. In an instant, over 100 Tianming Guild members were filled with the wails of the damned, their agonized screams echoing without end. Although there were only 4 people and 1 spirit pet, the battle was a one-sided rout. The Heaven's Destiny Guild members were slaughtered and scattered in all directions, fleeing in defeat. No one dared to stay and fight. They had witnessed with their own eyes the godlike guild master Zhao Tianming die at Chu's hands, and with the 2 ancient beasts instantly killed by the dragon, they had lost all will to resist. Yan Wushuang turned to Qi Yulin and said, "Let us go. The battle is over. From now on, avoid this man." "Ha!" Qi Yulin looked at Yan Wushuang in surprise, not expecting such words to come from the mouth of Yan Wushuang, who was always so supremely skilled. "Even if I faced him, I wouldn't be confident of winning," Yan Wushuang said calmly. Okay, Guild Master." They leaped down from the tree, then led the Blood Slaughter gang members on a detour before re-entering the Immortal Pit. The others didn't dare linger any longer and quickly slipped away. Chu and his 3 companions didn't pursue the fleeing soldiers either. After clearing up the battlefield, the 4 of them jumped off the cliff and headed straight for the center of the Immortal Pit. "Boss, are we going to the Spirit Emperor's tomb?" Yen Chen suddenly asked. "The Spirit Emperor's tomb? What is that?" Chu asked, somewhat puzzled. Yen Chen gave Chu a surprised look, pulled a token from his backpack, and said, "I received a tip while on a quest. If I take this token to the center of the Immortal Pit, I'll find the Spirit Emperor's tomb." Chu saw the token in his hand. It was indeed the Spirit Emperor's token. So it really was an item for a hidden quest. That's perfect. Let us go check out what the Spirit Emperor's tomb is like. Chu laughed, leading the way toward the center of the Immortal Pit. After traveling for over 2 hours, Chu finally reached the center of the Immortal Pit. Upon arriving, he discovered that the center was indeed a tomb. In front of a small hill stood a massive stone stele, engraved with 3 large characters, Spirit Emperor's tomb. Hundreds of people had already gathered in front of the Spirit Emperor's tomb. Those present were likely people who discovered the Spirit Emperor's tomb quest, but Chu didn't spot any other members of the Skybreaker Guild among them. Judging by the message he just exchanged with Li Haoren, they were currently on a quest elsewhere, and from their location, they couldn't see the Immortal Pit. According to that map, the Immortal Pit was situated on the central continent, flanked by numerous islands and landmasses. It seemed they were still in a different area. "It looks like they're waiting for something," Phantom said suddenly. "Since we don't have anything else to do, there's no need to hide. Let us go take a look," Shu said. The 4 of them stepped out of the woods and immediately caught the attention of the crowd, which included Yan Wushuang and her group from the Blood Slaughter gang. However, as Chu approached, he noticed that one person was surrounded by the crowd as if he were the center of attention, with many gazing at him with looks of awe and reverence. This man had a golden spear slung across his back. He exuded a commanding presence and carried himself with extraordinary dignity. Dan Sangxing also spotted Chu, but his eyes were cold and indifferent. He merely glanced at him before looking away. Although there were more than 500 people here, no one spoke loudly. Everyone's eyes were filled with wariness, and a tense atmosphere hung in the air. "Someone is coming out," Suddenly, someone spoke up, and the crowd turned almost in unison to see an elderly man dressed in black hemp robes, barefoot and holding a broom, emerge from behind the tomb. As soon as the old man appeared, he began sweeping the ground in front of the tomb, clearing away the fallen leaves. The tomb was kept in impeccable order, clearly the work of this grave tender. Over 500 people stood there watching him sweep bit by bit, a truly eerie scene. The old man moved neither too fast nor too slow, showing great patience as he swept up every single withered leaf. After a long while, someone in the crowd finally lost patience. A young man wielding a knife stepped forward to block the old man's path and demanded, "Old man, tell me, how do I get into the tomb of the spirit emperor?" The player's tone was extremely hostile, laced with a hint of threat. The grave-tending old man, who had been keeping his eyes lowered, looked up at him and asked in a hoarse voice, "Please do not hinder me from tending the grave." The young man with the knife kicked the pile of dead leaves he had just swept into a heap, cursing, "Who cares about sweeping? Just tell me already." The old man gave him another glance, then lightly tapped the young man with his hand. The palm strike seemed light and feeble, yet it struck the young man's body. In the next instant, the young man collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud. He had truly turned into a pile of mud. The young man's entire body seemed to have disintegrated, his flesh and blood mingling into a single, unrecognizable mass. Everyone who witnessed this scene paled, staring at the old grave sweeper in horror. Ignoring their stares, the old man continued sweeping the young man into the pile of dead leaves and then sweeping the whole lot out of the spirit emperor's tomb. The entire process lasted 2 hours, but not a single person dared to rush him. After finishing his work, the grave-sweeping old man walked back to the spirit emperor's tomb, pulled out 3 purple incense sticks, which ignited spontaneously without any flame. Holding the incense, the old man knelt before the spirit emperor's tomb and bowed 3 times, then crawled on his knees to the tombstone and inserted the purple incense sticks into the ground in front of it. His demeanor was incredibly devout. After offering the incense, the grave-tending old man stood up and addressed the crowd, "Since fate has brought you here, please offer a stick of incense to the spirit emperor as well. Now, how many of you hold the spirit emperor's token?" At his question, over 100 people stood up and produced their spirit emperor's tokens. The old man let out a sinister chuckle, his voice suddenly turning extremely eerie. "Of all those holding the spirit emperor's token, only one may enter today." Chapter 74, Arena Challenge. I'm in. The crowd heard that only those holding the spirit emperor's decree were eligible to enter and only one person could go in. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rang out. "That spirit emperor's decree is mine now." A domineering, brutish man hacked a young man standing next to him who was holding the spirit emperor's decree to death with a single swing of his axe. It's Mad War, the leader of the axe gang from Ming County. He actually snatched someone's spirit emperor token right there on the spot. This guy is so domineering and ferocious. The crowd buzzed with speculation, but some of those without spirit emperor tokens had already fixed their gaze on the holders, their eyes filled with a sinister glint. "Hand over your spirit emperor token," someone bellowed, and instantly, over 200 people surged forward, those without spirit emperor tokens, their sole objective being to seize them. In an instant, the air was filled with the clangor of battle. Hundreds of spirit pets were summoned, and combat erupted in a flash, engulfing the entire open area in front of the tomb. Such is human nature. Chu, accompanied by the 3 members of the Skybreaker Guild, stood beside the tomb, quietly watching the massive melee unfold. A strange sight emerged amid the chaos. While the players fought fiercely, their battle spilling over into many areas, no one dared approach the man wielding the golden spear. Not a single skill landed near him. 3 others stood motionless right beside him. Those seeking to seize the spirit emperor's token naturally aimed for the easiest targets. 5 of them charged straight toward Chu. "Kid, hand over the token." These 5 weren't part of the same group, but they shared the same goal. "Boss, leave these guys to me." Phantom stepped forward with a cold smile. Yen Chen also stepped forward. The 2 faced the 5 without a hint of fear. "Looking to die," a middle-aged man wielding a sword growled, preparing to unleash a skill. But in the next instant, Phantom vanished from where he stood, concealing his whereabouts. A few breaths later, the middle-aged man with the sword suddenly felt a chill at his throat. A dagger plunged directly into his neck, killing him instantly. A masterful assassination technique. Since Phantom had made his move, Yan Shen wasn't about to be outdone. He charged forward. Soon, all 5 attackers were killed. Originally, there were others who had set their sights on Chu, but after witnessing the duo's prowess, they retreated one after another and sought new targets. After half an hour of bloody carnage, the ground was littered with corpses. Of the original 100+ people holding the Spirit Emperor's decree, nearly half had already lost their decrees, their bodies now among the corpses on the ground. The grave-sweeping old man used his broom to clear away the corpses, restoring the ground to its original state within an hour. He then gave 3 sticks of incense to each Spirit Emperor token holder. The purple incense burned on its own without a flame. One by one, these people offered incense at the Spirit Emperor's tomb. Although none of them knew what purpose it served, having witnessed the grave tender's power earlier, no one dared to violate the rules. After the incense offerings, the grave tender addressed the crowd. Those holding the Spirit Emperor's token are qualified to enter, but only one person may enter today. I have set up a tournament here. The ultimate victor will be allowed to enter. With a casual wave of his hand, the old grave tender turned the hundreds of trees in front of the tomb into dust in an instant. The dust then exploded, and flames consumed every last speck. Everyone who witnessed this scene was left speechless. Chu also looked at the old man with some surprise. He had seen immortals before, specifically the daughter of the Dragon King of the East Sea before he hatched Xiao He, as well as those 2 immortal spirits, the white old man and the black old man. But none of them had ever displayed such extraordinary immortal arts, and this grave-tending old man was clearly an immortal as well, one of extraordinary prowess. A level clearing spanning several hundred square meters appeared before the crowd. All right, you may begin. You have only 3 hours. Any challenges made after 3 hours will be invalid. Those who hold out until the very end of the 3 hours will be allowed to enter the Spirit Emperor's tomb today. The rest of you will have to come back another day. The grave-tending old man said in a hoarse voice. After exchanging glances, the burly man with twin axes frenzied war, who had just snatched the first Spirit Emperor's decree, stepped forward first. Come on, who dares challenge me? I'll split you all in 2 with a single swing of my axe. Frenzied War laughed wildly, then summoned a headless humanoid spirit pet, War King. Don't get so cocky, Mad Warrior, I'll challenge you. Someone flew toward him and swung a blade at his head, but Mad Warrior blocked the attack and countered with a swing of his axe, cleaving the challenger in 2. The man was dead before he even hit the ground. For a moment, no one else dared to step forward. They all knew just how powerful Mad Warrior was. After weighing their options, they realized that if they couldn't beat him, stepping into the arena would be a suicide mission. After more than 10 seconds, someone finally stepped forward. It was a member of the Holy Spirit Alliance. It's over. The Holy Spirit Alliance is in the ring. How are we supposed to fight now? Yeah, they're incredibly powerful. How could we possibly stand a chance? Forget it, forget it. I'll just give up right now. Chu's heart skipped a beat. The Holy Spirit Alliance is that strong? Seeing this, Phantom explained, the Holy Spirit Alliance is the #1 gang in Dongjun and there is no tie for first place. Unlike our Taijun, which has 3 major gangs, they're the undisputed #1 in Dongjun and hold absolute dominance. Chu nodded. No wonder everyone had been trying to push the Holy Spirit Alliance to the limit earlier. It turned out they were quite a force to be reckoned with. The Holy Spirit Alliance sent out a blade-wielding warrior clad in a full set of red armor, who looked quite impressive. Seeing the Holy Spirit Alliance member enter the arena, the berserker's expression grew a bit more serious, though he still showed not a trace of fear. Bring it on. Battle King, go. The berserker commanded his spirit pet to attack, then flanked the enemy from the side. To everyone's surprise, the blade-wielding warrior performed a somersault, dodging Zhan Tian's axe swing and appearing right in front of the berserker. The berserker froze for a moment, unable to react in time. He instinctively swung his axe, but the warrior ducked low and slid through the space beneath the berserker's arm. The final blow landed squarely on the berserker's back. 21,981. A damage number popped up, drawing gasps from the onlookers. That single strike left the berserker critically wounded. The next one would have taken his life outright. The fact that the Berserker's life was ended so effortlessly and seemingly without even using a skill left the players in awe. Yan Wushuang narrowed his eyes and said, "This guy must be a trained fighter in real life too. He knows martial arts, and his hand-to-hand combat skills are top-notch. Boss, the Holy Spirit Alliance is full of monsters like this. This guy didn't even summon a spirit pet." Chi Yuling sighed clearly. The Blood Slaughter Gang didn't stand a chance this time. If Yan Wushuang had stepped in, he would certainly have defeated this man, but if the Holy Spirit Alliance's leader, Dan Songxing, were to appear, even their own gang leader would likely be in trouble. A man's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. "Way to go, Seventh Brother," someone from the Holy Spirit Alliance shouted joyfully. "Ha, Seventh Brother is just amazing. He didn't even need to summon a spirit pet. His hand-to-hand combat skills are incredible. He didn't even need to use any skills. Seventh Brother is the best." The man called Seventh Brother grinned widely, clearly brimming with confidence. He scanned the crowd and said, "Who else dares to step forward?" The players couldn't help but lower their heads. With the Holy Spirit Alliance members already having gone up and the Berserker having been killed so easily, stepping forward now would be no different from walking into certain death. The scene fell silent for a moment. "Looks like no one dares to step up." Yang Dao Lao Chi surveyed the crowd, a hint of contempt flashing in his eyes. No one dared to step forward. This whole process was truly boring. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "I'll do it." Chu smiled faintly and walked step by step toward the arena. Everyone turned to look at Chu with stunned expressions. Is this guy crazy? Does he really want to die that badly? Chapter 75, Taking Down the Holy Spirit Alliance. The players from Dongjun looked at Chu as if he were a fool. In their eyes, Chu was nothing more than an ignorant challenger, surely from another county, who had no idea just how terrifying the Holy Spirit Alliance was. This kid's done for. A free trip back to the county capital. Here's your one-way ticket. This guy must be way too confident. Young people are so impulsive. Yeah, just wait to get crushed, hee hee. These players murmured among themselves, but over at the Blood Slaughter Gang, everyone's expressions were grim, especially Yan Wushuang. He had just witnessed Chu's epic battle against Zhao Tianming not long ago, and that overwhelming power had left a deep impression on him. If he steps into the arena, the Holy Spirit Alliance members are as good as dead, Yan Wushuang said calmly. Chi Yulin nodded in full agreement. Just then, a gun-class player standing not far from them, a young man with long hair, overheard their conversation and burst out laughing. "Ha, can you guys cut the big talk? If that kid beats the Holy Spirit Alliance, I'll stand on my head and eat shit." Chi Yulin turned his head with interest and laughed. "Are you serious?" "Of course I am. I'm a man of my word," the long-haired young man said confidently. He was practically a fan of the Holy Spirit Alliance, but since he hadn't managed to join the guild, he only made that remark in a fit of anger after hearing members of the Blood Slaughter Guild claim the Holy Spirit Alliance was bound to lose. "Alright then, I've already recorded this. Remember to send me the live stream room number when you're eating shit while standing on your head," Chi Yulin chuckled. They had no idea just how powerful this young man wielding the green sword was. Chi Yulin looked at Chu, his eyes filled with nothing but growing apprehension. Yang Dao Laochi tilted his head, shot Chu a glance, and let a cruel smile play at the corners of his mouth. "Kid, if you want a free ride back to town, just say the word," Yang Dao Laochi snorted coldly, stretching his arms as his bones creaked. Chu drew the green leaf sword and said calmly, "I can give you a ride." "Arrogant brat, you're asking for death." Yang Dao Laochi drew his greatsword, and a curved blade aura shot out instantly. Chu wasn't about to be outdone. A sword aura from the greenleaf sword shot out as well. The two forces collided, exploding with a thunderous boom. He actually blocked it. The others looked at Chu in astonishment. Yang Dao Laochi was also somewhat surprised, but then let out a savage laugh and swung his broadsword down at Chu's head. Demon Dragon Shield. A translucent black light shield appeared around Chu, forcefully blocking Yang Dao Laochi's blow. This was entirely due to Chu's high defensive stats and 100% damage reduction. Yang Dao Laochi's ordinary attack simply couldn't break through Chu's Demon Dragon Shield. What a formidable defense! Holy shit, this kid's got some skills. He actually withstood 2 attacks from the Holy Spirit Alliance. Looks like he has got what it takes. Yang Dao Laochi was momentarily taken aback, but he reacted quickly, performing an iron bridge maneuver to dodge Chua's sweeping sword strike. But the very next second, Chua's attack struck again. 9 swords of slaying immortals. Chu activated his skill, launching a rapid-fire series of attacks. The first sword was parried, but the second was even more powerful, knocking Yang Dao Laochi's sword right out of his hand. The third sword. A throat-sealing strike. It landed as a critical hit, dealing double damage and striking a vital spot, instantly killing him. Yang Dao Laochi collapsed lifelessly to the ground, and his dropped gear was collected by Chu. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Even the members of the Holy Spirit Alliance stared in stunned disbelief at the outcome. 7's dead? What just happened? How did 7 die so suddenly? That's absolutely impossible. The crowd erupted into an uproar, everyone staring at Chu with disbelief. He actually won. Oh my god, is his damage really that high? Holy crap, did we all misjudge him? Is he a pro? No question about it, the Holy Spirit Alliance members were all wiped out. The Holy Spirit Alliance really got too cocky. They didn't even use spirit pets. He didn't use a spirit pet either. This guy's damage output is insane. Chi Yulin turned his head to look at the long-haired young man who had just sworn he'd eat shit while standing on his head. Young man, I've recorded the whole thing. When are you going to start your live stream of eating shit upside down? I'd love to watch. The long-haired youth's face turned bright red, as if he'd swallowed a dead fly. Finally, under Chi Yulin's mocking gaze, he couldn't bear to stay any longer and turned to bolt away in a flash. Alliance leader, let me go up, a middle-aged man wielding a sword said to Dan Songsheng. Dan Songsheng nodded, go ahead. As the middle-aged man with the sword entered the arena, players from Dongjun outside the arena gasped in unison. Yang Dao's third brother is in the ring. Holy shit, they actually sent out Yang Dao's third brother. He is a hall master in the Holy Spirit Alliance. They actually sent him into battle? Is it to save his brother's face? Definitely. Yang Dao's seventh brother lost so badly as his older brother, he is surely out to redeem his brother's honor. This is going to be a sight to see. As soon as Yang Dao's third brother stepped onto the field, he summoned his spirit pet, a giant bear wielding a sword. Summon your spirit pet. Yang Dao's third brother said in a deep voice. Hee, as you wish. Come out, Xiaohei. Shu said with a smile. A massive, incredibly majestic dark magic dragon coiled above Chua's head. Xiaohei's appearance instantly stunned the entire crowd. Holy shit, his spirit pet is actually a dragon. And a dark elemental dragon at that. That's fucking awesome. My god, this is the first time I've ever seen a dragon used as a spirit pet. Holy shit, is this a heaven-grade spirit pet? It's even more badass than an ancient beast. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the black dragon hovering above Chua's head. The giant bear wielding the sword grew panicked upon seeing Xiaohei and dared not approach it. Upon seeing the black dragon, Dan Songsheng instantly realized something. Alliance leader, this is the man who murdered Su Feng, someone suddenly shouted. A flash of murderous intent crossed Dan Songsheng's eyes, but he didn't rush to act. Instead, he quietly watched the two men on the stage. Yang Dao Laosan's expression grew somber, but he was still determined to give it his all. Heaven-splitting slash. Yang Dao Laosan's blade suddenly emitted a massive blade aura, over 10 meters long and razor-sharp. The strike came crashing down from the sky, slashing toward Chu without the slightest warning. Chu remained calm, executing, treading the void before unleashing 10,000 swords converge into one. Boom! Swoosh! Yang Dao Laosan's blade struck empty air, carving a deep gully into the ground, but Chua's sword had already pierced his heart. An instant kill with a single strike. Everyone present was stunned by the scene. So powerful, he took down 2 generals of the Holy Spirit Alliance all by himself. Such incredible speed and attack power. Holy crap, I didn't even see where he was just now. His burst speed was too fast. The moment Yang Dao Laosan swung his blade, Chu was already right in front of him. Yan Wushuang suddenly furrowed her brows. What a decisive move. After Chu instantly killed Yang Dao Laosen with a single strike, Xiao He had already cornered the giant bear wielding the sword, then killed it with a blast of black flame. Another demon soul to devour. After devouring so many powerful demon souls in quick succession, Xiao He's experience had already risen to just shy of level 19. Chu drew the green leaf sword and looked toward the Holy Spirit Alliance. Dan Songxing, wielding a golden spear, stepped onto the arena and said to Chu, "Killing members of my Holy Spirit Alliance comes at a price." As these two powerhouses faced off, the tension in the arena reached its peak. The atmosphere between them was like a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment. Suddenly, just then, the grave-sweeping old man stepped forward, looked at Dan Songxing, and said calmly, "You cannot participate, nor can you enter the Spirit Emperor's tomb." The grave-sweeping old man's sudden intervention left everyone present utterly stunned. What did he mean by that? Chapter 76, Slaying the Chaos Heaven Beast Spirit. Xiao He is about to evolve. Everyone looked at the grave-sweeping old man in puzzlement, unsure what he meant by his words. A flash of anger crossed Dan Songxing's eyes, but remembering the old man's terrifying strength, he dared not lash out. He asked in a deep voice, "Why? You must at least give me a reason." The grave-sweeping old man replied coldly, "I've detected the aura of a Yin Ghost King on you." "Is there such a thing inside you?" Dan Songxing looked somewhat taken aback. The old man had actually hit the nail on the head. He was indeed harboring a Yin Ghost King within him. It was one of his trump cards, obtained from the Yin Ghost army. Seeing that Dan Songxing didn't answer, everyone assumed the old man must have been right. "What do you mean, why? Just because I have a Shadow Ghost King inside me, does that mean I can't go in?" Dan Songxing asked coldly. How could something like a shadow ghost defile the tomb of a spirit emperor? "I'll spare your life before I change my mind," the old man said coldly, his expression filled with loathing for the shadow ghost. At that moment, all eyes turned to Dan Songxing, watching to see how he would decide. Would the great gang leader of Dongjun County swallow this bitter pill today? Let us go. Dan Songxing's face darkened with anger, but he couldn't vent his frustration and had no choice but to swallow his humiliation. He knew he was no match for the old grave sweeper yet, but one day, he would return and kill the old man with his own hands. Once the Holy Spirit Alliance members had left, still no one dared to step onto the stage. Many had already decided to give up and leave. After he'd taken on two of the Holy Spirit Alliance's top experts in quick succession, going up there himself would be nothing short of suicide. He didn't possess Dan Songxing's kind of skill. When the 3 hours were up, the grave-sweeping old man said to Chu, "You may go in now. Whether you obtain anything depends on your own luck and fate." With that, he led Chu into the tomb through an entrance at the rear. After walking down a long flight of stairs, Chu arrived before a massive stone gate engraved with 3 characters, Tomb of the Spirit Emperor. It seemed this was indeed the true resting place of the Spirit Emperor. "You'll have to walk the rest of the way on your own. I can only accompany you this far," the grave-sweeping old man said calmly as he opened the stone gate, revealing pitch-black darkness within. Chu nodded and walked in with composure. He took out a 1-star lantern from his backpack, an item he'd found among Zhao Tianming's looted belongings. It provided light with a surprisingly wide range, covering what appeared to be nearly 200 meters. After passing through a long passageway, Chu arrived at a massive burial chamber. In the center of the chamber stood 4 enormous bronze pillars, each connected to a blue iron chain. At the end of the chains was a monster that resembled a cow. It had a massive, sturdy build like a cow's, and most notably, 2 horns protruding from its head. Chu used the Witch Ghost Eye to examine its attributes. Huntian Beast Spirit, Ancient Beast, level 45, imprisoned for 30,000 years, critically injured. It was actually an ancient beast, but upon checking its attributes, he learned that it was already severely injured and had been imprisoned for as long as 30,000 years. Heh, someone else has arrived. Are you my next meal? A deep, resonant voice suddenly rang out. Chu walked up to the beast and asked in surprise, "Was that you speaking just now? Who else could it be but me? Take a look around this godforsaken place. Is there any other living creature here?" The Hun Tian beast spirit raised its ox head, its ox eyes glaring at Chu as it bellowed. "You monster can actually talk? Chu had never seen a monster that could speak, not even Xiaohei could talk yet. Haha, I'm no ordinary ancient beast. Besides, I've been around for tens of thousands of years, it's no wonder I can speak your human language. You're just a naive kid. The Hun Tian beast spirit snorted, its bulbous eyes sizing up Chu as it unconsciously licked its lips, seemingly drooling. What are you up to? Are you trying to eat me? Chu drew the green leaf sword. The Hun Tian beast spirit chuckled and said, Kid, let me tell you this, the real passage into the tomb is right under my butt. If you want to get in, you've got two choices: either you die, or I live. What a coincidence, all these years, so many people have ended up in my belly. Ha ha! Only then did Chu realize that beneath the Hun Tian beast spirit was indeed the entrance to a door. It seemed this monster had been brought here to guard the spirit emperor's tomb. Fine then. Since it's a matter of life and death, you're the one who is going to die. Chu summoned Xiaohei and the purple imperial dragon horse, then donned the demon dragon cloak. As soon as Xiaohei appeared, the Hun Tian beast spirit immediately grew wary. So you're actually a dark magic dragon, no wonder you're so confident. But so what if you're a dark magic dragon? I can still kill you both. Sliding down, the Hun Tian spirit beast suddenly stood up and opened its massive jaws. Suck! The Hun Tian spirit beast's belly resembled a black hole vortex, with countless gales swirling, trying to suck Chu into its mouth. Xiaohei and the purple imperial dragon horse barely managed to steady themselves, but they were still being dragged toward it bit by bit. Xiaohei immediately spat out a jet of black flame. But the black flame was actually sucked into the heavenly spirit beast's belly as well. The purple imperial dragon horse also spewed out purple flames, but they met the same fate as the black flame. All of them were swallowed whole. Chu's body kept being pulled toward it, so he thrust the green leaf sword into the ground to temporarily steady himself. Use earth magic to seal its mouth. Xiaohei growled, and a massive stone wall rose from the ground as wide as a basketball court, finally blocking the immense suction. So you know earth magic too? I really underestimated you lot, but you're still going to die. The Hun Tian beast spirit spewed streams of slime from the air. The moment this slime touched the air, it turned into extremely sturdy threads, somewhat like spider webs, but 1,000 times thicker. The slime clung to Chu, preparing to drag him into its mouth. Chu remained calm in his mind and commanded Xiaohei to use an ice spell, freeze. Sure enough, the air temperature plummeted instantly, freezing the slime into icicles, and the cold extended all the way into the heavenly beast spirit's mouth. Now's the time. Xiaohei, dragon form. Black and purple flames surged toward the heavenly beast spirit, burning it thoroughly this time. Xiaohei, spirit fusion. Xiaohei flew into Chu's body, instantly completing the transformation, greatly boosting Chu's attributes. 10,000 swords converge. Chu's sharp sword plunged straight into the heavenly beast spirit's heart. Shattering strike. 9 swords of the immortal slayer. A barrage of skills targeted the heavenly beast spirit's weak points, triggering massive critical hits and doubling the damage. Boom! Ding! You have defeated the heavenly beast spirit. The system sounded a notification, and a burst of golden light bathed Chu, leveling him up to level 24. Just then, the heavenly beast spirit's demonic soul flew out. Xiaohei rushed over and devoured it in one gulp, instantly reaching level 20. Chu was overjoyed. Xiaohei had just devoured the Hun Tian beast spirit's demonic soul and was about to evolve. Xiaohei circled in the air, his body emitting waves of black light, a sure sign of evolution. Oh whoa! Xiaohei let out a mighty howl that shook the entire cave. Chapter 77, Devouring Evolution, the Primordial Demon Dragon. After Xiaohei's howl, the 2 horns on its head gradually grew longer, and dragon whiskers sprouted from the corners of its mouth. This was the process of transforming into a dragon. Roar! A pair of small dragon claws suddenly sprouted from both sides of Xiaohei's upper torso, and the black glow surrounding its body grew increasingly intense. Finally, Xiaohei opened its massive jaws, and a stream of black mist gushed out. The mist writhed ceaselessly, eventually coalescing into a black sphere that enveloped Xiaohei. This evolution was on a much grander scale. It would likely take even longer. However, Chu was quite patient about this and decided to first check what equipment the Hun Tian beast spirit might drop. As Chu approached the Hun Tian beast spirit S-corpse, he suddenly noticed something writhing inside its massive body. What's inside? Chu drew the green leaf sword and activated the demon dragon shield. He was determined to see exactly what this Hun Tian beast spirit was. With its demon soul gone, was it about to mutate into a zombie? That seemed unlikely. Suddenly, the flesh on the Hun Tian beast spirit's legs began to fall away as if melting, then twisted and writhed. Moments later, it formed into a small, half-human tall monster with the head of a bull and the body of a human. It had no hands, but its palms had transformed into a pair of sharp double blades. Similar little monsters were forming from the flesh falling off the Hun Tian beast spirit's corpse. Chu took out the witch ghost's eye and used the insight skill. Hun Tian beast, an ancient beast, level 45. The individual components that make up the Hun Tian beast spirit revert to their original forms upon its death. After tens of thousands of years, they can regroup to give birth to a new Hun Tian beast spirit. So this massive Hun Tian beast spirit is actually a composite entity, and the beast spirit's demonic soul must be the spiritual form collectively nurtured by these Hun Tian beasts. Once the Hun Tian beast spirit dies, these constituent individuals separate again, reverting to their original forms, and then wait to reform the Hun Tian beast spirit. This world is truly amazing. No wonder the Hun Tian beast dragon just said it was an extraordinary ancient beast. It really is extraordinary. Don't let their small size fool you. These Hun Tian beasts are level 45 monsters, and there aren't just one or two of them, but a whole herd. However, Chu wasn't afraid of these ordinary level 45 monsters. Given his current skills and skill bonuses, his attack power had long since far exceeded that of level 45 monsters. The massive body of the Hun Tian beast spirit eventually split into individual Hun Tian beasts, with the largest vertebra giving birth to a Hun Tian beast nearly 10 meters tall. This was likely an enhanced version of a level 45 monster, though it wasn't quite boss level yet. It could be considered a near boss. The half-heaven beasts, each about half a person's height, raised their sharp, blade-like arms and lunged at Chu. Green leaf combo. Chu cast the skill, landing 2 sword strikes on vital points and instantly killing this Hun Tian beast. A pearl dropped. Hun Tian beast pearl, a special item that enhances the attributes of forged items and has a certain chance of causing mutations. It's actually a special item. Great, I'll pocket it right away. It'll come in handy when I forge items later. Suddenly, after the Hun Tian beast's demon soul flew out, it was actually absorbed by Xiaohei's black orb, causing the orb to glow a little brighter. Could it be that absorbing these Hun Tian beasts' demon souls accelerates Xiaohei's evolution? With that thought, Chu struck again with 2 sword blows, killing another Hun Tian beast. Its demon soul was once more devoured and absorbed by Xiaohei, and sure enough, the orb glowed a little brighter. It seems it really works. Chu charged forward aggressively. With his high agility and the assistance of the purple imperial dragon steed, he took down one Hun Tian beast after another. In no time, he had eliminated over 100 of them, clearing out all the smaller ones until only the tallest spinal Hun Tian beast remained. Although this monster was tall, it was very thin and moved slowly. Earlier, Chu had been able to kill the smaller Hun Tian beasts while dodging its attacks. Now that only it remained, Chu summoned the flying dragon, briefly took off from the ground, soared into the air, and then unleashed the 9 swords of slaying immortals. Each strike severed one of its bones. After 9 strikes, the spinal monster was completely severed into several pieces and died instantly. A final, massive demon soul rose up and was sucked into Xiaohei's black orb, causing a burst of black light. Awah! The black orb gradually dissipated, revealing Xiaohei's massive form. At this moment, Xiaohei was still black, but earth-yellow fur had grown on its dragon's head, its 2 whiskers were white, and its pair of dragon horns were golden. Just looking at its head, one could already sense that it was beginning to take on the appearance of a dragon. The black orb continued to dissolve, and soon Chu saw Xiaohei grow a pair of incredibly sharp claws on its upper body. Its lower body had not yet formed. Now, Xiaohei looked about 70% like a dragon. Ding! Your spirit pet has successfully evolved into a primordial demon dragon. Wonderful! After devouring countless demon souls, Little Black has finally evolved into a primordial demon serpent. Now, in addition to its dragon-like aura, Little Black exudes an ancient, primordial essence. Presumably, since the demon souls it recently devoured were all ancient beasts, this is why it evolved into a primordial demon serpent. Chu couldn't wait to check Little Black's stats. Spirit Pet, Primordial Demon Dragon, Immortal Grade 3rd Rank Spirit Pet, Level 20, Strength plus 425, Agility plus 411, Defense plus 469, Inherent Skills Spirit Fusion, can fuse with its master to enhance the master's attributes and grant the abilities of the Primordial Demon Dragon transformation. The Primordial Demon Dragon possesses the bloodline of a divine dragon and can evolve into a dragon. This evolution can occur once every 10 levels. Mastery of the 5 elements, the Dark Demon Serpent can learn 5 element spells and is proficient in dark element spells. It can cast innate dark element spells. It is also proficient in primordial mystical arts and can cast primordial mystical arts. Looking at these post-evolution stats, they've all surpassed 400 plus, and it's even gained a new primordial mystical art. After devouring and evolving, Xiao Hei's stats are even stronger. He has become even more awesome. After evolving, Xiao Hei's length has reached nearly 20 meters, and its width is nearly 2 meters. Its physique is truly massive. Xiao Hei happily soared and danced through the air, clearly very satisfied and excited about its evolution. Then it came over and affectionately nuzzled Chu's head. Xiao Hei, Spirit Fusion. Chu wanted to see how much the Spirit Fusion effect had improved after the evolution. Xiao Hei let out a low growl and suddenly transformed into a beam of black light, vanishing into Chu's body. In an instant, Chu's hands turned into dragon claws, and scales covered his legs and torso, extending all the way up to his neck. He could even feel black scales growing on his face. Now, after Spirit Fusion, Chu's level of transformation could reach even greater heights. After ending the Spirit Fusion state, Chu satisfiedly recalled Xiao Hei into his Spirit Pet realm and turned his gaze back to the bronze door where the Hun Tian Beast spirit had once been. Chu walked over and used the Spirit Emperor's token to activate the restrictions on the bronze door. It slowly swung open, revealing a path leading into the darkness. This must be where the Spirit Emperor truly rests. Who exactly is this Spirit Emperor? Why was he buried here? Could it be related to the great battle in the Yin Ghost realm you fought earlier? Chu's mind was filled with questions. Carrying these doubts with him, he stepped through the bronze door, one step at a time. Chu walked along these stairs for over an hour. By all accounts, he had already descended to an extremely deep level underground. Another half hour passed, and Chu finally saw the end of the stairs. He walked down the final steps, rounded a corner, and suddenly, the space ahead opened up before him. Chu witnessed a scene of unparalleled grandeur and wonder. Chapter 78, The Supreme Weapon, the Sword of the Emperor. It was a tomb, filled with countless swords of every shape and size. As far as the eye could see, the scene was vast and desolate. Sword Tomb. At the entrance stood a stone stele engraved with these 2 characters. The calligraphy was as graceful as a dragon soaring and a phoenix dancing, exuding an extremely sharp and domineering aura. Chu stepped into the sword tomb, where a path of blue stone slabs led straight to the central tomb. Swords of every kind stood tall on either side, forming a veritable forest of blades. Many were still stained with blood, bearing witness to the fierce battles fought by their former owners. Chu couldn't estimate at a glance just how many swords were here. Who were their former owners? Why did the Spirit Emperor build such a sword tomb within his own mausoleum? Chu walked all the way to the end of the bluestone path, coming to a stop before the mound. In front of the mound stood an enormous bronze cauldron, with a long golden sword was inserted and 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 inserted in. Inserted and inserted and inserted and inserted and inserted in. Inserted and 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 inserted in. Inserted and 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 inserted in. Inserted in inserted in inserted in inserted in inserted. In inserted 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 and 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 inserted in inserted and 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 inserted in inserted and 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 inserted in. Countless years had passed here, yet the sword remained as bright as new, untouched by dust. Clang! As if sensing someone's approach, the golden long sword emitted a clear, resonant ring. Ding! You have discovered the sword of imperial slaying, once wielded by the spirit emperor in life. Ding! You have entered the hidden quest location, the spirit emperor's tomb sword mound. Could this sword actually be the imperial slayer sword once wielded by the spirit emperor? Clang! The imperial slayer sword emitted a golden light and instantly vanished into Chua's body. Ding! You have entered the hidden quest trial. Chua's vision went dark. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing atop a high mountain. Before him was a sea of humans wielding various weapons, their faces turned toward the darkness in the distance as if facing a formidable enemy. This was an ancient battlefield. Chua's current position was right in the midst of the sea of soldiers, like a speck of dust in the vast ocean. At that moment, from the darkness in the distance, countless shadow ghosts surged forth, and even more corrosive flying dragons soared out. All soldiers, heed my command charge! A voice as thunderous as a great bell rang out across the battlefield. Immediately afterward, a man clad in golden dragon armor and wielding the imperial slayer sword soared through the air, appearing high above the battlefield. His entire body radiated a golden glow, and his imperial aura shook the entire scene. Hearing the command, the soldiers charged at the tide of shadow demons, and a battle of epic proportions unfolded. Across the vast plain, humans and shadow demons clashed in a brutal and bloody struggle. Chu wanted to go and help, but found his body frozen in place. He could only watch helplessly. In the sky, the spirit emperor charged with his sword at the vast horde of decaying flying dragons. Sword light blazed in all directions as one flying dragon after another was cleaved in two. The fighting was extremely fierce. Human soldiers fell one after another. The war lasted 3 days and 3 nights, and the number of surviving soldiers on the battlefield dwindled steadily until fewer than 100 remained. In the sky, the spirit emperor battled a colossal shadow demon, ultimately perishing alongside it. The war ultimately ended in a bitter victory for humanity, at the cost of over 1 million lives, including that of the spirit emperor. As darkness engulfed his vision, Chu found himself once again standing before the grave mound. The sword of imperial execution trembled slightly, as if it, too, were sensing the ferocity of that battle. Could this be one of the battles from that great catastrophe of years past? Chu wondered silently. Just then, that voice, deep as a great bell, rang out once more. My final wish is to protect humanity and exterminate the shadow ghosts. Should any successor take the sword of imperial slaying, they must fulfill my final wish. Ding! Do you wish to draw the sword of imperial slaying and accept the trial? This was undoubtedly a top-tier piece of equipment. There was no reason for Chu to pass it up. Accept! Chu leaped onto the bronze cauldron and drew the imperial slayer sword. The moment he drew the sword, the bronze cauldron shook, and Chu was transported into a dark space surrounded by raging flames. In the center of this space were over 1,000 ghosts of various kinds. Chu used the witch ghost eye to examine them. Ghost, level 40 monster, a creature from the ghost realm. You old spirit emperor, you've tormented us for so long. Once I get out of here, I'll tear open your grave. A voice rang out from among the Een ghosts, filled with rage. Ding! Trial quest completed, slay all Een ghosts. Success, obtain the Imperial Slayer sword. Failure, death. Is this the trial quest? Chu drew the green leaf sword, charged forward, and summoned Xiao He. Awah! As soon as Xiao He appeared, he struck fear into the horde of monsters. The shadow ghosts howled as they charged at Chu. Over 1,000 of them moved in unison, creating a formidable spectacle. Xiao He spat out a jet of black flame, then unleashed a primordial art. Giant trees sprang from the ground, imbued with the essence of the primordial era, transforming into hundreds of colossal wooden dragons, each over 100 meters long. What a powerful primordial art! Chu exclaimed in delight. He didn't hesitate either. After donning the demon dragon shield, he charged forward. With a single sword strike, he instantly killed a shadow ghost, and a crimson red orb fell from its body. Karmic Fire Orb, a treasure created by shadow ghosts to resist the karmic fire. It can be socketed into equipment, granting it the karmic fire attribute and increasing damage against shadow ghosts and evil entities by 100%. What a great find! Chu stowed the karmic fire pearl in his backpack and charged forward once more. After Xiao He evolved into a primordial demon dragon, his power surged dramatically, and these hundreds of massive wooden dragons wreaked havoc all around. They quickly wiped out over 1,000 Een ghosts, leaving only a single, gigantic humanoid Een ghost standing. That old spirit emperor and his disciples all deserve to die. Chu examined it with the witch ghost Si. Een Ghost General, level 45 monster, a commander of the Een Ghost realm, critically wounded. So it was a level 45 BSS class monster. Imprisoned within the cauldron for a long time and tormented by the karmic fire, its cultivation realm had plummeted, leaving it at only level 45. Xiao He commanded the remaining wooden dragons to coil around him, while Chu unleashed his most powerful strike, 10,000 swords united. Boom! A single sword pierced the top of his skull. The Een Ghost's body flew out and crashed into the karmic flames nearby. Ah, no! The Een Ghost was engulfed by the karmic flames and burned alive. Ding! You have completed the trial quest and obtained the Imperial Slayer sword. Chu's eyes lit up. He returned to the bronze cauldron once more, and the green leaf sword in his hand had been replaced by the Imperial Slayer sword. Check attributes. Emperor Slaying Sword. Broken, strength plus 350, agility plus 200, plus 30% critical hit rate, plus 80% armor piercing damage. Passive skills. Imperial Path Sword, plus 100% damage, plus 300% critical damage. Thunderstrike, triggers a bolt of heavenly lightning upon hitting a target, with a 50% chance to paralyze the target. Seeing the stats, Chu stifled a gasp. This is a top-tier weapon. Its stats were nearly double those of the green leaf sword, and both of its passive skills were incredibly powerful. With this sword, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. After obtaining the Imperial Slayer sword, Chu returned to the Immortal Pit, where the grave-sweeping old man was waiting at the exit. Upon seeing Chu emerge, the grave-sweeping old man's eyes widened as he looked at Chu and said, "You've already obtained the Imperial Slayer sword?" "That's right." The gravekeeper's eyes reddened. After a long pause, he let out a heavy sigh and said, "I hope that one day you will fulfill His Majesty the Spirit Emperor's final wish and become a protective barrier for our human race." Chu asked, "Do you know something you can tell me?" "I cannot say. You will understand in time." Chapter 79, That Bitch Chen. After Chu reunited with the other three, the system issued a notification: the time limit for the epic hidden quest has expired. The exit to the Immortal Dungeon has appeared. All players must leave the Immortal Dungeon immediately. The exit will close once the time limit is exceeded. As the message sounded, Chu saw a teleportation array appear in the center of the Immortal Pit. "Alright, it's time for us to leave here," Chu said, stepping into the teleportation array first and returning once more to Een Ghost Mountain. From Een Ghost Mountain, they checked the newly appeared Een Ghost Passage exit and returned to Xiang Mountain. When Chu returned to the base, Li Haoran, Fei, and the others began arriving one after another. Everyone's gear had changed, and they had all successfully completed their second job advancement. Later, other members of the Skybreaker Guild returned as well. Most had found their own opportunities inside, and quite a few had even acquired spirit pets, greatly boosting the entire Skybreaker Guild's strength. Chu reorganized the members of Team Ming based on their individual strength, expanding the team to 30 members. Aside from the couple, Huanying and Yanchen, all 30 of them now possessed their own spirit pets. It was truly rare for a single guild to boast so many spirit pets. Brother Bei, we almost completed our guild quests. I'm sure we'll be able to level up the guild in a few days. Li Haoran said with a happy smile. Excellent, Haoran. Keep an eye on our progress and speed up the completion of our guild quests. With more members, we'll be able to finish them even faster. Dawnbreaker said, I've already recruited 3,000 reserve members as required, and the number is still growing. These reserve members allow us to evaluate individual performance. Players who perform well can apply to join the guild and become full-fledged members. That many people? Wuji asked in surprise. Dawnbreaker laughed. The news of Brother Bei taking down Zhao Tianming has been all over the place lately. Many players have recognized the potential of our Skybreaker Guild. We received over 30,000 applications to join. I only increased the reserve roster to 3,000 after a rigorous selection process, and we're still getting a huge number of new applications every day. Looks like our Skybreaker Guild has made a name for itself in Tai County, huh? Fei said happily. Brother Bei first crippled the Ba Tian gang, then killed Zhao Tianming. It'd be hard for him not to be famous. Now players on the forum have given him a nickname, the Battle God who defies heaven. Li Haoran laughed. Holy crap, that nickname is awesome. God of War who defies the heavens. Brother Bei, you're the man. Wuji shouted excitedly. Chu shook his head and smiled. The guild is already taking off. You've done a great job. There'll be more and more members in the future. Changkong, you need to be more selective about the quality of new recruits. Quality over quantity. Got it, Brother Bei, no problem. Dawnbreaker said excitedly. Receiving Chu's approval made him very happy. Chu handed the karmic fire orbs and Zhao Tianming's set to Dawnbreaker. Distribute these karmic fire orbs to guild members as soon as possible. The guild will cover the forging costs. As for Zhao Tianming's set, stick to the usual system, set a guild point requirement, and let members exchange them for points. Dawnbreaker stared at the thousands of karmic fire orbs, his mouth agape in astonishment. This many? And they're all forgeable items. With these karma orbs, they could enhance equipment with stats and skills. This would become a unique feature exclusive to the Skybreaker Guild. After sorting out guild affairs, Chu took the rare opportunity to log off and rest for 2 days. Chu spent 2 leisurely days playing golf at his villa and fishing in the small pond in the backyard. When he wanted to go out to buy some daily necessities, Chu discovered he owned a massive garage that could hold over 30 cars, yet it was completely empty, making it inconvenient to get around. So Chu decided to buy a few different models of cars, which would make it more convenient to drive himself when he went out. Chu found an online dealer specializing in various luxury cars, the only large-scale dealership in Guang City that carried a wide range of luxury brands, called the Venice 4S store. Chu took a taxi there, and upon arriving at the 4S store, he saw just how massive the place really was. The grounds were vast, divided into showrooms for various luxury brands including Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Rolls-Royce, Lamborghini, Hongqi, and more. 2 beautiful hostesses stood at the entrance. When they saw Chu approaching, they welcomed him inside with warm smiles. As soon as he walked in, a beautiful woman in a business suit approached him and greeted him. Hello, sir. What kind of car are you looking to buy? I haven't looked at anything yet. Could you take me around to see the different showrooms? Chu replied with a smile. Lu Shasha was taken aback. Usually, customers who come to look at or buy cars have already researched models online before visiting the dealership for a test drive. This was the first time she'd seen someone come in without any prior research. However, in the spirit of good customer service, Lu Shasha patiently took Chu on a tour of the showrooms. Their first stop was the Mercedes-Benz showroom. Sir, this showroom features the full lineup of Mercedes-Benz luxury sedans, primarily models from the C-Class and up. They're all here, Lu Shasha explained. Chu nodded and asked, Where are the top-of-the-line Mercedes-Benz luxury cars? Lu Shasha was taken aback for a moment, then hesitated before saying, why don't we take a look at the C-Class first? She made this suggestion because Lu Shasha noticed that Chu was dressed quite plainly and didn't look like someone who could afford a top-of-the-line luxury car. No need. Just take me straight to the top-of-the-line models, Chu said, shaking his head. Certainly, sir. Please follow me. Lu Shasha led Chu to a Mercedes-Benz S800 and said, Sir, take a look. This is Mercedes-Benz's top-of-the-line imported luxury car, the S800. The base price is 6 million yuan. How much does the fully loaded version cost? Lu Shasha smiled and replied, the fully loaded version is priced at 8.13 million yuan and comes with the most comprehensive features. Chu thought the car looked pretty good, so he said, okay, just put that down for now. Huh, put it down? Lu Shasha was quite surprised. I'll take a look at some other cars, Chu said with a smile. Okay. Lu Shasha did as she was told regardless of whether the customer could actually afford it, she had to provide excellent service. Next, Lu Shasha took Chu to see the Bugatti Veyron, a sports car priced at 38 million renminbi, and Chu asked her to make a note of that as well. Then there was the Rolls-Royce Phantom, with the top-of-the-line model priced at over 80 million renminbi. Chu liked the look of this car too, so he asked Lu Shasha to make a note of it. Chu also had her note down the Carmen King luxury SUV, priced at over 30 million renminbi. After touring all the showrooms, Chu had Lu Shasha note down a total of 8 top-of-the-line luxury cars from different brands, the cheapest of which was the Mercedes-Benz S-Class Maybach. After the tour, Lu Shasha took Chu to the reception area and went to pour him some water. As soon as Chu walked in, he suddenly spotted several familiar faces: Chen, Fangtingting, and the others. Chen also spotted Chu and was visibly surprised to see him there. Oh my, isn't this Chu? What are you doing here working a part-time job? Chen asked mockingly, his hands in his pockets. Probably here to help clean up, Fangtingting chuckled lightly, her eyes brimming with contempt. Haha, the three people behind Chen chuckled. Chu shook his head, not bothering to pay them any mind. But Chen blocked Chu's path and laughed, you little loser, did you see that? I'm here to trade in my old car for a Mercedes-Benz E-Class. You'll probably never be able to afford one in your whole life, huh? Chapter 80, Slap in the Face. I bought them all. Bro Chen, this kid probably won't be able to afford one in 2 lifetimes, let alone one, Fangtingting said, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh. Chen had recently slept with Fangtingting. To save face in front of her, he begged his dad for ages before his dad finally agreed to buy him a Mercedes-Benz E-Class. The new E-Class looked almost as good as an S-Class, so driving it around would definitely boost his prestige. Oh, I'm here to buy a car too, but I don't think this one is very good, Chu said with a grin. Upon hearing this, Chen froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. Ha, Chu is saying this car isn't good? Look how jealous he is. TSK. But I guess that's just his loser mentality, I can understand it. Just then, Lu Shasha came over with a glass of water and asked, Mr. Chu, why don't we sit down and chat? I'll give you a detailed introduction to those models. Sure. Lu Shasha led Chu to a seat and began explaining each model to him in detail, one by one. Seeing that Chu really did look like he was serious about buying a car, Chen sneered inwardly. How could someone like him afford the luxury cars here? He probably can't even afford the cheapest one. So Chen walked over and said to Lu Shasha, Sweetheart, don't waste your time on him. He doesn't have the money to buy a car, he is probably just here to check it out. He is only a junior in college and hasn't even graduated yet. Chen exposed Chu's true identity right to his face. Lu Shasha was taken aback, but in the spirit of good service, she replied, everyone who comes into the store is our guest, and I need to treat everyone equally. Pfft, sweetheart, then you're really wasting your breath. Let me see what kind of car he wants to buy, Chen said, snatching the notepad. Holy crap, he wants a Mercedes-Benz S-Class Maybach? Chu, are you delusional? The transaction went through, sir, Lu Shasha said in astonishment. What? Chen, Fangtingting, and the rest were all completely stunned. No, that is impossible. He is just a loser. How could he possibly swipe 380 million? Chen couldn't imagine it. He snatched the receipt and saw that it really was 380 million. Impossible, absolutely impossible. But reality was unfolding right before his eyes, leaving him in disbelief. Confronting was also dumbfounded. Chu had just swiped 380 million to buy luxury cars. Could he be a secret super rich second-generation heir? She never noticed a thing about him before. Seeing the receipt taken away, Chu frowned and said, "Could you please keep bystanders away from me?" Lu Sasa hurriedly stood up, snatched the receipt back, and shouted to the security guard outside, "Security, come here. Please escort these gentlemen out." This was a major client, someone who just swiped 380 million to buy 8 luxury cars. There was no way she could afford to offend him. The security guard walked over and said sternly to Chen and his group, "Gentlemen, please leave. Don't disturb our other VIP guests." Escorted by 2 security guards, Chen slunk out, too embarrassed to even try to show off in front of Chu anymore. Who the hell is so rich they dare to spend 380 million on cars outright? That's not something an ordinary rich person could even dream of. Only someone incredibly wealthy would dare to spend money like that. That Chu must be a hidden super rich second-generation heir. You absolutely can't afford to offend someone like that in the future. But then he realized he'd already offended Chu. At this thought, Chen Gao's heart turned to ice. Money talks. Offending these ultra-wealthy individuals almost never ends well. The news that Chu had purchased 8 top-of-the-line luxury cars in one go stunned the general manager of the Venice 4S dealership. He decided to personally welcome Chu, a clean-cut, sharp-looking middle-aged man named Hu Junlong. "Mr. Chu, I am truly grateful that you've purchased 8 luxury cars from our dealership in a single transaction. Here is our Venice 4S dealership's VVIP Black Card. From now on, you'll be our lifetime VVIP member." Hu Junlong respectfully handed over a VVIP card bearing the number 9, signifying that only 9 people had ever attained VVIP status at their dealership. Chu accepted the card, and Hu Junlong then accompanied him to test drive each vehicle one by one. After the test drives were completed, Hu Junlong invited Chu to rest in the VVIP lounge while he went to prepare the new cars and handle the paperwork. The VVIP lounge was a very luxurious, spacious room, fully equipped with every amenity, including a very spacious and comfortable massage bed. While Chu was resting, there was a sudden knock at the door, and 2 beautiful women in uniforms walked in. "Hello, sir. We are the VIP massage therapists from the Venice 4S store. We're here to give you a massage so you can relax properly." Chu looked up and saw that they were 2 very innocent-looking and beautiful female therapists. He hadn't expected the Venice 4S store to offer this kind of service, but Chu still took the time to relax and enjoy it. About an hour later, Hu Junlong came in to invite Chu to pick up his car. In a luxurious showroom, 8 top-of-the-line luxury cars were on display, with beautiful women standing on either side, each as lovely as a flower. "Congratulations, Mr. Chu, on your new car," the women exclaimed in unison, bowing as soon as they saw him. This time, buying a car, Chu truly experienced the pleasures of the wealthy. After the handover ceremony, Chu had them transport the car to the villa, then drove up himself in a Bugatti Veyron. As soon as he hit the street, the car drew plenty of admiring glances. Back at the villa, Chu had just gotten out of the car when he received a call from his mother. Chapter 81, Returning Home for a Blind Date. "Son, you're on break now, right? Hurry back tomorrow," his mother said over the phone. "Oh? Mom, I am on break. Is there something urgent?" Chu asked. "Mom misses you. Come back tomorrow to see me, okay?" It's settled then. You have to come back tomorrow," his mom said with a laugh, then hung up. Chu was completely baffled. What was going on with his mom? Why was she being so mysterious, as if she were hiding something from him? Still, it was about time he went back to spend some time with them and see what mom was up to. The next day, Chu drove his Maybach S-Class back home. Of his 8 cars, this was the least expensive and, of course, the most low-key. Chu's home was in a town next to Guang City called Wangjiang Town. The drive from Guang City to Wangjiang Town took 5 hours, mainly because the roads weren't in great condition, so by the time Chu arrived home, it was already afternoon. Chu's new home was a pre-built, fully furnished apartment in a relatively upscale residential complex in the center of the town. He paid over $2 million for the spacious, open-plan unit. The house back in his hometown was still under renovation. When he arrived home, his mother, Shin Xiojin, had already prepared dinner well in advance. "My son's back. Come on in, the food's getting cold." Chu saw that his mother's face was radiant with a healthy glow. She seemed to have been resting well lately. Upon returning home, he felt a deep sense of belonging. However, as soon as Chu walked in the door, he spotted another person, his father, Chu's maternal aunt, who was also Chu's great aunt. Why had she suddenly dropped by? "Oh, Xiaobei's back. Let your great aunt take a look. Wow, you've gotten even more handsome," his great aunt exclaimed in an exaggerated tone. Chu could tell right away that her praise wasn't heartfelt, but these were just polite formalities for the occasion. No one took them seriously. The family sat down to eat at the dinner table. The dishes on the table were nothing special. It seemed his parents still hadn't gotten used to living the good life. No matter how wealthy they were, they still thought about saving money. This left Chu feeling a bit helpless, though the food was quite authentic, his mom's home cooking. As they were finishing their meal, his mother, Shin Xiojin, asked, "Son, have you started dating yet?" "No, Mom, I'm not in a hurry," Chu replied with a smile. "Oh, well, that's perfect. My great aunt introduced me to a young lady the other day. She looks pretty, comes from a good family, and is well educated and well mannered. Why don't you set up a time to meet her tomorrow?" Chu nearly spit out a mouthful of rice. "Mom, you're not asking me to go on a blind date, are you?" "I haven't even graduated yet. I'm not in a hurry," Chu said, shaking his head. But his mom glared at him and said, "What do you mean you're not in a hurry? You only dated someone once in high school. How long has it been since then? Look at Uncle Leah's son. He met his girlfriend in college, got married right after graduation, and now he's already holding his grandson." Chu felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He knew his mom had always wanted a grandchild, and he didn't want to go against her wishes now. So, a blind date it was. Whether it worked out or not remained to be seen. No wonder Mom was in such a hurry to call him back. It seemed this was the real reason. "That's right, Xiaobei. If you wait until after graduation to build your career, you'll be at least 27 or 28. Then if you date for another 2 or 3 years, you'll be in your early 30s. But your parents are getting older. You need to start dating now. If it works out, you can just get married." His great aunt chimed in from the side. His mother, Shin Xiojin, nodded in agreement. Chu couldn't help but smile wryly. After all, what parent doesn't want their child to settle down and start a family early? Chu understood their feelings, so he could only say, "All right, Mom, great aunt, can't I just go tomorrow?" After dinner, just before leaving, Mom slipped a large red envelope to great aunt, who in turn gave Chu the girl's phone number and WeChat ID. That evening, before going to bed, Chu added the girl on WeChat and asked her to suggest a place to meet. She immediately booked a room at the Marriott Hotel in Tang County. This made Chu frown. Tang County was a large county, right next to Wangjiang Town just across the river. However, the Marriott Hotel was the only 5-star hotel in Tang County and was known primarily for its high prices. Given Chu's current financial situation, he didn't find it expensive, but arranging a first meeting at such a high-end venue didn't leave a good first impression on him. At 11 a.m. the next morning, Chu arrived at the Marriott Hotel as agreed and sent her his location. He waited until noon before the girl he was supposed to meet finally showed up, but she wasn't alone. There were 2 of them, and she brought along a middle-aged woman who bore a slight resemblance to her. She must have been her mother. "Sorry I'm late, Son Yu," she said, sounding a bit nervous and flustered. It was her first blind date, and she hadn't expected to be late for it, which made her feel a little embarrassed. "It's okay, Miss Song. This is Chu asked. This is my mom." It was actually her decision to meet here today, Song Yu, she said timidly. Now Chu understood. So that was it. Song Yushi was indeed very pretty and delicate, giving off a natural, unadorned charm. She was definitely at least a department beauty at her school. Plus, she looked like a gentle, delicate young woman not at all what she'd expected. Song Yushi's mother, Chen Fanglan, scrutinized Chu from head to toe. She noticed Chu wasn't wearing any designer brands, just plain, ordinary clothes and shoes. His appearance, however, was passable. He was actually quite easy on the eyes. In her mind, she immediately assigned Chu a score, 30 out of 100. Of those 30 points, 20 went to his looks. The remaining points for fashion sense and family background were all 0. How could they have set her daughter up with a blind date like this? That matchmaking agency was truly unreliable. "What would you like to eat, Miss Song?" Chu had the waiter bring the menu and handed it to Song Yushi. Song Yushi glanced timidly at her mother. Seeing her mother giving her a subtle signal, she whispered, "Order the most expensive one, let us see how he reacts." Song Yushi felt like crying right then and there. If it weren't for her mother's constant pressure to get married, she wouldn't have been here in the first place. And now she had to deliberately order the most expensive option. She really felt terrible about it. After much internal struggle and fearing her mother's anger, she settled on a slightly more expensive set meal priced at 3,888 yuan per serving. Chu gave her a slightly surprised look. That set meal came with quite a lot of food. He wondered if she could even finish it all, whereas he had only ordered a standard set meal costing just over 100 yuan. Chen Fanglan noticed every detail of Chu's actions. Instantly, she deducted another 5 points from the 30 she'd initially given him, concluding he didn't seem to have much financial clout. "Your name is Chu, right? My third aunt has told me a bit about you. I heard you bought your parents a 2 million yuan house. So, what do you do for a living?" Chen Fanglan asked bluntly. "What's your annual salary? How many other apartments does your family own? How many cars? How much do you have in savings? If we were to get married, how much would you be willing to contribute as a dowry? How many girlfriends have you had?" Chen Fanglan's questions came firing out like a machine gun, one after another. Chu. Chapter 82, He Must Be Broke. Faced with so many questions, Chu really didn't want to answer. Was this a blind date, or a money hunt? Just then, their meal was served. Chu smiled and said, "Why don't we eat first?" Chu hadn't wanted to come to this blind date in the first place. He figured he'd just eat and leave, no need to get entangled with them.